Chapter 733. The Most Unwanted Memories. Chief Chun. Since we have come as promised, let us adhere to the customs of our hosts and leave our names behind, lest we be deemed uncouth by the people of Shiqi. Bao Ping gently interjected behind Chen Zhi, interrupting his previous train of thought. He immediately searched the crimson tabletop for his previous inscriptions from his last visit. Indeed, the markings he had carved when escorting Qin Yueyang to this place remained vividly etched, as if they were undeniable evidence of his past transgressions, forever haunting him with their sanguine clarity. In that moment, Chen Zhi had crafted an inscription on the red table, mimicking the characters of Jiang Shang, striving for meticulousness. The content bore a striking resemblance to Jiang Shang's original words, a tribute and betrothal to the divine princess, with offerings as profound as the underworld's serenity. In the end, he inscribed his own name, identifying himself as the envoy of the matrimonial alliance, Chen Zhi. Yet, in Chen Zhi's recollection, this was merely a superficial act of deception, devoid of significance. Moreover, he distinctly remembered that he had not inscribed Qin Yueyang's name upon the red stone. However, upon revisiting it now, he discovered a neatly crafted line of text appended behind his original inscription: the divine princess, of the proud and fierce bloodline of the Qin clan, the illustrious Yueyang. The mere sight of the name Qin Yueyang caused Chen Zhi's heart to lurch painfully, as though someone had forcibly extracted the guilt he had long evaded, laying it bare before him, drenched in the visceral essence of his remorse. At that moment, an icy breath abruptly swept through the air, brushing against his forehead, akin to a ghostly presence exhaling upon him. Chen Zhi shivered involuntarily and lifted his gaze, only to behold a swirling mass of crimson mist coalescing before him. He recalled having witnessed this phenomenon during his previous visit. A gossamer veil of red smoke perpetually meandered within the room, sometimes coalescing, sometimes dispersing. When this mist gathered, it transformed into a resplendent crimson mirror, reflecting an image with startling clarity, akin to a screen displaying vivid scenes. Chen Zhi vividly recalled the vision he had seen in this red mirror during his last visit, a long-ago procession from Shiqi to Fengdu, bearing tribute and seeking a princess for marriage. The procession consisted of ancient figures, their foreheads slightly protruding, embodying the primitive characteristics of humanity from that era. Clad in celebratory red garments, they bore heavy loads of gold and jewels, accompanied by warriors clad in armor, wielding swords and spears, the original warriors of Shiqi. Among them were also many shackled slaves, destined to serve as part of the bridal dowry. The marriage procession traveled by water, bearing an ancient bridal boat. Within it sat a princess adorned in splendid attire, her hair disheveled and jewels scattered, weeping inconsolably. Iron shackles bound her neck and wrists, a clear indication of her coercion. She was on the brink of collapse from her struggles. Chen Zhi recalled the moment he beheld the youthful Jiang Shang in that crimson vision. A hint of weariness etched upon his brow. Clad in a flowing white robe, with ethereal brows and misty hair, he entered the room, wielding the ceremonial insignia of the marriage, and inscribed upon the crimson table, devoid of any compassion for the sobbing princess behind him. This time, the crimson mirror reappeared before Chen Zhi, revealing a different scene. He witnessed himself aboard the bridal boat, escorting Qin Yueyang along the waters of the Wangchuan River, destined for the ghost city of Fengdu. It marked Chen Zhi's inaugural glimpse of himself from an alternate perspective, a sensation both profound and enlightening, rendering him acutely aware of his true self. As he confronted the raw reality of his past, he finally discerned the source of his incessant guilt. At that time, Qin Yueyang had essentially been branded as an insider trader. Fierce and ruthless, she had nearly taken Bao Ping's life by administering poison, and everyone believed her responsible for the deaths of the 3 sons, committing unthinkable acts. Throughout the journey, silence enveloped her. Not a soul, including Chen Zhi, dared to speak to her. She was compelled to don a vivid red bridal gown, masquerading as the princess to facilitate their entry into the underworld. Before descending into the nether realm, Bao Ping had explicitly cautioned Chen Zhi to exercise utmost vigilance regarding this half-divine woman, who could potentially jeopardize their mission. He even entrusted Chen Zhi with a dagger, forged to slay the ruthless, instructing him to sever her throat without hesitation if she exhibited any sign of treachery in the underworld. Bao Ping, known for his merciless nature, had never elicited Chen Zhi's doubt on this matter. At that juncture, Chen Zhi unequivocally endorsed this resolution, for his trust in Qin Yueyang had long since evaporated. Her past actions had rendered him impervious to any further explanations she might offer. He had come to believe firmly that she was inherently impulsive and cunning. Her pitiable demeanor merely a facade, for she was the descendant of a merciless beast, the traitor responsible for the three sons' demise. Thus, upon entering the underworld of Fengdu, regardless of the harrowing environment or horrifying sights that surrounded them, no one harbored an ounce of pity for Qin Yueyang. With his own hands, Chen Zhi fastened a black gold chain around Qin Yueyang's ankle, then urged her, trembling in her blood-red gown like a frightened bird, aboard the bridal boat. The underworld ferry is a wondrous contrivance, a marvel of craftsmanship that continues to astound with its exquisite design. It is the sole vessel capable of traversing the river of oblivion. Any living being that dares to touch its waters meets with death. The surface of the river of oblivion lies tranquil, akin to a pristine white mirror, shrouded in a delicate mist, devoid of even the slightest ripple, even as the ferry is propelled into its depths. Yet, once the ferry enters the water, the unassuming wooden planks and components begin to fracture and transform. This vessel, initially resembling a simple canoe, astonishingly expands in three-dimensional form, ultimately evolving into a grand wooden ship nearly 20 meters long and over 3 meters wide. In the red-tinted mirror, this spectacle appears truly magical. The ferry enlarges as if unfolding like a mystical cube. Most astonishingly, upon submerging, the underside of the ferry gradually reveals enormous scales, rendering its wooden base reminiscent of a fish's belly. The intricate wooden patterns intertwine and morph into rows of fin-like appendages, undulating gracefully in the water. As the vessel takes on the semblance of a half-living aquatic creature, gliding gently through the river of oblivion. The ship's interior is spacious, equipped with a seating area, and several designated spots for each passenger. Among them, Princess Qin Yueyang, the bride-to-be, occupies her place within the cabin. At that moment, a profound sense of dread and anxiety envelopes them. The river of oblivion is steeped in an eerie stillness, the surrounding land casting terrifying shadows, accompanied by unsettling sounds of movement and the ghostly presence of spectral soldiers, evoking memories of dread. Faced with these unnatural and terrifying sights, Chen Zhi and the other men trembled, fear consuming their minds, as they grappled with the unknown horrors lurking in the darkness. Yet, amidst this turmoil, no one noticed the profound fear that gripped the young Qin Yueyang, who was yet to reach the age of 20. The waters of the river of oblivion are eerily silent, a strange liquid capable of altering the biological structure of living beings, granting a semblance of life to the wood, transforming the ferry into a half-fish entity, while simultaneously stripping away the nervous systems of creatures, leading to instant demise. The fate of all beings afloat upon its surface hinges upon the ebb and flow of its waters. As they navigated through one perilous trial after another, witnessing the ghostly figures of soldiers drifting along the riverbank and the gruesome scenes unfolding on the Yellow Springs Road, blood and flesh adhering to the ground, tension reached its zenith. At that moment, Fat Wei's cousin was rendered nearly catatonic with fear. Chen Zhi clearly observed, in the unfolding image, the pallor of his face. Devoid of the courage to utter a sound, yet his hand remained in his pocket, occasionally retrieving a small object for furtive inspection, an azure puppet, presumably the manipulation tool bestowed upon him by Yamo. At this moment, Chen Zhi sat at the bow of the boat, his brow furrowed in tension. He was acutely aware of the rising mist around him and braced himself for any imminent change, having prepared for the worst, ready to confront death at any moment. However, once the ferry passed the Niha Bridge, Qin Yueyang suddenly called out to Chen Zhi from within the cabin. In the projection, her voice sounded somewhat different from Chen Zhi's memories. She was trembling with fear, apprehensive that he might be angered, her tones soft and feeble, akin to a frightened bird softly chirping. "Chen Zhi, could you come in for a moment? I have something to tell you." "What is it?" Chen Zhi replied impatiently, his tone harsh. Qin Yueyang seemed taken aback, falling silent. After not receiving a response, he dismissed her, his face etched with weariness. "You should go in. Listen to what she has to say. It hasn't been easy for her either." Pang Wei, who had always been compassionate, gently urged Chen Zhi to check on Qin Yueyang, and it was this advice that ultimately compelled him to enter. At that moment, Chen Zhi was oblivious to his own demeanor, but now, viewing the scene, it was evident that he was exceedingly impatient, his gaze notably indifferent. He lowered his head and stepped into the cabin, which was spacious, with a wide seat meant for a single person, the princess of marriage. Qin Yueyang sat in the shadows, clad in a vivid red ceremonial gown, her appearance somewhat eerie. Her slight frame trembled uncontrollably beneath the fabric, a sight both pitiable and sorrowful. Yet at that time, Chen Zhi was completely unaware of her plight. "Speak, what is it?" he demanded, his voice as cold as steel, as he carelessly chose a spot to sit, his demeanor shockingly indifferent. At that moment, Qin Yueyang trembled as she removed her red veil, revealing her worn visage. Her hair was damp with sweat, clearly shaken, and her eyes were slightly reddened, indicative of recent tears. In the projection, her voice was hoarse and shaky, each word laced with fear of inciting Chen Zhi's wrath, her body quaking incessantly. "Chen Zhi, before I came down, I wanted to tell Lord Bao something, but he didn't wish to listen, so I'll tell you instead." Qin Yueyang's voice was barely above a whisper, as though she lacked confidence in her own words. No one outside the cabin could hear her. "Chen Zhi, in truth, I am a person of timid disposition. I have been this way since childhood. You may perceive my demeanor as a mere pretense, for such timidity seems ill-befitting of a demigod. Yet, it is the stark reality of my existence. I am indeed a fragile soul, harboring a deep-seated fear of darkness since childhood, shunning all shadowed realms for the dread of being cast away into solitude. My fate has never permitted me the luxury of weakness, nor has it shown any semblance of mercy in light of my frailty. On the contrary, destiny has been exceedingly cruel to me. Hence, I often yearn for a protector to shield me. In my quest for your acceptance and a place among you, I have consistently donned a facade, masking my trepidation during every task, fearing you might abandon me in a pitch-black graveyard, confronting phantoms. Yet my greatest fear remains your judgment of my inadequacy, leading to my forsaking. Even moments ago, upon witnessing those frightful apparitions, I was engulfed by fear. Such is the essence of my being, an immutable truth regardless of my efforts to feign strength. However, Chen Zhi, I must convey this. I have never betrayed you. If I have deceived you in any regard, it is merely in my pretense of resilience before you. Enough. I do not wish to hear this. Chen Zhi interjected, clearly averse to my words, his impatience palpable. In that moment, he made a gesture he would later forget, reaching into his pouch to retrieve the gleaming azure sword. "Do not engage in such theatrics, for it shall bear no benefit for you." With that cold remark, he departed. Upon his exit from the cabin, he remained oblivious to the turmoil within. Qin Yueyang subsequently collapsed within the confines of the cabin, as though every ounce of strength had been siphoned from her. She clutched her mouth tightly, stifling her sobs in silence. Chapter 735. The Memories Most Reluctant to Confront, Part 3. The ensuing events unfolded in a wordless tableau, depicting our team's arduous journey through Fengdu, the netherworld. As we navigated the treacherous path, our focus remained on the surrounding perils, none paying heed to Qin Yueyang. Yet, for reasons unknown, this time the crimson mirror's reflections fixated solely on her, capturing her every state and emotion as if it were a harrowing film. From the treacherous Dog Ridge to the Blood Pool, the Ghost Gate, the King of Hell's Hall, and through the 18 levels of hell. Each trial was a dance with death. These terrifying experiences were ones Chen Zhi himself wished to avoid reliving. However, he did not cast a single glance towards Qin Yueyang, nor ponder whether this delicate woman could endure such torment. Now, from a detached perspective, Chen Zhi was confronted with the stark reality of Qin Yueyang's plight at that time. The warriors accompanying her were all individuals of considerable physical prowess, their strength surpassing that of ordinary humans. Although Chen Zhi and Peng Wei were not as formidable as the warriors, they too were trained men. Yet, it was Qin Yueyang, the solitary figure among them, who had long since reached the brink of exhaustion, to perform her role in this arduous endeavor. Her frail and delicate frame bore the burden of cumbersome red bridal attire and a heavy crown, as she struggled to keep pace with them over treacherous terrain. There were moments during the journey when she had already reached her limits, nearly collapsing to the ground. However, no one in the group took notice of her plight. Not a single hand was extended to assist her, nor was there a kind word offered. It felt as though she were a prisoner being escorted against her will. Nevertheless, Qin Yueyang persevered, uttering not a word of complaint, despite her body teetering on the edge of collapse. In the later stages, she secretly convulsed multiple times and vomited several times, falling onto the cold, hard ground, only to rise again, biting down on pills with the last remnants of her strength. Ultimately, they entered the Grand Hall and discovered the coveted Fire Spirit Stone. The battle against the god of death was fraught with peril and ferocity. Yet during this tumultuous time, Qin Yueyang remained remarkably alert, her eyes fixed intently on Chen Zhi, the ghost blade, Pang Wei, and all those she regarded as her allies. She noticed that the deathly aura emanating from the god of death seemed to grant her pink mist a reprieve, filling her with astonishment. She utilized her pink mist to shield them, preserving the lives of all the warriors, and in a final act of bravery, she saved Chen Zhi's life with her ethereal protection. It was at that moment that Chen Zhi began to realize that perhaps this woman was not the traitor he had once believed her to be. These scenes unfolded before Chen Zhi's eyes like a series of fleeting vignettes, awakening the deepest memories within him. The most terrifying vision that haunted his nightmares reemerged, a sight he dreaded above all others. Just as they completed their mission, and Qin Yueyang, with a flicker of hope ignited within her, prepared to leave the realm of Fengdu, the black gold anklet encircling her ankle suddenly transformed into shackles, binding her tightly to the ground, leaving her trapped in the underworld. At that moment, her inherent fragility was laid bare. Upon realizing she was ensnared by the chains, she erupted into a fit of despair, wailing and pleading for rescue. The immense pressure she had endured throughout the journey had become unbearable, and with no outlet for her grievances, her physical strength was utterly depleted. She not only cried out in anguish, but also expelled copious amounts of bile, her body convulsing uncontrollably, her mind teetering on the brink of collapse. Upon entering, the ancient scroll of the Ji family had explicitly stated that the realm of Fengdu was not a place where humans could linger for long. A human's sojourn in the underworld was limited to a mere 24 hours. Exceeding this time would result in their life being claimed by Fengdu, leaving them forever trapped. As time dwindled, the urgency intensified. If they delayed any further, all would perish within the confines of the underworld. At that time, Gui Dao and Chen Zhi exhausted every conceivable method to remove the shackles, even contemplating the drastic measure of severing Qin Yueyang's legs. Yet, it became evident that such attempts were futile. The blade intended for the task merely rebounded. Confronted with the harshness of reality, they found themselves utterly powerless. Ultimately, time was no longer on their side. In a moment of desperation, Qin Yueyang suddenly lunged forward, gripping Chen Zhi's arm with an unexpected strength that caused him pain. Clear tears streamed from her beautiful eyes, a profound sorrow beyond description. Chen Zhi, listen to me, she implored, her eyes brimming with tears, a sorrow so exquisite that even the most radiant star in the heavens could not compare. You must leave. I cannot escape. From the moment I entered, I never harbored the hope of exiting. I am a guilty person, and I am grateful that you could regard someone like me as a companion. Thank you. As the vision faded with a sharp snap, everything reverted to the original crimson mist, obscuring all. In that moment, Chen Zhi found himself unable to contain his tears. Yes, he wept. Though he had long forgotten the taste of tears, accustomed to addressing matters with cold rationality, he still cried. His heart ached with a pain akin to being torn apart, a torment that no amount of reason could suppress. He understood the source of his inner demons, the overwhelming guilt he harbored for Qin Yueyang, a guilt that gradually consumed all his emotions. Those behind him witnessed this poignant scene, standing in silent reverence. Most of the warriors present were newcomers to Fengdu, having heard tales of the brutal battle, the sacrifice of the old leader, the resilience of the warriors, and Chen Zhi's decisive brilliance. Yet, none knew of Qin Yueyang, the seemingly inconsequential woman who had long vanished from the memories of the Shiqi people. However, when this vision re-emerged before them, silence enveloped the crowd. Heartbeats became erratic, each individual lost in their own thoughts, coming to understand the events that had transpired in this realm of Fengdu. The silence lingered, its duration unknown. Eventually, Bao Ping shattered the stillness. He strode forward, drew his dagger, and swiftly inscribed his name alongside Chen Zhi's upon the red stone. Then, addressing the swirling crimson mist, he proclaimed, Yama, enough of these childish tricks. You have invited me here, and now that I have arrived, open the gates. It is impolite to keep guests waiting. With Bao Ping's words, the ethereal red mist ceased its aimless drifting and began to coalesce once more, growing ever more vibrant and tangible. In the midst of it all, there was an absence of any imagery. Within that vivid crimson circle, a colossal black void emerged, emanating a chilling breeze rife with the essence of death. This frigid air was all too familiar to Chen Zhi, reminiscent of the unique aura of mortality found within the palace of the underworld. Soon, from the depths of that black abyss, a multitude of scarlet tendrils surged forth, glistening like the claws of a red octopus. These appendages gradually extended, coalesced, and curled, ultimately forming a ladder that hovered in the air, settling at Bao Ping's feet. At this moment, the situation became exceedingly clear. The master within had heard Bao Ping's voice and extended a hand in invitation. It appeared that the meeting between the two leaders was about to commence. The ladder, roughly a meter wide, led directly into the depths of the black void, allowing just enough space for two individuals to pass side by side if they squeezed. As Aso leaped forward, intending to assist Bao Ping onto the ladder, he was rebuffed by Bao Ping's firm push. Unbeknownst to when it began, Bao Ping's previously tranquil visage abruptly shifted. It was as if a dormant volcano was being forcibly suppressed. Veins throbbed on his forehead, and his eyes turned a chilling shade of deep gray. It was evident to all that Bao Ping was seething with rage, yet he buried this fury beneath a thick layer of icy restraint. Declining any assistance, Bao Ping ascended the ladder alone, then turned to Chen Zhi, commanding, "Follow closely behind me. Perhaps the clan leader has been blinded by the wind? Wipe the moisture from your eyes and remember your stature as the leader of the Western Qi." With that, he resolutely stepped onto the ladder, plunging into the black abyss without a hint of trepidation, as if no danger truly existed in his eyes. Chen Zhi promptly steadied his emotions and followed Bao Ping onto the ladder, also stepping into the shadowy realm. Upon entering this space, Chen Zhi instantly comprehended that this was indeed the fabled headquarters. It was a veritable alternate world, a secluded dimension. This space contained oxygen, albeit at a lower concentration than the outside, estimated to be only 50% of the usual atmospheric levels. Without their specialized suits, breathing would prove exceedingly arduous. Moreover, akin to the ghostly city of Fengdu, the density of materials here was substantial. Anything encountered would feel remarkably heavy. Chen Zhi swiftly connected his breathing apparatus to the oxygen supply, as their suits were designed to autonomously generate oxygen. The fundamental principle involved synthesizing oxygen from the elemental and compound constituents of the surrounding air, channeling it into their suits to meet their physiological needs. Yet, at that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly observed the oxygen synthesis LCD screen on his suit emitting rhythmic beeps, a myriad of unknown elements flickering incessantly. The synthesized oxygen possessed a potent, acrid aroma, indicating that this space undoubtedly harbored gases and elements absent from the human realm, intolerable to the human body. Moreover, such a pungent gas is likely only bearable by the ghostly denizens of Fengdu. Truly, as they previously envisioned, this headquarters is indeed the genuine dark faction. The usurpation of the Tian clan, known as Tian Shi Quan Qi, refers to the event in the early Warring States period when the Tian family supplanted the descendants of the Jiang clan to become the rulers of the state of Qi. Tian Shang, or Tian Qingzi, was the 8th leader of the Tian family in Qi. At that time, his ambitions were grand, as he sought to replace the Jiang clan and ascend as the sovereign of Qi amidst the chaos of the era. However, the Tian family, despite their vast wealth, possessed no significant strengths. Their population dwindled, and their lineage was unremarkable, akin to that of ordinary nobility. Consequently, he devised an extreme strategy. During that period, the state of Qi mandated that women over 7 feet tall be chosen as concubines, thereby swelling the imperial harem to hundreds. He incessantly invited guests and attendants into the harem for frivolity, and by the time of Tian Heng's demise, he had sired 70 sons. It was later revealed that the individuals Tian Chong admitted into the harem were not mere guests, but rather the spectral inhabitants of the underworld. This explains why his 70 sons were so valiant in battle, galloping across the battlefield, for they were the original progeny of the dark faction. Now, standing in this peculiar space, Chen Zhi could discern from the air that those capable of surviving here were indeed the descendants of the pseudo-Tian surname, engendered by Tian Chang's unions with his concubines, thus embodying the true bloodline of the ghostly populace. As Bao Ping and Chen Zhi entered the space, the others swiftly followed suit. The strange aroma within caused the work attire of all present to emit warning sounds, urging caution in their breathing. Such a scenario had been anticipated. Everyone promptly silenced the alarms on their suits and increased the oxygen levels, striving to breathe within their gear. However, the darkness ahead was profoundly impenetrable, devoid of any sense of direction, and the entrance they had just traversed began to meld into the void. Immediately, Everyone formed a square formation around Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, turning on the searchlights affixed to their arms to illuminate the path ahead. The darkness before them was truly peculiar, an expanse of inky blackness where no discernible shapes could be seen. Yet, within the limits of their vision, a vague silhouette emerged. This figure appeared to be seated upon the ground, leaning against something utterly still. Though Chen Zhi could not ascertain the identity of this shadowy form, one certainty remained. It was certainly not Yamo. After a prolonged period of careful observation, Aso took the lead, and the group, safeguarding Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, began to advance cautiously towards the figure. The silhouette sitting on the ground seemed not far away, yet the journey felt interminable. The ground beneath their feet was soft and yielding, an odd sensation that suggested the world could flip at any moment, with the heavens becoming the earth and vice versa. In this chaotic realm, utterly distinct from the outside world, they traversed a considerable distance, with some warriors even beginning to perspire. The figure ahead remained at a distance, showing no signs of approaching. "Do not proceed," Chen Zhi commanded, halting the advance of the group. "What is happening?" Bao Ping inquired softly beside him. "Is this some sort of magic?" "Partially, yet not entirely," Chen Zhi replied, tapping the clock on his wrist. "Since our entry into this place, time has remained unchanged. In essence, we have made no progress. It has all been a figment of our imagination." The ancients referred to this phenomenon as a form of illusion, while modernity has bestowed upon it the more elegant title of hypnosis. If it is indeed hypnosis, then it is manageable. Clearly, we must seek the expertise of a professional to resolve this predicament. Chapter 737. The invited guest. After concluding his explanation, Chen Zhi began to dial into the wireless communication device on his work uniform, establishing a connection to the external network. Prior to this, he had specifically requested the technicians to create a dedicated wireless channel that directly linked him to his father, Qin Yueyang. Throughout their journey to Changbai Mountain, he had maintained constant communication with Qin Yueyang. Due to the special nature of this mission, every resource within the organization was expected to cooperate, with Qin Yueyang providing assistance over the wireless network to help Chen Zhi with command and decision-making. However, upon entering this peculiar space, Chen Zhi was uncertain of the efficacy of the wireless connection. Therefore, before his departure, he had cast an advanced spell on the wireless network within his uniform. This incantation was designed to ensure that the existing channels would remain unobstructed, thereby maximizing the wireless network's capabilities. Crafting such a sophisticated spell was no trivial task, and Chen Zhi had devoted considerable effort to its development. Yet, upon activating the wireless network, he immediately perceived the spell's effectiveness, as his father's voice crackled through the connection, albeit faintly. "Is there a problem? What is the current situation?" Qin Yueyang, possessing a keen sense of awareness, was well acquainted with the operational status of Chen Zhi and his team. Given the timeline, he understood they should have already entered the Fengdu underworld. Upon receiving Chen Zhi's call, he immediately sensed an emergency. "It is an ancient form of illusion," Chen Zhi explained over the wireless. "There are no traces of spells, no illusions, or other tangible sorcery. Yet, there exists a visual obstruction. We can see our target ahead, yet we cannot reach it." Chen Zhi succinctly conveyed the general circumstances to Qin Yueyang in clear and straightforward terms. Qin Yueyang is an exceptionally astute individual who instantly comprehended the current predicament. The destination is visible, yet perpetually out of reach. This enigma arises from the subjective consciousness governing this space, wherein the host establishes the rules that must be adhered to for one to navigate within it. The inability to progress is merely a reflection of the host's desire to prevent such advancement. If my conjecture holds true, you have never truly traversed this path. Rather, your mind has deceived you into believing you are walking, while in reality, you remain stagnant, having accomplished nothing. "I share your thoughts," Chen Zhi replied. "I just observed that the stopwatch has not recorded any passage of time. It remains frozen in this moment. The figure ahead is right before us, yet I cannot ascertain if he is indeed alive. What course of action should we pursue now? In the absence of a subject, you lack the means to identify your surroundings. The images you previously employed to break the hypnosis are now rendered futile. There is no need for that approach." Qin Yueyang articulated clearly, striving to amplify his voice in hopes that Chen Zhi could hear him distinctly. "The host's reluctance to allow your passage surely serves a purpose. The most probable explanation is that those who entered this space were not invited guests. I recall you mentioning the invitation box. Within that imagery, Yamo personally extended an invitation to you. Surely, his words did not encompass such a multitude? Reflect for a moment on who precisely accepted the invitation. If we are to be specific, Chen Zhi's mind began to recall the scene involving Yamo, his words resonating clearly. It was only Baoping and myself. He invited just the two of us, Chen Zhi conveyed. Exactly. Qin Yueyang responded through the wireless communication. The extraordinary space harbors numerous elements that can be tailored to individual subjective desires. Within such realms, many aspects can indeed be altered based on subjective thought. This is not sorcery, but rather a form of cognitive control. Since you and the leader are the invited guests, there is no necessity for others to accompany you. Rest assured, once an invitation is extended, there is no need for elaborate spells designed to mislead or delay you. Now, proceed forward. It is only you and the leader. Do not bring anyone else. Understood. Chen Zhi replied through the wireless communication, then glanced at Baoping, summarizing Qin Yueyang's words for him. Baoping nodded in response. Let us go. It seems they do not favor our bringing too many companions. Leader, this is unwise. It is too perilous, Asawa immediately interjected, voicing his dissent as all the warriors encircled them. Yet Baoping merely gestured for them to withdraw, then turned back to Chen Zhi. Let us move forward, Chief Chen. As I previously mentioned, we shall adhere to the established customs of our hosts. Since they have set the rules in their domain, we shall comply accordingly. Let us proceed. After Baoping concluded his statement, he turned and stepped forward, side by side with Chen Zhi. Throughout their journey, Chen Zhi felt an acute sense of tension. He maintained a firm grip on his energy flow, concealing his wind and thunder incantations within his fingers and the currents, ready to unleash them. His paramount duty was to protect Baoping, the leader of the West Qi, ensuring that no misstep could occur. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, Chen Zhi would take the lead without hesitation. Remarkably, Baoping appeared utterly unperturbed, a mere mortal devoid of divine lineage or martial prowess. He nonetheless exuded an aura more formidable than that of any warrior or shaman. It was as if the very concept of fear had never touched him. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi often perceived the shadow of the old chief within him. This time, as Chen Zhi and Baoping advanced alone without any followers, the situation proved distinctly different from their last encounter. The path ahead suddenly felt strikingly tangible, no longer an endless journey, but ever closer with each step. The figure before them gradually became clearer. When they finally reached the silhouette, it remained utterly still, resembling a lifeless corpse. Both of them switched on their searchlights, casting intense beams of light forward. At that moment, the true form of the figure was fully revealed, and as Chen Zhi had anticipated, it was indeed not Yamo. Instead, it was a man, his body enveloped in mold and moss, akin to a stone statue weathered by countless millennia. He sat upright, and alarmingly, they soon discerned that he was, in fact, still alive. Chapter 738. The guardian of the threshold. The man's entire form was shrouded in a heavy, deep green hue, resembling a figure dyed, as if from stone. Upon closer inspection, it became apparent that the green moss had long since perished, transforming into a thick layer of decayed matter, interspersed with nameless fungi and extensive growths. These remnants exuded a foul, musty odor, reminiscent of the dank roots found beneath ancient trees in primordial forests. Enveloping his entire body was a dense layer of mold. Over the ages, this mold had hardened into a shell-like crust, fissured and cracked, with new fungal growths emerging from within. These fungi had fully penetrated his body, subsisting on his flesh and fat. One could only imagine the overwhelming horror experienced by those afflicted with trypophobia at the mere sight of this grotesque figure. Even excavating an ancient tomb would not reveal such repulsive relics. The garments he wore had long since succumbed to the ravages of mold and fungi, leaving him bereft of any fabric for protection, rendering it nearly impossible to ascertain anything beyond his male gender. However, within Chen Zhi, there emerged an unexpected realization as he beheld a certain object upon the man before him. A conspicuous collar encircled the man's neck, marred by rust and encrusted with a multitude of intricate derivatives, sporadically adorned with a few gemstones, heavy and coarse in nature. This seemingly cumbersome and unsightly collar, during the early Warring States period, held great significance as it symbolized the identity of the nobility. It is said that when the Zhou dynasty first established its reign, the land was vast yet sparsely populated, with the nation possessing little strength and the populace largely in a primitive state. many individuals at that time lacking even a personal name. Upon acquiring dominion, the Zhou sovereign divided the realm into several vassal states, appointing meritorious subjects to govern them, bestowing upon them both titles and surnames that could be inherited indefinitely. However, the absence of bloodline verification and the laxity surrounding marital fidelity led to a state of confusion regarding lineage. To facilitate record-keeping, the Zhou monarch engraved the names and titles of the sovereigns of these states onto collars, ensuring their legacies were passed down through generations and that their identities remained intact. The nobility within each vassal state, while somewhat less distinguished, also possessed names and surnames. To signify their status, the rulers commanded local blacksmiths to craft uniform bronze collars, embellished with simple gemstones. Upon the birth of a noble child, the collar would be affixed, with the name inscribed upon it to validate their noble heritage. This collar was never to be removed. It was worn from childhood into adulthood and remained until death. In the few warring states tombs discovered in modern times, some noble skeletons were found with collars so tightly constricting that their bones had been deformed, these being the very bronze collars inscribed with names. Now, the neck of the green-skinned figure bore such a collar, its surface coated with rust and green moss. Though obscured, Chen Zhi could still discern the ancient characters with clarity. The inscription read, Tian Chengzi. He is Tian Shang, the Tian Shang who usurped the Qi state. Chen Zhi whispered to Bao Ping. It was difficult for him to fathom that the moss-covered and mushroom-riddled being before him was none other than the historical figure renowned as the progenitor of the state of Qi, Tian Shang. In the annals of Huaxia history, Tian Shang has often been the subject of jest, a man who donned a green hat himself, inviting the spirits of the ghost city Fengdu into his harem to procreate, rendering him quite the eccentric. Yet, he was undeniably the origin of the dark faction, the ancestor of one of the 7 formidable states of the Warring States period. How had he fallen to such a state? Is this truly Tian Shang? Bao Ping remarked coldly, casting a dispassionate glance at the figure before him, followed by a sardonic chuckle. So, this esteemed ancestor of the Tian family finds himself relegated to such a place, without even a proper coffin for his remains? Clearly, his sons and descendants lack filial piety. With a soft derision, Bao Ping laughed lightly. Yet Chen Zhi's countenance remained grave as he gazed upon the foul-smelling corpse, gently inquiring, why is Tian Shang placed here? Is it to guard the entrance? Regardless, he is, after all, the ancestor of the dark faction. How could it have come to this? What ancestors? Merely a self-satisfied fool. Bao Ping remarked coldly. Let us not forget, the sons he adopted are indeed descendants of the ghostly folk. Those beings possess none of the filial piety or moral integrity that we humans hold dear. They could assist their adoptive father in conquering the world, yet just as easily turn against him and consume him. I dare say this self-important individual never envisioned he would meet such a fate. Suddenly, a peculiar sound emanated from the green figure, reminiscent of long-dormant sinews stirring to life. Indeed, the green figure began to move, and the mold and verdant flora clinging to him fell away, littering the ground with green detritus. Chen Zhi and Bao Ping instinctively stepped back, their vigilance heightened as they observed the scene before them. The green figure merely shifted slightly, then leaned backward, revealing what lay ahead. Just as Chen Zhi thought this creature might rise from the dead, he noticed a subtle twitch at the figure's neck, and the veins on its forehead pulsed rhythmically. It was then they comprehended that he was, in fact, alive. When motionless, this green figure resembled a moldy statue, yet when animated, they discerned he was seated upon a circular grass mat, which had long succumbed to decay, leaving only a ring-shaped impression behind. Upon his gentle movement, a distinct object emerged from the shadows, glowing faintly. It was a polished chessboard, its pieces oval and cast in black and red. This game, known as is an ancient precursor to the modern game of Go. The moss-covered green figure slowly raised one hand, pointing towards the chessboard, seemingly inviting others to partake in the game. Chapter 739, The Guardian, Part 2, Go, a strategic 2-player board game, was known in ancient China as and the act of playing was referred to as duie. This game was said to have been created by Emperor Yao, as recorded in the pre-Qin text Sherbin, with the intention of cultivating the hearts of men, steering them away from barbarism and ignorance towards wisdom and cleverness, encouraging the use of intellect to solve problems rather than succumbing to primal desires. Initially, it served as a tool for education. Over the generations, Go underwent numerous transformations, evolving into its contemporary form and rules, with black and white circular pieces engaging in strategic battles. Today, it has spread across the globe, hosting international competitions and is regarded as the most intricate board game in existence. In the eyes of ancient scholars, the game of Go held significant stature. Playing was akin to the clash of armies, surrounding foes, maneuvering strategically, or luring them into traps, each move a testament to military strategy. It is said that in ancient times, one could gauge a general's strategic prowess by their aptitude in the game, as many renowned military strategists throughout history were proven geniuses in this art. Although this green figure, resembling a lifeless stone, seemed devoid of vitality, he nonetheless placed his finger upon the chessboard. The intent unmistakably clear. He wished to invite Bao Ping or Chen Zhi to engage in a game of chess, or rather, to conclude this solitary match. Faced with this ancient being from millennia past, Chen Zhi found himself at a loss for words. In this peculiar realm, everything diverged from the outside world. Time appeared to be suspended, rendering all as an illusory spectacle. The enigma of how this Jiang Shang had survived to the present, or indeed if he were genuine, seemed inconsequential. What mattered was how to navigate this threshold of the gatekeeper, Jiang Shang. Tianqingzi, Chen Zhi softly called out twice, yet received no response. The figure remained motionless, akin to a moldy green sculpture, rigid and exuding an unpleasant odor. His eyelids drooped, encrusted with moss, obscuring any view of his eyes or facial features. However, from his current demeanor, it appeared that aside from his desire to play chess, he harbored no other intentions. Beyond that, there lay only darkness, devoid of paths or direction. It seems he earnestly wishes to play a game with us, Bao Ping remarked with a faint smile, observing the otherworldly green entity. It appears the customs of this place are rather troublesome. Only by breaking the chess game can one gain entry. It should be deemed a condition for passage. The etiquette of Fengdu truly requires reform. Must one dismantle the chess game to enter? Chen Zhi furrowed his brow tightly, surveying the chessboard beneath him, inwardly lamenting the predicament. His childhood experiences had been far from idyllic. He had never received a high-quality education, and attending expensive Go tutoring classes was entirely beyond his reach. Although he had perused some rules of Go online, facing a live match with little preparation felt daunting, especially against a master. Moreover, this was an ancient variant of the game, differing significantly from contemporary rules. Chen Zhi was utterly unfamiliar with the intricacies and tactics of ancient chess. A mere glance revealed a complex arrangement of black and red pieces, interwoven and intricate, far from easily dismantled. Conversely, Bao Ping possessed considerable knowledge of the game. He rested his chin upon his hand, contemplating the board for an extended period before gently shaking his head. This is a dead game. The second and third moves have already been predetermined. Any piece moved will lead to defeat. There is simply no way to win. In essence, it is a game that is destined to be lost. To gain entry through this match is utterly impossible. We must devise another strategy. After concluding his assessment, Bao Ping gestured to the warriors behind him, who hurriedly rushed towards them. However, they soon discovered that their movements were mere mimics of running. In reality, they had not advanced an inch and remained unable to approach. Thus, the situation had reached an impasse. As Chen Zhi and his companions retreated, it became clear that there was no alternative path to tread. To withdraw necessitated the opening of a door by others. In essence, within this realm, they were bound to adhere to the established rules of engagement. Any attempt to confront them head-on was utterly futile. Only by dismantling this illusion could one return to reality. Otherwise, a second avenue simply did not exist. Sit down. Suddenly, Chen Zhi heard the voice of Qin Yueyang over the radio. Xiaozhi, take your seat. I will engage him in the match. Chen Zhi hesitated momentarily. Father, I suspect this game is not as straightforward as it seems, and the situation is rather complex. If I am not mistaken, this is likely a trap, and should I lose, the consequences would be dire. He recalled ancient trading contracts, where the formation of such agreements often hinged upon ritualistic gestures, one action symbolizing the activation of the contract. He suspected that this chess match served as a ceremonial initiation of a contract. Sitting down would equate to acknowledging its terms. However, the stipulations of this contract remained unclear to him, potentially requiring feats beyond his capability or even threatening his life. Such a course of action appeared excessively reckless. Do not concern yourself with those thoughts. Qin Yueyang's voice resonated with unwavering confidence. Xiaozhi, trust me. Sit down and play. Do not fret about the cost. For regardless of the nature of this contract, I shall assuredly triumph. There was a resolute tone in Qin Yueyang's words, imbued with palpable self-assurance. Chen Zhi was well aware of his father's nature, pragmatic and astute. If Qin Yueyang believed in the feasibility of this endeavor, it was likely to be impeccably sound. Moreover, Chen Zhi did not need to worry about his father endangering him. If there were anything in this world of utmost significance to Qin Yueyang, it would undoubtedly be his proud son. It could be said that Qin Yueyang would willingly face 1,000 deaths rather than allow any harm to befall his child. Thus, his confidence stemmed from absolute rationality. Chen Zhi glanced at Bao Ping, seeking his counsel. Bao Ping, with his keen insight, offered a slight nod of approval. Encouraged, Chen Zhi stepped forward and took a seat opposite the chessboard. The moment he sat down, an overwhelming sensation gripped him, as though his body were firmly anchored to the ground, akin to a chess piece affixed to the board, rendered immobile. At that moment, across from him, the figure of Jiang Shang, covered in a green moss-like substance, erupted into a sinister cackle. The sound sent chills down one's spine, and as he laughed, green debris fell from him like rain. Jiang Shang slightly lifted his eyelids, fixing his gaze upon Chen Zhi. It was then that Chen Zhi noticed the murky green orbs of Jiang Shang's eyes, resembling the cloudy gaze of a decayed fish, from which grotesque protrusions sprouted. Evoking a sense of revulsion, his body creaked ominously, and his moss-laden mouth opened slightly, emitting a sound akin to a scream. Once the game begins, one shall have no regrets for a lifetime. Should you win, the path shall continue. Should you lose, let me guard this chessboard for eternity. Chapter 740. The game subsequently. The green stone-like Jiang Shang trembled as he uttered a multitude of words, resembling both cryptic writings and incantations, akin to the ramblings of a disturbed mind. In any case, Chen Zhi could not comprehend his utterances. However, upon hearing the earlier statements, Chen Zhi's heart involuntarily tightened. No regrets in placing a piece? How eloquent. This fellow is indeed seeking a substitute. Father, can we succeed? Chen Zhi whispered into the wireless communicator. If we lose, I will be trapped here forever. No problem. Qin Yueyang's voice on the other end remained confident. Just follow my instructions and relay each move to me, and I shall defeat him. But first, we must gain his acknowledgement and establish a contract. All right. Chen Zhi nodded, gazing at Jiang Shang ahead. I am not the one playing against you. It is my friend who is your opponent. I will move on his behalf, and he shall break your formation according to your rules. Should we lose, I will submit to your judgment. Do you accept these terms? Yes. The green stone-like Jiang Shang firmly articulated this word, and thus the contract was established. Chen Zhi then cast a glance over the chessboard, describing the positions of all the pieces to his father. Chen Zhi was playing the red pieces, but they were entirely surrounded by the black ones, leaving him with no escape. Presently, there were only two possible moves, yet regardless of where he placed a piece, the subsequent move would lead to an inevitable demise. What should I do? Chen Zhi conveyed through the wireless. Though I may not understand, based on my current assessment, any position the red pieces occupy will lead to death in the second move. That is a matter for the second move, Qin Yueyang replied over the wireless. Xiaozhi. Remember, Go is a psychological battle, much like warfare, ever-changing yet fundamentally consistent. When faced with adverse conditions, one must strive to buy time, expand horizontally and vertically, even if it means sacrificing oneself for survival. As long as there is space, there is opportunity. This is what we call placing oneself in a dire situation to find life. Just make any move, and I will guide you on the next step. All right. Chen Zhi, somewhat incredulous, responded before raising a red piece and placing it near the center of the board. Immediately, the entire red formation was at a disadvantage, with one black piece. The opponent could devour all the red pieces, placing oneself in a dire situation to find life. Qin Yueyang began to guide him, spread leftward. There lies a glimmer of hope. Step by step, each move was unexpected and fraught with tension. At that moment, Chen Zhi could not help but admire his father, who truly was a master of the game. In the past, when Qin Yueyang had not yet revealed his prowess, he often played chess with the elder gentlemen in the community, even winning first place in the city's senior group competition. Chen Zhi had noticed that while playing, his father often appeared lost in thought, gazing at the board while contemplating other matters, sometimes even multitasking, which often left his opponents in disarray, earning him the nickname the absent-minded chess sage. Reflecting upon it now, it becomes apparent that dealing with the elderly was exceedingly simple for him. He merely employed a fraction of his cognitive faculties to maneuver the chess pieces, which left him feeling rather bored and often distracted. In contrast, Go is infinitely more profound. It encapsulates the essence of all things, and every move reveals the intricacies of human temperament. The game before him, stemming from a prior blunder, had indeed led to a situation where one could rise from the depths of despair. Subsequently, each of Qin Yueyang's moves was executed with remarkable finesse, gradually forming a cohesive array of red pieces on the board. The intricate maneuvers ensnared the black pieces once more, reversing the tides of fortune, placing the reds in a position of dominance. Xiaozhi, listen to me. Qin Yueyang's voice resonated lightly through Chen Zhi's earpiece, just as the red pieces were on the verge of turning defeat into victory. The opponent across from us is quite troublesome. I have engaged him in a few exchanges. His strategies reflect his mindset, and I have garnered a general understanding of his character. This individual possesses no moral compass, unbound by any rules or ethical constraints. Though his thinking may be antiquated, it is cunning. He is a duplicitous scoundrel, willing to resort to any means to secure victory. He must have realized his disadvantage. His previous moves were aggressive, and he now exhibits signs of impatience. He desperately wishes for you to lose this game, intending to keep you here. If I am not mistaken, he is likely to resort to underhanded tactics, so brace yourself. From this moment forth, I shall convey every subsequent move to you. I can predict all his future strategies. You need only follow my guidance step by step. Remember, despite the myriad of changes, the core remains unchanged. He cannot escape my grasp, and defeat is inevitable. After finishing his proclamation, Qin Yueyang began to softly recount nearly 100 subsequent moves to Chen Zhi, including alternatives to counter should the opponent, Jiang Shang, choose a different approach. Chen Zhi possessed a remarkable capacity for retention. He lifted a piece, feigning indecision while silently committing his father's instructions to memory. After hearing it just once, he retained the entire sequence. Just as Qin Yueyang concluded, he noticed Jiang Shang, resembling a statue, suddenly leaned forward and grasped the wireless button on Chen Zhi's work attire. Do not play for another, Jiang Shang declared as he forcefully yanked downward, revealing an unexpected strength that accurately severed the wireless connection. With a sharp crack, the line snapped, and had Chen Zhi not recoiled, he might have lost his oxygen supply. The spot where Jiang Shang had touched Chen Zhi's uniform immediately emanated a foul, burning stench, causing Chen Zhi to feel a wave of nausea. Untrustworthy scoundrel. Just as I suspected, Chen Zhi thought silently, though his expression remained impassive. Very well, I shall continue to play with you. A distinct smile spread across Jiang Shang's face. A true gentleman does not regret his moves. Excellent. After Chen Zhi acknowledged, he resumed the game. The wireless connection faltered. Yet the subsequent moves were all meticulously orchestrated by Qin Yueyang, who truly was a genius adept at deciphering the human psyche. Every thought of Jiang Shang across the board fell within his anticipations. Each of Jiang Shang's maneuvers, even every trap, was foreseen by Qin Yueyang, and Chen Zhi had countermeasures for them all. Gradually, Jiang Shang's black pieces were cornered into a dire situation, leaving him with no further moves. Soon, with just one more step, he would face utter defeat. At that moment, this figure resembling a green stone statue, Jiang Shang, suddenly trembled with rage, and the green debris from his being began to fall to the ground in a cacophony. Stay with me, Zhang's child. You have not triumphed, you have lost. Just like your ancestors. After uttering these words, Jiang Shang abruptly grasped the base of the chessboard with both hands and forcefully attempted to overturn it, threatening to scatter the entire game onto the floor. Chapter 741. No regrets in moves. The green statue-like figure of Jiang Shang suddenly clutched the chessboard, straining to upend it, intending to topple all the pieces onto the ground. Chen Zhi realized that his father's assessment was indeed correct. This cunning and treacherous individual was about to renege on the game. What? So swiftly you change your demeanor? What happened to your earlier vow not to retract your moves? A being who has lived for millennia, so quickly abandoning the guise of a gentleman? Chen Zhi remained motionless, gazing with disdain at this grotesque figure before him. Yet Jiang Shang soon discovered that the board could not be overturned, for it was firmly affixed to the ground, bound by the most fundamental control of the fierce curse, rendering it immovable. Divine offspring, the weight of promises, I accept your terms and enter into a contract with you, yet you have failed to uphold your end. It appears that in the end, You remain unable to escape your true nature. Chen Zhi, seated across the board, looked forward with a cold smile. What a farce. This ancestor of the dark faction, the monarch of the Tian clan. As I surmised, you are nothing more than a prisoner here, claiming to be the guardian of the game, yet in truth, merely a slave. Your unfilial descendants have brought you here, forcing you to guard this door for millennia. It must be quite tormenting, yearning for someone to replace you, is it not? Truly foolish. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi placed the final red piece onto the board, and at that moment, the outcome of the game was distinctly determined. The shackles upon him were lifted. He had emerged victorious. Chen Zhi swiftly rose to his feet, casting a cold gaze upon the green Jiang Shang. Open the door. I have shattered your game. Impossible, impossible. Jiang Shang, cloaked in green, trembles violently, his body contorting in agony. Green moss and debris incessantly fall to the ground, evoking the sensation of a stone statue on the brink of disintegration. How could you possibly triumph? My strategic prowess is unparalleled, an invincible fortress. I am the most astute individual in this realm. You are merely foolish pawns in my game. With visionary foresight, I have established the state of Qi, becoming its sovereign. What of the noble lineage of Jiang Shang? What of the renown of the Zhou Emperor? In the end, they too have succumbed to my hand. As long as I possess the means, there is nothing beyond my grasp. What means have you ever wielded? Luring the aberrations of Fengdu Ghost City into your own harem, dishonoring your wives and concubines? Is this so-called mastery merely a display of shamelessness and absurdity? It appears you are quite adept at self-delusion. Chen Zhi gazed at the waning Jiang Shang with palpable disdain, suddenly feeling a twinge of pity for this individual whose foolishness bordered on tragic. Do you comprehend? You have never truly emerged victorious. If you believe you have usurped the state of Qi through cunning, deceiving the Zhou Emperor, allow me to unveil the truth. The Zhou dynasty has never truly waned. The so-called Warring States period was orchestrated by the Zhou Emperor himself. The brevity of human existence and its capricious nature, coupled with the untamed state of most individuals, ensure that dynasties rise and fall in ceaseless cycles. No regime can endure eternally, nor can any dynasty forever embody righteousness. Thus, only by relinquishing power can the Zhou dynasty endure, hidden in the shadows for the sake of longevity. From that moment, the Zhou Emperor and the city of Shiqi gradually retreated into obscurity. The descendants of Jiang Shang and valiant generals, loyal servants of the Zhou Emperor, also sought refuge in seclusion. What you perceive is merely the remnants of a chaotic era. Do you now grasp the reality? The progeny of Jiang Shang have never been vanquished by your Tian clan. They simply ceded the land known as Qi to you. What a pity, for you have lived a life devoid of humanity, ensnared in your own cleverness, inviting the malevolence of Fengdu Ghost City to ravage your homeland, ultimately leading to your own ruin, all while believing yourself a victor. Do you truly think that by securing a substitute, they will grant you freedom? I noticed upon my arrival that you indeed bear a contract, but while you possess the right to open the door, you lack the right to depart from this place. In this game, whether you win or lose, you shall never escape. Ah, how pitiable that you remain oblivious. The world outside has transformed beyond recognition, having elapsed over millennia. Your so-called descendants have confined you here like a dog, and you have become a mere specter of your former self. Do you still consider yourself human? Let me enlighten you. The true you has long since perished. Impossible, impossible. Tian Chang trembles with agitation. He promised me, they all promised me, they are my sons. And what are they to you? Sons. With a bemused chuckle, Chen Zhi gazed at him, feeling that there was nothing left to say. In this world, how could there be someone so foolish as to open the gates to his own abode, unleashing a horde of aberrations, thus digging his own grave? Oh, it seems that this shade of green truly suits you, Chen Zhi remarked, his hand striking the chessboard with a resounding clap. His eyes fiercely fixed on the green monstrosity before him. The pact is sealed. We are the guests who have traversed the threshold. Open the door. With a cacophony of excitement, Tian Chang's body trembled, as if Chen Zhi's previous words had shattered him. He appeared to wish to open his decaying maw to hurl insults at Chen Zhi, yet found himself rendered speechless. Gradually, the green shell that enveloped his form began to flake away, crumbling piece by piece until he was reduced to a mere puddle of green refuse upon the ground. In an instant, the surrounding darkness vanished like a curtain drawn back, revealing an entirely different world. At that moment, Chen Zhi felt his feet firmly planted on solid ground. and the scenery around him had transformed into an entirely new realm. The warriors behind him quickly followed suit, surveying their surroundings in astonishment. Indeed, they had entered another world. The air was thick with the scent of antiquity, the ground beneath their feet, the ornate beams and columns. Everything exuded an undeniable aura of age. As they meticulously examined their surroundings, they were astonished to discover that they stood within a palace from millennia past. Scattered about were the corpses of women, all young and beautiful, each over 7 feet tall. Some had been completely devoured, while others remained partially intact. The decor, the intricately carved balustrades, the crimson-painted columns, and the various vessels all spoke to the unique historical style of that era. In that moment, Chen Zhi understood why Jiang Shang had been stationed there as a guard, and why this place was referred to as the headquarters of the Dark Division. This was the very palace where, thousands of years ago, the demon folk had entered to indulge in debauchery with concubines. Chapter 742. The cost of nurturing the demon folk. This was the true space, the so-called alternate dimension, not a figment of human imagination, but a tangible material realm existing within the world. Such spaces often remain concealed within another dimension or are separated through sorcery, appearing indistinguishable from the outside, much like the current fairy valley. They found themselves in a vast inner courtyard, adorned with pillars of dark green and black, accented with yellow. The ceiling soared approximately 3 meters above them. Historical records from the pre-Qin era delineate the strict hierarchies governing the size and height of palatial structures during the Zhou dynasty. The heights and areas of halls, the number of doors, and the rooms within ancestral temples all adhered to a descending order of rank. Only the emperor and feudal lords could construct gates resembling city gates at their palace entrances, with pairs of towers flanking the emperor's palace, while lords could erect a single tower within their palace gates. The shadow walls of the emperor's palace were positioned outside the gates, while those of the lords were situated within. The nobles and scholars were limited to using curtains, forbidden from building shadow walls. The imperial palace and ancestral temples may be adorned with double-eaved roofs, their columns painted a striking red, embellished with intricate carvings and vibrant hues upon the melon-shaped pillars. In contrast, the lords, nobles, and scholars are permitted only to construct sloped roofs, with columns painted in shades of black, blue, and yellow. Draped curtains abound in this space. Yet the presence of shadow walls is notably scarce. The columns are merely hued in dark blue and black. According to the ceremonial norms of the era, this establishment likely belongs to the aristocracy of a vassal state. The exterior of this residence is adorned with opulent glazed tiles, creating a kaleidoscopic spectacle, a necessity in an age devoid of glass or paper windows and indicative of a place designated for the noble women of the court. Thick layers of dust blanket the area, so dense that it has petrified into clumps of mud, while successive layers of spider silk and dust have formed a solid shell, bestowing a particular solidity upon the locale. Chen Zhi recalls numerous ancient corners within the royal city of Shiqi, where the passage of time has led to a proliferation of complex life forms, some even housing remains of unknown antiquity. This hardened earthen shell, however, has solidified the site, allowing glimpses of its original visage and the events that transpired. The occurrences that took place here are woefully beyond mere description. Within this expansive cabinet, an overwhelming crowding prevails, for the ground is strewn with the corpses of women, clearly relics of a bygone age. Each figure bears the distinctive traits of ancient ancestors. Their bodies long since petrified yet curiously intact, their features remarkably lifelike, eyes wide and glistening as if preserved for eternity, akin to specimens unwilling to surrender to death. In the ancient epics thousands of years prior, humanity had not yet fully evolved. Individuals were generally shorter and possessed rudimentary, unrefined looks. Chen Zhi had once witnessed in the illusions of the nine-tailed fox deity's tomb, a time when humans were confined like animals in clusters. Among them, those possessing superior beauty were rare. The tall and elegant figures were primarily divine progeny. The excavated remains predating the Qin dynasty reveal women averaging a height of approximately 1.4 meters, with those exceeding 1.5 meters being exceedingly uncommon. Yet among this multitude of remains, the women stand out with remarkable height, far surpassing the average stature of their contemporaries. These young women, aged between 13 and 17, exhibit exquisite beauty. Their complexions fair and their heights exceeding 7 feet, a rarity in that era. Tragically, the manner of their demise was harrowing. Their lifelike visages betray the agony they endured in their final moments. The horror they experienced is evident in their gaze. The majority of these bodies have been ravaged, some entirely consumed, while others remain partially devoured, leaving behind fragments of what once was. Some women, with noticeably large abdomens, clearly bearing the marks of pregnancy, still fell victim to gruesome fates, their bodies subjected to dismemberment and consumption, including the innocent lives growing within them. It was evident that the moral fabric of humanity had been utterly dismantled within that chamber. The specters summoned from the underworld were not merely tormenting these women. They were also treating them as mere sustenance. One can only imagine the terror and despair these women must have endured in such harrowing circumstances. In the face of such egregious violations of human dignity, many of these women tragically perished. Yet, a fortunate few infants were born, destined to become the 70-odd adopted sons of Jiang Shang. It is likely that in subsequent generations, they thrived and evolved, eventually becoming the rulers of this realm. This space was suffused with a faint, ethereal glow, though the source of the light remained elusive, creating a disorienting ambience where the corpses scattered about seemed to flicker with a life of their own, as if they could rise at any moment to exact vengeance. Strangely, the atmosphere did not evoke fear among the living. Chen Zhi turned on the spotlight, directing its beam ahead. After surveying the surroundings, he discovered a deep corridor behind the drapery, at the end of which stood a significant entrance, clearly the destination they sought. Let us proceed. Everyone, be cautious. Avoid touching the remnants upon the ground, Chen Zhi commanded softly, gesturing to the warriors behind him. The warriors promptly formed a protective circle around Chen Zhi and Bao Ping. Advancing forward, they tread carefully over the bodies, striving to avoid disturbing the tragic forms of the women and refraining from gazing upon their contorted faces. A palpable sense lingered among them. These tormented women seemed to harbor an unquenchable resentment, yearning to ensnare any intruders within their tragic realm. Eventually, they arrived at the corridor, which, though profound, was exceptionally wide, leading straight ahead. The entrance loomed large, emitting a soft azure glow, as if beckoning them inside. They hastened through the corridor, passing through the dark portal, and were soon enveloped by a dimly lit hall. It was then that they discerned the origin of the azure luminescence. In this shadowy expanse, wisps of pale blue ghostly flames danced in the air, an eerie phenomenon unique to the ghost city of Fengdu, casting an otherworldly azure hue over everything. Within this vast, darkened space stood a towering figure, arms cradling a hefty long knife, steadfastly poised. Though his features remained obscured, an unmistakable sense of his scrutiny bore down upon them from the darkness. In that moment, Chen Zhi recognized at a glance that this being was no mere human. Chapter 743, The Dark Warrior. The shadow before them, though its visage was shrouded, was unmistakably not of human origin. In appearance, it resembled a being strikingly similar to a human, both in stature and posture, perfectly mirroring humanity. Yet, even from a distance, one could perceive the ominous aura emanating from it, darkness enveloping, fierce and brutal, far beyond that of any ordinary creature. It bore the lineage of an entirely different species, akin to that of a cold-blooded animal. Though endowed with intelligence, they were savagely cruel, their emotional presence nearly non-existent. The familiar scent that wafted from its form was one that Chen Zhi would never forget. It was reminiscent of the ghostly inhabitants he had encountered in the underworld of Fengdu. The descendants of the ghostly folk of Fengdu, the living specters, Chen Zhi mused silently, his teeth involuntarily clenching in response. To this day, he vividly recalled the unforgettable memories from the palace of the King of Hell, and the dread that lingered in that darkened hall. He had once faced the ghostly folk in Fengdu, engaging in combat. Yet his adversaries then were merely the non-biological remains known as zombies. Regardless of what a being was in life, once it transformed into a zombie, its strength could no longer truly reflect its former prowess. The true power of the ghostly folk, however, had remained a mystery to Chen Zhi. Perhaps the age-old fear that the underworld instilled in humanity was too profound, too distant. The ghostly folk had never been chronicled in popular lore. They had become embodiments of specters, mentioned only in the archives of the Jiang family. Ancient documents revealed that these specters dwelled beneath the palace of the great emperor of Fengdu, the true rulers of Fengdu City. This race, of exceedingly ancient origin and scant in number, held an esteemed status, unbound by any constraints, believing that all beings, even deities, should serve as their subordinates. Their behavior was exceedingly peculiar, feeding upon humans and even lesser divine progeny, adhering solely to the commands of the great emperor of Fengdu. Chen Zhi had once glimpsed the true form of these ghostly beings in a vision. They were characterized by white hair and beards, towering nearly 3 meters, with degenerated eyes, elongated necks, sharpened fangs, robust shoulder muscles, and disheveled hair akin to coarse bristles, all clad in black and gold armor. In that moment, Chen Zhi understood that if these ghostly beings were alive, they would undoubtedly be an incredibly formidable race, far more difficult to contend with than in their zombie forms, by hundreds or even thousands of times. To this day, however, no records elaborated on the specifics of these ghostly folk, nor was there any knowledge of their lifespan. And due to the absurd actions of Jiang Shang during the Warring States period, the descendants of this ghostly race had persisted. One could only imagine the prowess of the warriors meticulously chosen from this lineage. Attention! The entity ahead is exceptionally formidable. Blue-belted warriors, fall back and protect the leader. Red-belted warriors, advance. Chen Zhi quietly instructed through the wireless communication. The warriors, with their keen senses, immediately grasped Chen Zhi's intent and swiftly entered a state of heightened alert. All blue-belted warriors promptly reformed their ranks, retreating to encase Bao Ping in a protective layer. As Aso pressed closely beside Bao Ping, his long blade unsheathed. His eyes sparkled with intensity, embodying the essence of protecting something far more precious than his own life. The remaining 4 red-belted warriors, Jiang, Ghostblade, Elder Xia, and Violent Nine, stood resolutely at the forefront of the group. Together with Chen Zhi, they advanced, and with each step, the oppressive aura emanating from the figure ahead grew increasingly palpable. Eventually, even Violent Nine could sense this peculiar atmosphere. Chen Zhi noticed Violent Nine's jaw beginning to clack audibly, a manifestation of the formidable presence before them, coupled with a visceral blend of fear and exhilaration in the face of impending battle. The axe at his sides quivered with anticipation, yearning to be unleashed. Upon nearing a distance of less than 5 meters from the enigmatic figure, the true nature of the being emerged from the shadows. It was unmistakably not human, for atop its head sprouted 2 sleek, glossy horns, reminiscent of a water buffalo, flanking its skull and shrouded by flowing black hair. Its eyes, a deep emerald green, harmonized eerily with the surrounding darkness. Aside from this, its form and physique bore an uncanny resemblance to that of a human. Yet, the corners of its mouth twisted into a sinister grin, a smile that sent chills down one's spine, akin to witnessing a spectre's macabre mirth, a grin that flirted with the very essence of death. Judging by the long blade cradled in its grasp, this descendant of the ghostly folk was undoubtedly a formidable black warrior, likely holding a status comparable to that of the red-belted warriors within their organization. When it beheld Chen Zhi and the others approaching, its emerald eyes remained fixed and unblinking, not even lifting to acknowledge their presence, as if those eyes were mere ornamental embellishments. Yet, Chen Zhi sensed that this creature was scrutinizing them intently, casting furtive glances at Bao Ping behind them. There was an unsettling quality to this, as Chen Zhi felt that this being resembled those of the ghostly folk with degenerated eyesight, unaccustomed to perceiving others through their eyes. As the ghostly warrior began to speak, a shiver cascaded over Chen Zhi. The tone was peculiar, the voice reminiscent of a mechanical contraption, as if a robot were articulating human speech. I am the voice of the unnameable. By the command of the new underworld god, I await the arrival of the Lord of the West Qi. Only the Lord of the West Qi and the clan leader of the Jiang family may enter. All others must withdraw. The creature's voice was heavy and somber, devoid of emotion, resembling a lifeless recording device. We have come at the behest of an invitation, Chen Zhi interjected before the black warrior. It is impractical for our retainers to remain here. Let them accompany us inside. Since your master has extended a sincere invitation, we ask that you honor our wishes. Allow us to enter together. The enigmatic black warrior silently absorbed Chen Zhi's words, ceasing to speak, leaving one to ponder whether he comprehended them. After a few minutes of silence, he suddenly raised his long sword, and before Chen Zhi could react, he struck downward with tremendous force. A chilling and formidable energy surged towards the nearby Bao Jiao. This attack was executed with alarming swiftness, and it was evident that the black warrior possessed unwavering confidence. Opting not to draw his sword from its sheath, but rather to swing it directly at Bao Jiao, the force of the blade's wind was overwhelming. In that fleeting moment of realization, Chen Zhi turned his head. Although he lacked mastery in martial arts, he could discern the strength of the techniques. He sensed that the speed of the strike was extraordinarily rapid, and should it connect with Bao Jiao's head, it would undoubtedly be fatal. At that moment, Bao Jiao was in grave danger. Upon turning, Chen Zhi discovered that Bao Jiao was no longer standing in place. He had swiftly retreated, but was impeded by another warrior behind him, failing to evade entirely. The left side of his body was grazed by the opponent's sword sheath, igniting a spark on his work uniform. The uniform, crafted from tightly woven metallic fibers, was designed to withstand pressure and impacts. Even the slightest touch left a deep mark. In that instant, Chen Zhi came to a profound realization. This was the logic of the black warriors in Fengdu Ghost City. They resembled primitive creatures, devoid of reasoned discourse, arguments, or pleasantries. They communicated their intent with clarity, treating it as an edict. Defiance would be met with immediate violence, devoid of any intermediary. This behavior incited Bao Jiao's wrath, for he was not as composed as other warriors. Following the attack, he erupted with fury, reaching for his axe and swinging the chain, eager to retaliate. Yet, before he could unsheath his weapon, the black warrior launched a second assault. Chen Zhi could barely perceive the moment he struck. It felt as if a mountain had descended upon him. Once again, he did not withdraw his sword from its sheath, but this blow was swifter and more ferocious. Aimed directly at Bao Jiao's head, these two strikes alone illustrated the warrior's martial prowess. In both speed and strength, he was exceedingly formidable, clearly a force-oriented fighter. As his blade descended, a powerful energy rent the surrounding space apart. Suddenly, with a resounding clap, the sword was seized mid-air, arrested by a hand, none other than Jiang's. The black warrior's blade, now firmly gripped, halted abruptly, the tremendous force momentarily shattering the density of the air, causing the atmosphere to distort visibly. Jiang's actions seemed to astonish the dark warrior greatly. His deep green eyes slowly shifted to focus on her. Yet, Jiang remained motionless, her obsidian eyes fixed on him without a trace of fear. After observing her for a considerable time, the dark warrior slightly raised his head and spoke in a peculiar tone. Name? Shiqi warrior, Jiang. Upon finishing her words, Jiang grasped the hilt of her sword with her other hand and casually thrust it forward towards the dark warrior. However, Chen Zhi discerned that all of Jiang's cultivated energy was concentrated in her arm. She was exerting her utmost strength. Jiang's power had always been formidable, and as she pushed forward, the dark warrior actually leaned back, the blade pressing against his chest. With an agile leap, Jiang executed a swift kick to his chest. This rapid and continuous assault produced little sound, yet contained immense force, tearing through the air, and when Jiang landed, the ground beneath her shattered into fragments. At that moment, Chen Zhi realized that Jiang had transformed. It seemed the secret scroll given to her by Baiku had elevated her martial prowess to unprecedented heights. After being struck forcefully, the dark warrior staggered back 2 steps, yet he quickly regained his balance. His emerald eyes locked onto Jiang, fixated as if time had frozen. Then, Chen Zhi witnessed the once ominous aura surrounding him suddenly ignite like a raging fire. The dark warrior's presence was indeed extraordinary. In that instant, his body began to swell with his energy, resembling an enraged beast. Everyone beheld as his dark green eyes transformed into a vivid green, glimmering like a specter in the shadows, as he seized the hilt of his sword and drew it with a resounding crack. The long sword was exceptionally hefty, a full inch wider than a standard blade, its blade translucent as water, exuding a menacing aura, unmistakably a weapon beyond the realm of mortals. Yet, when wielded, it moved with such swiftness that even its shadow seemed to vanish. After swinging the long sword to the right, the dark warrior raised it high, targeting Jiang, poised to strike. Meanwhile, Bao Jiao, already infuriated, drew his weapon, ready to engage, but Jiang seized him firmly. At that moment, Chen Zhi saw Jiang lean close to Bao Jiao's ear, whispering in a low voice, "You cannot contend with him. Step back." Jiang then drew her longsword, and under the gray sheen of the blade, her cultivated energy surged, enveloping her legs and arms in layers. Her eyes brimmed with a murderous intent, resembling a female deity of destruction as she advanced step by step towards the dark warrior. A life-and-death showdown was on the verge of erupting. Chen Zhi's heart sank. They had yet to encounter Yamo, and the unfamiliar environment posed a significant risk. Engaging in battle at this moment would yield little but loss. Just as Jiang and the dark warrior were about to clash, a figure suddenly descended from the sky. As the figure descended to the ground, it struck with the force of 1,000 pounds, sending tremors through the earth. Tuafu Guoluan, the individual commanded in an exceptionally stern tone, addressing the ghostly warrior with authority. The god of the underworld has decreed that the leader of Shichi and the patriarch of the Jiang clan convene. You may bring 10 attendants. A distinguished guest must not be offended. Tuafu Guoluan, you may withdraw. Upon the resonant and commanding voice echoing through the air, the hearts of all present felt as if they had exploded with astonishment, gazing in awe at the being that had seemingly descended from the heavens. Simultaneously, Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming sense of reassurance, as if cradled in a protective embrace. That individual was none other than Jiang. Chapter 745. A battle that cannot afford to fail. The arrival of Jiang was akin to a mighty mountain crashing down from the sky, imposing an immediate stillness upon the chaos that had previously erupted. Perhaps it was the immense aura he exuded that calmed the throng, who no longer exhibited the same volatility. Yet, Chen Zhi discerned that Jiang appeared markedly different from before. Shadows lurked beneath his eyes, remnants of sorcery etched upon his visage. His aura had undeniably shifted. Once a decidedly ordinary human, the essence he now radiated was steeped in darkness and foreboding, reminiscent of the corrupted warriors. A chill coursed through Chen Zhi as he recognized the implications. Jiang had undoubtedly endured unimaginable trials during this interval. Perhaps after emerging from the tomb of Bai Qi, he had been suspected, discovered by Yemo, and subsequently transformed into a true embodiment of darkness. The Jiang of now may indeed be irrevocably altered from the Jiang of the past. Upon Jiang's appearance, Jiang and the black-clad warrior opposite them halted, narrowly avoiding collision. This confrontation, which promised to be devastating, was abruptly suspended. The black warrior regarded Jiang with a peculiar demeanor, tilting his head slightly. His eyes fixed and unblinking, as if straining to listen intently. The mistrust he harbored towards Jiang was palpable. Tuafu Guoluan, do you hear my command? This is an edict from the god of the underworld. Withdraw at once. Jiang's voice resonated with unwavering certainty, solid as a stone cast upon the ground. He then retrieved a black token from his waist, its surface dull and indistinct, obscuring whatever inscriptions it bore, and presented it toward the black warrior. Only then did the warrior, identified as Tuafu Guoluan, shift his dark green gaze to scrutinize the token, before bowing low in submission. He remained in that position, as if transformed into a statue, rendering himself utterly unresponsive thereafter. As Jiang turned to face Chen Zhi, he noticed the redness in Jiang's eyes, suggesting that he had been engulfed in a tumult of emotions for quite some time. Jiang's gaze was frigid, akin to that of a stranger, leading Chen Zhi to doubt whether Jiang even recognized him. The Lord of Shichi and the patriarch of the Jiang clan, accompany me. My deity has been awaiting your presence. With that, Jiang pivoted and departed, leaving no room for negotiation. Chen Zhi immediately glanced at Bao Ping and also, quick to respond, gestured forward, signaling all the red-banded warriors to follow suit. He then indicated several blue-banded elites, the most seasoned among them, urging them to accompany him as well. The warriors, known for their keen sensitivity and agility, swiftly comprehended Oso's intent and stepped forward from the ranks. Thus, a group of 10 encircled Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, hastening to keep pace with Jiang as they ventured into the darkness ahead. Meanwhile, over 100 blue-banded warriors remained behind. Chen Zhi cast a glance back and observed the black-clad warrior still kneeling, his head raised. A pair of dark green eyes fixated intently on their path. Those eyes glimmered ominously, akin to a ravenous wolf lurking in the shadows. As they followed Jiang deeper into the obscurity, the atmosphere grew increasingly peculiar. Jiang maintained a silence that felt almost deliberate, his pace unhurried, prompting Chen Zhi to sense that he was intentionally moving slowly. During this time, Chen Zhi attempted to engage him in conversation, speaking in hushed tones. Yet Jiang exhibited no response, as if he truly no longer recognized them. The journey felt interminable, bordering on the absurd, as if they had traversed more than a day and night. Yet their stopwatch indicated only a mere few minutes had passed. When they had covered a considerable distance, Jiang abruptly halted, causing a momentary pause among the group, followed by a palpable tension. Jiang's demeanor was undeniably strange, a peculiarity evident in his appearance, perceptible to every vigilant warrior. To many unaware warriors, Jiang remained the traitor who had aligned with the dark faction, their adversary. Instinctively, Baojio drew forth his long axe, signaling the elder warrior Xia. Several warriors began to form a formation, cautiously approaching Jiang. At that moment, Jiang turned to Jiying and finally spoke. His voice was so soft it resembled a whisper, audible only to those nearest him. I have deliberately taken a detour to prevent them from overhearing our conversation. I must inform you that this is the headquarters of the dark faction. Do not harbor any illusions about this place. Yamo has resolved to eliminate you all here, including our leader and patriarch. In this place, there are currently 5 formidable black warriors, upholding the might of the dark faction. Their prowess far surpasses that of all the black warriors you have ever encountered combined. Perhaps, they may even outmatch us. Each of us in the red belt must take on one, employing any means necessary, for failure is not an option. Otherwise, our leader and clan chief shall meet their demise here. The one referred to as Tua Fuguolun, one of the 5, is tasked with guarding the outer gate. The moment he senses any disturbance, he will seal the gate completely, trapping us here forever. He is exceptionally perceptive and will quickly uncover the flaw I just revealed. Therefore, we must eliminate him before we confront Yamo. Jiying, can you undertake this task? Jiyang's words were succinct yet profound, devoid of any superfluous phrases, catching everyone by surprise. The Red Belt warriors felt an unprecedented weight of pressure. Upon hearing these words, Jiying furrowed her brow tightly, clearly hesitant and lacking complete confidence. However, Jiyang's unwavering gaze conveyed a clear message. She had no room for refusal. After a prolonged moment of indecision, Jiying managed to utter, "He is very strong. I can only do my best. Failure is not an option." Upon hearing Jiying's response, Jiang placed his hand firmly on her shoulder, gripping it tightly. "The over 100 warriors I've deliberately left in waiting will assist you. Remember, we must eliminate Tua Fuguolun before our decisive battle with Yamo. Otherwise, he will seal the gate forever." Chapter 746, A Battle Where Failure is Not an Option, Part 2. After receiving this imperative command, Jiying said nothing further, merely glancing at Chen Zhi before turning to leave. Her departure was resolute, devoid of any questions regarding Jiyang's orders, nor did she speak to her leader, Bao Ping. Yet, Chen Zhi observed her retreating figure, which exuded an air of desolation. It was evident to all that she possessed no guarantee of victory. Yet she still chose to proceed. From that moment forth, she would employ any means necessary to prevail. Subsequently, Jiang continued to articulate his plan, his speech quickening as if fearing he might not have another moment to convey his thoughts. This space is extraordinary. The openings can be manipulated by will alone. The warriors here are few, yet they are the most primitive of the dark faction. I have never spoken to them. I have only observed them from a distance. I know their ears are keen and their dispositions suspicious and treacherous. To my knowledge, they have lived for an exceedingly long time, their bloodline's lifespan far exceeding ours. The black warriors you have seen outside were merely ordinary humans that had been corrupted. Do not compare them to the warriors here. Within this stronghold lies the most potent force of the dark faction. Just now, Tua Fuguolun, who was guarding the gate, is one of them, primitive warriors of the dark faction. If Jiying can take him down, we shall secure our route home. The remaining individuals will stand beside Yamo, and shortly, you shall encounter them. The connection between this space and the external world is woven through thought, and each of these 5 possesses the ability to seal the exits here. Thus, we must act swiftly before they can react. By eliminating these obstructive figures, the clan leader will have the opportunity to engage with Yamo, allowing us to annihilate the dark faction in a single stroke. The long-cherished aspirations of our people from the West Qi, spanning millennia, shall finally reach fruition in our hands. As Jiang spoke, a palpable excitement surged within him, his eyes reddening further. He gazed into the shadowy expanse ahead and continued, "I shall guide you along an alternate path shortly. It is a brief route that leads directly to the royal court. Yamo will await your arrival there, and I shall stand by his side, ready to act as the moment demands. However, having guided you thus far, he may now harbor suspicions regarding my intentions, so I will seek an opportunity to withdraw. Behind Yamo, 4 figures will stand, one of whom bears half a face that is crimson, as if seared by fire. Though he is the weakest among them, he is not to be trifled with. This individual shall be your responsibility," Jiang declared, gesturing towards the newly appointed elder warrior Xia and Baojio. Initially taken aback, Bao Jiu soon felt a tinge of indignation. Why must the two of us contend with one? Yet Jiang did not allow him to pursue the question further, seemingly disinterested in his protest. He then turned to Gui Dao, stating, "You are to confront the one standing at the rear. He perpetually lingers behind Yamo, concealing his visage in darkness. Lacking eyes and a nose, his face is shrouded in white cloth, yet his form is adorned with black scales. His speed is unparalleled. I have never witnessed him remain stationary for any length of time, thus I have never truly discerned his shape. He is akin to a specter. Should a blow miss its mark, capturing him becomes an arduous task, leading to our complete failure. I suspect he will be a formidable opponent, which is why I entrust him to you, for you have transformed beyond recognition. You must eliminate him swiftly. Can you achieve this?" As Jiang had done with Jiying, he placed a hand upon Gui Dao's shoulder, his eyes piercing into his. "I can," Gui Dao replied decisively, without a hint of hesitation. "Rest assured, I shall be swift." In response to Gui Dao's unwavering confidence, Jiang appeared greatly reassured, instilling a profound sense of security in all present. Chen Zhi had long been aware of Gui Dao's reputation. Following the incident in the Tomb of the Gods where he committed patricide, Gui Dao had spoken little and made few appearances. However, recently, Jiying had publicly shared the Scales and Fangs manual that Bai Qi had gifted him, which had become a coveted martial arts tome among the warriors. This manual had demonstrably enhanced the combat prowess of the West Qi, with its most valuable section focusing on speed techniques. It was said that Gui Dao had derived the deepest understanding and benefits from this manuscript. After being rescued from the shadows by Jiang, no one knew what Gui Dao had endured during that time. However, it was universally acknowledged that his physical prowess had surged dramatically, far surpassing his previous abilities. Coupled with the enhancement from the invaluable texts within the Fish Scale Teeth Manual, Gui Dao had experienced several peak leaps, rendering him virtually limitless. To borrow Jiying's words, Gui Dao's speed had become so extraordinary that even the divine could not keep pace with him. Jiyang's gaze eventually settled on Asua's face. "Old fellow, have you found a suitable weapon after all this time?" "No," Asua replied, visibly disheartened. This question had been a topic of discussion in Shiqi for quite some time. In preparation for the upcoming task, Shiqi had exhausted every means to select a divine artifact for Asua's use. However, what was initially anticipated to be a straightforward endeavor had proven to be unfathomably complex. Firstly, divine artifacts are inherently difficult to procure. They cannot simply be purchased with money. The original plan was to dispatch extreme thieves across the world to seek out a fitting weapon, but it quickly became apparent that such a search was futile. In desperation, Bao Ping even ventured into the former leader's chamber, hoping to temporarily lend Asua the weapon that had belonged to the late chief. To their astonishment, as soon as Asua touched the blade, he felt an intense heat emanating from it, rendering it impossible to hold, causing it to clatter to the ground. Upon reopening his hand, he found a searing burn mark. The divine weapon refused to acknowledge him as its master. Despite numerous trials and tribulations, the quest for a suitable weapon for Asua continued to yield no success. Currently, Asua possessed only a fine black steel longsword, which, aside from its durability, had been refined by a master craftsman. It could be considered a decent weapon for the time being, but ultimately, Asua would have to rely on his own fortitude for what lay ahead. At that moment, Jiyang's eyes blazed like ignited flames, revealing his palpable excitement as he regarded Asua. It was as if he viewed him as the final mountain he needed to conquer. "Listen well, old man. The remaining two are indeed quite troublesome." As Jiang's voice reached this point, it suddenly grew heavy, as though the weight of his words bore down upon Asua's shoulders. "Old fellow, from my observations during this time, the structure of the warriors in the shadows is a mere imitation of us in Shiqi. Yamo is always accompanied by a warrior, who serves as his personal guard and the chief warrior of the shadows. Yamo's most trusted confidant, much like I once was. This warrior remains glued to Yamo's side at all times, sometimes lurking in the shadows, appearing unproblematic. However, I later uncovered this fellow's secret. It is something I have only recently discerned. We can only observe him from a distance, yet I always sense something amiss. However, recently, due to the influence of the magical realm, I have had the opportunity to observe his visage up close, and I have discerned a subtle transformation. Periodically, a faint crimson mark appears at the corner of his mouth, resembling the delicate imprint of a woman's nail. Yet, I am aware of the significance of this mark. It is often observed among human twins. When twins are born, the latter often bears the scars inflicted by the former's feet, a phenomenon known as natal scars. Thus, my attention turned to him, and in due course, I discovered with certainty that this esteemed warrior, the chief bodyguard of Yamo, is, in fact, a pair of twins. Unlike humans, these two share a unique lineage. Possessing a connection that transcends our understanding of power, they are linked in both strength and spirit, making them formidable adversaries. Should one sense danger, the other is instantly aware. Furthermore, their human lineage is remarkably scarce, with characteristics distinctly reminiscent of demons. They are adorned with white beards and hair, their eyes cruelly blinded by their own hands, and their ears are astoundingly acute. Their intuition is exceptionally sharp, surpassing that of ordinary beings. I often feel as though even my breath cannot escape their keen hearing. Even without having engaged them in combat, I can assert with confidence that these two are formidable opponents. Owing to their unique physiology, they must be vanquished together. If one survives, the other will swiftly resurrect, leading to our inevitable failure. As for you, also, without a weapon in hand, the one bearing the scar upon his face, who will stand beside Yamo today, should be easier for you to pursue. I shall deal with the other, who remains hidden. Also fixed his gaze intently upon Jiang, nodding gravely. Do not underestimate me. I am still young. Moreover, my arsenal consists of more than mere blades. Following the swift distribution of tasks, Jiang cast a penetrating glance at Chen Zhi, then addressed everyone. Listen closely, we must ensure the leader's safety. Yamo is determined to succeed this time. I am uncertain from whence he derives his confidence, believing that he will surely capture the leader. When the moment arises, I shall deliberately expose myself. The twins will undoubtedly take notice, and when they engage, that will signal your opportunity. Remember, there must be no hesitance. Strike with the swiftness of lightning, with a single decisive blow, and let them witness the prowess of our Shi-Chi. Jiang cast one final glance at Chen Zhi, an inexplicable surge of excitement illuminating his eyes, before addressing all the warriors. As long as we are rid of those few dark warriors, Yamo will be left vulnerable. Yamo, huh? What is he? To dare to call himself the god of the underworld? As Jiang spoke these words, a tremor of fervor coursed through him, his teeth clattering audibly. For so many years, we in Shi-Chi have suffered from the disturbances wrought by this impostor, sacrificing countless of our own. Generations of leaders and chieftains have perished at the hands of the dark forces. Do you remember our old leader, Jiangli? Upon hearing his uncle's name, Chen Zhi felt a sudden surge of fervor, a rush of long-dormant blood coursing through him. Although he had never truly acknowledged his uncle, the animosity lingered within his veins, deepening over the years. Jiang, on the other hand, refrained from addressing Chen Zhi directly. Instead, he fixed his gaze upon him and spoke to the assembly, declaring, "The self-proclaimed Yamo claims to be a true deity of Fengdu. How laughable! Even if a god exists, we can obliterate both body and spirit. Our chieftain is no mere offspring of divinity. He is a descendant of Jiang Zia, known throughout history. Jiang Zia wielded the god-subduing whip, commanding the gods and vanquishing them without fear. That whip is a sacred artifact passed down from the revered Jiang Shang. Once we eliminate those dark warriors, the boy Yamo shall meet his end at our chieftain's hand." As Jiang spoke, his emotions surged uncontrollably. He had suppressed his feelings for far too long. At this pivotal moment, the exhilaration of impending victory consumed him. From the moment the old leader departed, Jiang had vowed to eradicate the accursed dark faction and present Yamo's severed head as an offering to the old leader. After enduring countless trials, the day had finally arrived. Esteemed warriors, we shall settle this debt. Indeed, Jiang's impassioned words ignited a fervor among the warriors, their spirits nearly bursting with intensity. If not for the constraints of their surroundings, they would have shouted in unison. A profound sense of confident glory enveloped them, convincing each warrior that victory was assured and that the dark faction would be uprooted entirely. Suddenly, Jiang approached Bao Ping and knelt before him, one knee touching the ground. "Chieftain, I have been tasked with infiltrating the dark faction for quite some time, and Yamo has long regarded me with suspicion. He has cast a curse upon me, and I am deserving of death. Yet today, I shall etch my name in history by utterly annihilating the dark faction. I beseech you to grant me a place to rest in honor of my toil. Finally, I implore you not to let my age weigh upon your judgment. Let us strive for the glory of the West Qi, enduring through the ages." Bao Ping observed Ji Yang's final bow in silence, contemplating for a moment before nodding softly. Very well, I understand. Lead the way. Chapter 748. Audience with the new underworld deity Ji Yang then turned and guided them along a different path. This route remained a narrow trail within the black space, yet it felt distinctly altered. The surroundings no longer seemed ethereal and insubstantial. Everything felt more tangible, with the ground beneath their feet solid, even revealing faintly visible square stones. They understood that they had truly embarked on the right path to meet Yamo. Indeed, it was not long before they emerged from the darkness, encountering a vibrant display of blue flames flickering before them, lively and animated. This blue flame was unique to the ghost city of Fengdu, a phenomenon they had witnessed during their previous visit to the underworld. The flames of this hue exude a chilling aura, yet possess an intense burning power, capable of melting anything upon contact. Their mesmerizing appearance evokes a sense of awe, as if they could incinerate all that exists within the realms of heaven and earth. In his personal notes, Jiang Shang referred to this as the fire of hell, asserting that no price could be too great to prevent its spread into the mortal realm. As they ventured further, ethereal pavilions and corridors began to materialize around them, while the cobblestones beneath their feet grew increasingly distinct. It was evident they had arrived at the true realm of the dead, where a palpable sensation of air movement enveloped them. After arriving here, Ji Yang fell into a profound silence, his footsteps becoming almost weightless, akin to a specter. Indeed, they soon entered an expansive hall, shrouded in darkness, where only the vague outlines of columns and the flickering blue, ghostly flames were discernible. Yet, amidst the shadows, several figures were unmistakably visible, and just a fleeting glance at them caused Chen Zhi's heart to race uncontrollably. In the center of this dark hall stood an oddly shaped throne, seemingly haphazardly constructed from stone. Seated upon it was a figure cloaked in a dark mantle, hands resting upon his knees, exuding an air of contentment as he settled into the throne, every part of his being pressed against the stone surface. Chen Zhi could never forget the visage of this man, his old friend, whom he had encountered countless times in both reality and dreams. However, unlike before, this time the man had removed his dark hood, revealing a face adorned with a vivid red circular totem on his forehead, seemingly poised to weep blood. It was Yamo, the son of Fengdu. Behind Yamo stood 4 figures, acting as his guardians. Although their silhouettes were visible, the darkness obscured their forms. Positioned several meters away, 2 chairs awaited Bao Ping and Chen Zhi, appearing as if they might dissolve into smoke at any moment, lacking any substantial weight. Upon reaching this juncture, Jiang halted, glancing at the shadows behind Yamo before stepping forward to bow respectfully before him. My lord, the god of the underworld, I have brought them. Yamo evidently heard Jiang's words, yet he offered no reply. Instead, his large, glimmering eyes surveyed Chen Zhi, Bao Ping, and the warriors behind them. At that moment, all present felt the familiar chill of the Fengdu ghost city enveloping them, a sensation that gripped their hearts as if seeking to freeze them solid, penetrating even into their very marrow. Chen Zhi, too, gazed intently at Yamo upon the throne. Although Yamo sat firmly in place, Chen Zhi observed that his left arm was deliberately concealed beneath his cloak, as if he were reluctant for anyone to see it. Chen Zhi directed the airflow towards his eyes, enhancing his visual acuity. Through the cloak, he discerned that the arm concealed beneath had transformed into a silver metallic claw. It appeared that, as they had previously speculated, the last time Chen Zhi utilized the divine slashing spell, it had severed not merely Yamo's avatar, but his true arm. Although Ji Yang had subsequently returned that arm to Yamo, it remained unattached, affirming the undeniable potency of the divine slashing spell against deities. Yamo's eyes, upon seeing Chen Zhi and Bao, initially radiated a piercing glare, reminiscent of luminous gems shimmering in the darkness, strikingly brilliant, devoid of discernible affection or animosity, utterly hollow. However, the circular totem upon his forehead began to seep blood, indicating that Yamo's emotions were tumultuous, yet his aura remained calm, suggesting an underlying mastery over the situation. Subtly concealed, obscuring its true essence. Perhaps the pervasive darkness contributed to the ambiguity of Yamo's expression. Yet, Chen Zhi was certain of one thing, amidst the shadows. Yamo was smiling, his teeth gritted fiercely, all while maintaining that smile. Ultimately, he turned his gaze towards Jiang. Jiang, once a denizen of the West Qi, and a figure of their crimson martial prowess. The former lord of West Qi held you in high regard. Now that you have allied with Fengdu, do you feel any nostalgia upon encountering your former master? Yamo's voice was imbued with a magnetic resonance, reverberating in the ears of those present. His eyes fell, fixated intently on Jiang, his tone peculiar. Meanwhile, Jiang remained bowed, and upon hearing Yamo's inquiry, responded with unwavering composure, "O Lord of the Underworld, I am now a subject of Fengdu, utterly dissociated from West Qi. Furthermore, that young child behind me harbors no claim to Ji, nor does he seek to usurp the throne of West Qi. He is not my former master, and I harbor no sentiment for him. Is that so?" Yamo's tone grew increasingly peculiar, laced with mockery, reminiscent of sand swirling chaotically upon a gritty surface. "Is this hatred towards your former master truly so? How intriguing. This does not align with the ethos of you West Qi people. Throughout history, you have always been bastions of righteousness. Are you truly resolute in your betrayal? I cannot shake the feeling that you are deceiving me. However, Jiang, I am unperturbed by your deceit. Have you not conversed with the Lord of West Qi? You have quenched your thirst with the waters of my ghostly city and exchanged your blood with that of my ghostly subjects, binding yourself to Fengdu for eternity. Should you betray me, you will gradually metamorphose into a wretched form, and even if you return to the realm of mortals, you shall no longer be human." Suddenly, Yamo erupted into a sharp, hysterical laughter, akin to a neurotic individual shrieking. For millennia, West Qi has prided itself on exterminating malevolence, proclaiming justice with such fervor. The tales of vanquishing Zhou are like poetry, worthy of exaltation. Ha ha ha, Jiang. Why have you not revealed to the Lord of West Qi that you still possess a heartbeat? Are you still human? With a piercing, shrill laugh, Yamo provocatively taunted those around him, his voice brimming with challenge, as if deliberately jabbing at their nerves. Everyone present absorbed his words with clarity, their foreheads taut with rising veins, on the brink of collapse, the atmosphere thick with impending conflict. "Can we sit down and talk?" Bao Ping interjected, cutting through Yamo's sharp laughter with an air of calm and indifference. He cleared his throat. "It truly is no small feat to come here. It has been quite a journey. Along the way, I've pondered the etiquette of Fengdu, which seems rather inappropriate. Making guests stand while the host laughs is rather unbecoming. Wouldn't you agree? The newly ascended ruler of Fengdu could benefit from learning human manners. Otherwise, one might mistakenly assume he was raised by wolves, bereft of parental guidance. That would be quite regrettable." The atmosphere fell silent in an instant, the air turning frigid. In response to Bao Ping's pointed remarks, Yamo's eyes gleamed with a deadly coldness, an aura of rage and lethal intent palpable in the air. Everyone sensed the flames of Yamo's fury, Chen Zhi even hearing the grinding of his teeth. Yet, Yamo stared at Bao Ping for an extended moment, the intensity of his wrath gradually dissipating. Without uttering a word, he slowly raised his healthy arm in a gesture of invitation. "Please, take a seat." Cough. Bao Ping lightly cleared his throat again, then turned to Chen Zhi. "Shall we?" The two proceeded toward the seats ahead. Upon reaching their destination, Chen Zhi discovered that indeed, two chairs floated in midair, composed of black granules, likely a product of thought. Should that thought dissipate, they would crumble to the ground. Both men settled into their seats, and at that moment, Bao Ping smiled and gazed at Yamo. "May I inquire how I should address you? According to our human customs, titles are inherited by virtue of one's lineage. Indeed, it is only right. With the former emperor of Fengdu gone, you must be the new sovereign. However, I have recently heard whispers of something called the new god of the underworld. I confess my ignorance on this matter. I am but a simple man, devoid of royal blood, and rather unacquainted with divine affairs. Yet, my adoptive father once imparted to me that deities are extraordinary because of their divine nature, their status stemming from bloodline. Once that lineage is lost, they cease to be gods. There were also new gods, consecrated by the venerable Jiang Shang through divine rites. Yet those are tales of yore, widely known. This illustrates that divinity is not self-proclaimed, nor can it be inherited solely through paternal lines. Therefore, those who refer to you as the new god of the underworld likely harbor some misunderstanding regarding your origins, hence their utterance of such absurdities. However, I am well aware of your lineage. Thus, since you have grown up in Fengdu, and we share some connections, I shall address you as Yamo, son of Fengdu." Chapter 749. Heart's Judgment. Bao Ping was merely an ordinary human, devoid of any divine or martial prowess. However, His aura remained remarkably stable, as if nothing in this world could stir his emotions. Even when faced with the looming threat of a great mountain collapsing, he remained unfazed. Each word spoken by Bao Ping pierced Yamo's heart like the sharpest of daggers, striking at the deepest corners he was most reluctant to confront. Finally, Yamo erupted in fury. The previously subdued and understated energy behind him suddenly ignited, warping the very air around them. It was an overwhelmingly powerful and vast presence, akin to a volcano on the brink of eruption, burning fiercely and chillingly, seemingly capable of turning everyone present to ashes in an instant. This was the most formidable aura Chen Zhi had ever witnessed, even though he was acutely aware that the figure before him, who claimed to be the new lord of the underworld, was still merely a demigod. The boundless energy emanating from behind him truly rivaled that of divine beings. As the air shimmered, the blue flames danced toward him, casting a cerulean glow that illuminated the surrounding darkness. With the aid of these blue flames, Chen Zhi finally discerned the figures behind Yamo. Unlike before, only 3 individuals remained behind him. These 3 were unmistakably the ones described by Jiang. Positioned at the far left was a man with half of his face marred by red scars. He appeared no different from an ordinary human at first glance, resembling a man in his 40s. Yet, one half of his face was a mottled red, reminiscent of burns, though it was evident that this crimson hue was a natural mark, interwoven with the peculiar essence of the ghostly city. Beside the red-faced man stood a creature covered in black scales. Jiang had previously described this being as the fastest creature in Fengdu Ghost City, and Chen Zhi had never seen its full form. Bathed in the blue flames, this entity appeared quite fearsome at first sight. Its body was clearly distorted, suggesting the presence of a massive tail, akin to that of a primordial dragon human. However, it undeniably possessed a human face, obscured by dark scales and shadows, making it nearly impossible to discern. Yet, Chen Zhi could see sharp, gleaming fangs protruding from its mouth. The last figure was the white-haired, white-bearded man mentioned by Jiang, likely one of the twins. Jiang had remarked that this individual possessed a pure bloodline, making him the mightiest warrior here and Yamo's personal attendant. Earlier, there had been 4 figures behind Yamo, now only 3 remained. This implied that one of the twins had vanished. And what distressed him further was that Jiang was also nowhere to be seen. "What's this? Have you discovered that your insider is missing?" Yamo suddenly spoke in a gravelly voice, and at that moment, the aura that had erupted behind him was forcefully subdued. His large, brilliant eyes fixated intently on Chen Zhi, exuding an unsettling emptiness that conveyed an indescribable eeriness. At the end, he chuckled once more. Jiang is truly an intriguing human. He exudes unwavering confidence, always presuming that I am oblivious to his actions. Perhaps this is the endearing quality of humanity. However, this is my Fengdu, from beginning to end. I am aware of every deed he has committed and every word he has uttered. Just moments ago, he stealthily departed, believing himself to be swift in his movements, off to engage in some clever yet foolish endeavor. I instructed my warriors to follow him. Whatever he attempts, they shall eliminate him and feast upon his remains. I believe it is now concluded. Please do not take offense. My Fengdu simply lacks a place for his burial. Upon hearing these words from Yamo, the warriors instantly grew agitated, all realizing that Yamo had overheard their clandestine plotting. If Jiang were to perish, would there still be a necessity to continue this covert operation? If not, what would be their subsequent course of action? Yamo swiftly detected the warriors' unease, and his demeanor transformed into one of pride. His excitement swelled, causing the vibrant totem upon his forehead to shimmer alluringly, as his large, sinister eyes surveyed the warriors. "What? Did my previous remarks unsettle you? How unfortunate," he taunted. "When you dispatched this informant to our realm, did you not contemplate his fate? Humanity is fickle and inept, merely fit for consumption. I, Fengdu, have never placed my faith in humanity. If memory serves me right, Jiang is a traitor," Bao Ping interjected suddenly, crossing his legs and reclining against the back of his chair. "There is no need to dwell on that traitor. Let us discuss matters pertinent to us." He turned to glance at Chen Zhi, who promptly stood, retrieved a wooden box, and placed it on the ground before him, opening it to reveal a severed finger belonging to Qin Yueyang. "What do you wish to present me with this lifeless object?" Bao Ping said with a calm smile directed towards Yamo. "Do you believe that I would be intimidated by this finger? How benevolent I must appear in the eyes of the son of Fengdu." He chuckled nonchalantly, seemingly unconcerned with Ji Yang's earlier fate. Bao Ping, Yamo suddenly said in a dark tone. A mere human with such audacity is indeed rare. I have heard your name spoken often, yet never encountered you. It seems that the esteemed Lord of Shiqi chose you as his successor for good reason. Let us not nitpick the customs of our Fengdu. Etiquette is but a guise of your humanity. Today, I have summoned you to meet our deities. You shall remain here. The existence of Shiqi has persisted far too long. The absurd lies you have spun have endured long enough. It is time for an end. The divine shall reign over humanity. This is the will of heaven. Let this world return to its original state. Deities? Huh. Bao Ping could not suppress a laugh. Yamo, have you lost your senses? The gods have long since perished. You speak of demigods, do you not? Like yourself? How is it that you remain oblivious? At this juncture, Bao Ping suddenly cast a glance with his deep gray eyes at Yamo's pallid visage. Yamo, if there is one thing you have yet to comprehend, allow me to enlighten you. You are merely the scion of the nether god, destined to inherit Fengdu Ghost City. Should you find solace in this repulsive place, you may linger here for eternity. However, you are not a deity, nor shall you ever ascend to divinity. The nether god has perished, and Fengdu is devoid of gods. Chapter 750, The Heart's Execution, Part 2. Yet, you are mistaken. Yamo's eyes remained fiercely fixed upon Bao Ping. In Fengdu we possess deities, and you shall soon behold one. Upon uttering these words, Yamo broke into a sinister grin, his first display of such a terrifying expression witnessed by Chen Zhi. When his sharp teeth were revealed, all vestiges of humanity vanished, presenting him as nothing short of a demon. Do you know, Bao Ping? I found your last offering quite delightful. It was indeed an intriguing gift. Would you care to know what became of her afterward? You referred to it as a gift. Bao Ping interjected swiftly. Since I have delivered the items, there is no need to discuss it further. With that, he turned his head away, clearly unwilling to continue the conversation. Do allow me to proceed. Yamo seemed thoroughly pleased with Bao Ping's reaction. What I am about to divulge is precisely what you yearn to hear. Do you know? I personally severed her life. She consented. Do you know why? Because, in her final moments, I revealed the secret you have long concealed from her, Bao Ping. Did you inform her of the time you slaughtered her entire family? After Yamo spoke, he traced a circle of about half a meter in the air, and the atmosphere within that circle began to shift, resembling a transparent display screen, instantly revealing a series of grisly scenes. Come, behold. Witness the deeds of your leader. Yamo pointed at the images in the air, a wicked grin adorning his face. You humans label me a demon, yet your leader, from a tender age, has relentlessly hunted the Ao Hen bloodline, exterminating them without mercy. Have you ever spoken of this sanguinary legacy? The scenes within the circle began to change rapidly, each image flickering like a swiftly moving projector. All eyes were riveted upon the content of the images, witnessing the deluge of blood that constituted Bao Ping's past. He was merely 14 or 15 at the time, having already assumed the role of the leader's adopted son. However, the elder leader appeared to harbor little affection for this young charge. Instead, he subjected him to the early taint of bloodshed and sin. At such a tender age, Bao Ping led the organization's warriors into the fray, capturing the Ao Hen bloodline as if it were sport. His gray eyes possessed an uncanny ability to pierce the hearts of men, effortlessly discerning the Ao Hen disguised among the masses. His methods were ruthless, showing no mercy to women or infants, executing them immediately upon capture with the Xian sword. In a relentless pursuit to exterminate he would even ensnare the injured in iron nets, suspending them and inflicting wounds with iron needles, eliciting their anguished cries to lure their kin for rescue. Such barbaric and ruthless tactics achieved monumental success. Thus, he nearly obliterated all leaving only one family to flee into the distance. Before long, they received intelligence that revealed the location of's family. According to the report, several adult and a young girl resided within that house. On the day of their capture, ordered an immediate execution, leaving no one alive. Without mercy, he severed the throats of's father and uncle with his, then subjected her mother to intense interrogation. S mother divulged that they were the last remaining, and that her daughter had tumbled down the mountain days prior, presumably deceased. At that moment, discerned a lie in her mother's eyes. An unsettling intuition told him that the little girl was concealed within that very house, perhaps hidden in a wardrobe, tucked away in a trunk, or lurking beneath the bed. Understood that if he were to find that young girl, despite her tender age of 5 or 6 and her pleading, tear-filled eyes, he would not hesitate to end her life. Yet, for reasons unknown even to himself, he refrained from continuing his search. Ultimately, as fate was grim, she was sold to the Philippines, and the events of that time bore no connection to thereafter. With an indifferent gaze, observe the images in the ethereal circle above. He watched the childhood trembling beneath the bed, witnessing the brutal demise of her mother at the hands of warriors, only to have her memories sealed by sorcery. Throughout this harrowing spectacle, his expression remained unchanged, as if he were a mere spectator to a story completely detached from his own existence. In the end, waved his hand, causing the visions to dissipate into the ether. What thoughts stir within you? You are truly terrifying, more ruthless than my own demons. How do you feel now, confronted by her? Do you feel remorse? You know, before her death, I revealed everything to her. She learned the truth. S. enormous eyes narrowed for the first time, a triumphant smile spreading across his face, the malevolence unmistakable. I unlocked her memories, allowing her to see your face clearly, to witness all that you did to her parents. Can you guess her reaction? Whose reaction? That woman suddenly leaned back against his chair, a faint, indescribable smile gracing his lips. He scanned with a measured gaze, then broke into a full, hearty laugh. Ha! It seems the world has exaggerated your reputation. Who knew you cared so deeply for a woman's thoughts? No wonder your mother, Princess Xiaoga, perished in the ghost city of Fengdu, leaving you with lingering sorrow for thousands of years. You truly are a sentimental demigod, aren't you? Ha ha ha. After Bao Ping's words, he suddenly erupted into laughter, his face betraying a profound disdain. Your mother met her end here. You should seek retribution from the underworld. Instead, you direct your fury upon West Qi, which is illogical. Is it that your father is so formidable that you dare not pursue vengeance? Yamo, who was ahead, was momentarily taken aback by Bao Ping's remarks. Then, a sinister grin crept across his face, stretching beyond 180 degrees, revealing sharp teeth that appeared utterly terrifying. He laughed, a genuine, wicked laughter. Hey, Bao Ping, how amusing. I have not encountered someone as intriguing as you in ages. My father? He has long since passed, reduced to ashes alongside his ancient Fengdu. Of course, I played a part in that. And as for you, do you truly believe you can remain indifferent? Do you think yourself all-knowing? How many years have you lived? Do you realize that the Celestial Fox clan exists only in myth? I have seen them with my own eyes, interacted with them, and I know the potency of their red elixir. I understand this so-called red elixir. It is born from desire. Human longing, however, cannot deceive the discerning. If your heart were truly as tranquil as water, free from guilt, what then do you yearn for? The red elixir holds no sway over you. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from deceit. Ha. After all, you are merely human. Yamo then erupted into a shrill laugh, the sound jarring to the ears, while Bao Ping began to feel a surge of agitation. You summoned us from afar. Not merely to exchange these few words, right? As you just mentioned, if indeed there are deities among you, allow us to witness the gods of Fengdu. Yet, I suspect that this deity is certainly not you. As far as I know, the Lord of the Underworld commands the ghostly flames, capable of incinerating all. However, I observed just now that these ghostly flames do not heed your command. They do not acknowledge you as their master. This too cannot be concealed. Chapter 751, The Sudden Outbreak of Warboom. The aura behind Yamo exploded once more, and this time he could no longer contain it. This is the nature of divine beings. Their lives stretch far beyond the confines of human culture, rendering their thoughts more primal. Yamo is not a temperate demigod. Historical records indicate that his temperament is volatile. His inner torment stems from his insecurities. He desires for his lineage to remain unquestioned, fearing the mention of his ancestry, which is far too ancient for his liking. Bao Ping's words always strike precisely at his most painful spots. Despite Yamo's attempts to suppress his emotions, he could no longer endure Bao Ping's persistent provocations and ultimately erupted. At this moment, the palpable aura of reality behind him was laid bare before Chen Zhi. In an instant of fury, Yamo's wrath manifested as a figure emerged from the shadows, a white-haired black warrior, one of the twin siblings. Jiang had previously mentioned these twins, renowned as the most formidable among all black warriors. They possessed the ability to coexist and share awareness, maintaining a balance of strength. When one faced peril, the other would instinctively know and convey their strength. Thus, to eliminate such a pair of twin warriors was akin to an insurmountable challenge. Now, only one twin remained. the other having pursued Jiang, who, according to Yamo's earlier assertion, had succumbed to his fate. However, the surviving twin abruptly leaped forward, panic etched across his face, fully exposing himself to the light. In the eerie glow, Chen Zhi discerned a minute red mark near the twin's eye. He was the weaker of the duo, the one Jiang had assigned to Asua. In a peculiar tone, he addressed Yamo, Lord of the Underworld. There has been a change. What has happened to Jiang? This unforeseen development clearly caught Yamo off guard as he swiftly turned to regard the twin warrior. Was he not already dead? Little Lord of the Underworld, your concern is appreciated, but I am not dead. Moreover, I have brought something for you. As soon as Yamo's words fell, Jiang suddenly erupted from the darkness, entering the field of vision. His speed was astonishing, akin to a bolt of lightning emerging from the void. His face was pale, marred by bloodstains, and he cast a chilling gaze at Yamo, concealing his left hand behind his back, seemingly clutching something. The sheer swiftness of his arrival startled everyone. Jiang's entrance was utterly silent, unnoticed by all, including Chen Zhi. The warriors behind Yamo quickly stepped forward to shield him, but Yamo waved them back. He shifted his position closer to the other side of the throne, regarding Jiang with his large eyes, as if pondering something. After a moment, he inquired, "Where have you been, Jiang? Did you see my warrior?" "I did," Jiang replied, his eyes steady as he faced Yamo. "The strongest warrior of Fengdu. I ventured out, knowing you would send him to pursue me, for you firmly believe he could slay me. Thus, I pretended to leave, seeking a place to wait for him. He indeed came, and I brought him back with me. Behold, it is he, is it not?" With that, Jiang revealed his left hand, exposing the concealed object. Upon seeing it, Yamo's expression shifted dramatically, as if the very air around them had solidified. In Jiang's grasp was a severed head, white-haired and bearded, marred by countless knife wounds, evidently the result of an intense life-and-death struggle. One of the twin siblings who had just pursued Jiang. Yamo's expression shifted immediately as he turned to observe the other of the twin warriors. The latter promptly shook his head, signaling his ignorance. At that moment, Jiang spoke up, "Do not pay him any heed. He has not perceived anything. Little god of the underworld, I have long asserted that in terms of martial prowess, the warriors of Shiqi are unparalleled. Yet, you remain obstinate, choosing to place your trust in these half-breed mongrels. And now, do you believe? Do you genuinely think these nameless wretches could vanquish me?" With a sardonic chuckle, Jiang raised the severed head in his hand towards the other twin warrior. "Yet, this one proves rather troublesome. Had I not feigned death along the way, he would have signaled to you, and you would have presumed me deceased, hoping he would consume my remains. In the end, I dispatched him with a single stroke, and he saw nothing of it, not even how he met his demise. Thus, you two are unaware that your speed still leaves much to be desired." After speaking, Jiang tossed the head forward, where it rolled to the feet of the twin, its wide-open eyes betraying a profound astonishment at its own death. At that moment, Chen Zhi noticed the multitude of scars covering Jiang's neck and right arm, indicating he had initially pretended to be defeated, bearing serious injuries. "So, little god of the underworld, have you finally come to your senses?" Jiang cast a scornful glance at Yamo. A mere demigod, accompanied by a band of nameless miscreants, dares to audaciously claim the title of god of the underworld, intending to confine our leader in Fengdu Ghost City. I thought to myself, how utterly deluded you must be. You never imagined that our leader's purpose in coming to Fengdu was to decisively eliminate you. As Jiang spoke, his expression darkened, an aura of murderous intent radiating from him as he bellowed to all the warriors of Shiqi, "Heed my command. Annihilate the black warriors without leaving a single one alive. Engage." Yes, with Jiang's command, for shadows simultaneously launched into action. Their speed was akin to a lightning flash. Precisely as previously designated, each targeting a black warrior among their foes, drawing their long blades, the gleaming edges slicing through the air. Thus, the true battle erupted with overwhelming swiftness, so rapid that there was scarcely time to react. In mere moments, Jiang's claims were validated. The strength of the Shiqi warriors was indisputable. In just a matter of seconds, the ghost blade had made its mark. The opponent, covered in black scales, exhibited remarkable speed. Evading detection throughout their confrontation, Chen Zhi could not discern its presence, not even a shadow. However, the ghost blade's speed surpassed it. Chapter 752, Sudden Outbreak of Battle, Part 2. Everything around was shrouded in darkness, rendering it impossible for Chen Zhi to perceive the scaled figure. Yet, he understood that the ghost blade relentlessly pursued it. To adapt to the darkness, the ghost blade had relinquished its reliance on sight, navigating solely through instinct. The scaled adversary sought to shake off the ghost blade, searching for an opportunity to conceal itself within the shadows, but such an opportunity eluded it. However, mere seconds later, a resounding crash echoed, as if a colossal body had plummeted from the heavens, revealing a creature reminiscent of an alien corpse upon the ground. From the shadows emerged the ghost blade, brandishing his long sword and lifting the severed head of that beast. It was a massive head akin to that of a great lizard, drenched in blood, adorned with elongated, sharp fangs. Its facial nerves seemed not yet fully deceased, contorting in a grotesque spasm, as if unable to fathom that someone could so swiftly bring about its demise. Yet, this was the undeniable truth. In a mere handful of seconds, the warrior from Shiqi had slain a top-tier dark warrior. In stark contrast, the opponent faced by Aso proved to be exceedingly formidable. Just as Jiang had described, the white-haired, white-bearded twin dark warrior was indeed extraordinary. He floated through the air, each strike delivered with lethal intent, while Aso's black blade quickly became ineffective, fracturing into several pieces in no time. A weapon is the lifeblood of a warrior, bereft of his reliable armament. Aso found himself at a disadvantage. He swiftly drew his dagger, hoping to deliver a fatal blow and bring a swift end to the confrontation. However, the adversary was far too powerful. Without a suitable weapon, Aso could not seize the opportunity and was soon pressed into a perilous situation. In that crucial moment, Aso abandoned his physical techniques, unbinding the bandages from his arms. Dark incantations rapidly coursed across his body, ascending into the air. This was the first time Chen Zhi beheld Aso fighting with semi-divine prowess. Aso's eyes began to whirl with frenetic intensity, resembling a frenzied automaton. Soon, his gaze was engulfed in darkness, and the black incantations in the air became wild with energy. The dark symbols swiftly coalesced, transforming into a colossal hand that, under Aso's command, moved with the swiftness of lightning, appearing and vanishing in the air, rendering it utterly indefensible. The adversary immediately sensed the threat and attempted to evade, but was caught by the great hand, which pressed firmly upon his head. Aso offered no chance for a counterattack, appearing before him with his dagger poised, and with a swift motion, struck down at the creature's neck. The neck was exceedingly tough. In the end, the dagger could no longer cut, while the flesh continued to heal, threatening to escape control at any moment. In a climactic instant, Aso's visage contorted as he roared towards the heavens, unleashing a terrifying bellow that, like a demon, wrenched the creature's head from its body, blood erupting forth. Subsequently, Aso too spat blood, his heart severely wounded. The warrior of Shiqi, Aso, claimed the head of an enemy warrior. Now, only the one with the half-red face remained, whom Jiang described as the easiest to handle. However, it was unexpectedly challenging for the old warrior Xia and the fierce Jiao to confront this foe together. At this moment, the true extent of their physical capabilities could no longer be concealed, revealing the stark disparity among the several red-banded warriors. Xia and Jiao, being newly minted red warriors, were somewhat perplexed by Jiang's arrangements, believing he underestimated their capabilities. However, the present reality reveals that, despite their combined efforts against the weakest of the black warriors, they remain at a disadvantage. The man with the crimson visage, now completely drenched in blood, moved on all fours like a beast, howling frantically, leaving a trail of vivid red in his wake, reminiscent of a ground soaked in fresh blood. Should he not be swiftly subdued, the repercussions of Yamo's intervention would be dire. In a critical moment, Jiang suddenly dashed before the brute, stabbing his blade into the crimson-faced man's chest. Subsequently, Jiang knelt on one leg, blood streaming down his sides, exposing his own injuries. By this juncture, all the elite black warriors had been entirely vanquished. In this contest of physical prowess, the Western Qi emerged victorious. Mere seconds had elapsed. The battle concluded with astonishing swiftness. This was evidently something Yamo had not anticipated. He had remained comfortably seated upon his throne, observing the unfolding chaos without intervening. His large, resplendent eyes blinked as he watched his black warriors fall one by one. Astonished by the disparity in physical strength displayed by both factions, yet he did not exhibit any sign of panic. Only when the last of the black warrior's corpses lay strewn upon the ground did he slowly part his lips, murmuring, "Ah." The warriors of Western Qi truly live up to their reputation. These worthless beings. Yamo then flicked his cloak, revealing his iron-clawed hand, pointing forward as the bodies on the ground ignited and were instantly reduced to ashes. Is this the very arm? Bao Ping's gaze suddenly narrowed, sharply fixating on Yamo's mangled limb. I presume that is the arm severed by our clan leader, is it not? What? Have you yet to learn your lesson? Yamo, you consistently overestimate yourself, imagining yourself invincible. How about it? Do you still wish to experience our leader's divine slashing technique? This time, it may cost you your life. Ha ha. At this moment, Yamo was evidently incensed by Bao Ping's taunts, losing all semblance of composure, his aura expanding infinitely, bursting forth with Ji Li's blood-red essence. Moreover, the characteristics of humanity were gradually dissipating from Yamo. A sinister smile graced his lips, evoking memories of his transcendence through the ages. He was an ancient progeny of the gods, the sole descendant of the underworld deity. Regardless of how one might articulate it, he was undeniably ancient, noble, and formidable. Everyone bore witness as the blood-red totem upon his forehead began to pulsate, exuding copious amounts of blood that streamed down his deathly pale visage, vividly striking. His once resplendent, large eyes grew profoundly deep, and amidst the darkness, the stars within seemed poised to erupt, illuminating everything around. The corners of his mouth twisted into a grotesque grin, revealing sharp fangs, as his forehead swelled ominously. Ultimately, all beheld as a pair of horns sprouted from his brow, horns reminiscent of a bull, dark with a bluish hue, adorned with concentric patterns, gleaming with a lustrous sheen, shimmering with flecks of gold. As Yamo's form gradually contorted, his spine began to deform, arching sharply backward. In an instant, his body surged to a height exceeding 2 meters, and he transformed entirely, resembling a colossal beast. At that moment, his aura erupted with overwhelming intensity, shrouding the surroundings in an eerie chill, causing the heavens and earth to tremble in fear, and even the spirits to change countenance. Chen Zhi realized that the true battle was imminent. This was indeed the authentic son of Fengdu, Yamo. The fiery peacock expressed gratitude for the generous contributions from various supporters. Greetings, everyone. I would like to report on my physical condition. Insomnia, fever, and headaches have formed a vicious cycle. After a prolonged slumber of over 10 hours from midnight until 4 this afternoon, I feel significantly improved. Maintaining a stable health regimen is crucial. And rest assured that I will increase my updates once fully recovered. Chapter 753. The Battle of the Gods. At this moment, Yamo, consumed by extreme rage, was teetering on the brink of madness. His enormous form advanced slowly towards Chen Zhi, his voice rasping like gravel. You insignificant human, a mere illegitimate child. You possess not even a fraction of Jiang Shang's bloodline, yet you dare utter threats against me? Ignorant fool. At that point, Yamo's speech abruptly halted, replaced by a strange, grinding sound that resembled an otherworldly language. An infinite aura of death began to emanate from him, prompting warriors like Jiang to swiftly retreat from the danger zone. However, the movements of Bao Jiao and the elder warrior Xia were noticeably sluggish, their skin making contact with the sudden onslaught of deathly energy. In that fleeting moment, the elder warrior Xia clutched his arm and knelt, as Chen Zhi observed the flesh that had touched the death aura disintegrate instantly, revealing stark, white bones beneath. It was a testament to Yamo's fearsome power, capable of extinguishing vibrant life in an instant. The title of Fengdu's son was not merely a facade. In terms of strength, Yamo far surpassed Chen Zhi, eclipsing all demigods. Chen Zhi, having witnessed the divine corpse of the god of the underworld, could honestly affirm that Yamo was strikingly close to his father, the former emperor of Fengdu. As Yamo's colossal form continued to grow in weight, he advanced slowly towards Chen Zhi. With each step, the very earth quaked beneath him, a tremor originating from the depths of the crust, a genuine reverberation of the earth in response to this divine being. The oppressive weight of his presence bore down on all present, making them feel as though they had plunged into an icy abyss, trembling uncontrollably. Even the red belt warriors could not suppress their quaking before this truly superior being. Humanity felt insignificantly small, akin to ants. At that moment, Chen Zhi recalled a phrase once used to describe deities. With hands supporting the heavens and feet grounded upon the earth, nothing in existence can withstand their might. Indeed, there was no exaggeration in this description. "Chief, clan leader, you must leave at once. Let us shield you for a moment." Faced with the unexpectedly formidable presence of Yamo, Jiang's instinctive response was to safeguard the well-being of Bao Ping and Chen Zhi. The gravity of the situation was unmistakable. Yamo's power was truly beyond description, an overwhelming force that humanity could scarcely withstand. Not even Chen Zhi, nor even the legendary Jiang Shang, if he were to return, could guarantee the demise of Yamo with a single blow. Should Yamo be granted the opportunity to surge forward, the ensuing events would be almost unimaginable. Yet, Bao Ping remained still, as did Chen Zhi. They seemed to share an inexplicable sense of trust, facing the impending danger with remarkable composure. Akin to a vast ocean's undulating waves, Bao Ping gently gestured and quietly instructed the warriors behind him. "Hold on. Let us give Chief Chen a moment to devise a strategy to deal with this menace." What? The warriors could scarcely believe their ears. The specter of death loomed before them like a celestial demon intent on annihilation, yet the words spoken seemed almost too casual. Still, both Chen Zhi and Bao Ping remained unmoved, their expressions calm and serene, as if the current predicament did not warrant their hasty retreat. Bao Ping then motioned to the warriors behind him, urging them, "Do not remain so tense. Wait a moment, and do not disturb Chief Chen as he contemplates his course of action. This creature is incessantly noisy, and your clamor is quite bothersome." "Understood." The warriors promptly retreated, their eyes fixated on the advancing Yamo, their hearts racing with trepidation. The air around Yamo grew increasingly oppressive, saturated with an ominous aura. The warriors present had mostly traversed the treacherous paths of Fengdu, and they were acutely aware of the lethal nature of this deathly presence. Once this aura made contact, death would ensue instantaneously, as if life itself were abruptly stripped away without the slightest intermediary. Such was the power of the deity of Fengdu, where death brushed lightly, fleetingly grazing the shoulder, yet precious as life, seizing it in one fell swoop. Under the explosive spread of the deathly aura, the warriors found themselves gripped by a sense of panic, yet none chose to flee. Instead, they formed an even tighter circle around Bao Ping and Chen Zhi. The warriors of Shiqi feared not death. What they truly dreaded was the thought of Bao Ping, their leader, succumbing to this aura, for should he perish, their own existence would lose all meaning. Nevertheless, regardless of the warriors' rising anxiety and pleas, Bao Ping and Chen Zhi remained steadfast, unmoving, and silent. Their tranquility was so profound that it led one to question whether they had been rendered numb by the overwhelming force, incapable of even a single movement. Yamo roared in fury, the encroaching tendrils of death's aura bearing down upon Chen Zhi and Bao Ping. Just as the aura was poised to make contact with their faces, it unexpectedly encountered an invisible barrier, akin to mist colliding with a glass surface, halting its advance entirely. At that moment, everyone noticed that, unbeknownst to them, Yamo had become ensnared within a circular, transparent barrier, rendering him utterly incapable of escape. Yamo soon recognized his predicament, initially indifferent. He was well aware of the capabilities of Chen Zhi's spell. He began to concentrate a surge of energy in his hand, a force akin to azure flames, which swiftly coalesced into a vibrant, violet-green hue before crashing against the barrier with a thunderous impact. The sheer magnitude of this force was cataclysmic, causing the very fabric of reality to tremble violently. One could assert that even a colossal mountain would be obliterated in an instant by such power. However, curiously, the barrier remained steadfast, unyielding, showing no signs of fracture or movement. It was more formidable than Yamo's own might. Astonished, Yamo quickly realized that the situation had transcended his control, and he commenced a frenzied roar. His beastly form ricocheted within the barrier, thrashing wildly, before erupting into a blaze of blue flames, soaring up and down. The intensity of his assaults was staggering, the very sound threatening to shatter minds. Finally, all present, including Jiang, bore witness to the might of the son of Fengdu. Yamo, indeed, embodied the power of the god of the underworld, a strength that surpassed human comprehension, unfathomable to mortal minds. As the cacophony of his collisions reverberated, every individual in attendance felt their bones tremble. Yet, despite this chaos, Chen Zhi's barrier stood unwavering, an impenetrable shield, as if eternally locked. Chapter 754, The Battle of the Gods, Part 2. Enough of this commotion. Chen Zhi observed Yamo's frenzied antics within the barrier. Initially silent, but as he noticed Yamo's energy waning, he finally spoke. Let me share a truth with you. No matter how formidable you once were, you shall never breach this barrier. The magnitude of your power directly correlates with the strength of my barrier, which will eternally encase you. This is the essence of human science. Are you aware of it? The very magic that you have derided, crafted by humanity itself. Chen Zhi then rose slowly, his gaze fixed upon Yamo, as he approached with deliberate calmness. Before him, the circular barrier underwent intricate geometric transformations, morphing from round to square and back again. A perpetual oscillation. Amidst this flux, the barrier grew ever more fortified. Do you comprehend the concept of mathematics? Chen Zhi spoke softly, his words resonating in the dark expanse, where no sound could be concealed. Mathematics is a virtual construct, devoid of extremes, an infinite continuum. Thus, regardless of how immense your power may be, it will ultimately be confined to a finite value. By continuously amplifying the base of your strength, you can inevitably be subdued. This is an immutable theory. Rest assured, I have long been aware of the extent of your prowess, recognizing that you have ascended to a level of strength beyond the reach of us all. Yet you undoubtedly possess a limit. As long as such a limit exists, my fierce curse shall be able to control you. Thus, since earlier, our leader has been provoking you, compelling you to occasionally unveil your aura, allowing me to discern the magnitude of your power. From that moment onward, I have been intricately weaving this barrier, a complex pattern crafted from currents of energy, with each line meticulously calculated, a truly cumbersome task. However, this barrier has completely bound your strength. No matter how unfathomable your power may be, the barrier will swiftly expand to match your magnitude. This is the secret weapon bestowed upon me by my father, specifically designed to counter you. Yamo, do you remember him? The very Qin Yueyang whom you once exploited and subsequently abandoned. After Chen Zhi spoke, he gently snapped his fingers, and the barrier suddenly transformed from round to square, then back to round, rapidly oscillating in form. Amidst this transformation, the barrier began to constrict swiftly, ultimately becoming a transparent layer tightly encasing Yamo, resembling a delicate web. Despite the fineness of the energy currents, Yamo found himself utterly immobilized, firmly ensnared, and unable to move an inch. At that moment, Chen Zhi had approached him, standing less than half a meter away, nearly face to face. The formidable Yamo, akin to a deity, was rendered incapable of touching the outer space even slightly. Nor could he emit a whisper of deathly aura. The sensation was akin to that of an atomic bomb ensconced within a casing, poised for detonation. Indescribable. How does it feel? Even if you are immensely powerful, when confined, what use is it if you cannot exert your strength? Yamo, given your long existence, you must have heard of my possession, have you not? After Chen Zhi spoke, he suddenly spread his palm, and a silver ring leapt from his hand. Instantly, the heavens trembled and the earth quaked. The silver ring twisted and expanded in midair, a tempest of energy swirling magnificently around it, culminating in the awe-inspiring divine whip appearing before them. Yamo, your end is nigh, are you pleased? Chen Zhi gently raised his hand, and the divine whip obediently descended into his grasp. Subsequently, all the tempestuous energy converged upon Chen Zhi's right arm, and in that moment, the city of Fengdu seemed to awaken to something ominous, the ground shaking violently. Then, Chen Zhi, with solemn incantation, proclaimed, Son of Fengdu, Yamo, born of great worth, yet lacking self-restraint. You have committed numerous transgressions, impersonating deities, and have failed in your conduct. Now, in the name of the divine sovereign, I condemn you. Upon finishing, Chen Zhi immediately closed his eyes and began to silently chant the incantation of divine execution. The frenzied and explosive decree merged mercilessly with the divine whip, which began to tremble ominously, akin to a dragon dancing with the wind, surging through the clouds and waves. Meanwhile, Yamo, the son of Fengdu, sensing the taste of death, struggled fiercely upon witnessing the divine whip. However, despite his relentless struggle, he remained ensnared by the fierce curse. His crimson eyes, bloodshot and cracked, wailed and roared like a feral beast trapped in a snare, fully aware of the impending death, yet utterly powerless to escape. Ultimately, as the incantation of the god-slaying spell concluded, Chen Zhi opened his eyes wide, raising the divine whip high. In the human tongue, he lamented, Alas, Yamo, we are bound by blood, and you possess a strength akin to that of the divine. Yet in the end, you are not a god. With that, Chen Zhi's divine whip descended with the force of thunder and lightning, accompanied by a tempest, aiming directly at Yamo's crown. In that fleeting moment, Yamo stood utterly still, his eyes fixated on the descending punishment, confronting the futility of his own mortality, rendered speechless and merely staring in disbelief. Just as the divine whip was about to strike Yamo's forehead, an unexpected transparent force surged down from the heavens, deftly absorbing the whip's power. Subsequently, this ethereal force rebounded, sending the energy of the whip crashing back towards Chen Zhi, who was violently propelled several meters away. The divine whip slipped from his grasp, spiraling through the air before transforming into a silver ring that landed back in the palm of Chen Zhi's hand. Startled and aghast, Chen Zhi turned to discern the source of this overwhelming power, which was so formidable it eluded his comprehension. Upon catching sight of the entity before him, his mind felt as though it had shattered, overwhelmed by disbelief. He beheld a vision that had haunted his dreams countless times, never once imagining it would manifest into reality. Chapter 755, The Battle of the Gods, Part 3. From the darkness emerged a swirling miasma, appearing as a grayish haze, surrounded by nodes of air, as if another realm had suddenly torn through the fabric of existence. Indeed, it was an alternate dimension, its atmosphere entirely distinct from that of this world. Perhaps the gases within that space represented an entirely different concept, far colder and more sinister. Upon mingling with the air here, they produced a turbulent reaction that resisted fusion. As this grayish realm materialized, the ghostly flames encircling it instantly gravitated toward it, illuminating the space. Accompanied by the ethereal blue glow, the gray miasma expanded, growing larger until it revealed a figure within. It was a slender silhouette, adorned with long flowing hair, unmistakably that of a woman. She appeared to be stumbling forth from an unfathomable distance, her frail form reminiscent of a ghostly maiden emerging from the depths of hell. The clanking of chains resonated through the air, heavy and oppressive, as if wielding the weight of 1,000 tons, poised to crush the hearts of those who heard it. Everyone felt their hearts tighten. The warriors, alert and vigilant, grasped their weapons, scrutinizing the shadow ahead with keen eyes, ever ready for battle. At this moment, the atmosphere was thick with tension, and curiosity gripped many hearts. Yet, it was Chen Zhi who bore the brunt of this overwhelming burden. Upon the appearance of a familiar silhouette, his heart nearly leapt from his chest. This was a figure that had haunted his dreams repeatedly, an individual whose memory remained indelibly etched in his mind, even reduced to ashes. She was the inescapable specter of his past, Qin Yueyang. From the current visage of Qin Yueyang, it was evident that she was far from a mere corpse. Despite her movements conveying an air of rigidity, she was undeniably alive, bearing an indelible aura of sorrow. Encircling her slender ankle was a massive black and gold shackle, now appearing rougher and more formidable, cruelly binding her fragile limb and evoking deep sympathy. She advanced slowly, reminiscent of a wandering spirit, yet her presence was strikingly real. As she drew nearer, under the eerie blue glow, her hauntingly beautiful face became discernible. Qin Yueyang had always been a delicate girl, and in those bygone days, her countenance bore a poignant, age-defying beauty that appeared pallid and forlorn. Reflecting on it now, one cannot help but feel a pang of sorrow. Chen Zhi had previously overlooked her features by conventional standards of beauty. She paled in comparison to women like Bai Qian or Jiang. She possessed a simple charm that was comforting, exuding a gentle, understated elegance. Much like the starry flowers she adored, she was not dazzling but offered a serene purity, exquisite yet unpretentious. However, the Qin Yueyang before him was utterly transformed. Her appearance remained unchanged, still bearing the same delicate contours and fragile frame. Yet her skin was marred by the unique blackened soil of the underworld, splattered across her body, as if she had just emerged from the earth itself. She was clad in a vibrant red wedding gown, a garment prepared for her during a marriage alliance, reminiscent of those from the Zhou dynasty. Yet, this gown was tattered and torn, its fabric in disarray, revealing her fair legs and bare feet. She stepped closer, her soles marked with wounds and mud. Strangely, her skin appeared even more pristine, smooth as jade and glistening, rendering her an ethereal lotus, untouched by the mire. Qin Yueyang's eyes retained their beauty, yet something felt different to Chen Zhi. Upon closer observation, he noted the slight enlargement of her eyelids and the surrounding area, giving her a somewhat dazed appearance, reminiscent of a mythical creature. Yet, It was her irises that had undergone a remarkable transformation, now housing 3 distinct pupils. This was Chen Zhi's first encounter with a triclops, a sight unlike any human, demigod, or even deity. It was the hallmark of a superior being. And her eyes were breathtakingly beautiful. Each pupil shimmered in different hues, converging within the depths of Qin Yueyang's brown irises, sparkling like stars, as if the brilliance of the universe resided within her gaze. Even with all the jewels in the world, they cannot compare to the slightest fraction of the beauty found within these eyes. Even the vast expanse of the galaxy fails to adequately describe the brilliance of this pair of eyes. As an ordinary human, merely catching a glimpse would inspire one to willingly embrace death, for these eyes are astoundingly beautiful, breathtakingly so. The moment Chen Zhi beheld Qin Yueyang's eyes, his heart skipped a beat. He immediately grasped a profound truth. Qin Yueyang was no longer human. Qin Yu, Chen Zhi called out quickly, but for reasons unknown. The latter part of her name caught in his throat. Trembling, he struggled to speak, finally managing to utter, "What has he done to you? What has he done?" Yet, it seemed Qin Yueyang paid little heed to Chen Zhi's words. Since the moment she arrived, her gaze remained fixed intently on Bao Ping. She approached slowly, coming to stand beside Yamo, who was now ensnared by Chen Zhi's fierce curse. This curse, formidable in nature, appeared merely as a thin layer of plastic wrap. Yet, this seemingly fragile barrier clung tightly to Yamo, rendering him utterly immobile. As Qin Yueyang advanced, enveloped in a shroud of gray mist, an icy chill permeated the air, causing everyone to shudder uncontrollably. The very essence within their bodies felt as though it could dissipate into the atmosphere at any moment. All eyes were riveted on Qin Yueyang as she made her deliberate approach. Upon reaching Yamo, she seemed to perceive the barrier surrounding him. With a delicate lift of her slender fingers, she beckoned, and the barrier instantly floated away like transparent plastic, landing gracefully in her palm. Qin Yueyang toyed with the currents of energy, manipulating them as one would a plaything, and then raised her gaze to Chen Zhi. Her expression was hollow and devoid of emotion. "Chen Zhi, are you still indulging in the childish antics?" Her voice, ethereal and echoing, retained the faint timbre of her youthful self, yet there lingered an unmistakable shift, something indefinable, yet wholly distinct. Chen Zhi sensed that her voice echoed from another realm. "What has he made you into?" He trembled as he gazed at Qin Yueyang, momentarily at a loss for words. "You are yes." Chen Zhi's voice quavered, laden with hesitation. For although he posed the question, fear gripped him at the prospect of the answer. "What am I? Is the clan leader not aware?" Qin Yueyang's radiant eyes stared intently at Chen Zhi, her voice a haunting melody, resonant with an otherworldly echo that felt both distant and unreal. The Jiang clan, originating from Jiangxia, has long been renowned for their mastery in perceiving auras. Every being in existence possesses a distinct aura. Beasts have their own, and humans possess theirs. Even deities embody a unique energy. After Qin Yueyang spoke, she gently flicked her fingertip, and the formidable barrier, which had previously echoed with thunderous might, was effortlessly sent back towards Chen Zhi. The currents of energy intertwined like silk threads, and upon release, cascaded down like delicate raindrops. In an instant, they fell in a torrent, chillingly striking Chen Zhi's face, akin to being doused with a bucket of ice water, leaving him momentarily stunned and his heart chilled to the bone. The aura emanating from Qin Yueyang's back was devoid of any concealment, unfurling like the wings of a butterfly, fully revealing itself to Chen Zhi. It manifested as a pale gray energy, evoking a melancholic bluish-gray hue, interspersed with patches of pitch-black voids. From this aura, it seemed that Qin Yueyang had long since perished, or perhaps her humanity had faded into oblivion. There were no remnants of human emotions, joy, sorrow, love, desire, or even thought, present within her essence. Chen Zhi vividly recalled that Qin Yueyang's original aura had been a soft pink, later radiating with golden sunlight. Indeed, Qin Yueyang had always yearned for the sun, yet her fate had cast her into profound sorrow. The crystalline pink of her aura, even in times of grief, remained strikingly translucent, resembling pink quartz. During moments of joy, particularly in her time with Bao Ping, that pink aura flourished vibrantly, akin to a blooming rose, replete with hope and allure. In her essence, Qin Yueyang was inherently delicate, yet she had once clung to hope, maintaining a childlike optimism regardless of her circumstances. Her subconscious innocence perpetually hoped for better days and unforeseen changes, a quintessential trait of youthful hearts. However, all of that, the pink hues, the clarity, and all vestiges of human desires, had vanished entirely. In their stead emerged an unfathomable, colossal power, profound to the point of being inscrutable, utterly unpredictable and impenetrable. Chen Zhi understood that this represented the true power of a divine being, a deity of the highest order, standing at the pinnacle of the pyramid. A being of immense might, second only to the ancient gods and surpassing all divine descendants. More formidable than the former Bai Qian. More powerful than all the newly appointed deities following Jiang Shang's ascension. This was utterly impossible. Chen Zhi trembled uncontrollably, his lips turning pale. Qin Yueyang, you are merely a demigod. Your abilities are quite ordinary, and you possess no opportunity for deification. How could you achieve this? It is inconceivable. During your time in the underworld, I explored every avenue to reach you. I practiced heart penetration techniques and even attempted ethereal movement, yet all was in vain. Subsequently, I engaged in numerous divinations, yearning to ascertain your ultimate fate. However, the outcome was unequivocal. You are deceased. You have utterly departed from life, devoid of any signs of vitality. This has severed all my hopes. Thus, your current form embodies death, and you can only be transformed into a mere zombie. You possess no strength, no spiritual stones, and you lack the divine favor of the Jiang clan. How could you possibly ascend to godhood? What has he done to you? What has he transformed you into? As Chen Zhi articulated these thoughts, a surge of rage enveloped her entire being, completely overwhelming her mind. She clenched her teeth. A cacophony of grinding echoing in the air, and cast a fierce glare at Yamo beside her. In that moment, Chen Zhi harbored a burning desire to dismember Yamo, to flay him alive. Yet, at this juncture, Yamo had regained his human form, liberated from the oppressive curse, donning his voluminous black cloak once more. His resplendent eyes met Chen Zhi's, a sly smile gracing his lips. Indeed, she is a deity, and not just any deity. This position is one that Jiang Zia has long coveted. He had envisioned a future for his own daughter, only to be cruelly humiliated by the god of the underworld, receiving nothing but the lifeless body of his daughter in return. Ah, Yamo chuckled wickedly, his mouth widening into a grin, his enormous eyes seemingly piercing into Chen Zhi's soul. The current outcome is, in part, due to your own actions, dear clan leader Chen. It was you who, in your wisdom, adhered to the original rites and delivered her to my realm in the underworld. Since you have personally entrusted her to the throne of the god of the underworld, I believe you ought to refer to her as the queen of the underworld. What nonsense! Chen Zhi's composure shattered instantaneously, the energy within her surging forth like a torrent from a shattered vessel, unrestrained and burrowing into the earth. In an instant, the ground beneath began to fracture incessantly. This is Fengdu, the very depths of the underworld. As the land crumbled, it revealed vast chasms beneath, from which billowing steam and vibrant, molten rock ascended, casting a crimson glow amidst the darkness. Meanwhile, Qin Yueyang seemed to lose interest in Chen Zhi, gently turning her gaze toward the figure of Bao Ping seated ahead. Suddenly, her eyes widened, an indescribable expression crossing her face, as if she had encountered something she had been searching for all along. The love in her eyes had faded, replaced by an overwhelming obsession. Bao Yi, it has been a long time. Do you still remember me? Qin Yueyang's voice was soft as she approached Bao Ping step by step. The shackles clanged against the ground, yet her form floated gracefully, like a wisp of a ghost. Bao Yi, are you still angry with me? May I accompany you once more? Chapter 757. Obligations. Qin Yueyang's voice echoed softly, reminiscent of a bygone version of herself. Now reduced to a mere specter, encased within a peculiar vessel, whispering from within. However, everything transformed when she beheld Bao Ping. All barriers surrounding her crumbled. Standing before him, the reality was almost overwhelming. She remained the same delicate figure, with a pale visage, fine, soft hair, and those exquisitely beautiful eyes, still embodying the melancholic wisdom of a 19-year-old girl. Bao Yi, are you still angry with me? May I ask, can I still remain by your side? Could you grant me but a glance? Qin Yueyang's voice was soft and gentle, like the petals of a flower. At the moment Bao Ping laid eyes on her, his countenance underwent a swift transformation. It was the first time his emotions were so visibly displayed. His face turned a ghastly pale, as if the very blood had drained from him in an instant. Bao Ping had always been an exceedingly composed individual, a trait rather incongruous with his youth of under 30, giving the impression that his inner world belonged to an elder. Regardless of the circumstances, he maintained an unwavering calm, even in the face of death, never displaying a hint of panic. Yet, upon Qin Yueyang's appearance, he visibly faltered. After his complexion rapidly shifted, his lips began to tremble ever so slightly. However, mere minutes later, Bao Ping's expression returned to normal, as if he had come to terms with everything that had transpired in that brief interval. So you are still alive. That is splendid. It seems you have experienced quite a bit during your time in this netherworld. Has your new existence proven to be better than the last? Tell me, have you emerged now to convey something to me? After calmly uttering these words, before Qin Yueyang could respond, he continued, "Let us do this. I shall first address your earlier question." With that, his gaze suddenly rolled upward, unflinchingly meeting Qin Yueyang's ghostly pale face. "I care not what you have become, nor what that fellow has done to you. If you still wish to return with me, then come now. I can still fulfill the promises I made to you. Let us not dwell on the past, regardless of who was right or wrong. We must completely forget. Remember what I once said, stay by my side, and let the distinctions of gratitude and resentment blur. Are you suggesting that I forget such distinctions?" Qin Yueyang's voice suddenly lost its ethereal quality. For the first time, she appeared so vividly real, standing before Bao Ping with flesh and blood. But now, she was no longer the girl who cried over love or trembled with fear of abandonment. "Are you asking me to forsake all grievances? That is indeed an interesting notion. After all, humans live but a mere few decades, yet we cling to notions of gratitude and animosity. How absurd it is. I once yearned to forget everything, to erase the memories of bloodshed and enmity, regardless of who instigated it. Yet, my Bao Yi, I must ask you, have you ever felt remorse? When you extinguished their lives as one would crush an ant, did you ever hesitate? Do not deceive me. You have never lied to me." Bao Ping fixed his gaze upon Qin Yueyang, listening to her inquiries. After a moment of hesitation, he responded with an air of calmness, "No." Upon hearing those two syllables, Qin Yueyang's eyes sparkled, and crystalline tears, akin to diamonds, cascaded down her cheeks. She continued to question, "When you discovered my identity, did you ever feel remorse?" After this query, Bao Ping maintained his focus on Qin Yueyang. His lips twitched slightly, yet after a brief pause, he resolutely replied, "No." Qin Yueyang's tears fell in a rush, and for reasons unknown, her tears at that moment were distinctively pure and translucent, enhancing the beauty of her eyes. This reminded Chen Zhi of the day they parted by the banks of the Wangchuan River, where Qin Yueyang wept. Her eyes, framed by tears, outshone all the stars in the heavens. However, inexplicably, something was amiss in her gaze at that moment, something profoundly unique. After much contemplation, Chen Zhi discerned that the absent element in her eyes was humanity. "Do you know?" Qin Yueyang's voice, soft yet resonant, drifted further away, returning to that echoing quality. "I have long known your answer. I understand you too well. Bao Ping, you are always decisive and devoid of compassion, which is why you can ascend to the throne of Shiqi as an ordinary human. You truly are remarkable, but are you truly unafraid? Do you know the taste of despair?" After speaking, her radiant eyes bore into Bao Ping's face. "Bao Ping, I know you fear not death. But do you realize that death is not the essence of despair? I can lead you to the depths of true hell, where I shall strip away your noble facade, subjecting you to a fate worse than death, compelling you to kneel and beg for mercy. Would you like to experience the sensation of being a powerless victim?" Upon hearing Qin Yueyang's words, Bao Ping's expression reverted to its usual stoicism, transforming him back into the cold, unyielding leader he was. He reclined leisurely against the back of his chair, crossing one leg over the other, his gaze icy as it met Qin Yueyang's. "I believe you have misconstrued my character. Firstly, I do not believe you possess the capability to extricate me from this place. Moreover, my disposition is quite straightforward, regardless of where you take me. I shall not change, nor will I conform to your expectations. I never plead for mercy." Chapter 758, Debt, Part 2, Heartless. "You are just as you were in the past, truly heartless." At that moment, Qin Yueyang's voice and overall presence grew increasingly surreal, akin to a specter from another dimension. She extended her fingers, neurotically covering her face as if in tears. Yet Chen Zhi could see clearly that not a single tear fell from her eyes. "I know you are indifferent towards me. You never care for my pain or my very existence. Even in my utter despair, with my body and soul shattered, you remain completely indifferent. You sever my fingers, allowing the pain to penetrate my heart. Aware of my profound fear, you cast me into this infernal realm. Truly, you are heartless, a man devoid of compassion. You profess not to care for me, and indeed, you have proven it. Yet, suddenly, Qin Yueyang appeared, and indeed, her brilliant eyes held not a single tear. She forcefully confronted Bao Ping, questioning, "But do you truly not care?" At this moment, a sly smile crept across her lips. Beneath her feet, the earth fractured, revealing a vast chasm as the ground trembled violently, rocks cascading down, exposing a seemingly bottomless abyss. Qin Yueyang, standing upon the earth, undoubtedly plummeted into the void. In that fleeting moment, her frail body resembled a solitary leaf, drifting helplessly into the abyss, falling without hindrance. Below, a pool of red magma awaited, ready to turn her into ashes upon impact. Yet, in that instant, a scene unfolded that encapsulated everything. Qin Yueyang did not fall. She hung suspended in midair, her arm grasped tightly by another. Looking up, she beheld the arm that held her, bloodied and torn by jagged rocks, droplets cascading onto her pale visage. The one who grasped her was Bao Ping. In that moment, he instinctively reacted, seizing her just as she began to fall. An entirely subconscious act. Moreover, at the moment he caught her, his own body was perilously suspended, a hazardous maneuver that could have sent him plummeting alongside her. Thus, at that moment, he truly disregarded his own life. Qin Yueyang's soft hair danced in the air, her radiant eyes fixated on Bao Ping above. Time seemed to freeze, and everything around them elucidated the truth of their predicament. Any deceit, any explanation, became utterly insipid. Qin Yueyang then laughed, a bewitching smile gracing her exquisite face. An expression difficult to fathom. She clutched Bao Ping's hand tightly, her laughter sharp and piercing. "Bao Ping, I have long pondered one question. What grave sin have I committed that warrants such penance? I have sought your forgiveness, yet you have consistently refused, relentlessly belittling me. Now, I finally comprehend that I owe no atonement for anything. If I were guilty of anything in the past, it would solely be one transgression, weakness." After uttering these words, an explosion erupted from Bao Ping's hand, a concept beyond description, as if her entire being had detonated. An infinite force surged forth from her fragile form, propelling Bao Ping away with immense power. Subsequently, she soared into the sky, illuminated like a shooting star, suspended at the pinnacle of darkness. A chilling and oppressive atmosphere enveloped the surroundings as Chen Zhi gazed upward, truly sensing the formidable power of the divine. The might of the living deity was irresistibly overwhelming, an immense force descending upon them, rendering them as insignificant as ants, easily crushed. Jiang and several warriors hastily rushed over to pull Bao Ping back from the precipice. At that moment, a heavy voice, a mixture of both masculine and feminine tones, emanated from Qin Yueyang. The folly of man, the strength of mere ants, presuming to challenge divine powers. After uttering these words, she gracefully waved her wrist, and a faint gray mist emanated from her delicate fingers. Instantly, a torrent of blue flames erupted around her. Subsequently, she flicked her finger lightly towards the ground, transforming the blue flames into a fireball that hurtled downwards towards Bao Ping with tremendous force. The power was boundless, the speed unfathomable, utterly unstoppable, exploding upon impact like an atomic bomb. Jiang had anticipated this, bouncing up with Bao Ping and swiftly evading the impending attack. However, not everyone was so fortunate in the face of such overwhelming force. The grim reality unfolded as two blue-clad warriors among them failed to evade the swift onslaught, merely grazing the flames with the edges of their bodies. The ghostly fire ignited instantly, and in a heartbeat, the two were reduced to ashes. Suddenly, Yamo, who had been standing by, erupted into maniacal laughter. "You foolish humans, deluded by your own arrogance. Do you truly comprehend what the gods of Fengdu are? The flames of hell consume all, unyielding to heaven and earth, to gods and demons alike. In the past, Jiang Shang, in an attempt to quell my father's wrath, shamelessly forced my mother into marriage with Fengdu, reducing her to a mere plaything, ultimately leading to her untimely demise. Yet he dared not question the lord of the underworld, continuing to offer noble maidens and countless treasures as tribute each year. Such subservience stems from fear of the hellish flames of Fengdu, capable of annihilating all in your world. And now, you audacious mortals dare to provoke my realm of Fengdu. Your disrespect towards the queen of the underworld is an affront to the three ancient gods. The natural order exists, with ancient gods reigning supreme and deities governing humanity, while humans consume the beasts of the earth. Should this balance be disrupted, it leads to chaos, and the sun and moon are obscured. Jiang Shang defied the celestial order, elevating humanity to dominion over this world, fabricating absurd tales of barriers to deceive for millennia. The time has come to obliterate the heavens and the earth. The celestial order must be restored. Jiang Shang has already faced divine retribution and can no longer protect you. Since you humans refuse to bow before the gods, let the wrath of the queen of the underworld incinerate this entire world, leading to your total extinction. Ha ha ha. The world of deities shall once again descend. Chapter 759. The Fury of the Underworld Queen. At this moment, Chen Zhi finally comprehended the current status of Qin Yueyang, as well as the events that had transpired around her. Regret washed over him. He despised the ghostly Lord's scheme to unite with the underworld, loathed the black and gold chains, and wished fervently to extract Yama's very essence. Yet, it was too late. Everything was irrevocably lost. Previously, Chen Zhi had never encountered a living deity. However, through his limited understanding, he discerned that the most salient distinction between deities and humanity, beyond their might and longevity, was their utter lack of compassion. Qin Yueyang, in this moment, had shed all hesitation. No longer was she the tearful and pitiful maiden. She had transformed into an embodiment of strength, the sole living deity in existence, perhaps the most formidable force in the world. In the presence of such power, the discourse of right and wrong became irrelevant, for the strong require no justification. Two blue-robed warriors were reduced to ashes beneath the spectral blue flames, their demise so swift that onlookers had scarcely the time to react, let alone express astonishment. These elite warriors, second only to the formidable Bao Jiao and the venerable elder Xia, perished without a sound, their deaths utterly meaningless. Everyone immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. Qin Yueyang had evolved beyond her former self. She was now unstoppable, and they must flee with Bao Ping, for the consequences of remaining were too dire to contemplate. As this overwhelming power descended from the heavens, a torrent of blue flames cascaded like a sky full of fireworks, raining down upon the earth, igniting everything into ashes upon contact. This dire circumstance tested the martial prowess of the warriors, demanding their agility for survival. Jiang and Gui Dao, both warriors of speed, deftly maneuvered with Bao Ping, successfully evading the hellish flames that sought to consume them. However, the other warriors found themselves in a precarious position. It was not long before another warrior, merely grazed by a flicker of flame, was instantaneously reduced to cinders. The swiftness of these events left no room for fear or sorrow. Qin Yueyang was acutely aware of their need to escape, unleashing torrents of blue flames from above. These flames exploded in the air like raindrops, dense and crisscrossing, rendering any attempt at evasion futile, obstructing the warriors' efforts to lead Bao Ping to safety. Despite Jiang and Gui Dao's utmost exertions, they could not discern an avenue of escape. Curiously, while the blue flames surged with ferocity, they seemed to spare Gui Dao, showing no mercy to Bao Ping or the other warriors. As for Chen Zhi, he remained rooted in place, motionless and unyielding. He did not retreat or conjure a protective barrier. Instead, he gazed intently at Qin Yueyang above, watching the deluge of ghostly fire descend. He noted that the blue flames deliberately veered away from him. Though they fell in torrents, not a single droplet touched him, as if he had been entirely forgotten. Chen Zhi closed his eyes, sensing that perhaps this exalted queen of the underworld still retained a fragment, a remnant that belonged solely to Qin Yueyang. Qin Yueyang, can you pause for a moment? Let us converse, he shouted with all his might from below. Yet, Qin Yueyang above seemed oblivious, not even stirring her head. Suddenly, Yamo's sharp gaze fell upon Chen Zhi, his eyes gleaming with intensity. In an instant, Chen Zhi waved his hand, conjuring a protective barrier around himself, then propelled himself upward with a burst of sticky air, leaping towards the airborne Qin Yueyang. The very spot where Qin Yueyang stood was also the epicenter of the swirling blue flames, appearing as a massive azure fireball from below. Nevertheless, as Chen Zhi ascended, he felt an unusual calmness, untroubled by the thought of being engulfed by the blue flames. Perhaps it was a deep-seated confidence from his subconscious. He harbored the belief that Qin Yueyang would not go so far as to harm him. Indeed, as he surged into the air, the surrounding blue flames parted suddenly, clearing a path for him. Thus, Chen Zhi found himself safely hovering before Qin Yueyang, her pale visage and radiant eyes once again gracing his sight. You have already taken 3 lives. Is there no retreat for you? Please, let us talk. There is no dilemma that cannot be resolved, he urged, but he fell silent, feeling the chilling aura emanating from Qin Yueyang pressing against his cheek. What is there to discuss? Her voice, a haunting blend of masculine and feminine tones, sent shivers down his spine. Her icy eyes shifted momentarily, and those 3 pupils appeared devoid of humanity. For a fleeting moment, she seemed not to comprehend Chen Zhi's words. But after a brief pause, clarity dawned upon her. You claim I have killed 3? Then I should leave a way out. Chen Zhi, are you still clinging to illusions? After uttering these words, she extended her left hand, conjuring a dense sphere of blue flames in her palm, exuding an overwhelming power. Just a glance revealed to Chen Zhi that a mere touch from that flame could obliterate his barrier and reduce him to ashes. Her expression was as frigid as ice, her lips parting slightly. Chen Zhi, do you believe I am someone who can return with you? You speak of having killed 3. Face reality, Chen Zhi. I will not cease. Once I reclaim my existence, I shall unleash this inferno upon the mortal realm. At that time, it will not merely be 3 lives, nor 3,000, or even 3 million. In a matter of hours, all humanity will be reduced to dust by this flame, returning to the realms of the dead. Is it not said that one lives but a fleeting moment, ultimately descending into the yellow springs? After proclaiming this, she casually cast the sphere of blue flames to the ground. Yet this fiery orb possessed immense power, descending to the ground in an instant and erupting, scattering countless blue flames across the terrain. The situation for the warriors on the ground was dire. Under such a fierce onslaught, another warrior was struck by the ghostly fire, reducing him to ashes, while also, in a desperate attempt to shield Jiang, sustained evident injuries. Should another such intense attack occur, it was likely they would no longer be able to protect Baoping. How amusing they appeared, Qin Yueyang mused. Her lips pursed lightly as she observed the frantic warriors below, striving desperately to rescue Baoping. Humanity was so fragile, yet paradoxically resolute. Knowing their demise was imminent, they still clung to hope. How foolish. Watching them scurry in panic under the divine might. Chen Zhi, do you not find this intriguing? They resembled a throng of frantic ants. Humans are not ants. If they were, then what of you, who once loved humanity? Chen Zhi's gaze bore into Qin Yueyang, his teeth clenched tightly. I am aware of what has transpired with you. I know you have completely lost hope. Yet, I also recognize that you still possess memories. You have despaired over Baoping. What of me? What of Fatty and Ghostblade? Recall the days we shared. Did I, Fatty, and Blade not treat you as a companion? If you intend to annihilate all humans, then what of Fatty and Blade, who are also human? Will you slay them too? Even after those misunderstandings arose, and I harbored doubts about you, in the final moments, we exerted every effort to save you. As companions, we have never betrayed you. Suddenly, Chen Zhi's words ignited something within Qin Yueyang. Her 3 pupils flared with a fervent blaze. Her body trembled violently with rage. Have I never betrayed you? How laughable. Look at this. Do you remember? It is a high-fiber backpack, the treasure pouch that Chen Zhi and the others had used during their last descent to the underworld. It was left behind at the banks of the River of Forgetfulness due to the urgency of the situation. Chen Zhi recalled that the pouch still contained some water and food, which he believed could sustain Qin Yueyang for a while. However, the pouch now bore a layer of mold. Its straps slackened, and it was caked with black dirt. The contents were evident. The food was largely spoiled, and the other items had rotted beyond recognition. Yet one object remained within the pouch, shining brilliantly. Upon seeing that item, Chen Zhi felt a sudden jolt in his heart, rendering him speechless. It was the Xinjian, the sword bestowed upon him by Baoping, specifically for vanquishing the arrogant and ruthless. Chapter 760, The Fury of the Queen of the Underworld, Part 2, as the glimmering Xinjian appeared before him. Chen Zhi felt as though he had been struck sharply across the face. A wave of shame washed over him, making him wish he could vanish into the earth. In that moment, any explanation seemed superfluous. Before the gleaming blade, his earlier words felt profoundly hypocritical, to a degree that was almost laughable. This is your final stance toward me. This is your decision. With a graceful flick of her wrist, Qin Yueyang summoned the gleaming dark sword from her treasure pouch, where it hovered in the air, radiating a chilling light amidst the darkness. Although you feign indifference, I sense an insidious intent within you. a readiness to extinguish my life at the slightest misstep. Is this the affection you profess? At this juncture, Qin Yueyang's originally delicate voice faded once more, momentarily returning to a tone that blended both masculine and feminine qualities. Therefore, Chen Zhi of the Jiang clan, do not harbor any further expectations of me. We are through. So depart. Upon concluding her statement, an overwhelming torrent of energy surged forth from her being, akin to a powerful wave, propelling Chen Zhi's bubble away in an instant. Yet, Chen Zhi, with his tenacious grip on the bubble, quickly regained control and returned to stand before Qin Yueyang. Qin Yueyang, allow me to explain. Chen Zhi earnestly attempted to maintain his bubble's equilibrium, addressing her directly. The reality is not as you perceive it. I prepared this weapon as a precaution, only to be employed in dire circumstances. No further explanations are necessary, Chen Zhi. You are far too human, forever entangled in your justifications, which is rather tedious. Qin Yueyang retorted, raising her delicate wrist, and with a flick, the so-called divine sword shattered in an instant, transforming into a cascade of shimmering metallic shards that rained down. In that moment, Chen Zhi comprehended the formidable nature of the living queen of the underworld. Her latent power was immense, yet restrained, capable of unfathomable devastation when unleashed. Her cold, indifferent gaze, with its 3 pupils, revealed no trace of lingering affection. It appeared that Qin Yueyang had grown weary of further entanglements with Chen Zhi, and suddenly, she dove from the heavens like a descending bomb, crashing to the ground with a resounding impact. In that instant, blue flames began to flicker to life on the ground, rapidly radiating outward from Qin Yueyang's form. Soon, the inferno encroached upon everyone, leaving them with no avenue of escape. The warriors encircled Baoping, trapped in the only patch of ground untouched by flames, rendered immobile by the overwhelming heat. Yamo, Qin Yueyang called softly, as if commanding a servant, I am weary. Eliminate them all. Afterwards, let us descend to the mortal realm and carry forth the flames of the underworld. Understood. A sinister pride and malevolence graced Yamo's already enigmatic visage. At that moment, he bore no semblance of humanity. Like a legendary being, he became a figure more terrifying than Yama himself. When he smiled, it revealed the true countenance of a demon. He raised his iron claws, grinning malevolently, and slowly approached the warriors. As he neared them, his mouth suddenly gaped wide, revealing sharp, elongated fangs. Everyone instinctively realized his intentions, and a chill crept into their hearts. This fiend had finally revealed his true nature, just as the legends foretold. He was a creature of insatiable bloodlust, feasting upon humanity. His desire was not merely to slay all present, but to consume human flesh before their very eyes. Such a scene would surely surpass the limits of human endurance. All the warriors desperately shielded Baoping, standing in the only spot devoid of blue flames. A peculiar position that remained uncertain whether it was intentionally left by Qin Yueyang or simply a corner impervious to the blue fire's reach. At that moment, Yamo had undergone a complete transformation. His head had swollen to twice its original size, with sharp fangs protruding, drooling like a wild beast. His arms hung low, moving towards the warriors with a peculiar gait that shook the ground with each step. Just then, a flash like lightning erupted. Ghost Knife, wielding his long blade, surged in from another direction with astonishing speed, momentarily creating an illusion before Yamo. Yamo extended his claws to seize him, but grasped only air. The velocity of Ghost Knife was unexpected, and he vanished in an instant, reappearing nearby without even a whisper of ghostly fire touching him. Enraged, Yamo lunged at the reappeared Ghost Knife. However, he was about to witness the prowess of this human warrior. Just as Yamo was on the verge of capturing Ghost Knife's silhouette, he realized that it was merely a phantom. The real Ghost Knife had already materialized behind Yamo. With lethal intent, Ghost Knife's blade, imbued with a spiritual glow, pierced through the gap in Yamo's shoulder, driving straight through his heart and pinning him firmly against the wall. Ghost Knife then turned to Jiang, calling out, Jiang, quickly take the leader away. He will break free soon. Ghost Knife's assessment was accurate. Although Yamo's heart had been pierced, his demise was not so easily assured. After a brief pause, he revived instantly. This creature was driven mad by the humiliation of being pierced by a human, and his rage erupted in a furious roar, unleashing an overwhelming aura that no mere mortal could withstand. Yet, Ghost Knife maintained precise control, locking Yamo in place, preventing him from turning. seizing the fleeting moments. Jiang led Bao Ping and the remaining warriors through the ghostly flames, soaring as if in flight and successfully breaking free from the encirclement of blue fire. However, just as they escaped the grasp of the flames, a sudden flash of blue light illuminated their path. The pale, eerie visage of Qin Yueyang materialized before them. Her countenance was more chilling than that of a specter, her 3 eyes glimmering with a horrifying intensity. She appeared as an emotionless corpse, coldly regarding Bao Ping. Why the haste to leave? Stay here. I shall take you to a place. I wish to witness your lamentation. Chapter 761. The Fury of the Queen of the Underworld, Part 3. Upon concluding his statement, Qin Yueyang gently waved his hand, and a ball of azure flame immediately surged forth, racing toward the front where Bao Ping stood. 2 warriors bravely positioned themselves in front of Bao Ping, only to be reduced to ashes by the blue fire. The ranks of blue-robed warriors had thinned dramatically, with nearly all comrades now lost, leaving only Jiang and a few red-robed fighters. Witnessing their companions disintegrate into dust beside them, a profound sense of despair enveloped the remaining warriors, pushing their spirits to the brink of collapse. As a fraternity that revered honor, they harbored no fear of death. However, the sight before them ignited a crimson fury in their eyes. Had it not been for the need to protect Bao Ping, they might have charged recklessly into the fray. As Qin Yueyang positioned himself ahead, the blue flames continued to encircle, ensnaring them once more. Just as despair began to take hold, the sound of swift footsteps echoed from the front, revealing a troop hastening toward them. Jiang, leading over 100 remaining warriors, had arrived from the rear, instilling a flicker of hope within the beleaguered group. At that moment, Yamo had found his footing, roaring in rage as he broke free from the control of the ghost blade. The ghost blade reacted with remarkable speed, leaping skyward to evade Yamo's grasp. Meanwhile, Jiang and the newly arrived blue-robed warriors quickly assessed the situation, forming a protective circle around Bao Ping. Several blue-robed warriors began to probe for an escape route, exhausting every possible means to extricate Bao Ping. Jiang, drawing her longsword, took her position at the forefront, directly facing Qin Yueyang. Shock rippled through the crowd. None could fathom her intentions. Yet, Jiang appeared undeterred, as if she had long awaited this moment. How formidable you seem. If that is the case, might you grant me a passage? Very well, Qin Yueyang replied, pursing his lips into a smile. She regarded this warrior with a sense of mockery, perhaps finding him laughable or oblivious to his own limitations. Regardless, she extinguished the flames that had separated them, revealing a path. Thank you, Jiang exclaimed, her eyes instantly inflamed with determination. Do you know, from the very first moment I laid eyes on you, I have loathed that pitiful visage of yours. Do you merely feign helplessness to elicit sympathy from men? Such is the behavior of the inept. Jiang's voice was hoarse, her forehead lined with bulging veins, her face and body marred with evident bloodstains, a testament to the ferocity of her recent battle with the black-clad warrior. She advanced toward Qin Yueyang, while her other hand discreetly gestured behind her, communicating a silent message through the warrior's code. I have forged a path. Seize the opportunity and flee swiftly. The warriors, keenly observant, instantly grasped the urgency of the situation. Recognizing the path Jiang had carved with her life, they prepared to make a hasty escape. Jiang quickened her pace, channeling her energy into her arms and then throughout her entire being. Her wound began to bleed profusely, and it was through this sharp pain that she suddenly leaped into the air, launching an assault towards Qin Yueyang. Jiang's martial prowess was characterized by explosive power, akin to the blazing sun descending upon the earth. She soared high, striking downwards with an unyielding force that left no room for evasion. Her strike was direct and unpretentious, devoid of any cunning or feints, aimed squarely at Qin Yueyang's face. At that moment, Gui Dao and Jiang swiftly whisked Bao Ping away from the scene. Following the path devoid of flames, they would be able to escape this perilous place in a matter of seconds, and subsequently depart from Fengdu, where allies awaited to receive them. Aso and the other warriors remained behind, knowing Jiang could not hold out for long. When she descended, Aso and his team would be the second wave to confront Qin Yueyang in a desperate battle for time. Yet, unexpectedly, Jiang's long blade was caught as if by an unseen force, and in the fleeting moment that followed, a sharp crack echoed, the sound of bone fracturing. Jiang's right arm was brutally broken, and the next sight was of Qin Yueyang seizing her by the throat. Qin Yueyang's brilliant eyes scrutinized Ji Ying's face for a moment, seemingly perplexed, before disdainfully uttering, "Is humanity's red warriors so self-assured? How tiresome." With a gentle flick, akin to tossing aside a mere kitten, he hurled Ji Ying effortlessly away. She collided with a heavy object and fell hard to the ground, losing consciousness. In the next heartbeat, Qin Yueyang transformed like lightning, becoming two shadows, one of which swiftly entered the ranks of the warriors, appearing before Bao Ping. Jiang, positioned protectively beside Bao Ping, was the first to charge forward. However, before he could close the distance to Qin Yueyang, he was launched backward by an overwhelming force. The distinct sounds of crunching bones echoed as Ji Yang's ribs shattered. When he fell to the ground, he did not rise immediately, clearly gravely injured. The second to rush in was Gui Dao, who swung his sword with the swiftness of lightning. Yet, even as he struck, Qin Yueyang grasped his weapon firmly. Nevertheless, Qin Yueyang did not retaliate harshly. He merely nudged Gui Dao forward, rendering him defenseless as he skidded across the ground for several meters, crashing heavily against a wall. Beneath the blue flames, Qin Yueyang's cold visage became ominously chilling as he raised a finger, gently shaking it at Gui Dao. The message was unmistakable: do not attempt again, or the next encounter would be fatal. The fierce blue flames encircled Ba Jiao, the elder warrior, and the other fighters, preventing their approach. Now, before Qin Yueyang stood only Bao Ping. In that moment, Qin Yueyang was as frigid as ice, her countenance resembling that of a corpse, devoid of color and expression. Her brilliant eyes were fixed intently on Bao Ping as she lifted her left hand. In that brief moment, events unfolded with such suddenness that the human mind struggled to grasp the details. No one noticed the absence of Qin Yueyang's ring finger. Yet now, as a profound silence enveloped the surroundings, all eyes were drawn to the fact that her finger was gone. In its stead was a metallic iron finger sheath, sharp and reminiscent of the protective gear worn by people in the Qing dynasty. This sheath was entirely fashioned from black gold, its dark sheen exquisite and intricate, with the tip resembling a razor-sharp claw. "Are you afraid, Bao Ping?" Qin Yueyang floated before him, extending her hand towards his face. "Did you ever conceive that one day I would stand here before you? I no longer seek your compassion or your love. I no longer need to exhaust my mind to keep your heart. For now, I am the one who holds your life and death in my hands." Chapter 762. Jiang's Choice. Master Bao, did you consider my anguish when you ordered my finger to be severed? Qin Yueyang gently placed her hand upon Bao Ping's face, the sensation chilling. Yet, through some mysterious means, Bao Ping found himself rendered motionless, at the mercy of her iron finger as it traced his visage. Her sharp iron nail coldly sliced across his skin, leaving a deep gash from which blood soon streamed down his cheek. Nonetheless, Bao Ping maintained his composure, neither responding to her inquiry nor displaying any sign of panic. "Does it hurt?" Qin Yueyang softly inquired. "I understand you, Bao Ping. You are resolute, believing that fear is a disgrace for a man, are you not? You will never yield, never succumb to fear. However, my proud master, I am about to take you to a place where all your steadfastness will be stripped away. Your proud exterior will be peeled away layer by layer. I am eager to witness what you will look like when you wail and lament in that place. Yet now, I offer you a chance. In light of our past bond, if you plead for mercy now, I shall spare you, your warriors, and this realm of humanity. I swear by the divine." Upon finishing her declaration, Qin Yueyang traced a cross upon her chest with her iron nail, and the mark shimmered with a divine light, transforming into a seal that melded into her being. The oath to the divine was thus established. "I have stated before, I never plead for mercy," Bao Ping replied, his gaze steady upon Qin Yueyang's sinister countenance, allowing the blood to flow freely down his face. "It appears that even after your transformation into a deity, you remain rather foolish. I have previously warned you not to underestimate people." After uttering these words, his deep gray eyes flickered momentarily. He then stood resolute, issuing commands to the warriors behind him. The decree weighed heavily upon Chen Zhi and all present, like a mountain pressing down upon their hearts. "People of Shiqi, heed my command. Upon my death, Jiang shall ascend as leader. Should Jiang meet misfortune, Asawa shall immediately succeed, in this order, in the midst of the throng." The patriarch of the Jiang clan commanded unwavering respect. After Bao Ping's declaration, he abruptly turned to Jiang, issuing an order in an authoritative tone. "Jiang, I command you to immediately sever my head and dismember my body. ensuring that my remains do not fall into the hands of the underworld. Execute this command at once. There shall be no disobedience. Yes, in the hearts of the people of Shiqi, the leader's command held an unparalleled supremacy, unencumbered by hesitation or doubt. All responded instinctively. However, Jiang hesitated momentarily before resolutely affirming, yes. He then raised his right arm and gestured towards Chen Zhi in the heavens, casting a glance that conveyed his plea for assistance. At that instant, Chen Zhi comprehended Jiang's intent. Jiang required his aid to fulfill this grim command. Qin Yueyang and Mo were positioned perilously close to Baoping, particularly with Qin Yueyang surrounded by azure ghostly flames, which would reduce anything they touched to ashes. Jiang found it exceedingly difficult to advance. He needed a protective force to envelop him, shielding him from the ghostly flames long enough to reach Baoping and carry out the execution. This protective force was embodied in Chen Zhi's fierce curse barrier. The command was ruthless, yet at this juncture, no one pondered the nature of cruelty. Fate could shift in an instant. Even Chen Zhi, who had recently experienced emotional turmoil, swiftly regained his composure. Upon recognizing Jiang's signal, his mind did not waver as he gestured downward, summoning an extraordinarily dense and resilient stream of energy that cascaded from the heavens, enveloping Jiang. As the energy made contact with Jiang's form, a thin layer of foam emerged around him, a solidified manifestation of the fierce curse, a robust protective barrier, akin to Jiang donning an all-encompassing suit of armor. During this interval, nothing could directly harm him, be it toxic gas, flames, or explosives. Even the ghostly flames present could not penetrate. This state of protection was estimated to last around 3 minutes, ample time for Jiang to fulfill his task. Yet, upon receiving this protective force, Jiang did not draw his blade as anticipated. It was in that moment that Chen Zhi realized Jiang had no intention of executing Baoping. He harbored an alternative plan. Qin Yueyang, having heard Baoping's command, refrained from intervening, merely smiling faintly as she observed the unfolding events. In a flash, Jiang vanished. And almost simultaneously, he did not rush towards Baoping, but instead appeared like a shadow behind Qin Yueyang, surrounded by the blue, ghostly flames. Jiang's barrier acted as a fireproof membrane, isolating him from the inferno. Yet, the flames continued to blaze fiercely, the chilling burn inflicting excruciating pain, yet failing to reduce him to ashes. In that pivotal moment, Jiang undertook an act that none dared to attempt. He extended his arms and tightly ensnared Qin Yueyang from behind, constricting her form with unyielding force. In terms of physique, Qin Yueyang possesses a remarkably petite form. Had she endured merely a few minutes of the Hellfire's torment, Jiang's strength would have sufficed to bind her completely. Yet, at this juncture, Qin Yueyang transcended humanity. Her power no longer resembled that of a mere mortal. When she realized her confinement, an immediate fury surged within her. She unleashed a deafening roar, echoing into the heavens, reminiscent of a primal demon from the wilds. Subsequently, a cacophony of cracking bones reverberated through the air, the sound of Jiang's arm fracturing as he tightened his grip on Qin Yueyang. Nevertheless, Jiang remained resolute, unwavering in his hold, transforming his body into a binding rope that rendered her incapable of casting her spells. Also, this blade is now yours. Jiang bellowed with every ounce of strength he could muster, his eyes bursting with blood, crimson streaming from his mouth. In response to his call, the dark long sword at his side seemed to awaken with a will of its own, suddenly soaring into the air, executing a graceful spiral, glimmering with a chilling black light as it descended into Osso's grasp. At that moment, Jiang, his visage marred with blood, cried out in a voice tinged with desperation. "Osso, from this day forth, you shall replace me as the foremost warrior of the Western Qi. Safeguard our leader. Do not allow the demons to humiliate him. As long as the leader endures, so shall the Western Qi. Depart swiftly." Chapter 763. Jiang's Choice, Part 2. In this moment, every nerve of the onlookers was electrified, their spirits ignited with fervor. They comprehended the gravity of Jiang's actions. From the instant he chose to ensnare Qin Yueyang, his chances of survival had dimmed to nothing. The protective barrier surrounding him would inevitably dissipate, and after enduring 2 minutes of excruciating flames, he would be reduced to ashes. This was an immutable truth, devoid of any room for retreat. Aso and the others now bore the urgent task of swiftly escorting Bao Ping away during the fleeting 2 minutes Jiang had procured with his life. Otherwise, his sacrifice would be rendered utterly meaningless. What should have been a profoundly tragic scene afforded no time for emotional expression. The moment Jiang's long sword spiraled through the air into Aso's hands, Chen Zhi perceived that the black blade had already determined its fate. This artifact, passed down through generations, possessed an inherent consciousness. It recognized the irreversible death of its previous master and comprehended his heartfelt wish. In the light of this desire, it willingly embraced Aso, accepting its new destiny. Chen Zhi had long heard tales of Jiang's black longsword, which held a unique status among the weaponry of the Western Qi, for it was a blade truly belonging to the people of Western Qi. It bore no divine legends, nor was it forged by celestial hands. According to lore, it was crafted by King Wu of Zhou to reward a loyal warrior during the formation of the warrior cohort. This warrior had achieved great merit in the campaign against the tyrant Shang Zhou, personally severing the blood of deities, creating miracles, and saving King Wu's life. From that moment, King Wu regarded him as a brother, bestowing upon him unwavering trust, and they traversed the world together, inseparable. After the establishment of the Zhou dynasty, King Wu, GFA, issued a decree mobilizing the nation's finest artisans to forge a long sword from a unique blend of exquisite black iron and gold. The position of the personal warrior was thus established, becoming known as the chief warrior, and the warrior system was founded. This long sword, throughout the ages, has been stained with the blood of countless descendants of deities and nobles, gradually being imbued with strength, ultimately transforming into a divine weapon capable of severing hair. Despite the passage of time, this sword has remained in the hands of the chief warrior of Shiqi, symbolizing the very soul of Shiqi's warriors, as well as humanity's triumph over the divine. Chen Zhi recalled the name of this sword, Yupa. In ancient tongue, Yu signifies protection, symbolizing that the wielder of this sword would forever safeguard their master, unwavering through the tides of time. The moment this sword fell into Asoa's hands, his demeanor shifted dramatically. Without uttering a word, he swiftly gestured towards the ghost blade. Subsequently, he single-handedly restrained Bao Ping, as a multitude of incantations enveloped him, swirling like a mass of black ants, all merging into the ground. In an instant, he and Bao Ping vanished, reappearing beside the ghost blade. The ghost blade immediately rose, and together they hoisted Bao Ping, leaping into the black incantations arranged by Asoa, disappearing in an instant. Though their vanishing was abrupt, Chen Zhi sensed their presence, aware that they were moving at remarkable speed through the darkness. The warriors behind them hastened to follow, knowing that within 2 minutes, they could escape this place and depart from Fengdu. Meanwhile, Yemo had already witnessed the entire scene. Asoa's dark runes did not escape her keen perception. She leaped forward, her body low to the ground like a bull, pursuing with great speed. However, just as she surged forward, a resounding crash echoed as a transparent wall of air forcefully obstructed her path. Before her stood the formidable barrier of the transmission curse. Yemo, do you think you can surpass me? Chen Zhi descended gently from above, enveloped in a vast, powerful aura, akin to Mount Tai crashing down. The force came with tremendous ferocity, encircling Yemo completely. After colliding with the barrier, Yemo found herself unable to advance any further, her bones creaking as a thick scent of sulfur filled the air, gradually straightening her form. At that moment, Yemo's visage had morphed entirely. Her sharp fangs and crimson eyes fixated on Chen Zhi's face, akin to gazing at a long-standing adversary. Hee, I wish to test something, Yemo cackled eerily, her laughter sharp and filled with malice. Chief Jiang, observe what I hold in my hand. With this artifact, will your Jiang clan's aura still be of use? After speaking, Yemo abruptly drew forth a round stone from her possession. The stone, larger than a ping-pong ball and perfectly circular, appeared unremarkable, its gray surface lacking any extraordinary allure. Before the stone, all the currents of energy within Chen Zhi began to dissipate rapidly. The vast and turbulent flow of the fierce curse he had just summoned was on the verge of vanishing into thin air. Do you now comprehend what this is? Without incantations, you are merely an ordinary individual. Yemo then erupted into a maniacal laughter, recounting how, thousands of years ago, your ancestor Jiang Zhi, in an attempt to curry favor with my father, personally delivered as a wedding gift for the princess, a token to my realm of Fengdu. He In his desperation for his daughter to ascend as the queen of the underworld, humbly beseeched my father, offering to relinquish the magical artifact that governed his family's spells as a testament to his sincerity. Yet, despite his entreaties, my mother could not escape the fate of dismemberment. Though that artifact remained. Look, the clan leader of the Zhang's illegitimate line. In the presence of this artifact, do your extraordinary abilities still hold any weight? Jiang Shang's actions were not born of humility, but rather a calculated sacrifice, made in response to the times. Chen Zhi's gaze remained fiercely fixed on Yamo. And let us not forget that Jiang Zia was not a reckless man. He would always leave himself an avenue of retreat. Do you truly believe he would so easily place the hilt of a dagger meant for his own demise in the hands of a demon? After speaking, Chen Zhi reached into his treasure pouch and retrieved the ring he had kept in the royal city of Shiqi. As he produced the circular stone, the one in Yamo's grasp immediately vanished. With a resounding thud, the stone reappeared within Chen Zhi's ring, perfectly fitting together to reform a grand circular artifact. Do you see it? Chen Zhi raised the artifact towards Yamo. In this world, there exists a division of yin and yang, two entities that are inseparable. The yang is exalted while the yin is humble. Jiang Zia split this artifact into two to preserve a contingency plan. He sent the yin stone to the realm of the underworld as a gesture of goodwill, while retaining the yang stone in Shiqi. Should the yin stone ever encounter the yang stone, it would promptly return to its maternal form. Jiang Zia's heart has always resided in Shiqi. He has never been humble. Everything he did was a sacrifice. Such a sacrifice is beyond your narrow understanding, half-god. What did you call me? Yamo erupted in fury, as if someone had struck a painful sore. I referred to you as a half-god, Chen Zhi declared with unwavering resolve. Yamo, I truly believe that your millennia of existence has been in vain. You are unworthy of being a divine progeny, reduced to a half-god instead. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi opened his palm, and a silver ring rose from his hand, rapidly expanding and transforming in the air. In an instant, the dark sky shifted and roiled, as the silver dragon-like god-slaying whip danced once more through the heavens. Chapter 764. The whip strikes the son of Fengdu. At the moment Yamo beheld the emergence of the god-slaying whip, a flicker of fear crossed his visage, prompting him to retreat swiftly, his eyes betraying a fierce terror as he fixated on Chen Zhi. Jiang Zhi, what do you intend to do? Do you wish to perish alongside me? Do not forget, should you kill me, you too shall not escape. And what truly transpired 5,000 years ago? Do you not yearn to uncover the truth? Do you not wish to uncover the true fate of your ancestor? His barrier is but a web of deceit. All that Ji and Jiang have revealed to the realm of humanity is a fabrication. This truth is known solely to me, and once I perish, it shall be lost to you forever. I do not require such knowledge. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, raising his hand to manipulate the divine whip above. One can speak of lies so frequently that they begin to believe them. I harbor no interest in your fabrications. I do not lie. Yamo's immense eyes fixed intently upon Chen Zhi. Moreover, do not forget that your companion from Shiqi still suffers. Will you not turn to glance at him? He is engulfed by hellfire, enduring unimaginable agony, and soon he will be reduced to ashes. Will you not spare him one last look? Chen Zhi understood that Yamo referred to Jiang, who had fallen silent, the torment inflicted by the burning ghost fire beyond human comprehension. The immense suffering had rendered him unconscious, his subconscious merely confining Qin Yueyang. The protective barrier was becoming increasingly thin under the relentless flames, melting flesh and bone, reducing Jiang to a mere strand, binding Qin Yueyang, poised to snap at any moment. In approximately 1 minute, the protective layer would vanish entirely, and he would be consumed by the inferno. Yet, Chen Zhi did not cast a glance back, not even once. Instead, his blood-red eyes remained fixed upon Yamo. There is no need to look, for I shall forever remember his visage. Our human existence is fleeting. From the moment of birth, we are prepared to confront death. We do not fear it as you do. Even in death, the warriors of Shiqi shall be eternally commemorated by their kin, living on in reverence. Conversely, your demise shall render you but a tale, forever a malevolent spirit within legends. Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi swiftly brought his lips together and began to chant the god-slaying incantation with fervor. The spell surged like a tempest, swiftly infusing the divine whip with its power. The whip responded to this immense stimulus, soaring and twisting through the air like a frenzied white dragon, its claws poised to strike down upon Yamo below. In that moment, Yamo was consumed by madness. The instincts of his divine lineage were acutely attuned to the scent of death, and he was unwilling to succumb to it. He rapidly transformed into a beast, recklessly battering against Chen Zhi's barrier, desperately seeking any means of escape. However, Qin Yueyang's mathematical formula proved utterly flawless, significantly fortifying the binding spell. As the barrier continually shifted between forms, it became an impenetrable gate of spirits, increasingly unyielding. After his frenzied attempts, Yamo fell into despair, his efforts leaving him bloodied and battered. Even as the world around him shattered, he could find no exit. At last, Chen Zhi completed the god-slaying incantation. The divine whip now brimmed with its utmost might, rolling through the tempestuous skies, in the throes of its most explosive expansion. Chen Zhi, with a single fist raised, commanded the divine whip to strike down like a thunderbolt amidst the swirling tempest of lightning. "Son of Fengdu Yamo," he proclaimed, elevating the whip high above, directing its descent. "As the progeny of the underworld god, you know not the weight of your own existence, wreaking havoc upon the mortal realm. I hereby demote you to a demigod. I decree your punishment, whip strike." A resounding crack echoed through the air as the divine whip, imbued with immense power, carved a silvery arc in the sky before delivering a definitive blow upon Yamo. The beastly form of Yamo was instantaneously reduced to mere fragments, for scattered flesh torn asunder. The pungent scent of sulfur wafted through the air, the once formidable figure now disintegrated into countless shards. Yet, the haunting echoes of his howls lingered, instilling a chilling dread in the hearts of those who heard. In a swift moment, the smoke dissipated, revealing a clear vista. Where Yamo had been shattered, a luminous entity began to coalesce, taking the shape of a human, translucent and pulsating with the rhythm of a beating heart. Chen Zhi recognized this form from his previous visit to the underworld. It was a divine spirit, the essence of a deity. This was the final, fragile remnant of a god, stripped of its corporeal shell. The ethereal form was exceedingly delicate, susceptible to even the faintest touch, which could reduce it to ash. Just as Chen Zhi prepared to wield the divine whip to obliterate Yamo's spirit, an unexpected voice resonated within him, urging, "Spare him. You must not kill again, or you shall regret it. And beware of what lies behind you." Confusion enveloped Chen Zhi. He struggled to comprehend the message. In that instant, he felt a frigid hand clamping tightly around his raised arm. This hand was as cold as ice, yet possessed an immense strength. He sensed the fury of the entity behind him, a wrath akin to a volcano ready to unleash its devastation upon the earth. A foreboding intuition surged within Chen Zhi, prompting him to swiftly glance back. Indeed, there stood Qin Yueyang, her face a chilling visage of frost. With formidable strength, she grasped Chen Zhi's arm, her form and hair cloaked in black ashes that sparkled like fragments of dark diamonds, evoking a sense of reverence. Chen Zhi realized these ashes were remnants of Jiang. The protective membrane had vanished, and his body had turned to cinders. A pang of sorrow struck Chen Zhi's heart, yet he concealed his grief, understanding that this was Jiang's most honorable choice. At that moment, a cold, mixed voice of both man and woman emerged slowly from Qin Yueyang's lips. "Chen Zhi, what is your intent? To slay the gods? Like your ancestor Jiang Zhi, who wielded divine power to eradicate all deities, only to shamelessly proclaim himself the savior to the world?" Chapter 765. The legend of the true god. The voice of Qin Yueyang resonated softly, like the piercing chill of ice, as her hand made contact with Chen Zhi. An overwhelming wave of frigid energy surged into his body, causing every hair on Chen Zhi's skin to stand erect and his bones to ache with an excruciating pain. Instinctively, he summoned the currents of energy within him to repel the cold, forcing it out with sheer will. Yet, he could still hear the ominous cracking sounds echoing in the air. He understood that the arm seized by Qin Yueyang had already been shattered. At that moment, Qin Yueyang's voice echoed once more. "You claim the words of the son of Fengdu are mere fabrications. Thousands of years have passed, and the world has transformed dramatically. How can you assert that he speaks falsely when you have not witnessed the events of that time? In that era, you had yet to be born, and human civilization had not yet flourished. This world was ruled by deities. Do you comprehend the nature of that epoch? To categorically declare that the son of Fengdu utters lies is reckless. Chen Zhi, have you never questioned the truth? The liars are not others, but your own ancestors. All these tales, every myth and legend, are but the concocted deceptions of your forebears. In the annals of human mythology, your ancestors are portrayed as sacred and radiant, as if all existence thrived under their divine auspices. Yet, have you ever pondered that perhaps it was Jiang Shang, driven by selfish motives, who conspired with the Ji clan to annihilate the divine lineage and seize power? Subsequently, to exert control over humanity, they fabricated the myth of the human barrier. Have you never considered that Jiang Shang was once merely a son of the gods? From whence did he acquire the divine whip? And how did he learn the incantations to vanquish deities and gain the power to bestow divinity? The past is immutable. It can be romanticized or forgotten. Yet the truth remains unchanged. As Qin Yueyang spoke, she leaned slightly closer, her lips brushing against Chen Zhi's ear, and he immediately felt an icy aura freeze his earlobe. Chen Zhi, have you never contemplated? Everything you know and everything you perceive is but an illusion. That absurd barrier has been shattered, and nothing will transpire. Upon finishing her words, Qin Yueyang suddenly straightened, her hands gripping Chen Zhi's shoulders with ferocity. In an instant, he felt a bone-chilling cold penetrate his being, an inescapable embrace. At that moment, he beheld the dazzling three-eyed gaze of Qin Yueyang flicker before him. Let us proceed. Whether it is truth or falsehood, we shall verify it together. Let us venture forth and witness what transpires upon breaching that barrier. With that declaration, Qin Yueyang seized Chen Zhi's shoulders, and with a thunderous rush, they soared into the air. Chen Zhi followed closely, propelling himself forward as Qin Yueyang's speed surpassed that of any warrior. She traversed the dark expanse, passed through the sacred temple, and navigated the desert of swirling sands. At last, Chen Zhi beheld her crossing the threshold of the underworld, the bronze gates. When Chen Zhi's feet finally touched the ground again, he found himself standing upon a blanket of pristine snow, surrounded by wisps of white clouds. Qin Yueyang hovered in the air, having just transported him to the pinnacle of Changbai Mountain, a height unattainable by mere mortals. Here, purity and truth manifested with divine grace. Gazing down upon all existence, as nothing in the vastness of heaven and earth could elude her discerning eyes. Observe closely. Beneath the facade of prosperity and tranquility in this world, what lies concealed? Look yonder. Do you perceive what is there? Qin Yueyang pointed toward a distant region where mountains interlinked, with a particular peak standing out prominently in the center. It lay across the mountain range like a corridor connecting two great summits. Under ordinary circumstances, Chen Zhi would have dismissed it as just another ordinary mountain, albeit with an unusual appearance. However, from this vantage point, an unsettling realization struck him. The form of the great mountain appeared strikingly unique, as if he beheld an ethereal vision. The mountain ahead, though blanketed in white snow and green pine, resembled a person in its entirety. This figure knelt upon the ground, head bowed toward the earth, back to the heavens, hands pressed to the ground. The investiture of the gods, a 1,000-year-old legend. How splendid a myth it is. Qin Yueyang's voice resonated softly, echoing with depth, her countenance whiter than the snow of Changbai Mountain, her brilliant eyes fixed upon the mountain range ahead. Humanity, a fleeting creature, interprets history through subjective lenses, altering and passing it down through generations, ultimately transforming it into myths indistinguishable from truth. In the annals of Fengdu, during the age of human oblivion, Jiang Shang led the people to honor the gods, attempting to conspire against the tyrant Zhou. The great deity Damu Li vehemently opposed him, rebuking Jiang for defying the heavenly way, disrupting the harmony between gods and men, and warned that such transgressions would invite divine retribution. He proclaimed that humanity, in its ignorance and selfishness, would bring calamity upon itself once it ascended to power. From that moment, the land of Huaxiao would descend into chaos, engulfed in ceaseless warfare, with all beings suffering, leading to human self-destruction. In his wrath and humiliation, Jiang Shang, obstinate as ever, sought to execute Damu Li with the divine whip. The deity, left with no choice, fled to the underworld to seek justice from the Lord of Fengdu. Yet, before he could reach the gates of Fengdu, Jiang Shang struck him down with a whip, consigning his body to this place forever. In his final moments, Damu Li swore a celestial oath, pledging his form to safeguard Changbai Mountain, forever kneeling in this spot. He beseeched the underworld deity to unleash hellfire upon the mortal realm, to witness how Jiang Shang's creation would meet its doom. The lord of the underworld, incensed, sought to incinerate the mortal world, reducing Jiang Zi's creations to ashes. Perhaps this is the cycle of celestial justice. Qin Yueyang's eyes shimmered under the sunlight, gazing indifferently ahead, once appeased by Jiang Zi's eloquence. The lord of the underworld had not departed from Fengdu. Now, let me continue this tale. Chen Zhi, do you recognize that place? At this moment, Qin Yueyang raised her delicate hand, gently indicating a spot below the mountain. Chen Zhi glanced down and beheld a transparent valley, where the village and waterfall below were clearly visible. This was indeed the Valley of Immortals, where your friends reside, is it not? Let us commence from there, Qin Yueyang declared, and with a delicate snap of her fingers, a torrent of azure ghostly flames surged forth from her fingertips. They soared swiftly through the sky, crossing over and heading straight for the Valley of Immortals below. Stop, Chen Zhi shouted, but before his words could fully escape his lips, the concealed Valley of Immortals ignited in an instant, engulfed in a fierce blue blaze, transforming into a sea of fire, reduced to mere ashes. Chapter 766. The Inferno Above the Earth Stop. Upon witnessing Qin Yueyang's actions, Chen Zhi hastily expelled all the energy within him, pursuing the ghostly flames in a desperate attempt to save the Valley of Immortals. However, the fierce incantation was a restrictive spell, requiring a significant weaving period to unleash its full potential. Time was evidently insufficient when Chen Zhi's incantation energy met Qin Yueyang's ghostly flames. It merely enveloped the fire like a thin plastic film. Yet, the blue flames continued their descent upon the Valley of Immortals, instantaneously saturating it in an ocean of blue fire. As he watched the azure flames consume the Valley of Immortals, Chen Zhi's mind grasped two pivotal realizations. First, the energy flow was intertwined with his nerves. By the impact he had just experienced with Qin Yueyang, it was evident that her current power was beyond comprehension, allowing her to effortlessly spread those ghostly flames. Second, although he had managed to encase the ghostly flames, the incantation was far too insubstantial, akin to a thin sheet of paper attempting to contain a fire, and ultimately, paper cannot contain flames. Indeed, the subsequent events swiftly validated Chen Zhi's assessment. The Valley of Immortals, once a hidden sanctuary, was veiled in enchantments, appearing like a grand glass mirror from afar. However, when viewed from above, this glass surface magnified the scenery below. From the mountains, every detail of the Valley of Immortals became strikingly clear: the rivers, mountains, villages, and fields. Even the pathways within the valley were laid bare. As the blue hellfire descended upon the valley, it was immediately enveloped, resembling a region encased in blue glass. Soon after, Chen Zhi's incantation membrane was incinerated, and the flames rapidly spread throughout the Valley of Immortals. What followed was a scene of blackened ashes. The once beautiful, ethereal Valley of Immortals lay in ruins. Chen Zhi felt as though his heart had been shattered in that moment. Before him stood Qin Yueyang, exuding an aura of resentment, a manifestation that rendered her unable to communicate. She had transformed into a demon emerging from the depths of hell. Chen Zhi understood that according to their original plan, Xianlin and the others awaited news within the valley, intending to relocate only upon receiving a signal of danger. Yet now, in this urgent crisis, there was no time to send them a warning. The Valley of Immortals has endured countless tribulations, inhabited solely by the surviving denizens, predominantly women and children, all of whom were rescued by Chen Zhi himself. The ghostly flames are notoriously cold and merciless. This entire valley, along with its inhabitants, is destined to soon be reduced to ashes. This sudden, unprovoked assault will undoubtedly lead to the annihilation of the celestial folk of Changbai Mountain. And those dark-clad individuals left behind, Xianlin, Fat Wei, and Dagua, will not escape their grim fate. The harsh reality is often drenched in blood. Gazing down from the mountaintop, one can see the Valley of Immortals engulfed in darkness. The villages, homes, cascading waterfalls, and precious Tai Sui fruit trees have all been transformed into blackened ash, whisked away by the fierce winds of Changbai Mountain, as the acrid scent of charred remains fills Chen Zhi's nostrils, mingling with the metallic tang of blood. Are there those you hold dear? Qin Yueyang spoke as if casually engaged in conversation, hovering about 2 meters beside Chen Zhi. Her voice once again the hauntingly beautiful timbre of a woman. Humanity is perpetually shackled by emotion, suffering deeply from the loss of loved ones. Yet they fail to realize that in the span of mere decades, all sentiments are severed by death. Still, humans persist, tragic, yet intriguingly so. Do you understand, Chen Zhi? I too was once a part of humanity, haunted by the obsessions of emotion, grieving heartbreakingly over betrayal. But now, I have found liberation. Chen Zhi, you too shall eventually find your release. Look at yourself. Do you not feel like a stranger to your former self? The old Chen Zhi must seem alien now. As you grow stronger, your humanity wanes, while your divine essence burgeons. And this divinity hardens our hearts, rendering us impervious to harm. I shall not become like that. Chen Zhi knelt in the snow, his arms buried in the icy white, resolute. At no time shall I abandon my humanity. I refuse to allow you to transform into such a monstrosity. Is that so? Qin Yueyang lowered her gaze towards Chen Zhi, then lifted her head to survey the vast expanse beneath Changbai Mountain. In a few hours, when all that you cherish is reduced to ashes, you will comprehend that, in truth, nothing ever truly existed in this world. After uttering these words, she crossed her arms over her chest and closed her eyes. Her form began to ascend rapidly, undergoing a profound transformation. This metamorphosis was pure. Her body became translucent, akin to a gemstone ablaze in fire, shining brilliantly amidst the flames. Gradually, her form shifted to a deep azure hue, which began to seep forth, evolving into swirling flames. She was enveloped in blue fire, akin to an atomic bomb poised to detonate. Suddenly, Qin Yueyang opened her eyes wide, limbs outstretched, tilting her head back, releasing a piercing cry towards the heavens. The sound was otherworldly, capable of shattering eardrums. Chen Zhi felt as if his own eardrums had been pierced, his head resonating with a deafening buzz, drowning out all clarity. As her piercing scream echoed, a multitude of blue flames erupted from within her, instantly enveloping the entire Changbai Mountain. The flames swiftly spread, rolling down the mountain slopes and racing towards the foot of the mountain, where a vast expanse lay, a small town at the base of Changbai Mountain. Chen Zhi knew that this location served as the second line of defense for the Tang family. Everyone awaited there, and should that line be breached, perhaps this world would truly be lost. Qin Yueyang, have you lost your mind? Please, do not force me to this extremity, Chen Zhi exclaimed, swiftly slicing open the artery on his wrist, blood splattering forth. He then pressed his bloodied hands onto the ground, quickly reciting incantations. In an instant, the earth trembled violently, and the black armor emerged from beneath the surface, revealing the formation inscribed with golden powder. In that moment, golden light surged from Changbai Mountain, the ground shook, and dark shadows sprang forth from various points on the land. These were the most esteemed shaman of the Jiang clan from the western Qi royal city. At the forefront, the grand shaman Naya soared, leading the multitude of Jiang shamans as they rapidly ascended to every designated point in the air. These points corresponded perfectly with the formations on the ground, forming a tight encirclement around Qin Yueyang. Subsequently, a series of powerful chants resonated in waves, echoing through the mountains, and the air within the mountains began to shift. Chapter 767. The Fiery Earth Consumes the Heavens. Part 2. The shamans of the Jiang clan form a unique collective. Their lifespans varying greatly, yet most far exceed that of ordinary humans, making them ancient beings. Those admitted into the western Qi royal city as shamans are typically of noble bloodlines, descendants of divine lineage, and stand among the elite of the demigods. Most have resided in western Qi since their ancestors' time, and during the reign of King Wu against the tyrant Zhou, Jiang Zhi received numerous demigod offspring under his command. These demigods, after enduring countless battles, proliferated in western Qi, safeguarding the barriers. Through generations of evolution, they have transformed into a cohesive group, with each shaman intimately familiar with their designated positions and responsibilities, particularly in the collaborative efforts of military formations. Having undergone rigorous training several years prior, this shamanic brigade has seamlessly integrated. Magic manifests in various forms. Some spells are designed for singular penetration, such as Chen Zhi's God-slaying incantation or the wind and thunder spell, while others are more suited for collective casting, like the fiery curse. This is especially true when executing confinement spells, where the power of collective casting is boundless, akin to an intricate spider's web that ensnares its prey completely. Accompanied by the rising and falling chants of the incantations, dozens of Jiang shamans ascended into the sky. Below, the black armor had already prepared the foundation for them, as the ground's cavernous formations shimmered with golden light, all meticulously crafted from pure gold powder. The patterns drawn in gold powder were the new weapon bestowed upon Chen Zhi by Qin Yueyang, capable of amplifying the fiery curse infinitely. As the shamans collectively chanted, the entire Changbai mountain began to tremble, and the golden formation morphed from square to round, and from round back to square, rapidly expanding in accordance with Qin Yueyang's power base. In an instant, the fierce curse expanded a billionfold, rendering it theoretically impossible for any living being to escape its grasp. The air in Changbai Mountain turned a deep crimson due to this extreme transformation of the spell. Nearly all the oxygen had been siphoned away, causing towering trees to collapse and the earth to fracture. At this moment, the chief shaman, the great Wu Nia, had undergone a complete metamorphosis. His eyes glowed blood red, and his wings unfurled fully, resembling a vast bat as he floated in the east. Delicate threads of energy emanated from his fingertips, orchestrating the collective manipulation of the fierce curse by all living beings. Suddenly, a beam of sunlight pierced through, revealing the air that had been catalyzed by the fierce curse. The once intangible and colorless atmosphere transformed into countless strands resembling plastic filaments. They enveloped Qin Yueyang entirely, akin to a silkworm's cocoon, with new strands being spun every second. Layer upon layer, growing denser and thicker, Qin Yueyang was now completely ensconced within the fierce curse. The space within the cocoon had become a vacuum, and the blue ghostly flames lost their luster in this environment, gradually dimming as they clung to her form. "What are you doing?" Qin Yueyang's voice was faint as she turned her head, her long eyelashes casting shadows over her striking three-eyed gaze, peering down at Chen Zhi. Her expression was surprisingly tranquil, which took Chen Zhi aback. Upon realizing she was ensnared by the fierce curse, she exhibited neither the outrage nor astonishment one would expect. Instead, she tilted her head, observing Chen Zhi as though he were an oddity, gently inquiring, "Chen Zhi, was this your plan? To leave your greatest power here, sealing everything? So, just like before. You were always wary of me, weren't you? I was not cautious of you. This was merely my contingency plan," Chen Zhi replied, standing resolutely as he gazed at the levitating Qin Yueyang before him. "You once said that I am no longer who I used to be. Given the weight of my current position, I must prepare for every eventuality, both those I am willing to confront and those I am not. Before coming here, I considered all possibilities, including what insurmountable entities might emerge from the underworld should we fail. At that time, I must devise a method to send them back. The current fierce curse formation had been infinitely reinforced. I have already grasped the fundamental metrics of your power. This fierce curse barrier will expand indefinitely in accordance with your strength. Numbers are boundless. The greater your might, the more formidable the barrier becomes. Therefore, this barrier is one you shall never unravel. Is that so?" Qin Yueyang continued to tilt her neck in an eerie manner, her voice growing increasingly chilling and spectral. "Chen Zhi, you have captured me. And then what? Do you intend to kill me once more?" "I do not wish to kill you," Chen Zhi responded, his gaze fixed on the pale visage and radiant eyes of Qin Yueyang, now less than 2 meters away. "Qin Yueyang, whether you believe it or not, I have never genuinely wished to end your life. Throughout this past year, I have been engulfed in guilt, burdened by remorse daily. Your countless apparitions have haunted my dreams, transforming into my inner demons. I understand that this guilt will eternally reside within me, impossible to extricate. However, what you are about to undertake cannot go unchallenged. It must not persist. I committed a grave error that has bound you to the underworld eternally. Since this is your fate, you must return once more. I cannot save you. I can only escort you back to where you belong, never to emerge again." Upon concluding his words, Chen Zhi placed 2 fingers to his lips and recited an incantation aloud, while pointing toward the celestial great witch, Naya, as he intoned the spell. The most primal and potent incantation began to reverberate through the mountains, gaining strength with each echo. Eventually, sparks ignited in the air. The fierce incantation commenced to set the atmosphere ablaze. Beneath the sun's rays, streams of air, dense as spider silk, multiplied and tightened, encircling Qin Yueyang in a colossal cocoon. The incantation was so robust that it formed an impenetrable shell. As the shamans chanted in unison, the air currents gradually moved the cocoon, aiming to return Qin Yueyang to the mountains. Within the cocoon, Qin Yueyang silently observed the unfolding events, her expression unervingly composed. Finally, her 3 pupils shifted gently, and she offered Chen Zhi a faint smile. Yet that smile sent chills down the spine, as if one had plunged into an icy abyss. Do you remember what I once said? Chen Zhi, you have spent too much time among humans, and your understanding of the divine realm is woefully inadequate. In the realm of the divine, there is no absolute logic, nor is there a concept of impossibility. The burning sky peacock spoke. Chapter 768, The Fires of the Earth, Part 3. Following her declaration, an immense power erupted from within Qin Yueyang, her entire being blazed like a transparent blue gem, an overwhelming force surging forth uncontrollably from her body. The cocoon binding her began to creak ominously, on the verge of being torn asunder. The great witch in the sky sensed the shift and hurriedly signaled with her hands, like a bat, urging the shamans to intensify their efforts. Their chants crescendoed, echoing through the valley, nearly deafening. The currents of the incantation, stimulated by their fervent chanting, multiplied rapidly, spewing forth like dense silken threads, augmenting the thickness and density of the cocoon. Yet, even as the incantation's growth accelerated, it could not keep pace with the burgeoning power of Qin Yueyang. Ultimately, the theory of limitless numbers was shattered, and the surface of the cursed chrysalis began to fracture continuously. A torrent of shattered air cascaded down, transforming into countless strands of ethereal currents that settled upon the ground. This barrier was perilously on the verge of collapse. Most terrifying of all, in the snow-covered Changbai Mountains, blue ghostly flames began to rise from every corner. These flames erupted from the heart of the mountains, surging forth from the sheer cliffs. Initially, they appeared as mere flickers, but soon, propelled by the wind, they grew larger. A single spark can ignite a prairie. Thousands of ghostly flames began to blaze and spread in all directions, gradually enveloping the entire Changbai range in a blue hue. Do you wish to witness the world ruled by the divine? Chen Zhi said, as Qin Yueyang pointed with a single hand towards the farthest eastern horizon. This world has been tainted by humanity for far too long, obscuring its true visage. Yet fear not, for I shall cleanse it swiftly. The flames of Fengdu's underworld are pure. Wherever the ghostly fire reaches, not a blade of grass shall remain. All that humanity has ravaged will be reduced to ashes. Of course, the human race need not be entirely exterminated. A portion may remain. I shall eradicate 2/3 of humanity, and the survivors shall be transformed into slaves. From this moment forth, the purpose of human existence will be to sustain us. I shall allow them to continue to breed, generation after generation, returning them to their confines. They shall ultimately forget that they once possessed wisdom, created civilization, and ruled this world. Just like the cattle, sheep, pigs, and dogs you now domesticate, they will regress to a state of ignorance. Chen Zhi, do not grieve. You see, by then, you too shall undergo a transformation. Your body will be wholly possessed by divinity. You will no longer feel pity for humanity. On the contrary, you will find your past actions absurd and laughable. Such lower beings as humans are destined to be our subjects, our slaves and commodities. You have lost your mind, Chen Zhi exclaimed, his eyes aflame with crimson as he stared intently at Qin Yueyang. Have you truly gone mad? To bring back the age of the gods? Surely you must be dreaming. And I have told you countless times, humans are not food. Upon finishing his words, Chen Zhi bit his tongue, letting his blood drip into his palm. With this blood, he swiftly inscribed a symbol upon his hand, which he then pressed against the ground. In an instant, the currents within him surged forth, infused with his blood, pouring into the earth. The formation, dusted with golden powder by the black armor, shone ever more brilliantly, resonating with the heavens and rapidly augmenting the powers of the shamans. The shamans were invigorated by this blood-tinged current. The incantations from above grew increasingly fervent, nearly earth-shattering, with some shamans emitting piercing screams. Their auras turned crimson, blood seeping from behind their bronze masks, all plunged into a state of ecstatic frenzy. The cursed chrysalis thickened further, as the currents flowed in abundant supply, layer upon layer, filling the cracks in the sky. Under this stimulation, the air within the cursed chrysalis had transformed into a deep crimson hue. Amidst the fervent crimson stimulation, Qin Yueyang found herself driven to an unprecedented brink of madness. In a fit of frenzied rage, she seized her own arms tightly, drawing forth rivulets of blood. Her hair, as if possessed, surged upwards, each strand resembling a serpentine dance in the air, as she abruptly lifted her face to the heavens and unleashed a thunderous roar. This cry reverberated profoundly, causing the majestic Changbai mountain to tremble, while the winds and clouds above began to shift ominously. It seemed as though the very essence of the mountain, including the lifeless soil, quaked in terror. Chen Zhi, witnessing the wild mane of Qin Yueyang, discerned the emergence of razor-sharp fangs beneath her flowing hair. Subsequently, her visage morphed grotesquely, her skin turned ashen, her features contorted in a malevolent grimace, and her nails elongated into steel-like talons, rendering her a fearsome specter. Following her furious howl, the cocoon that had confined her shattered instantaneously, the rupture occurring without warning. Once the barrier crumbled, Qin Yueyang extended her elongated claws forward, and the great shaman, Naya, plummeted from the sky, crashing to the ground and spewing blood forthwith. As the grand shaman fell, the other shamans followed suit, each succumbing to grievous wounds. Qin Yueyang then turned her gaze towards Chen Zhi. At that moment, he beheld her eyes, now darkened, with her hair swirling wildly in the air, strands ignited with azure flames. She raised a finger, and immediately, a soft, fiery essence enveloped Chen Zhi. Though shielded by a potent curse, he could still feel the torment of ghostly flames searing him, a harrowing agony. Suddenly, a fierce wind swept through the atmosphere, heralding the arrival of a shadow with colossal wings. The Xian bird revealed itself in the sky. During this battle, Chen Zhi had not summoned the Xian bird, yet it had chosen to come forth on its own, courageously diving towards Qin Yueyang in a desperate attempt to claw at her eyes. However, before it could approach, Qin Yueyang swatted it away with a mere flick of her hand, sending it hurtling through the air. The immense force was far beyond what Jian Di could withstand, and in an instant, pristine feathers scattered like snowflakes. Jian Di fell into the dense woods of Changbai Mountain, its fate uncertain. An insignificant, illegitimate child, obstinate and foolish, dares to contest with me. Qin Yueyang's voice had notably shifted, blending male and female tones, with the male timbre now predominating. A lowly offspring, destined for sacrifice. How dare you show disrespect to the divine? I shall eradicate you. With that, she vanished, instantaneously materializing before Chen Zhi. He felt an icy, bone-chilling aura wash over him, freezing his blood and causing his heart to cease its rhythmic beating. Qin Yueyang grasped his throat with a hand, her nails several inches long and sharp as daggers, piercing into his flesh. Blood trickled from the wound on his neck, and Chen Zhi's mind faltered, ensnared in a frigid paralysis that stifled his thoughts. Yet, a voice within him incessantly whispered a singular truth: death. You are on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a raindrop descended from the heavens, landing upon Chen Zhi's opened eyes. As the droplet fell, the tension that had gripped his mind finally began to ease. He realized that death still lay at a distance, for that individual had ultimately arrived. Chapter 769. The Divine Bamboo Sovereign. Upon feeling the first raindrop, the tense atmosphere transformed instantaneously, as if the acrid sulfur that had filled the air was washed away by the crystalline rain. Subsequently, a flurry of raindrops cascaded down, each one splattering against Chen Zhi's face and gently touching his heart, which had nearly succumbed to frost. He felt his heart resume its rhythmic beating. This rain possessed a softness, imbued with an extraordinary warmth capable of dissolving all, distinctly different from ordinary rain. Though the ghostly flames were chilling, they gradually lost their ferocity under the downpour, no longer raging as they had moments before. Qin Yueyang, startled, released her grip on Chen Zhi and leapt away. With an instinctive urgency, she lifted her gaze skyward. At that moment, clouds began to swirl, transforming into hues of crimson and violet under the sun's direct rays, reminiscent of celestial warriors from a mythic era descending to rescue humanity. Amongst the myriad of clouds emerged a man clad in blue robes. His long hair danced in the air, and he sat cross-legged upon the cloud, exuding an aura of perfection. His features were as clear as water, every detail from his countenance to his physique resembling a flawless work of art, his jade-like skin glimmering in the sunlight, evoking envy. He sat amidst the clouds, gently plucking the strings of a stone zither, playing the melody he had heard in the bamboo grove. In an instant, the music flowed melodiously, imbued with a myriad of liquid-like energies, cascading down like an unstoppable waterfall. As the ethereal sound of the zither resonated, the raindrops intensified, ultimately transforming into a torrential downpour, cascading from the heavens to thoroughly cleanse the Changbai Mountains. The sound of the rain echoed, and Qin Yueyang's once mighty blue ghostly flames, which had erupted from the ground like a volcanic explosion, found themselves unable to withstand the deluge. Chen Zhi had witnessed these blue flames consume the thick snow atop Changbai Mountain, incinerating the ice that had been frozen for millennia, and even vaporizing the waters of the cascading springs in an instant. Yet, beneath the relentless rain, those ghostly flames could no longer endure. They gradually extinguished, emitting wisps of azure smoke as they retreated into the depths of the mountain, returning whence they came. The inferno on Changbai Mountain was entirely quelled, sparing the mortal realm from its spread. Qin Yueyang, completely drenched, found the translucent blue flames that once enveloped her body had vanished without a trace. At this moment, Qin Yueyang was enveloped from head to toe in layers of white mist. Her hair, no longer dancing in the wind, revealed a physique akin to that of an ordinary girl under the relentless downpour. Chen Zhi distinctly heard her gasping for breath, the sound heavy and labored, reminiscent of a man's. He stood remarkably close to her, sensing the burgeoning aura within Qin Yueyang, an energy that unmistakably belonged to the queen of the underworld. Now spiraling out of control. If she could still be referred to as Qin Yueyang moments ago, she was now more aptly named the queen of the underworld. Drenched by the torrential rain, the queen exhibited unmistakable fury. This anger was primal and foreign, in stark contrast to the Qin Yueyang with whom he had just conversed. The queen of the underworld was wild and savage, more akin to a feral beast than a divine being. Her aura began to seethe and transform, and like a beast, she glared at the sky, her back arching as she crouched low to the ground. With her blood-red, three-eyed gaze fixed upon the heavens, she uttered a divine incantation. Chen Zhi understood its meaning. Those who consort with humanity shall face divine retribution. Meddle not in affairs that do not concern you. With a resounding crash, a dense burst of blue flame erupted from the queen's body once more. Amidst the torrential rain, the blue flames shot upwards like a bolt of lightning, piercing through the dissipating white mist. In an instant, it shattered the stone zither of the man in blue. The music ceased abruptly, and the downpour halted instantaneously. The blue-clad man rose, overlooking the scene from above, his gaze fixed upon the queen of the underworld below. The air was sliced asunder. This confrontation resembled a clash of fire and water, a spectacle of epic proportions. Yet, the queen showed no inclination to surrender. She stood there, soaked to the skin, pointing a finger at the man in blue. In a voice deep and heavy, she uttered another divine phrase. "You, come down." Following her declaration, the queen erupted in a furious roar, a sound akin to thunder that reverberated through the Changbai Mountains, shaking the earth beneath. The man in blue remained unfazed, gazing downwards with an expression of calm indifference, as if the lives and deaths of the world bore no weight upon him. However, Chen Zhi noticed that when the man looked down at the queen, his brows were tightly knitted, as if he were confronted by something rather troublesome. The blue flames that had engulfed the mountains were now entirely extinguished, and instead of accepting the queen's challenge, the man in blue merely waved his sleeve, summoning swirling dark clouds and a chill wind. He melted into the clouds, vanishing without a trace. What remained were the drenched mountains and the queen of the underworld along with Chen Zhi at their peak. Following the abrupt departure of the man in blue, the queen's rage intensified, her body trembled with fury. Suddenly, it seemed she recalled something, and she swiftly turned to face Chen Zhi. At this moment, Chen Zhi was astonished to observe that the eyes of the queen of the underworld were completely filled with an abyssal darkness, from which a viscous black liquid flowed like tears. A chilling sound echoed, and Chen Zhi clearly saw the queen gritting her teeth. Since earlier, her teeth had transformed into inverted triangles, each glinting like a blade, while her hands had morphed into sharp claws. She raised her iron-like hands high, advancing step by step towards Chen Zhi with a malevolent expression. In that instant, Chen Zhi's heart began to race. He realized that Qin Yueyang's persona had been utterly consumed, and before him stood the true mistress of Fengdu, the authentic queen of the underworld. This noble deity was approaching him with the intent to devour him whole. Chapter 770. The seal of time. The queen had now fully unleashed her overwhelming aura, which was both ferocious and boundless. If there remained a trace of humanity within Qin Yueyang, the true queen of the underworld was devoid of any semblance of human essence or rationality. Instead, her aura was saturated with primal desire and brutal savagery. This raw yearning compelled her to pursue any whim she desired, driven by an insatiable hunger and a thirst for blood. Step by step, the queen advanced towards Chen Zhi, her visage grotesque and distorted. Her fangs sharp, she resembled a nightmare beyond description, a terror that words could scarcely encapsulate. Yet, at this moment, Chen Zhi found himself paralyzed, unable to move. Is this the power of a deity? Chen Zhi pondered silently, tasting the imminent flavor of death that drew ever closer. It bore a bittersweet essence, inducing a sensation akin to fainting, as if his life were dissipating like drifting willow fluff from his body. This was the true power of divinity. In the presence of genuine deities, humanity felt insignificantly small, as humble as ants. Even demigods were no exception. Chen Zhi's heartbeat gradually slowed, his bones began to stiffen, and his nerves dulled. He witnessed his own body freezing, frost creeping over his legs, and ultimately, his eyes became encased in ice. At that moment, the queen's claws had already grasped his face. Through the frost, he could distinctly see her terrifying countenance, her sharp teeth slowly inching towards his artery. Do not rush. Do not rush. It is almost time. Chen Zhi thought quietly, slowly closing his eyes and surrendering to the gradual fading of consciousness. The queen, however, comprehended his thoughts and abruptly halted in her tracks. Then, as if realizing something, she swiftly turned around. At that moment, she beheld 3 ethereal figures draped in flowing white gauze, silently appearing behind her. Beneath the billowing fabric were faces adorned with white hair and beards, exuding a sacred aura that was clean, ancient, and immensely powerful, distinct from ordinary divine energy. They are the light second gods. At this moment, the 3 deities are shrouded in veils of white gauze, their aged visages faintly illuminated. Their arms extend forward in parallel, and an extraordinary power spirals forth from within them. The air becomes instantly still, as ancient incantations are chanted from their lips. The queen of the underworld swiftly perceives the peril, turning to flee, only to discover that escape is impossible. It seems as though something alive has emerged beneath her feet, binding her tightly. Previously, her focus had been captivated by the celestial bamboo above, neglecting the occurrences beneath, but now the gusts of wind whisk away the surface dust, revealing a gleaming circular pattern. This is the formation devised by Wu Jia from below, entirely filled with red gold powder, containing the formidable foundation of Chen Zhi's fierce incantation. Indestructible by flames, this is the true prison. Bathed in sunlight, the golden powder of the barrier glistens brilliantly, and the queen finds herself precisely at the center of this confinement. In her fury, she had sought to devour Chen Zhi, unwittingly leading herself into the very array designed to ensnare her, from which she cannot extricate herself. The incantations of the light second gods resonate deeply, so much so that Chen Zhi can scarcely discern what they are reciting. Yet in a haze, it seems they are uttering divine texts, albeit with a pronunciation and grammar that is far more archaic. However, the effect of these incantations is entirely different. Under the spell's influence, the winds halt abruptly, and the ash-filled skies cease their tumult. At this moment, Chen Zhi senses that everything, including his own heartbeat, has come to a standstill. Before him, the queen of the underworld is caught in a turning posture, black tears streaming from her eyes, her visage grotesque, with sharp fangs bared, poised to spring at the light second gods. Yet, she is frozen in place. Only 3 minutes. Act swiftly. The incantation ceases, and the leader among the light second gods, the Time Elder, wearily utters a command, gesturing towards Chen Zhi. As if liberated from shackles, he regains the ability to move, his heart resuming its rhythm, yet he allows himself no respite. At this juncture, everything remains in a state of suspension. Time has been forcibly halted by the Time Elder. Now is the opportune moment to craft the barrier. Chen Zhi promptly bites his tongue, spitting forth blood, placing his fingers to his lips, and begins to chant the fierce incantation aloud. The queen stands at the center of the array's totem, the ideal position for casting spells, where the threads of fierce incantation envelop her completely, without reservation. Moreover, this totem already incorporates the formula of Qin Yueyang's pattern, upon which the fierce incantation will swiftly expand in accordance with the array's design, allowing Chen Zhi's power to proliferate boundlessly and confine the queen indefinitely. Once more, Chen Zhi weaves the cocoon of the fierce incantation, this time amplifying its strength exponentially. Surrounding the cocoon, he constructs several layers of counter-confinement barriers. Thus, within this concept, the act of breaking free is itself a form of confinement, and confinement is inherently a means of breaking free. Through this intricate interplay of contradictions, the fierce incantation becomes unassailable. As Chen Zhi recited the incantation in its entirety, He felt utterly exhausted, his strength depleted, with blood trickling from the corners of his mouth and nostrils. Tom was running perilously short. Go, Chen Zhi whispered gently, gazing at the queen of the underworld ensnared within the cocoon. Return to where you belong. Rest in tranquility. With a wave of his hand, the cocoon adhered to a sticky boundary line, swiftly rebounding toward the bronze door. Along the journey, Chen Zhi had meticulously prepared, establishing a definitive path for the rebound. Anything that adhered to this airflow could be instantly propelled back. As the cocoon, carrying the queen of the underworld, was rapidly repelled, Chen Zhi and the three light speed gods found themselves within the protective bubble, thrust back through the rugged terrain of the mountainous realm. This path was treacherous, traversing the ghostly trails of the shadowy figure, spanning myriad rivers and mountains in the blink of an eye. Upon their feet touching the ground, the magnificent bronze door reappeared before them in an instant. However, as he stood before this bronze barrier once more, a pang of pain struck Chen Zhi's heart. He sensed the door's overwhelming darkness and coldness. The grandeur of the world it concealed was beyond human comprehension, a realm not meant for exploration. Chen Zhi wished fervently never to return. At that moment, a peculiar sound of shattering air pierced the silence, and he observed the queen of the underworld within the cocoon, her fingers beginning to tremble slightly. Subsequently, a surging wave of dark energy began to emanate from within, shaking the cocoon violently. Yet the bronze door remained firmly shut. They had traversed the path led by the shadowy figure, unaware of the ghostly script of Fengdu that could unlock the gateway, leaving them with no choice but to attempt to force it open. Such a colossal door could not be opened by mere divine strength alone. Patriarch, hurry and open the door, urged the Elder of Time anxiously. The power of this Fengdu deity was immense, and she had become aware of her entrapment by time. If she were not returned soon, she might escape even the confines of time itself. Chapter 771, The Seal of Time, Part 2. The Elder of Time was in a state of great distress, as it was evident that the queen of the underworld could no longer be restrained within the cocoon. Chen Zhi had indeed studied the concept of temporal magic, realizing that it was akin to a fragile sheet of paper, manipulable only by the light speed gods. Yet, once this veil was penetrated, escape would become alarmingly simple. Should the queen of the underworld break free, her ensuing power would be insurmountable, placing everyone in peril. The light speed gods were in a state of frantic urgency, urging Chen Zhi while casting anxious glances at the towering bronze door. The immense door was extraordinarily heavy, impervious to ordinary strength, and before it lay a colossal stone coffin. Awakening whatever resided within would pose significant complications. Chen Zhi recalled vividly their first visit, when a colossal shadow had emerged from the coffin, resembling an Azura with multiple arms, opening the bronze door for them. Patriarch, do you possess any divine means to unlock the gates of hell? Time waits for no one. The chieftain must act swiftly. The divine beings of light urged with palpable urgency, while Chen Zhi had already prepared for this moment. He spat a mouthful of blood and swiftly inscribed a symbol upon his palm, pressing it firmly onto the earth. In response, a torrent of vital energy surged into the soil, summoning the entity bound by a divine contract, Tiger N. With a resounding crash, the colossal offspring of the giant spirit erupted from the ground, clumsily shattering the rocks above as it emerged. Tiger N, still clad in a tattered human guise, knelt immediately upon its arrival. Your servant is ready for battle at your command. Please instruct, or shall I serve? Chen Zhi quickly commanded. Tiger N promptly opened the great door ahead, without fail. Obeying the order, Tiger N turned, staring blankly at the bronze door behind, then responded with a heavy, yes. Rising to its feet, it strode towards the colossal bronze gate, each step resonating like thunder against the ground. It seemed oblivious to the enormity of the door ahead, devoid of contemplation or hesitation. Yet with each step it took, its form began to transform, the changes accelerating with each passing moment. Ultimately, the human facade could no longer contain its essence and burst apart with a thunderous crack. Its body expanded rapidly, growing to an astonishing height of over 20 meters, resembling a mountain of stone. In the presence of this magnificent form, everything else seemed diminutive, and the bronze gate appeared less imposing. Tiger N pressed its hands against the bronze door, testing its strength, then unleashed a mighty roar that reverberated through the air. The earth shook with the force of its cry, a cacophony of strained exertion evident in its voice. After mere seconds, the bronze door began to creak open, causing the ground to tremble and fissures to crack before it. The immense stone coffin station before the gate started to quake, its lids sliding open to reveal dark claws attempting to claw their way out. Yet, before the guardian creature could fully emerge, Tiger unleashed a furious roar and delivered a powerful blow to the coffin. Instantly, the stone vessel shattered, silencing the creature within. "Well done," Chen Zhi praised, swiftly channeling the energy, which adhered like a colossal rubber band, instantaneously ensnaring the cocoon and propelling the queen of the underworld into the bronze doorway with a resounding thud. In the next moment, Tiger gripped the inner side of the bronze gate and forcefully pushed forward. With a thunderous roar, the ground quaked violently, the deafening sound echoing throughout the valley as the queen of the underworld was sealed within the bronze gate. At the moment the great door closed, Chen Zhi beheld a sight that chilled his heart like a bucket of ice water, a bone-deep coldness seeping into his very being. He saw that the cocoon had shattered the instant it crossed the threshold. Qin Yueyang struggled to emerge, revealing her head. The dark pupils of the underworld queen had vanished, replaced once more by Qin Yueyang's brilliant eyes. She witnessed Chen Zhi throw her back into the bronze door. With a resounding crash, as the bronze door slammed shut, 3 luminous deities immediately leaped before it, their arms outstretched as they began to intone an incantation in hushed yet fervent voices. According to their prior strategy, the deities of light were to employ a time reversal spell to eternally seal the colossal bronze gate, ensuring that whatever lay within would never escape freeance. However, scarcely had they uttered a few lines of the incantation when a thunderous roar erupted, shaking the very earth, as if the mountains themselves quaked in response. All present struggled to maintain their footing. It seemed that the entity within had reacted with fury, its frenzied power nearly capable of breaching the mountain itself. Under the immense force of the impact, the bronze door appeared on the verge of yielding, fissures beginning to form upon its surface. It seemed as if the entirety of Changbai Mountain could no longer contain the malevolent force from the depths of Fengdu. "We must not allow it to escape," the Elder of Time shouted, tearing away his veil to reveal his aged visage and dual-colored eyes. "Brothers, the situation has escalated to this point. We bear an unshirkable responsibility. Come, enter my body." Upon uttering these words, the elder stood resolutely, closing his eyes. Chen Zhi, perplexed by the meaning of this entry, soon witnessed the unfolding events. The bodies of the 2 luminous deities began to waver and weaken. They too removed their veils and, heads bowed, eerily and slowly approached the Elder of Time, ultimately stepping into his corporeal form. They merged like 3 beams of light. When the Elder of Time reopened his eyes, his power had transformed entirely. The aura surrounding him surged ceaselessly, reminiscent of endless time itself. With hands outstretched upon the bronze door, he silently recited the incantation, his blood streaming from his palms into the cracks of the door. Gradually, the fissures upon the bronze surface began to mend. The entity within ceased its tumultuous battering, as if succumbing to a deep slumber, settling into profound stillness. Subsequently, a faint film enveloped the bronze door, akin to a delicate layer of gray moss forming upon its surface. The entirety of the space transformed. Everything around felt irrevocably altered, as if nothing had ever transpired here. Time itself seemingly condensed into a more compact span. At that moment, the Elder of Time suddenly collapsed to the ground, his body sinking into the earth. Chen Zhi rushed to his side, assisting him, only to discover that the Elder's form had grown incredibly light, akin to a wisp of gossamer. "Chieftain, we 3 have expended our utmost efforts to seal this gateway to the underworld for a year. Time knows no bounds, yet confinement inevitably has its end. A year hence, the treasures within the gates shall return to the mortal realm. At that juncture, the Patriarch must once more gather the might of the deities to collectively resist this tide. We must not allow the world, painstakingly obtained by the venerable Jiang Shang, to descend into the flames of perdition. Can I achieve this? I am not Jiang Shang." Chen Zhi, supporting the increasingly frail Time Elder, was suddenly overwhelmed by an urge to weep. In that moment, a pressing inquiry arose, a question that had long weighed upon his heart. "Light's second deity, please, grant me an answer to a question only you can elucidate. The barrier set by Jiang Zia at Shi is a fate unbreakable, one from which no soul can escape. This is true for mortals, as it is for deities." The voice of the Time Elder, gentle and ethereal, interrupted Chen Zhi's discourse. All gods believe in the celestial order and never resist their fates. Yet Jiang Shang is different. I have never encountered one who so defiantly rejects destiny. Patriarch, cherish yourself henceforth. Do not seek to uncover the truth or falsehood. For before time, all verities have long been obscured. Trust in your ancestors. Even if the world doubts him, you must have faith. For his triumphs are your triumphs, and his transgressions are also yours. The voice of the time elder grew ever fainter, his form becoming increasingly translucent, as if he might vanish with the next breath. Though humanity is fragile, they possess an endearing tenacity. They govern this world admirably. I believe they should continue thus. Patriarch, remember, do not underestimate yourself. The former kings of the divine were once merely human. As the voice of light's second deity faded, his figure became ever more diaphanous, ultimately dissolving into a gentle breeze, leaving behind a delicate veil of white silk resting upon Chen Zhi's arm. Chapter 772. After the Great War, Chen Zhi embarked on his solitary journey back, traversing the desolate mountains, a realm seemingly abandoned by life and time. The path had become a blur in his memory. He relied solely on the subconscious and rudimentary recollections to navigate step by step, each footfall resonating like a distant echo. The Changbai Mountain, scorched by the fires of the earth, felt even colder now, with black ashes swirling through the air, the ground a chilling amalgamation of frost and soot. The route that once led upward had lost its clarity, obscured by shadows and the aftermath of flames. Chen Zhi sensed his feet growing numb, and soon, a pervasive chill enveloped his entire being, leaving him devoid of sensation. Gazing outward, he beheld vast swathes of fallen timber and the charred remains of countless beasts, a sight both awe-inspiring and grim. Yet, an unsettling silence reigned, a stillness both profound and frigid. This is the perspective of humanity, in their eyes. All that was once grand, the majestic mountains and rivers, diminishes into insignificance beneath the wrath of the divine. Chen Zhi descended the mountain, his spirit numb. Yet he clutched tightly in his hand the delicate garment of the Time Elder, which he had received before the Elder's passing. The words of the Time Elder echoed relentlessly in his mind, along with the ominous deadline, 1 year. The journey ahead promised to be fraught with further hardships, as all paths lay in ruins, treacherously icy and difficult to traverse. Chen Zhi could not recall how he ultimately managed to descend the mountain. Perhaps he had invoked spells and harnessed the currents of air, or perhaps it was merely a figment of his imagination. When he passed a particularly significant location, he contemplated visiting the Valley of Immortals, but ultimately refrained. The thought of encountering the corpses of Xian Lin, Fat Wei, and the others, witnessing the charred remnants of the Tai Sui fruit trees, and confronting the despairing scene might well drive him to madness on the spot. After what felt like an eternity, he finally reached the mountain's midsection. It was then that Chen Zhi realized his shoes and work attire had long since deteriorated. Cold black debris seeping into his clothing and footwear. His limbs and feet were severely frostbitten. His left leg was devoid of sensation, and he was uncertain what willpower had propelled him forward until that moment. Upon this realization, however, he found himself unable to take another step, collapsing to the ground. His head spun, and the faces of those he knew swirled before his eyes, including the rescued Bao Ping. Was he alive or dead now? Had he reached a place of safety? He pondered how many of the organization's forces that remained outside had survived the cataclysm. Had the forces of Shiqi been extinguished? After the obliteration of the Valley of Immortals, how many souls had endured? These worries and faces raced through Chen Zhi's mind. Yet the one visage that frequently emerged was that of Qin Yueyang. Her radiant eyes, the last glance she cast upon him as he entered the darkness of the bronze door, lingered in his memory. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi felt that in that moment, Qin Yueyang had truly departed from this world. Suddenly, he heard footsteps, and a group of figures appeared ahead. A band of warriors approached him, bearing good tidings. Asawa and his companions had successfully brought Bao Ping down the mountain, and they were now settled at the base in Tang's residence. They had witnessed the earth-shaking events atop Changbai Mountain, and all were profoundly shaken. Bao Ping's spirit had been deeply affected since their descent. He had not uttered a word. The second piece of news was entirely unexpected. The inhabitants of the Valley of Immortals had not perished, for reasons unknown. Xian Lin had led all the denizens of the valley through a secret passage to escape Changbai Mountain, heading directly to safety at Tang's residence. Remarkably, There had been no casualties among the residents of the Valley of Immortals, Fat Wei, De Gua, all the figures in black, and the subsequent forces had survived. When Osawa realized the tremors had ceased, he dispatched several teams to search for Chen Zhi, leading to this fortuitous reunion. Upon hearing this news, Chen Zhi felt the weight that had pressed upon his heart finally lift. Immediately thereafter, blood gushed forth, and his consciousness began to blur. As waves of pain surged throughout his body, the journey that followed saw several warriors carrying Chen Zhi down the mountain. Their steps were swift, while Chen Zhi remained in a dazed state, scarcely utilizing his mind to reflect upon this trek. However, through the haze, he discerned that the warriors had traversed the defensive line at the mountain's base, crossing deep trenches where numerous heavy weaponry lay, guarded by many, including the able-bodied youth of the Immortal Valley. At the edge of the defense line stood Ning Bin and Peng Wei, their expressions fraught with anxiety as they awaited him. Upon witnessing the warriors gently set Chen Zhi down, their faces lit up with palpable joy. Following this, a throng of medical personnel arrived, bearing stretchers and oxygen equipment, enveloping Chen Zhi as they transported him back to the Tang family's villa. Thereafter, he succumbed to a profound slumber, only vaguely aware of the excruciating pain coursing through his body, as if he were undergoing treatment for broken bones. Internally, his qi had been depleted. The spells he had invoked far surpassed any he had previously wielded, completely exhausting his reserves. When he awoke the following day, Chen Zhi found himself nestled in the guest room of the Tang residence, surrounded by ostentatious wooden furniture adorned with gilded carvings and vibrant bouquets displayed in large vases. His legs were tightly bound in bandages, suspended at the edge of the bed, evidently having been treated. Beside him sat Peng Wei and Xianlin, who immediately sat upright upon noticing Chen Zhi's awakening. Peng Wei's face bore an unprecedented gravity, yet upon seeing Chen Zhi regain consciousness, a look of sheer delight washed over him. He moved closer, offering Chen Zhi a cigarette. Orange, for now, cast aside all thoughts and focus on your recovery. The doctor says your frostbite on the left leg is quite severe, with multiple fractures. If not treated properly, it could lead to a lifelong disability. To facilitate rapid healing of your bones, it's best to avoid excessive anesthesia in your current condition, so it's likely to be quite painful. Have a smoke to ease the discomfort. Upon hearing Peng Wei's words, Chen Zhi immediately became acutely aware of the uncontrollable pain radiating along his bones, spreading throughout his entire being. In addition to the bandages on his leg, he bore countless lacerations across his body, with several fractured ribs and soft tissue injuries. His face was swollen, severely frostbitten, and he pondered how he had managed to descend the mountain without any protective gear. Taking a deep drag from the cigarette, he closed his eyes to clear his mind, then turned to the composed Xianlin beside him. You made it out? Do you realize you've escaped with your life? The Immortal Valley has been utterly incinerated. I am aware, Xianlin responded, gazing at Chen Zhi with a calm smile. A few hours after you ascended the mountain, I entered a state of lucid sleep and had a prophetic dream. I foresaw all that transpired afterward, and I knew we were in dire straits. So I urgently evacuated everyone. Moreover, I managed to bring with me the most precious of our treasures, the Tai Sui seeds. Do not forget, my divine lineage grants me the gift of foresight. Rest assured, as long as the people are safe, the Immortal Valley can be rebuilt in the future. Chapter 773. The Fate of Mu He. Fortunately, after listening to Xianlin, Chen Zhi silently nodded, continuing to smoke, feeling that his heart was no longer as cold as it once was. After a moment of silence, he finally turned his gaze towards Fat Wei. How is the chief? What about Gui Dao and the others? Also, have they informed you about what we saw up there? They have. Fat Wei's expression suddenly shifted upon hearing Chen Zhi's inquiry, and then he lowered his eyes to respond. The blade descended the mountain first. Together with the samurai, they brought the chief down. They suffered severe injuries and should have stayed here to recuperate, but due to the uncertainty of your situation on the mountain and the lack of safety here, Asu did not dare to take risks. To protect the chief, they returned to Shiqi at the earliest opportunity. They left me and Lang Tu here to handle the aftermath, and a team of samurai was specifically assigned to protect you. Most of the men in black also remained. As for what you saw in the underworld regarding Qin Yueyang, they have all informed me. I am already aware of it. It does not matter. Everyone has their own fate. Since we cannot resist destiny, we must accept it. Given that matters have unfolded in this manner, there is no need to overthink. As long as one is true to oneself, that is sufficient. In truth, feeling guilty is of little consequence. Since we cannot change it, there is no need to dwell on it. Indeed, Chen Zhi suddenly found great wisdom in Fat Wei's words, softly affirming. Quickly finishing the cigarette in his hand and discarding the butt into the ashtray. The mountain is now safe. In 3 days, our people can ascend. It is likely that there will be many subsequent matters to address, requiring your cooperation with Ningbin. Many areas on the mountain have already been scorched. Those traces must not remain, as they could disrupt the ecological cycle of the mountain. Furthermore, the Immortal Valley must be rebuilt. This is likely also Ningbin's intention, and we must cooperate fully. Fat Wei, you may go attend to your tasks. Tell them that there is no need for anyone to visit me. I wish to be alone for a while. All right. Fat Wei glanced at Chen Zhi, merely offering a brief acknowledgement without further words. He nodded to Xianlin, and the two exited together. In the time that followed, Chen Zhi remained alone, relishing this tranquil moment. He ceased all communication with others, no longer contemplating, nor desiring to return to the organization. He wished to remain here as long as possible, lingering at the foot of Changbai Mountain, for at least from this window. He could gaze upon the summit across the way. The feeling of guilt is truly peculiar. The more one attempts to disregard it, the more it takes root like a seed, incessantly spreading within the heart. Ningbin was aware of his condition, refraining from allowing anyone to disturb him, and every day, only a few doctors were summoned to change his dressings. During this period, the organization seemed to quiet down, with scant news emerging. Meanwhile, a particularly significant event occurred. News arrived that Mu He had died. He was killed while in captivity, and the assailants were likely from the Dark Division. The assassins had long been lurking in the vicinity, patiently awaiting the moment when Mu He would be confined to a secluded location, at which point they could strike. This assassination process was rather straightforward. It is said that when Bao Ping became aware of this news, he immediately fainted. In the days that followed, Ningbin and Peng Wei were incessantly busy, rarely seen, as they undertook the immense and intricate subsequent tasks. The Tang family and the men in black were short-staffed, prompting reinforcements from Heilongjiang. Each day, a considerable number of workers ascended the mountain to transport the black, solidified ashes, along with numerous carcasses of beasts, a truly astonishing quantity. It was reported that these black ashes remained chillingly cold. All personnel were clad in thick work attire and donned heavy gloves. For any exposure of bare skin could easily result in frostbite. Such a significant incident in Changbai Mountain could not have gone unnoticed by the authorities above, and indeed, relevant personnel had descended. However, this time, the individuals who arrived were not Mu He, but rather unfamiliar figures led by Yi Qing, who met with Ningbin. The demeanor of these newcomers was notably aloof. They merely inquired about the events that had transpired. Ningbin's explanation was that a sudden wildfire had erupted in the mountains, exacerbated by strong winds, igniting numerous trees and claiming the lives of many beasts. He advised against these officials ascending the mountain for inspection, given the current disarray. Ningbin asserted that the Tang family, having relied on this mountain for generations, was willing to undertake all maintenance work, requesting only the agreement to seal off the area. These individuals seemed uninterested in exposing Ningbin's absurd fabrication, nor did they care to delve into the true nature of the events that had occurred in the mountains. They merely instructed him to diligently manage the wildfire prevention efforts and maintain security in the area, emphasizing the necessity of avoiding any human casualties and the importance of exercising caution with fire to prevent such a catastrophic incident from recurring, lest they face fines and severe repercussions. After dismissing the officials, Ningbin began to dispatch a large contingent into the mountains, even residing there for several consecutive weeks. While there were no casualties, the destruction of flora posed a significant challenge. The towering trees in the deep mountains were sprawling, with their roots intertwined, resulting in a substantial amount of charred material that needed to be addressed. Some had to be transported away, while others could be buried on site. However, Xianren Valley was utterly devastated. According to De Gua, who had ventured ahead, the scene was nothing short of heartbreaking. The village was left with not a single wooden remnant. Yet Ningbin dismissed this concern, asserting that modern construction methods had developed without impediments. Before long, a multitude of construction workers arrived in Xianren Valley to restore the mountain village. Prior to this, Ningbin had obtained some disorientation charms from Chen Zhi, placing them on the workers. Once these laborers entered the valley, they could only engage in standard construction activities. Upon completion of the restoration in Xianren Valley, they would emerge devoid of detailed memories, retaining only the vague recollection of their previous location for work, but unable to recall the specifics of where or the precise routes taken. After the residents of Xianren Valley relocated to Tang's residence, Ning Bin procured all the surrounding houses. This was a monumental undertaking, and the streets were bustling with a continuous flow of people, creating an atmosphere of lively commotion. Although Chen Zhi's room was secluded and tranquil, he could still hear the clamor below, along with the joyful laughter of the children from Xianren Valley. After more than a month of meticulous recuperation, Chen Zhi was finally able to walk unassisted. Each day, he would gaze out of the window at the playful children of Xianren Valley, as well as the black-clad figures and Tang's attendants bustling to and fro. At times, he would also cast his eyes toward the distant Changbai Mountain, contemplating the woman abandoned in the shadows of that great mountain. On this particular day, after the doctors had finished changing his dressings, a rare knock echoed at the door. Chen Zhi responded softly, and the visitor politely entered. It was Xianlin, still clad in the same linen garments that seemed never to have been washed, yet remained impeccably clean. "Do you require my assistance?" Chen Zhi inquired directly, having not conversed with anyone in quite some time. "Indeed," Xianlin replied with a gentle smile. "I have come to seek you. I believe it is time to address that matter." Noticing Chen Zhi's confusion, Xianlin smiled again and clarified. "I mean the affair of deification." Chapter 774, Self-Requested Deification. Do you wish to be conferred as a deity? Akin to how Jiang Zhi bestowed godhood upon your ancestors, making you the mountain god of Changbai Mountain? Chen Zhi gazed into the distance at the peaks of Changbai Mountain, where the summits pierced the clouds. "Xianlin, I do not wish to conceal from you that I currently require your strength, not just yours, but many others as well. Within a year, I must have a cadre of capable new deities to support me, for in the underworld, there is a formidable deity who harbors a deep-seated hatred for me. Over the course of this year, she has been immobilized by the power of time, unable to escape. However, after a year, she will undoubtedly emerge to seek vengeance, and she will be even more frenzied than now." "I am aware," Xianlin softly remarked. Standing behind Chen Zhi, "I witnessed everything that transpired at the mountain summit. Ever since you all departed, I sensed that my ancestral goddess, the Buddha Kirin, has truly left us. After her departure, my abilities have grown significantly, as if I have inherited her legacy. Of course, I lack the formidable offensive capabilities you possess. Nonetheless, I possess my own uniqueness. My foresight has surpassed my physical sight, and my control over plants has also been steadily enhanced. I have glimpsed fragments of every event that unfolded at the mountain's peak. I know you triumphed and survived, for I instructed those warriors to seek you along the paths to the mountain. My powers have now reached a state of completeness, with only the final step remaining. Once I complete this last ritual, I will undergo a qualitative transformation. At that moment, I shall be a true deity of foresight, and our bloodline will continue to flourish. Just as my ancestors aided your forebear Jiang Zhi, I could have been of assistance to you back then. I know, I am fully aware." Chen Zhi stood before the window, gazing at the mist-shrouded Changbai Mountain, from which faint wisps of black ash still emanated. "Xianlin, I have always believed in you. I understand your true nature. You are like the goddess of peace, forever cherishing tranquility and life. Should the act of bestowing divinity succeed, you would watch over this great mountain and become my most trusted pillar of strength. However, I presently lack the confidence to achieve this. The concept of bestowing divinity exists solely in theory and legend. Since Jiang Zhi, none of the Jiang clan leaders have managed to accomplish this feat, and I have never truly witnessed the ceremony of bestowing divinity. Of course, I have mastered the incantations required, and I have also acquired the necessary spiritual stones. Yet, whether it can genuinely yield the desired effects remains an uncertain risk. Furthermore, someone once told me that bestowing divinity is not merely a ceremony, but rather a special grant, a promise from the divine sovereign. To my understanding, this implies that a supreme deity capable of governing all must grant me this ability for me to enact the bestowal. Who could wield such immense power?" Xianlin inquired from behind. "Although I am a woman of the Jurchen, I have heard the legends of Huaxia and of the ancient deities. In our chronicles, it is recorded that the emperor of the underworld, Fengdu, is one of the three ancient gods. Could he be the one with such supreme authority?" "Certainly not." Chen Zhi gently shook his head, contemplating briefly before turning to Xianlin. "In the millennia-old legends of the Huaxia land, there has always been mention of a figure who created heaven and earth, delineating the 9 realms, whose form is immensely vast, splitting into 3 rivers. Some call him Pangu or Shino. However, based on various ancient records, it is highly plausible that these refer to the same individual. I propose a hypothesis. This character is likely the foremost deity among the 3 ancient gods, known as the Divine Emperor, Fuxi. Does Fuxi truly exist? Xianlin was taken aback by Chen Zhi's words. The civilization of the Huaxia clan is so resplendent. I have heard of Pangu creating the world and Nuwa mending the sky. Could these events have genuinely transpired? Perhaps some legends have strayed from reality. Chen Zhi responded, these matters are now beyond our reach. But if Jiang Zia had indeed received Fuxi's endorsement back then, it is now an impossibility. Fuxi has long vanished into the annals of time, utterly untraceable. Since it is an impossible endeavor, we need not dwell upon it. Xianlin suddenly declared with conviction. Chen Zhi, utilize all the resources at your disposal to execute the ceremony of bestowing divinity. Should any failures arise during the process, I am willing to bear the consequences. Have you made your decision? Chen Zhi silently regarded him. This spell was one he had never controlled. If it spiraled out of control, the repercussions could be dire. You may face the peril of losing your life or suffering serious injury. Have you contemplated this? Although Xuanlin's eyes are as gentle as water, they radiate unwavering determination. I aspire to become powerful, to transform into a true deity. Not only do I wish to foresee the future for you and assist you in the decisive battle a year hence, but most importantly, I can no longer endure this sense of helplessness. The Valley of Immortals has been the ancestral home of my kin for generations, yet I have failed to safeguard it. Had it not been for your timely rescue, our clan would have faced annihilation. This time, the flames that fell from the heavens instantaneously obliterated the Valley of Immortals, and I was powerless to intervene. I refuse to remain so feeble and ineffective. I will not allow harm to befall my people any longer. I must evolve into a genuine deity to protect them. Even if it costs me my life, I shall have no regrets. Chen Zhi listened intently to Xuanlin's fervent declarations, observing the brilliance in his eyes. After a moment of contemplation, he gently nodded before turning away again. Let it be tonight then. Prepare yourself. We will find a secluded spot at the foot of the mountain where we can attempt this. But remember my words. Becoming a deity does not guarantee the acquisition of everything. Rather, it entails the sacrifice of many things. For as your divine power strengthens, your humanity may diminish. At that point, you might find yourself less concerned for those around you. Never. Xuanlin's eyes sparkled with conviction, devoid of any trace of doubt. Though he always exuded a polished demeanor, he remained remarkably composed and resolute, as if his heart was impervious to the sway of emotions. I understand myself. I belong to this great mountain. I cherish it. Whether as an immortal or a deity, this mountain embodies the essence of my existence in this world. I, Polgigitai Xianlin, swear by the blood of the mountain god that even if it costs me my life, I shall have no regrets. Chapter 775, Self-Requested Deification, Part 2. The moon tonight is resplendent, though it appears perpetually shrouded in mist. Perhaps due to the unusual occurrences in Changbai Mountain. Many outsiders have flocked to this area to witness the phenomenon. Consequently, numerous guards are stationed outside, tirelessly explaining to them not to harbor suspicions or venture inside. In the dead of night, a profound stillness enveloped the surroundings, yet the air still bore the acrid scent of burnt carbon, reminiscent of ghostly flames, tickling the nostrils. Gui Dao and Jiang had returned to Shiqi with Bao Ping, leaving only a few blue-clad warriors behind. Chen Zhi summoned Fat Wei to accompany him, along with 2 additional warriors for precautionary measures. He and Xianlin had arranged to meet at the flat expanse at the foot of Changbai Mountain, a territory that originally belonged to the Tang family. At that time, Ningbin had envisioned constructing a private clubhouse there for traveling merchants. But the onset of this conflict had delayed the project. Presently, only rudimentary foundations remain, with not a single blade of grass gracing the desolate ground. When Chen Zhi and his companions arrived at the designated location, they found Xianlin already waiting for them. He also brought along 2 celestial beings from the Valley of Immortals, and he was one of the few remaining young men in the village. Today, Xianlin was adorned in grand attire, embellished with ancient ornaments. He even wore the ceremonial hat of their shamanistic practices upon his head, holding in his hands a pure silver mask. Welcome. Upon seeing Chen Zhi's arrival, Xianlin first bowed according to the anciently rites, proclaiming, Perji Jijitai Xianlin, I humbly greet the patriarch of the Jiang clan. It is with great shame that I see you burdened by illness and toil. After Qianlin spoke, the celestial beings beside him also performed their respects to Chen Zhi, following the ancient Jurchen customs. Then, Qianlin ceased his formalities and stepped into the moonlight, positioning himself at the very center of the open ground. Patriarch, I shall await you here. You may commence whenever you are prepared. After uttering these words, he donned his silver mask and stood erect at the heart of the earth. Bathed in moonlight, his attire exuded an aura steeped in the mystique of ancient shamanism. At that moment, Chen Zhi glanced back at him. The aura surrounding Qianlin was resplendent, warm and inviting. He spoke no falsehood. For a demigod, he was indeed entirely prepared. His aura flowed rapidly, dazzling in its brilliance, akin to a bud on the verge of blooming, ready to radiate forth at any moment. This was the state befitting one destined for divinity. Yet, unlike the aggressive auras one might expect, Xuanlin's presence was gentle, imbued with a warmth reminiscent of sunlight. However, the periphery of this aura appeared constrained by a viscous barrier. Should this limitation be breached, theoretically, the consecration ceremony should succeed. Chen Zhi turned to look at Fat Wei and the others, instructing them to stand at a distance. Everyone retreated several meters away, positioning themselves in a place less likely to be disturbed. At that moment, Chen Zhi traced a circular sigil in the sky, a portal leading to another realm, wherein lay his most treasured possession. He reached into this circle, retrieving the sole divine spirit stone he currently possessed, the Kana gem seal. This stone, acquired from Mongolia, was steeped in legendary tales. Chen Zhi vividly recalled how the untranslatable inscriptions of this seal had caused the Golden family to miss the opportunity for divinity. The patriarch of the Golden family, of the Fuxi lineage, had bequeathed this seal to the mother of his children as a testament to their divine ancestry, guiding them to seek out Jiang Shang, to be enshrined as deities with this token. However, as time passed, the Mongolians, unable to decipher the sacred script, took a divergent path, ultimately establishing a dynasty shadowed by bloodshed. Yet, this divine spirit stone found its way into Chen Zhi's possession, to be utilized in the consecration ceremony of Qianlin as the mountain god. Perhaps this is what one might call destiny. Chen Zhi clasped the divine spirit stone tightly in his hands, closed his eyes, and attuned himself to the formidable spiritual power emanating from within the stone. Chen Zhi exercised great caution this time. He first employed a fierce incantation to envelop the divine spirit stone with a dense array of guiding air currents, gradually siphoning off its power to prevent any explosive release that could cause harm. Then, he began to quietly recite the third spell he had never attempted before, the God-sealing technique from the art of defying fate. This particular incantation was unlike any other from the Jiang clan. Its multitude of characters was intricate and vast, and the myriad combinations of its forms were bewildering. Only those with exceptional memory could hope to recall the entire set of incantations. However, as Chen Zhi uttered these divine words, he immediately felt the overwhelming shockwave they generated. The energy was distorted, as if it were continuously transforming the surrounding elements. The incantations flowed into the divine spirit stone like a swarm of tiny ants, and soon the stone itself was lifted, hovering in the air. In that instant, the Qin gem radiated with an extraordinary brilliance that eclipsed even the moonlight above. Its dazzling glow was blinding, and had it not been in the desolate foothills, it would surely have drawn attention. As the divine spirit stone floated in the air, it suddenly began to soften. Its once rigid stone texture transformed in a myriad of ways, as if seeking a host. Chen Zhi realized that the moment had finally arrived. Just as the ancient texts had foretold, powerful spirit stones could be embedded within a body, altering the nature of the divine offspring. He silently recited the final phrases of the God-sealing technique and, with a gust of air, propelled the Qin gem towards Qianling's body. Instantly, Qianling cried out in pain as the gemstone, glowing fiercely red, sought to embed itself within him. Simultaneously, with clarity of mind, he observed the energy field behind Qianling begin to surge with rapid transformation. The iridescent glow intensified, expanding in a magnificent manner, as the adhesive constraints appeared on the verge of being torn apart. Once these constraints were broken, Qianling would undergo a fundamental transformation, and at that moment, he would truly become a deity. Chapter 776, Self-Requested Sealing of God, Part 3. Suddenly, the winds shifted and the clouds churned, the entire world transformed. At the foot of Changbai Mountain, One could distinctly sense that all living things within this great mountain displayed an array of colors. Once lifeless after being scorched by the earth's flames, Changbai Mountain now seemed to breathe with life. In that moment, every plant and grain of sand seemed to awaken, all attuned to the movements of this place, anticipating the emergence of a new mountain deity to be consecrated here. It was an overwhelming yearning, akin to the mountain's desire for rebirth after being ravaged by the earth's fire. Beneath the resplendent moonlight, the aura behind Qianlin began to undergo a remarkable transformation, its vibrant colors suddenly erupting into a brilliance reminiscent of the sun. Within this aura, a frenzy of explosions occurred, expanding and contracting in relentless succession, growing vast beyond comprehension in an instant. Such a magnificent aura, once enveloping Changbai Mountain, would undoubtedly radiate anew, rejuvenating the land and fostering the rebirth of all life. However, the fervent boundaries at the periphery constantly restrained the expansion of this aura, yet under its unyielding pressure, they seemed on the verge of being torn asunder. At that moment, everyone sensed that a new deity of Changbai Mountain was on the cusp of manifesting under Chen Zhi's guidance. The surrounding crowd was palpably tense. Even the stoic warriors, typically devoid of visible emotion, widened their eyes in anticipation. Breath held, they gazed intently, eager to witness the spectacle of a divine being's emergence. Creaking sounds echoed, and amidst Xuanlin's anguished cries, all beheld the divine spirit stone as it began to burrow rapidly through the ribcage of Qianlin. His chest bones naturally parted, flesh splitting open to reveal a gaping cavity, striving to engulf the spirit stone. Under the influence of Chen Zhi's divine incantation, the Galala gem became malleable, radiating a luminous glow akin to a splendid jelly, burrowing into Xuanlin's chest. Soon, the ethereal light of the spirit stone permeated every inch of Xuanlin's being, illuminating his internal organs and blood vessels as if he were a crystalline form infused with divine brilliance. As the spirit stone dwindled to merely 13, it was on the brink of fully entering Xuanlin's body. Everyone braced themselves, anticipating the emergence of a new mountain deity before their very eyes. A wave of exhilaration surged through the crowd, grateful to witness this sacred moment, mentally preparing for the myriad forms Qianlin might assume. Yet, at the last moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as the Galala gem was about to complete its entry, it was violently repelled. The force of this rebound was extraordinarily intense, akin to a bomb detonation within Qianlin. With a thunderous boom, before anyone could react, flesh and blood erupted as Xuanlin's chest was torn apart, his body hurled backward, landing far into the grass. Scalding blood immediately gushed forth from the grass, pooling upon the earth. The ground's temperature surged, and a tremor rippled through the mountain's base, as if an earthquake had struck. Meanwhile, the divine spirit stone swiftly returned to Chen Zhi's hand, glowing a fiery crimson. Chen Zhi beheld the spirit gem, where a shadow of a figure emerged from the swirling essence within. It was the soul of the gem manifesting at the moment of its recognition of its master. This soul appeared to be racked with immense suffering and torment, twisting and writhing within the gem, though its cries were inaudible. When Chen Zhi caught it, his hand was immediately scorched, prompting him to swiftly envelop the spirit stone with a fierce incantation to prevent himself from being burned. He then silently chanted a freezing spell, rapidly cooling the spirit stone. The silhouette within gradually stabilized, ultimately collapsing to the ground as if devoid of strength, dissipating into vapor once more. Chen Zhi tenderly stroked the spirit stone, then traced a circle in the air, returning the stone to the alternate space. He then raised his gaze towards the blood-soaked grass. "Qianling, how are you?" Chen Zhi hurriedly rushed over to examine Qianling in the thicket, followed closely by the others. However, Qianling's condition was dire. His face was stiff and pale, his teeth clenched tightly, and his chest was shattered, surrounded by a gruesome array of flesh and bone fragments. His ribs were protruding grotesquely, and many of his internal organs had burst forth, a sight too horrific to behold. Is it over for him? Can he possibly survive like this? The nearby residents of Immortal Valley were thrown into a panic, scrambling to lift Qianling. "Don't move him yet," Fat Wei whispered urgently, then turned to the warriors, stating, "Given his current state, we cannot risk moving him. Any motion could displace his internal organs completely, rendering any chance of salvation impossible. Quickly signal for the medical team to bring a stretcher." Understood. The warriors reacted swiftly, igniting their flares to send a signal into the night sky. Despite the late hour, there were always watchful black-clad individuals surrounding the Tang family villa. The well-trained personnel swiftly responded to the signal flare, and before long, a specialized medical team arrived with a stretcher. Upon seeing Xianling in such a mangled state, the medical team was taken aback, with the doctor declaring that he was beyond saving. When they placed the oxygen mask over Xianling's face, his breath was already faint. By the time they reached the Tang family villa, Xianling had ceased to breathe. The women and children of Immortal Valley immediately erupted into tears, the scene deeply sorrowful. In truth, Chen Zhi understood that although the residents did not voice it, they had long harbored anxiety. Immortal Valley had been devastated, and they had lost their home, primarily comprising the elderly and children who were ill-equipped to adapt to the outside world. Without the village chief, these residents were left without a guiding figure, akin to orphans abandoned in the world. Fortunately, Ning Bin responded quickly, recalling that some aged life-prolonging spirit mushrooms were stored in the treasure cellar. Though the mushrooms were somewhat old, they retained some medicinal properties, intended for emergencies. They sliced the mushrooms into small pieces and placed them into Xianling's mouth, his complexion warming slightly in response. Coupled with the urgent efforts of the rescue personnel, after a while, Xianling finally managed to draw a breath. He slowly opened his eyes and saw Chen Zhi standing before him. Instantly, his eyes welled with tears as he uttered a single sentence. Chapter 777, Return to the City. Upon regaining consciousness, Xianlin found Chen Zhi standing right in front of him. For reasons unbeknownst to him, the usually composed Xianlin shed tears, his first words being, "Patriarch, I am unworthy. I have disappointed you." The destruction of the Immortal Valley and the devastation of Changbai Mountain left him feeling utterly powerless, his insides aflame with anguish. "I had aspirations to become the spirit of the mountain, to protect Changbai Mountain from henceforth, yet it has all been a delusion." After uttering these words, Xianlin fell unconscious once more, while the denizens of the Immortal Valley quietly wept alongside him, this belated sorrow piercing Chen Zhi's heart. The doctors hurriedly worked to revive Xianlin, realigning his shattered bones and conducting special repairs on his internal organs. Everyone had harbored great hopes, but in that fleeting moment, the ritual to confer divinity had been irrevocably declared a failure. Chen Zhi sensed the entire mountain succumb to a profound silence. In the moment of sealing the divinity, it seemed as though the mountain had ignited with hope, a yearning for a guardian spirit, a vibrant vigor for rebirth. Yet now, the mountain had once again descended into a state of desolation. Chen Zhi then stepped out of the room alongside Fat Wei. It was unclear when Fat Wei had ceased to delve deeply into matters. He merely patted Chen Zhi on the shoulder before swiftly attending to other issues with the men in black. Left alone, Chen Zhi returned to his room, closed the door, and lit a cigarette, watching the smoke waft gracefully through the air. Is it truly impossible? He pondered silently, reflecting on whether, as Zhu Lin had suggested, he must indeed seek the Divine Emperor's consent. Was this Divine Emperor Fuxi? He suddenly recalled the vast, golden, humanoid shadow beneath the mountains of Inner Mongolia. That sight was so magnificent that one could only glimpse its entirety from a helicopter. A mere glance would etch in one's memory an image of awe and terror, prompting a desire to forget. Fuxi was undoubtedly shrouded in the mists of history, far too ancient to be documented, a primordial legend of humanity, the very genesis of Huaxia culture. It had long since faded like the most ancient myth, dissipating with time. The myth of conferring divinity had concluded. Contemplating this, Chen Zhi quietly closed his eyes. He suddenly comprehended why no patriarch had been able to confer divinity since Jiang Shang. The path had been irrevocably severed from that moment onward. Without this capability, what means would he possess to combat the boundless hatred a year hence? Presently, there were no answers. In the days that followed, Ning Bin and Fat Wei busied themselves with efforts to save Xianlin, while Chen Zhi chose to depart. Xianlin had surpassed the critical phase and was no longer in danger. Chen Zhi, unwilling to linger, sought to avoid the disappointment reflected in Xianlin's eyes. He has now come to comprehend Xuanlin's yearning. To others, Changbai Mountain may merely be a grand peak, yet for Xianlin, it is the sanctuary to which he is intrinsically bound by blood. His love for this mountain runs deep. When it was ravaged by the fires of the earth, his heart must have ached profoundly. He aspires to grow stronger, to safeguard this place, to revive the vibrant spirit of Changbai Mountain. However, all his dreams were severed at the moment of deification. The notion of deification can never be realized, and this harsh reality may be too cruel for him. Perhaps it is better to cling to a flicker of hope. Chen Zhi departed from Jilin, accompanied solely by a contingent of warriors, on his return to the city. The journey had been meticulously arranged by Ning Bin, yet upon disembarking, no one awaited him. The weather suddenly turned cold, and a relentless drizzle fell over the city, amplifying his feelings of loneliness and helplessness. After escorting Chen Zhi home, the warriors returned to Shiqi. Upon arriving at the Destiny Hall and finding the gates securely locked, Chen Zhi recalled that Ding Ning had previously messaged him, mentioning a school outing, and was not at home. The entire hall felt desolate, leaving Chen Zhi alone, amidst the withering stars adorning the entrance. In the days that followed, Chen Zhi lived a solitary existence within the Destiny Hall. He refrained from opening for business, preferring to seclude himself indoors. Occasionally, he would venture outside to water the stars. These flowers are indeed resilient, though they had been withered for some time. A little moisture brought them back to life. Yet, Chen Zhi sensed that they had grown differently than before. During this period, he reached out to the organization multiple times, seeking an audience with Bao Ping to relay the events and circumstances surrounding the final battle at Changbai Mountain. However, the response he received was that the leader, beset by illness and anxiety, wished to avoid contact with anyone. Please let the chief rest assured and refrain from contacting him for the time being. Thus, Chen Zhi chose not to return to the organization. He communicated with the organization's shaman, learning that Jiang, the shamaness, and Jian Di, who had been injured in the battle, were in recovery. Jian Di, however, had sustained severe injuries. Fortunately, Wu Jia had acted swiftly to protect her with a potion infused with spiritual medicine and had promptly evacuated her from Changbai Mountain, thus sparing her from the flames. The great shaman, Naya, though gravely wounded, had awakened upon returning to the organization and was no longer in grave danger. In the ensuing days, Chen Zhi's life became a monotonous cycle, devoid of any sense of time. He would often visit Lu Xiaohong for meals. She greeted him with uncontainable joy, always chattering away. Yet Chen Zhi found himself unable to absorb her words, as if his mind lingered in Changbai Mountain. Eventually, the organization remained silent, and Chen Zhi began to ponder a curious question. How did Bao Ping manage to suppress his own curiosity, refusing to seek knowledge of subsequent events? This query soon found its answer. On a night when the outside world had fallen silent, devoid of human sounds, Chen Zhi heard the sound of brakes outside. He pushed open the window and observed a black car parked at the entrance. Moments later, the hall door swung open as if it had not been locked. After a while, he heard a gentle knock. Then, the bedroom door was twisted open, revealing a familiar face in the darkness. Bao Ping stepped inside. Chapter 778. A night meeting with Bao Ping. Bao Ping appeared significantly thinner this time. It seemed that the brief span of 1 month had caused him to lose more than 10 pounds. His eyes were noticeably sunken, his cheeks hollowed, and dark circles under his eyes gave him a haggard appearance. Yet these features rendered his gray eyes even more profound. Upon entering, Bao Ping did not engage in much conversation. After surveying the surroundings, he settled into a chair. This was his second visit to Chen Zhi's home. As per his usual habit, he first located Chen Zhi's ashtray, placed it before him, and lit a cigarette. It was now the dead of night, and the weather had turned cold with the onset of winter. Chen Zhi, still clad in his pajamas, carelessly draped a woolen coat over himself and sat across from Bao Ping, awaiting him to speak. However, Bao Ping seemed disinclined to talk, simply smoking one cigarette after another, filling the room with a haze of smoke. When he reached for a third cigarette, he suddenly extinguished it, discarding the butt into the ashtray. He then lifted his gaze, meeting Chen Zhi's eyes momentarily before lowering his head again, softly inquiring, "What happened next? Did he die?" Bao Ping's voice was hoarse and deep, as if his vocal cords had been damaged. Though his question was vague, Chen Zhi understood he was inquiring about Qin Yueyang. If he is dead, perhaps it cannot be considered so, Chen Zhi replied, recounting the events in detail, including the last scene he witnessed and the time limit imposed by the elder. Throughout this narration, Bao Ping remained silent, listening intently without interjecting or offering his opinion. Once Chen Zhi finished, Bao Ping lowered his head in contemplation for a considerable time before asking, "So, a year from now, we must face him again, correct?" "Yes," Chen Zhi nodded gently. "What are your thoughts now?" Bao Ping queried. "Do we still have anyone useful at our disposal?" The divine beings were notoriously difficult to locate, and even if found, there was no guarantee they would align with us. The ones who meddled with time were no longer present, and that man named Zhu Lin seemed unwilling to assist us. If that entity re-emerges in a year, Bao Ping continued, pausing momentarily as if grappling with his words, he will undoubtedly seek us out first. Do you think your abilities will suffice to confront him then? I know you are a man of calculations. Based on your current assessment of your power, what are your chances? None whatsoever. Chen Zhi asserted emphatically, his gaze fixed on Bao Ping, his expression grave. Chief, this is the very reason I have longed to discuss this with you. We must now confront a stark reality, the issue of survival. The disparity in power between us and the queen of the underworld is insurmountable, a chasm that is fundamentally qualitative. In terms of biological hierarchy, she is a being entirely distinct from us. Currently confined within the Changbai Mountains, her fury escalates daily, and when she ultimately breaks free, she will shed all vestiges of humanity and reason. The entity that will emerge then will be dreadfully terrifying, beyond the capacity of mere mortals or demigods to confront. Bao Ping listened intently to Chen Zhi's words, his brow furrowed. It became apparent that aside from your Jiang clan, there exist alternative means of attaining divinity. What rank of deity does she currently embody? A rank exceedingly high, second only to the three ancient gods, Chen Zhi replied. The hierarchy within the realm of deities is distinctly defined and heavily emphasizes lineage. True gods can vanquish thousands, even tens of thousands of demigods. Such contests lack any semblance of fairness. In the eyes of the divine, demigods are woefully insignificant, hardly distinguishable from humans. For some time now, I have pondered this matter, how to face the challenges that await us a year hence. Upon reflection, it resonates with the legendary tale of the investiture of the gods, where the ancient Jiang Zia harnessed the aid of numerous deities to secure victory in the campaign against the tyrant Zhou. So, you wish to consecrate new deities to your service in preparation for the decisive battle to come, do you not? Bao Ping raised his gaze toward Chen Zhi. The art of conferring divinity has long been the forte of your Jiang clan. However, since Jiang Zia, no clan leader has succeeded in this endeavor. Have you grasped the nuances of this sacred rite? It appears that the consecration of deities is now a formidable challenge. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, stating that the ability to confer divinity requires the special permission of the divine emperor. Unless I can return to a time millennia past and receive such authority from the ancient Fushi clan, the prospect of consecration remains utterly unattainable. Do not despair too much. There are always avenues to explore, Bao Ping replied with a calm demeanor. We have both witnessed life and death. There is no need to place undue weight on any single matter. Let everything unfold as it may, and strive to do your best. Moreover, even if we were to fail a year from now, the outcome would merely be death, which is no great calamity. However, I believe Bao Ping paused to light another cigarette, tapping the ash into the ashtray. In the realm of humanity, the throne follows a hereditary system, passed down from father to son. Successors are typically appointed by the reigning monarch or designated among the legitimate heirs. While I am less familiar with the divine realm, I presume that the hierarchy of gods must also have successors, do they not? Is it conceivable that there would be no heirs? If the divine emperor did not designate a successor during his lifetime, could this power not naturally be inherited, akin to the strength of your Jiang clan? Bao Ping's words suddenly illuminated a path for Chen Zhi. In recent times, he had been trapped in a limited scope of thinking, his mind ensnared in a repetitive logic. He had never contemplated this facet before. Bao Ping's insights opened his mind anew, drawing his thoughts back to the ethereal melodies that resonated through the vast bamboo sea. He pondered deeply over the matter, his head bowed in contemplation. After a moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Bao Ping's eyes. Regarding Mu He, I truly regret my earlier carelessness. He lamented. Let us not dwell on such matters. Bao Ping gently interjected, his brows furrowing slightly, indicating his desire to move beyond the topic. What is done, and there is no need to linger on the past. Those who have passed should remain unmentioned. We must now exhibit greater fortitude and not allow our emotions to sway us. The journey to the underworld was my misstep, resulting in severe losses for the organization, and many have departed. Such an error shall not be repeated. After saying this, Bao Ping rose to leave, but suddenly recollected something. Jiang's body may be gone, yet his sword has returned. Tomorrow, a grand funeral will be held in his honor, where he shall be interred in the Ji clan's mausoleum as the chief martial artist. Please join us to bid him a final farewell. Chapter 779. The Dirge of the Fallen Warriors upon returning to the organization. An indescribable sentiment of sorrow permeated the entire Shiqi royal city, an overwhelming sense of grief akin to tragedy, yet intertwined with a spirit of solemn heroism. This essence had long been absent, though remnants of it could frequently be found in the ancient murals adorning the walls of Shiqi. Time had dulled many memories, and countless individuals had forgotten the valor depicted in those murals, numbly listening to the tales of yore. Yet now, this spirit, tinged with the taste of blood, began to resurface within the darkened royal city. The aftermath of the battle, termed a victory, was in truth a Pyrrhic triumph. Over 200 of the finest warriors had ventured forth, only to suffer grievous losses in the conflict at Feng. Many had perished in the depths of the underworld, while others succumbed to the flames of the earth in the Changbai Mountains, their bodies reduced to ashes. Among them was Jiang, the most venerable and esteemed warrior of Shiqi, who met a tragic end, obliterated by the inferno, leaving not even a strand of hair behind. Shiqi is a realm tightly woven with familial ties and friendships. Many share kinship or lifelong bonds. Most had executed missions together. Comrades in arms who had faced countless adversities side by side, an emotional connection unfathomable to outsiders. The recent sacrifice of so many warriors struck a deep chord within the populace, plunging the entire Shiqi into mourning. It was unclear when the news of the horrors witnessed in the underworld and the impending showdown with the Queen of the Underworld a year hence began to circulate. This revelation instilled a sense of dread among the people, casting a pall of despair over all hearts. As Chen Zhi entered the royal city, he was struck by an unusual silence, as if everyone had congregated elsewhere. Guided by a lantern-bearer, he made his way to the royal court, traversing the lengthy corridor that led to the rear of the Ji clan's elder hall. There laid an untouched expanse of hills, the final resting place of Shiqi's past royalty and illustrious warriors. The former leader was laid to rest in this hallowed ground, where a multitude of gravestones stand as a testament to the illustrious glory and profound history of Shiqi spanning millennia. Chen Zhi observed that everyone donned somber black garments, gathered in the central area, with Bao Ping positioned at the forefront. Upon Chen Zhi's arrival, the assembly inclined their bodies slightly in acknowledgement and instinctively parted to create a pathway for him. As Chen Zhi navigated through the throng, he approached Bao Ping and gazed ahead. Before him lay a grand stone platform, adorned with ancient engravings depicting numerous armored figures, seemingly caught in the throes of battle. Behind the platform stood a row of upright gravestones, each inscribed with the names of the fallen warriors. Prominently at the front, one gravestone bore the inscription, "The chief warrior under the throne of King Zhou of Shiqi, Ji Shinan, Tomb of Jiang." The stone was crafted from rare black stones sourced from within Shiqi, its surface rugged yet gleaming, embodying the steadfast and resolute spirit akin to that of the warriors interred here. Accompanying the gravestones were numerous stones bearing the names of those who perished in this recent conflict. The large stone platform, once a resting place for the deceased, now held a collection of relics belonging to the departed, including a set of soft leather armor previously worn by Jiang. Alongside the long knife he bequeathed to a saw. Surrounding these were various personal effects of other fallen warriors, some strands of hair, others their cherished belongings. The atmosphere was heavy with solemnity. All stood rigidly, gazing vacantly at the garments and armaments upon the platform, enveloped in silence. Bao Ping too cast his gaze downward, as if etching each fallen name into his heart. Chen Zhi distinctly sensed a shift in the collective energy. A profound sorrow hung in the air, coalescing into a powerful force that none dared articulate, trapped within their hearts like a torrential flood held at bay, poised to erupt at any moment. At that moment, Bao Ping's voice resonated. "Esteemed members of Shiqi, we gather here today to bid farewell to the warriors who fell in this recent battle. In the conflict of Fengdu, we mourn the loss of 174 valiant souls, marking one of the gravest losses our Shiqi has endured in recent years. Though they have departed, each faced their end with unwavering bravery, advancing fearlessly and upholding the honor of our name. Today, we convene to accompany them on their final journey. Furthermore, I, as the leader of Shiqi, hereby declare a new edict. The people of Shiqi must pay their respects." Bao Ping's deep gray eyes swept across the assembly. Though his voice was low, each word resonated like iron falling upon stone. "From this day forth, the old system governing the warriors is abolished, and Jiang shall be restored to his rightful honor. In his lifetime, Jiang achieved significant victories for Shiqi, operating within the shadows and earning immense merit, and will be honored as the Duke of Shiqi, laid to rest beside our former leader. Additionally, starting tomorrow, a decree against mourning will be enacted. In Shiqi, regardless of age or gender, expressions of sorrow and weeping shall be strictly prohibited. Regardless of what transpires, be it casualties, changes among loved ones, the loss of comrades, or significant defeats, the people of Shiqi are forbidden to mourn or shed tears. Even if, a year hence, Shiqi faces defeat and my soul ascends to the heavens. Should I be the last remaining of Shiqi, I must not exhibit fear or sorrow. This is a stern decree, effective from tomorrow. Both I and the clan leader of the Jiang family shall uphold this command, and those who disobey shall face severe penalties. Yes, everyone responded in unison, their voices resonating in that tranquil space. At that moment, Bao Ping, with a visage marked by weariness, gazed at the relics upon the stone platform, his dark gray eyes flickering slightly. The new law shall take effect tomorrow. If anyone harbors grief in their hearts, let it be expressed today. As Bao Ping's words concluded, the sky seemed to respond, unleashing a rumble of thunder. It felt as though a deluge, long restrained within the hearts of many, was finally released. Chen Zhi observed clearly that tears flowed from numerous individuals, including seasoned warriors known for their stoicism and elders battle-hardened by years of conflict. They wept openly, lamenting the relics of their loved ones and comrades, their cries echoing like thunder across the heavens, a solemn and dignified farewell to the valiant souls of the fallen. Chapter 780, The Authority of Deification, Part 2 Conclusion. Following Chen Zhi's stay within the organization for some time, the entire Shiqi swiftly emerged from its state of despair after Bao Ping's new decree was issued. The atmosphere within the royal city turned solemn and dignified. Expressions of joy or sorrow were scarce, yet spirits grew stronger, as if tempered by iron and blood, impervious to the previous sentiments of mourning. During this period, Chen Zhi immersed himself in the waters of the library, having expended his magical energy during the recent battle. After several days of soaking, he finally regained his strength. Most shamans were still in recovery, with the Grand Shaman's wings shattered and undergoing mending. Consequently, there were few individuals present in the Grand Shrine, and occasionally, Chen Zhi would stand alone before the barrier, contemplating the ethereal boundary, resembling an infant, lost in reflection over Yamo's words. Spending days within the library often led to a disorientation of time. During this interval, Chen Zhi began to peruse texts concerning the Fuxi lineage, nearly exhausting every volume within the library. It was at this juncture that he abruptly realized that this revered deity, celebrated throughout Chinese history for millennia, was conspicuously absent from the library's records. This anomaly indicated that Jiang Zhi had deliberately avoided mentioning this deity and had intentionally obscured any connection to him. Moreover, not only was this divine figure omitted, but also a prominent goddess, well known across the vast expanse of China for over 10,000 years, was similarly unrecorded. This goddess is none other than Yuehua. The legends of Fuxi and Yuehua have been deeply rooted in Chinese culture, known even to the most mischievous of 3-year-olds. In legend, Fuxi is regarded as the cultural progenitor of the Huaxiao people and one of the 3 sovereigns, a deity who blesses the nation. He is also recognized as the earliest creator god recorded in our literature. Yuehua, the goddess of creation in ancient Chinese mythology, is similarly revered as the cultural progenitor of the Huaxiao people and a divine protector of the state. It is said that Yuehua fashioned humans from yellow clay, imitating her own form, thus establishing human society and instituting the marriage system. Later, when the heavens collapsed and the earth trembled, she melted colorful stones to mend the sky and severed the legs of a giant turtle to establish the 4 corners of the world, giving rise to the myth of Yuehua's celestial repairs. Another tale suggests that Fuxi and Yuehua were originally biological siblings who cherished each other deeply. With human forms and serpentine tails intertwined, they ultimately birthed all living beings, with humanity being one of their descendants. Regardless of whether they were siblings or if Yuehua created humanity as the legends state, she remains the mother of all humankind, holding a revered status. In the tales of the investiture of the gods, she is also credited with orchestrating the downfall of the Shang dynasty. Chen Zhi no longer ponders the logical coherence of historical events, for he understands that these myths have been shaped by human hands, and the objective realities are few. Yet, when observing these myths with a discerning gaze, one notices the inevitable connections among characters emerging during the same epoch. Regardless of the reasons behind the Shang dynasty's demise, a consistent notion persists: Niwa bestowed upon the Zhou dynasty the power to overthrow the Shang. This bestowal may have been realized through alternative means, such as the importation of incantations. This recollection brings to Chen Zhi's mind a vivid scene he witnessed within the tomb of the drought deity, a grandiose mural of war depicting a human mating with the sun goddess, cradling 2 infants in his arms. Upon his exit, he encountered Jiang Shang sealing the entrance with a fierce curse. Although all records pertaining to the Fuxi clan have vanished, Chen Zhi has unearthed numerous documents concerning the lineage of deities, all emphasizing the nobility of the legitimate offspring. Indeed, ancient gods valued their firstborns, likely due to a reverence for their own bloodlines. Humanity's emphasis on legitimate heirs may well be an emulation of the customs of ancient deities. The offspring of divine unions are referred to as gods, also known as legitimate offspring, while children of demigods are called divine sons, and those born of humans are deemed demigods. However, neither divine sons nor demigods can rival the status of legitimate divine offspring. Deities, immense and multifaceted, pass down their divine powers, which may manifest in various forms. Hence the saying, a dragon begets 9 offspring, signifying diverse meanings. As for the divine prerogatives, they are bestowed solely upon the first legitimate child. This is the essence of inheritance. This realization stirred within Chen Zhi a silent hope, reminiscent of the celestial melodies that once graced his ears. Yet, the thought of the bamboo grove's eternal disappearance cast a shadow over this hope. On this day, Chen Zhi resolved to leave the library, for the prolonged disconnection from the outside world had rendered him uneasy. He yearned to return to the realm of humanity and mingle among the crowds, continually reminding himself that he remains, after all, a human being. After departing from the organization, Chen Zhi did not return directly to the Destiny Hall. Instead, he requested the vehicle to drop him off on a less bustling street, and then he walked back on foot. For reasons unknown, Chen Zhi found himself relishing the sensation of walking step by step, which imparted a profound sense of grounding. However, as he progressed halfway, a sudden thunderclap reverberated through the sky, and torrential rain began to pour down. Passers-by immediately scattered in search of shelter from the downpour. Lacking any means to shield himself from the rain, Chen Zhi spotted an abandoned pavilion ahead and intended to seek refuge there. Yet, he abruptly noticed a figure standing not far ahead. This figure, too, bore no umbrella and was clad in peculiar attire. Strangely, amidst the bustling crowd, no one seemed to take notice of him. In an instant, Chen Zhi recognized this as a spell of spatial insertion. In this realm, only those permitted by the master could be seen by others. Before him stood a man with long hair cascading down his shoulders, adorned in exceedingly intricate ancient garments, the sleeves of which hung low and were heavily embellished, yet now drenched by the rain. He appeared as if he had emerged from a myth, radiating an ethereal quality that felt almost unreal. Just then, a flash of lightning illuminated the scene, momentarily revealing the man's visage clearly to Chen Zhi. It was Zhu Lin, the true Zhu Lin. Amidst the rain, Zhu Lin appeared utterly magnificent, embodying a divine essence that seemed to shine even brighter in the downpour. However, his blue robe had been torn, exposing his true form beneath. Chen Zhi beheld that Zhu Lin was clad in opulent garments, intricately threaded with crimson gold and adorned with unknown precious gems, signifying the extraordinary status he once held. Yet, one half of his body bore the horrific marks of a violent electric shock, his flesh and bones charred and grotesque, marred by ghastly scars that were truly distressing to behold. Entwined around him was a golden, shimmering band of light, which, upon closer inspection, revealed itself to be a golden dragon. This dragon, formed entirely of golden vapor, with fearsome claws bared, clung tightly to Zhu Lin, viciously gnashing at his flesh amidst the tumult of thunder and lightning. Remarkably, Zhu Lin appeared to have acclimated to this agony, his expression betraying no hint of emotion. Chen Zhi advanced slowly, allowing the torrential rain to pelt his face. The closer he drew, the more vividly he could discern the harrowing scars of lightning etched across Zhu Lin's body, arms, and shoulders. Divine retribution. Chen Zhi mused silently, ninefold. How terrifying. When Chen Zhi finally stood before Zhu Lin, he was taken aback as Zhu Lin's flawless visage suddenly broke into a smile. That smile blossomed like a lotus unfurling amidst the rain, breathtakingly beautiful. You are just like that boy Jiang Shang, both eager to accomplish something, and in the end, you succeeded. How stubborn you are. Yet, it is quite commendable. I am not he. As the torrential rain drenched Chen Zhi's face, he gazed at Zhu Lin, experiencing an inexplicable surge of emotion. You are my elder, as well as an elder to Jiang Zhi, with such a noble status. You must understand that I can never become him. I lack the qualifications. What's the matter? Are you still entangled in these thoughts? The feeling of inferiority within the human bloodline is a common affliction among all demigods. But do you realize? The ones who have always looked down upon you are, in fact, yourselves. Zhu Lin observed Chen Zhi, his voice melodious like the strings of a lute. It seems you have guessed our connection, so I shall no longer conceal it. I assisted Jiang Zhi in stealing the god-slaying incantation, which led to all that followed. At that time, I merely found this child intriguing and chose to aid him, never anticipating he would truly succeed, though he later committed some heinous acts. I believe the notions of right and wrong need not be debated any longer. I am a discarded being, lacking even a fraction of my former abilities, perpetually ensnared by suffering. I can no longer assist you. I have lived too long, and the burdens I bear are becoming increasingly unbearable. I think it is time for me to depart. However, I can still offer you the remnants of what I possess. Jiang Zhi's world, painstakingly created, is now what it is, regardless of its righteousness or faults. You must prepare for the events of the coming year. Protect this world and do not let it be destroyed. Are you suggesting that I should ascend as a deity and restore the divine order? Chen Zhi suddenly felt a surge of indescribable emotions welling up within him. Do you know my identity? The legitimate heir cannot pass on the legacy of the illegitimate. Without special permission, I will never possess such capability. Have you forgotten? This is the realm of humanity. Zhu Lin smiled gently at Chen Zhi, his skin shimmering in the rain. Since this world has already transformed, let us forget the rules that belong to the divine. You are now the last of our lineage. Chen Zhi of the Jiang clan, I bestow upon you the power of divinity. After Zhu Lin spoke, a light hand rested softly on Chen Zhi's shoulder. In that moment, as if struck by a tremendous force, Chen Zhi collapsed to the ground, his mind swirling in confusion. In his dazed state, Zhu Lin's face remained serenely smiling, softly uttering, "This world is yours. Protect it well. Farewell." Reflections on the second part and arrangements for the third part. Special thanks to Brother Yang. Heartfelt gratitude to Brother Yang for the generous award of 100,000. The second part concludes here. This book has been in the making for nearly 3 years, and I find myself overwhelmed with emotions. Yet, my heart is remarkably calm, having just enjoyed a box of crayfish. Now, I wish to address a few matters. Firstly, the third part will serve as the grand finale of this narrative. It will require at least another year, perhaps a year and a half, and I have invested my youth into this work. Secondly, if the third part is to continue, could we not abandon the practice of reading pirated versions? Do you truly understand the implications of your actions? If I choose not to proceed with the writing, it will be due to your actions. Qin Chinese is the legitimate source, and the app is available for download on mobile devices. Having watched 2 episodes in vain, I shall indeed pay to view the third. One must exercise a certain restraint in their endeavors, lest their conscience be troubled. At the very least, a modicum of recompense is warranted for the results of the author's tireless devotion and effort. Thank you. As for the third installment, I find myself weary, mentally fatigued, with a throbbing headache and sleepless nights. Just yesterday, the enigmatic benefactor bestowed a generous sum of 100,000, adding to the previous 2 million. It seems this account shall remain unsettled. I contemplate making a hasty retreat. Preparations for the third part are now underway, yet its framework is vast, necessitating a week to organize the outline and soothe my mind. I shall take a week's respite, resuming on September 22nd with a new chapter. Anticipate eagerly, as the pirated versions beckon to read the authentic text on Qin Chinese. Preview of the third part. The mystery of Journey to the West. 3 After Dan Xian concluded his words, he reached into the folds of his robe, extracting an object he had long kept close to his heart. It was a long item meticulously wrapped in fine silk. Upon unwrapping, a delicate piece of silk emerged, its texture fragile and faded with age, nearly disintegrating into dust. Dan Xian carefully unveiled the silk, revealing a golden-hued jade plate, rectangular and no larger than a shell, crafted from golden mutton fat jade. Inscribed upon it in ancient Tang script were certain characters, remarkably preserved and still legible. It read, "Beyond the daughter of Emperor Taizong, the martial and sagacious sovereign, Princess Gaoyang, a surreptitious offspring, lacking estate, granted the status of a commoner. Offspring. Princess Gaoyang, exclaimed Peng Wei, his eyes widening in astonishment as he turned to Dan Xian. My goodness, master, your lineage is indeed impressive. You are a descendant of Princess Gaoyang. You flatter me too generously, Dan Xian replied with a smile, his hands gently caressing the prayer beads. It is more accurate to say, a descendant of the illegitimate child of Princess Gaoyang. Is this truly your intent? Chen Zhi inquired, raising his gaze to Dan Xian. According to historical records, Princess Gaoyang had a clandestine affair with Master Bianji, who ultimately faced a gruesome fate. Such accounts suggest that Master Bianji was an ordinary man, never having left the Central Plains. Following this, Princess Gaoyang was imprisoned, unable to engage with any man, implying that this child must have been fathered by her clandestine lover. If this lover was not Master Bianji, whom then was he shielding from blame? The esteemed master, who has garnered such respect, would not willingly take the fall for an ordinary individual, nor would the entirety of the Buddhist community remain silent about it. Your true objective is not merely to ascertain the identity of the corpse in the hidden chamber, but rather to uncover the essence of your paternal lineage, is it not? Indeed. With his palms pressed together, Dan Xian deeply bowed to Chen Zhi. A millennium of time has transformed the world, and events from over 1,300 years ago have long been buried beneath the sands of history. Yet, a thread of obsession lingers within me. Who am I a descendant of? What is it that renders us, generation after generation, so remarkably distinct? Am I truly a progeny of the extraordinary? Furthermore, why do I often dream of traversing that harsh desert, of the figure who walks barefoot, holding Buddhist prayer beads? For a century, I, a humble monk, have scoured historical records from both past and present, seeking knowledge of Xuanzang's journey to the west, during which he traversed the vast deserts of the western regions. Facing countless perils and near-death experiences, I have an inexplicable intuition that something significant transpired in the deserts along that westward path. Eventually, I endeavored to enter the temple of heavenly law, becoming its abbot, and only then did I gain access to the hidden chamber, where I beheld the withered corpse. Upon encountering that lifeless body, I realized that my long-held suspicions were indeed valid. Although lacking concrete evidence, I am convinced that the legendary journey to the west, as recounted across the Huaxiao lands, conceals another truth, one that includes the mystery of my lineage. Chapter 1. Inheritor of Jiangxia 3 years hence. What are your thoughts? This was the question posed by Bao Ping during a private meeting with Chen Zhi. She, a deity whose power ranks just below the ancient gods, possessed an identity that defined her capabilities. She harbored a deep-seated hatred for us. When she re-emerged, she would undoubtedly seek frenzied revenge. I shall gather a multitude of demigods, organizing a divine army to confront her. Among these demigods, I will select the most exceptional to elevate to divinity, thereby enhancing my chances of victory. In 3 years, we shall face her in battle. This was Chen Zhi's response to Bao Ping. Upon hearing his words, her deep gray eyes flickered momentarily, casting a long, somber gaze upon him before she nodded slightly. Very well, I shall await your news. If it falters, we shall resolve it my way. Months passed swiftly. Ever since Bao Ping's decree of mourning was issued, a peculiar sentiment emerged in the West Qi region. No one expressed excessive joy or sorrow, nor did they speak of those lost in the previous battle, despite the fact that these individuals had once vividly graced their lives, creating indelible miracles. Yet, no one indulged in meaningless lamentation. They simply etched their memories into their hearts. Since the great door deep within Changbai Mountain had closed, nothing significant had occurred. All was extraordinarily tranquil. The dark factions were utterly dismantled, ushering in a peace not seen in millennia. However, beneath this tranquility lay a burgeoning crisis. Everyone was acutely aware of the impending threat that loomed 3 years ahead, knowing that when the azure fury descended, no corner of the world would remain unscathed. Preparations were underway, all quietly progressing in secrecy. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi himself underwent profound transformation, likely beginning with the acquisition of the divine sealing arts. He sensed a marked shift in his thoughts, an indescribable strength emanating from his aura. He exuded an air of confidence, no longer plagued by anxiety over any matter, nor burdened by sorrow for sacrifices made. He recognized that his heart had grown cold. Yet, this did not signify a forgetfulness of the events that would transpire 3 years hence, nor the memory of the wrathful deity locked behind the great door. He had been engaged in contemplation and strategizing, while fear and unease gradually faded from his consciousness. Perhaps akin to the final words spoken to him by Zhu Lin. He understood that in his quest for strength, he would draw ever closer to the divine. At such a juncture, his humanity would diminish, and his thoughts and emotions would diverge from those of his past. Chen Zhi recalled a time when he held a strong moral compass, perceiving the world in stark contrasts of right and wrong. He would feel flustered in the presence of women who sought his closeness, maintaining a belief in the ethical standards of humanity. However, now, Chen Zhi found himself indifferent to such concerns, resting freely against the body of Xian Yao, inhaling her uniquely youthful fragrance and savoring the gentle caress of her hair against his cheek, devoid of any remorse regarding their relationship. Xian Yao was his servant, and this fact was beyond question. Chen Zhi relished the sensation of being revered. A demigod like Xian Yao regarded him as more precious than her own life, offering her devotion without any demands. In their hearts, Chen Zhi's every request was beyond refusal. To them, he was the entirety of their world, his desires limited solely to loyalty. Particularly for Xian Yao, Chen Zhi represented the pinnacle of existence. The events unfolding in Fengdu, the realm of the dead, soon spread quietly throughout the domain of the demigods, generating a clamor in the shadows and secrecy. Such is the enigmatic nature of demigods. Secrets may be concealed within the human realm, yet they swiftly circulate within their own. News of an heir to Jiang Shang soon reached every corner of the world. Whispers claimed that Chen Zhi not only wielded the god-slaying whip, but also possessed the ability to consecrate deities, recognized as the true successor of Jiang Shang, a demigod, as long as they bore the potential and achieved merit under the Jiang banner, could be elevated to true divinity. Much like the canonization of deities enacted by Jiang Shang 5,000 years ago, this prospect represented a tremendous temptation for all demigods. During this period, many demigods arrived upon hearing the news, kneeling before Chen Zhi in a display of noble humility, voluntarily offering their servitude. To be consecrated as a true deity was the dream of all divine offspring, even the aspiration of generations. Should this dream be realized, it would signify the glory of their lineage, with divine blood passed down through the ages, bestowing a noble status that transcended all living beings, a transformation so profound that it was impossible for anyone to resist. Naturally, they understood that the opportunity for such consecration was exceedingly rare, contingent upon their own potential and achievements. Yet, under Chen Zhi's auspices, the prospect of becoming a deity lingered. They would not hesitate to brave fire and water, to become servants, even to sacrifice their lives in pursuit of this ultimate goal. Chen Zhi conferred upon Wu Jia the title of God Officer, entrusting him with the Jiang banner to convey Chen Zhi's will. Dressed in splendid attire, Wu Jia emerged from the underground, traversing the vast lands of Huaxia to disseminate the rules of the Jiang clan among the divine descendants, selecting the most exceptional demigods to meet Chen Zhi. Subsequently, Chen Zhi would bestow upon them totems and divine seals, incorporating them into his fold. Most of these demigods were descendants of new gods. Though some hailed from ancient lineages, their identities esteemed and their abilities varied. Upon receiving them, Chen Zhi realized the remarkable array of extraordinary beings that had flourished within the expanse of Huaxia. They were immensely powerful and diverse in form. Upon joining the Jiang clan, a crucial edict was established. The consumption of human flesh was strictly forbidden, and they were bound to Chen Zhi through a blood covenant. Many demigods had already integrated into human society, expressing their willingness to belong and pledging oaths. However, some could not accept this stringent condition, aware of the 3-year covenant with the Fengdu underworld, and thus chose to retreat into seclusion, adopting a position of watchfulness. During this large-scale allegiance initiative, Chen Zhi discerned a significant truth. The demigods held promises in high regard. Regardless of their moral standing, they were reluctant to forge contracts lightly. Once a promise was made, it was irrevocably honored, with no thought given to any subterfuge within the covenant. The consequences of breaching a divine pact remained shrouded in mystery, yet it was a tradition passed down through generations that such promises must never be violated. During this period, Chen Zhi also accomplished a monumental task that he had previously left unfinished: the consecration of his first deity, the son of the Jurchen lineage, the goddess Faculin's offspring. Polgigitai Xianlin was enshrined as the god of all things on Mount Changbai. Generations would carry this legacy forward, ensuring its eternal prosperity. On the day of the enshrinement, the spectacle was exceedingly grand. leaving all witnesses with indelible memories. Chapter 2. The mountain god enters the world. The Valley of Immortals has been rebuilt, truly reflecting Ning Bin's assertion that there is nothing in contemporary human society that cannot be realized. With sufficient funds, establishing a new town is remarkably swift. After extensive civil engineering efforts, the once burned town was reconstructed within a few months. The newly established Valley of Immortals now harbors an abundance of information from human society, with many modern technological items incorporated, yet the layout largely adhered to its original design. However, the enchanting scenery that once characterized the valley had vanished due to the devastation wrought by the underground fire. Human technology is limited. The vast golden fields of wheat have disappeared, the resplendent fields of Tai Sui are no more, and the beautiful springs and waterfalls have faded away. The seeds of Tai Sui have been replanted underground, yet show no signs of germination, as the ashes from the inferno still linger in the air, a haunting reminder of the destruction that once occurred. Nevertheless, the colossal stone that Jiang Shang had consecrated as the mountain god stood intact, unharmed by the calamity. The enshrinement ceremony for Qianlin took place in the newly constructed Valley of Immortals. On that day, the entirety of Mount Changbai was shrouded in a somber stillness, with black ashes swirling through the air, casting a pall over the landscape. Yet, Chen Zhi's consecration ritual unfolded with remarkable ease. Under the spell of Chen Zhi, the resplendent gala gemstone was sent into the depths of Qianling. Amidst the tremors of the universe, the winds howled and clouds surged, as Qianling cried out in agony, his entire being illuminated by the gemstone's radiance, rendering his veins and bones visible. Subsequently, his body began to rapidly elongate and expand, the sound of his bones tearing audible from afar, a torment that compelled Qianling to roar. He gradually grew taller and larger, ultimately transforming into a colossal figure over 7 meters high. Witnessed by all the celestial beings and citizens of Xianren Valley, including Ning Bin, the scene left everyone in awe, struggling to believe their eyes. Once Qianling became a giant, he writhed in pain upon the ground, while the Changbai mountain trembled incessantly, as if on the verge of a landslide. Then, a heavy snowfall began to cascade from the heavens, blanketing the earth in an instant, encasing the landscape in ice. Akin to stepping into the frozen valleys of Antarctica, Qianling fought desperately in the icy depths, and after a considerable time, his body gradually returned to an opaque state, while the aura behind him burst forth with immense vigor. This was an exceptionally warm presence, akin to the most radiant sunlight gracing the earth, instilling a sense of tranquility and hope within the hearts of all. Xuanling's long hair cascaded around him, soft and silken, reminiscent of scattered silk threads. Eventually, he fell into a serene stillness, his enormous eyes slowly opening. His first gaze was directed at Chen Zhi, and tears began to flow. After approximately an hour, Xuanling's form gradually reverted to its original shape, a sensation that felt wondrous, akin to the transformation seen on television. Once returned to his human form, he stood naked and picked up a robe from the ground, draping it over himself. His hair, however, floated in the air, scattering beautifully around him. Qianling moved with a lightness akin to a feather, gracefully approaching Chen Zhi, and wherever he stepped, vibrant flowers and lush grass sprang forth. Everyone marveled at his visage. Although it remained Qianling, his skin shimmered, his features softened, and he appeared utterly perfect. His eyes, however, had transformed into a striking three-eyed gaze, radiant and extraordinary amidst the sacred Changbai mountain. Upon reaching Chen Zhi, Qianling knelt on one leg, placing his hand over his left chest. Performing a traditional salute in the manner of the ancient New people, his voice resonating like a melodious celestial tune. "Great chief, your benevolence is beyond repayment. From this moment forth, I shall govern the myriad creatures of Changbai Mountain, daring not to be remiss. In gratitude for your divine favor, I, Polgigitai Qianling, vow to be at your service, divining fortunes and predicting the future. Through the tides of time, I shall never betray this oath." Having spoken, Qianling gracefully rose from the ground, turning away with an air of splendor emanating from him. A brilliant aura enveloped him, and a gentle, warm presence continuously radiated from within. Extending his finger into the snowy ground, the snow reacted instantaneously, melting away to give rise to flourishing greenery. Everything in the mountains, ice and snow, the winds, the crystal-clear streams, every flower and tree, every creature, was all under his command, responding to his call. Qianlin pointed towards the celestial valley with one hand, gently flicking his fingers, causing the icy snow ahead to instantly melt away. Lush green grass sprouted in the valley, a powerful life force enveloping everything. Behind, the mountain peak scorched by the earth's fire revealed cracked stone crevices, from which a crystal-clear spring flowed down the valley, dispersing the pervasive black ash in an instant. The noxious miasma that had engulfed the entirety of Changbai Mountain vanished, giving way to a rebirth of all things, rejuvenated and radiant. Above the celestial valley, a barrier shimmered like a grand mirror, reflecting every blade of grass and tree within the mountains. Chen Zhi observed as flocks of birds soared once more through the forest, and beasts leaped from the underbrush. Sunlight bathed the earth, and the ground was blanketed in patches of pure white snow, transforming Changbai Mountain into a scene of breathtaking beauty. Vibrant with clouds and mist, pristine and immaculate. Beyond the celestial valley, the ground seemed enchanted, rising in waves of golden wheat fields, each grain plumper than before. A brilliant expanse connecting one patch to another. The taisui seeds planted in the soil sprouted instantaneously, their trunks rapidly growing, soon to blossom and bear fruit, dazzling in the sunlight like an array of colorful gemstones. The vitality of this scene was beyond description. The celestial valley now appeared even more ethereal than ever before. Witnessing such flourishing beauty, the celestial denizens of the valley were moved to tears, kneeling in reverence to their new mountain deity. Due to the secretive nature of this event, Ningbin had only brought De Guo with him, and upon witnessing this miraculous sight, they were left speechless, especially De Guo, who gaped in astonishment. In the time that followed, Changbai Mountain completely restored its ecological cycle, flourishing more robustly than ever. The Tang family's primary industries thrived on the mountain's resources, including ginseng, deer antlers, and other mountain products, as they controlled a significant portion of the material trade in Changbai Mountain. This resurgence of life undoubtedly benefited the Tang family the most. Ningbin calculated the figures and realized this represented a substantial fortune. With consistent yearly growth, the Tang family's wealth would multiply exponentially, surpassing any commercial group in northeast China, even outstripping the Bao family. Being exceptionally astute, Ningbin promptly acknowledged that despite acquiring this immense wealth, they still required the protection of the Bao family. While he refrained from delving into organizational matters, he willingly proposed to donate half of their substantial annual income to the Bao family starting this year. As a form of support for the organization, this mutually beneficial arrangement brought satisfaction to all parties involved. However, Chen Zhi understood that Ningbin's purpose for sealing Qianlin extended beyond mere prosperity. He intended to harness Xuanlin's divination abilities to inquire about his future fate. Chapter 2. The true divination post-ascension. Qianlin had undergone a transformation. Although his visage remained unchanged, an essential metamorphosis from within rendered him formidable and daunting to all. No longer the approachable denizen of the valley, he had evolved into a distinct being, one capable of communication with humans, akin to them, yet fundamentally different. Such transformations are exceedingly difficult to articulate. Perhaps the most fitting description comes from the words of Pang Wei. One remains the same person from the past. Yet gazing upon him incites a sense of trepidation, as if he were a celestial being deserving of veneration, prompting us, the impure mortals, to maintain our distance. It was from that moment onward that individuals like Pang Wei, Ningbin, and Da Guo began to instinctively distance themselves from Qianlin. In the later stages, Ningbin ceased to venture into the immortal valley freely and forbade others from the Tang family from entering as well. Matters concerning the immortal valley and the biennial Tai Sui transactions reverted to ancient practices, with designated representatives from the immortal valley descending at specific intervals to liaise with the Tang family. Ningbin later confided in Chen Zhi that he had once considered uniting his descendants with the immortal valley through marriage, forging a closer bond between the two realms. But that notion had been entirely abandoned. He remarked that from the moment Qianlin ascended to divinity, he comprehended that he and Qianlin were now inhabitants of disparate worlds. Regardless of their past camaraderie, it was prudent to maintain a respectful distance. Nevertheless, this record of divinity would be meticulously inscribed in the family's secret history, destined for his successors to ensure posterity's awareness. After his deification, Qianlin was invited by the immortal populace into the temple for worship, transforming the ancient shamanic temple into the authentic Changbai Mountain Temple. Prior to entering the temple, Qianlin bid farewell to Chen Zhi, grasping his hand with a luminous touch that radiated warmth akin to the sunlight illuminating the snow-covered Changbai Mountains. Rest assured, Chief. Upon my descent, I shall dedicate myself wholly to alleviating your burdens. From this day forth, the divine will serve as your personal diviner. Qianlin then elucidated the principles of divination to Chen Zhi. Divination is an ancient art, its origins shrouded in the mists of antiquity. The term divination implies observation, while to divine refers to the practice of burning tortoise shells. True divination is not a mere spell, but rather an innate gift. The divinatory abilities possessed by Qianlin are a unique inheritance of the Jurchen divine lineage. However, this gift does not possess the precision and convenience of scientific inquiry. Divination is not akin to fortune-telling. It encompasses prophecy and analysis. Its essence lies in discerning the grand through the minute, connecting the microcosm with the macrocosm, employing tortoise shells, spiritual artifacts, or astrology to infer future fortunes and misfortunes, guiding seekers in their quests. Each act of divination necessitates a rigorously structured ritual. The inquirer may pose questions. Yet regardless of their nature, the diviner refrains from offering explicit answers, instead providing ambiguous hints, leaving the remainder to the seeker's exploration. Nonetheless, divination is often remarkably precise, as the diviner illuminates a distinctly correct path, and the connections inherent in this path will shape one's destiny. Qianlin recounted to Chen Zhi a tale documented within their immortal valley concerning the divinations of their shamanic ancestors, dating back to the spring and autumn period among the Han people. During that era, a shamanic diviner unexpectedly traversed the Central Plains, passing through the border town of Beiyang in the state of Chu, where the mulberry picking season was in full swing, with many young women engaged in the harvest. The diviner, foreseeing calamity, prophesied that this locale would soon witness the clash of swords, leading to devastation and the downfall of the state of Chu. He advised the sovereign of the state of Chu to prohibit the women of that region from gathering mulberry leaves, warning that failure to heed this counsel would result in the fall of the capital. The ruler of Chu laughed heartily, dismissing the notion that a mere frontier town and the trivial act of leaf gathering by women could possibly jeopardize the vast kingdom. Thus, he disregarded the diviner's counsel and did not impose the ban. 3 days later, a girl from Beiyang and another from the border town of Wu were picking mulberry leaves together when, during their playful antics, the Wu girl accidentally injured her Beiyang counterpart. Enraged, the Beiyang people confronted the Wu, who responded with disrespect. In a fit of fury, the Beiyang man killed the Wu individual and left. In retaliation, the Wu people attacked Beiyang, slaughtering the entire family of the slain. This incited the Beiyang commander to retaliate, leading to the massacre of all Wu residents in the vicinity. Upon hearing of this event, King Yi of Wu was infuriated and dispatched troops to invade the border towns of Chu, seizing territory before retreating. Consequently, a large-scale conflict erupted between the two states, culminating in the tragic fall of the Chu capital, Ying, and resulting in countless casualties. The sequence of events, from a mere game leading to injury to the outbreak of widespread warfare, illustrates an inexorable force of death propelling the situation toward an irretrievable state. This is the relentless wheel of fate woven into the fabric of existence. Hence, rulers throughout generations have taken celestial omens with utmost seriousness. If Chen Zhi wishes to divine the future, he must possess the ability to comprehend the heavenly secrets himself, rather than relying on direct answers from Qianlin. Furthermore, divination is contingent upon auspicious moments, occurring only once every 99 days, with each session permitted to address but a single query. Upon returning from Changbai Mountain, Chen Zhi resumed his mortal life. During this time, his priest, Wu Jia, wielding the mandate of the Jiang clan, traversed the nation, rallying demigods and commanding respect. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi, as the clan leader, remained in the Hall of Destiny, contemplating the rising and setting of the sun, the drifting clouds, and pondering what to inquire during his first divination session after 99 days. During this period, Pang Wei was akin to an ant with a burnt tail, tirelessly managing a myriad of affairs, often accompanied by cloaked figures on secret missions. Since the battle at Fengdu, Gui Dao had become completely idle, residing in the Hall of Destiny alongside Chen Zhi. Following the death of Jiang, the organization's martial structure had crystallized, with the 5 red belt warriors firmly established in their roles, shouldering their responsibilities. A Su formally assumed the position of chief red belt warrior, wielding the sword given to him by a Su, and remained by Bao Ping's side throughout the day. Ji Ying and others lingered nearby, awaiting orders within the confines of the western Qi royal city. Given the paramount importance of Chen Zhi's personal safety as the leader of the Jiang clan, Gui Dao was assigned solely to ensure his protection. Upon returning to the Hall of Destiny, Gui Dao soon fell into a tranquil state. He was inherently a reserved individual, adhering to his usual habits. Each evening, he would jog at Tianhua Mountain, while during the day, he either secluded himself at home or practiced his arm muscles in the yard. In this period, the one who accompanied Chen Zhi the most was undoubtedly Xian Niao Jiandi. As a confidant of Chen Zhi, Jiandi held a unique position. She was exceptionally gentle and amiable, always obedient to Chen Zhi's wishes, and her unwavering loyalty meant he need not worry about her divulging any secrets. She would often lean beside Chen Zhi at night, quietly listening as he sometimes confided his troubles. For instance, he had been contemplating what to divine after 99 days. His mind was plagued with numerous inquiries, leaving him uncertain about which to pursue. Yet, deep within his heart lingered one question he dared not voice. Was the barrier, the one that had allowed Jiang Zia to maintain the West Qi for millennia, merely a fabrication? Chapter 4. The Authentic Divination, Part 2. In a Tranquil World. Time invariably flows swiftly. Thus, Chen Zhi remained at the Fate Hall, having endured 99 days of serene existence. On this day, the long-awaited moment for the first divination finally arrived. According to their prior agreement, Chen Zhi no longer needed to meet Xian Lin at Changbai Mountain. Instead, Xian Lin would employ a technique of distant communication, transmitting his image from the far-off Changbai Mountain to materialize before Chen Zhi, facilitating their discourse. This resembled contemporary video conferencing. Yet this form of communication was far more vivid, suitable for discussing confidential matters. The appointed hour was at the end of the midnight hour. By then, Chen Zhi was already waiting in his room. The curtains were slightly parted, and the window was ajar, allowing the night breeze to waft in. The early summer night sky was exceptionally serene, with a multitude of stars twinkling like a myriad of eyes quietly observing him. As the midnight hour passed, a sudden glow appeared in Chen Zhi's room. This light, ethereal and spectral, emerged from the darkness like a soul breaking free, yet it exuded a palpable aura of pressure. With a gentle wave of his hand, Chen Zhi closed the window, and the heavy curtains drew themselves shut, plunging the room into profound darkness. In that obscurity, the luminous figure gradually enlarged, slowly taking on a human form, eventually becoming distinctly visible before Chen Zhi. Since Xian Lin's ascension, he had indeed transformed. He was flawless in every respect, with each detail of his visage exquisitely impeccable, his eyes shimmering with a divine brilliance unique to deities. Xian Lin was clad in flamboyant attire, reminiscent of the most primitive shamanistic garb, artfully crafted from fur and adorned with vibrant colors, embellished with pearls and agates. Akin to the resplendent garments of the Qing dynasty court, he wore a multicolored crown upon his head, donned elongated gauntlets on his fingers, and held a golden ritual drum. Seated majestically before Chen Zhi, instantly, an ancient aura of the Jurchen shamanism enveloped the space, imbuing it with a sense of mystery, even bordering on the eerie. At that moment, Xian Lin radiated an aura akin to an unfathomable black hole, vast and profound, evoking a sense of awe that deterred any thought of irreverence. From this moment forth, I shall be your diviner. Xuan Lin's eyes glimmered with a dazzling brilliance, his voice tranquil as the waters of Tianxi in Changbai Mountain. I shall respond to your inquiries and guide your path. However, do bear in mind that when I don the mask, the wisdom I convey to you is that of the heavens. Beneath divine edicts, all beings are interconnected. You must never question the celestial secrets, nor press for answers or delve too deeply. What the heavens choose to reveal is permissible, while what they withhold is beyond utterance. Do you comprehend this? Understood. Chen Zhi replied with unwavering certainty, then seated himself before Xian Lin. Let us begin. Have you pondered your question? Xian Lin spoke softly, a hint of familiarity gracing his perfect visage. Upon witnessing that smile, Chen Zhi felt assured that this face would forever be a friend to him. I know you have numerous choices, Xian Lin continued gently, including the one question that intrigues you most. It is the query that ignites both your curiosity and trepidation. Yet I must remind you that what you yearn to know may not necessarily be what you must know. You may pose only one question. The divine suggests you select the most pressing one, for certain queries may unravel themselves as you tread your destined path. To know too soon may not be a blessing. Now, Chief Chen, please tell me what you wish to divine. Once you articulate your question, it cannot be altered. After Qianlin spoke, he slowly closed his eyes, awaiting Chen Zhi's response. Chen Zhi gazed at Qianlin for an extended period, his curiosity wrestling within him. Ultimately, his cold rationality prevailed. My question is, how may I triumph over the queen of the underworld in 3 years' time? Please illuminate a path to victory for me. The divine has taken note. Qianlin replied, gradually bowing his head and donning the mask. At the moment the silver mask was placed upon his face, an eruption of ethereal azure light burst forth from him, illuminating the darkened room with a ghostly radiance. Simultaneously, an eerie chant emanated from Xuanlin's lips, filtered through the mask. The incantations of the shaman were peculiar, inducing a profound discomfort, even a chilling terror. Chen Zhi could not decipher the meanings of the words, yet they resonated with a primal essence, evoking visceral instincts. Each syllable seemed drenched in blood, reminiscent of the raw ferocity of nature. Then, Xuanlin's body began to contort in strange motions, as if he were engaged in a bizarre dance devoid of bones. He resembled a lifeless vessel, stretching and twisting upon the ground. After a considerable duration, Qianlin finally stilled, yet he did not remove the mask, instead fixing his masked gaze upon Chen Zhi. In that moment, Chen Zhi felt an odd sensation, as though the true Qianlin had vanished, leaving behind an enigmatic entity concealed behind the mask. Qianlin sat there, cold and detached, raising a hand to point directly at Chen Zhi. In a profoundly archaic script of Huaxia, he spoke slowly. The entity guarded beneath the Changbai mountain is of the side of the 3 gods, possessing a status of great significance. As a scion of the Jiang clan, your position is markedly inferior. Should you wish to defy the hierarchy and conquer the ruler of Fengdu beneath Changbai mountain, you must tread the path laid by your ancestors, emulating their gains and losses. What does this mean? A wave of confusion washed over Chen Zhi's mind, yet he refrained from voicing his queries. The statement was excessively vague, offering no clarity on its true significance. Meanwhile, the masked Qianlin appeared enigmatic. Upon finishing his utterance, he abruptly froze, as if bereft of life, his arm dropping limply to the ground. Instantly, his body collapsed, reminiscent of a figure succumbing to sudden death. Chen Zhi, seated opposite him, remained unmoving and unperturbed, gazing quietly at Qianlin. After a moment, Qianlin stirred slightly and resumed his seated position. He then removed his mask, revealing his true visage. His face was marred by numerous burn scars, and he appeared exceedingly haggard, the recent divination having evidently drained his vitality. Nevertheless, a warm smile graced his lips, seemingly unbothered by his weariness. How do you find the results of your first divination? Are you satisfied? If you feel perplexed, as your friend, I can offer you some guidance. However, do bear in mind that the secrets of the heavens are always elusive, impossible to grasp, yet eternally inescapable. Chapter 5. The guiding path. This statement is too vague. Chen Zhi tilted his head slightly and gently addressed Qianlin. To tread the path laid by my ancestors and emulate their gains and losses. The meaning of this phrase was exceedingly ambiguous. Was it urging me to imitate my ancestor Jiang Zhi, a figure from 5,000 years ago, whose deeds lack clear documentation, and even if documented, their authenticity remains uncertain? How can I emulate him? Am I to mirror his rites of enshrining deities? I have already begun that. Yet, will this enable me to overcome the Queen of Hades? I do not believe so. I have witnessed the Queen of Hades firsthand and battled her. I understand the magnitude of her strength. Relying on newly enshrined deities within 3 years to confront her offers no assurance. Furthermore, divine-grade spirit stones are exceedingly rare in this world. Aside from the Gada gemstone, I cannot ascertain if a second exists. The notion of enshrining deities is no trivial matter. This divination lacks substantive clarity. Deciphering this statement is exceedingly difficult. 3 years hence, I still possess no chance of victory. Patriarch, do not be anxious. Qianlin regarded Chen Zhi with a gentle smile. As I have stated, regarding the secrets of the heavens, I can only reveal so much. However, as a friend, I can assist you in interpreting destiny and illuminating a path for you. After speaking, Qianlin closed his eyes and placed his hand upon his mask. Patriarch Chen, allow me to speak candidly. You still have unfulfilled promises weighing upon you, do you not? We, The people of the divine race place immense value on promises. Perhaps it would be wise for you to fulfill your own commitments before contemplating matters 3 years hence. Fulfill my commitments? The affairs of the heavenly law temple? Chen Zhi inquired immediately. 3 years from now, it remains uncertain whether this land will continue to exist. We may all perish in that time. Is it prudent to address insignificant matters during such a brief interval? Chief, it is precisely because the future is uncertain that you should uphold your promises during your lifetime. The divine do not break their vows. This is an unchanging tenet of our lineage. Xuanlin's voice suddenly took on an ethereal quality, his form becoming translucent, as if he might vanish at any moment. Chen Zhi, after being granted divinity, realized one profound truth. In this world, there is no distinction between great and small, nor between plentiful and scarce. Time is no exception. It is not that time flows too swiftly, but rather that you perceive it as insufficient to accomplish what you ought to do. Consequently, everything else will fall into place effortlessly. Upon uttering these words, Xuanlin's voice faded away, and his figure subsequently disappeared. As the luminous radiance dissipated, Chen Zhi's chamber returned to its usual darkness. He snapped his fingers, and the curtains parted automatically. The window opened, allowing a refreshing breeze to enter. A divine bird, adorned with pristine white feathers and draped in delicate white gauze, gracefully fluttered through the window, landing on Chen Zhi's bed. It gently placed its hands on his shoulders, easing his tension. My master, what was the outcome of the divination performed by the mountain deity? Chen Zhi leaned back against Jiandi, closing his eyes. After a prolonged silence, he recounted the results of the divination. Upon hearing this, Jiandi expressed great joy. Congratulations, my master. The celestial machinations indicate that you shall tread upon the footsteps of your ancestors, a most auspicious sign. In all of Huaxia, who does not recognize you as the reincarnation of Jiang Shang? In times past, Jiang Shang held unparalleled glory, traversing the clouds, defying the 9 realms, commanding all deities, with none daring to rival him. This signifies that you are destined to attain a status akin to that of the illustrious Jiang Shang. However, Chen Zhi's brows furrowed slightly. What use is that? Perhaps this world will have collapsed 3 years hence. Furthermore, regarding the barrier, I cannot shake the feeling. As he spoke, a wave of agitation washed over him, and he shook his head, refraining from continuing. The divine bird immediately leaned closer, whispering softly into Chen Zhi's ear, My master, do not be disheartened. By my humble understanding, this indicates that there remains a chance of victory even after vanquishing the ruler of Fengdu. Simply emulate your ancestor Jiangxia. Rally the divine descendants of the world, consecrate new deities, and lead the charge against the underworld. Victory is assured, and you need not worry. It is not so simple. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, recalling Xuanlin's words. Should I first honor my commitments? Then tread upon the footsteps of my ancestors, emulating their gains and losses. He closed his eyes once more, resting against Jiandi's cool, feathered form, savoring the weight of those words. After a lengthy silence, he finally opened his eyes. Jiandi, have you heard of Xuanzang's journey to the west? The original tale of Journey to the West. The servant has heard that Jiandi cautiously placed her delicate fingers on Chen Zhi's temples, gently massaging them. The servant belongs to the Xianbird clan, adept at extracting information and inheriting the memories of deceased ancestors. Within the memories of my forebears, I have witnessed the splendor of the Tang dynasty. Indeed, the Tang was a golden era, resplendent with blooming flowers and a kaleidoscope of colors. I have also encountered the people of that time. They were enlightened in thought, free in behavior, and held Buddhism in the highest reverence during this peaceful epoch. After Master Xuanzang's westward journey, he returned with the authentic Buddhist scriptures, enlightening the masses and subduing the nations of the western regions. The court organized grand efforts to construct temples and welcomed various nations into the fold. From that time forth, the people of Tang embraced Buddhism, with temples rising in abundance. The blessings of the Buddha were accepted by all, marking an unprecedented era. Yet, it was also from that time that the number of those who worshipped the deities of Huaxia began to dwindle. As for Xuanzang himself, he remains elusive in my memories. My clan has long dwelled on the borders of foreign lands, far removed from the teachings of Buddhism. Moreover, as we belong to the ancient divine lineage, we maintain a respectful distance from such eminent monks of the Buddhist path to avoid being deemed outsiders. Chen Zhi pondered with closed eyes. It seems the tale of Xuanzang's journey is indeed true, as is the court's attitude towards him. He then opened his eyes to gaze at Jiandi and inquired, "Are you aware of the matter concerning monk Bianji? Did he truly have an illicit affair with the princess?" The burning sky peacock expressed gratitude for the generous rewards during the holiday season. Shuangxue Air 50,000, MRK NSHU 20,000, WG Li L 10500, GTNYSH NG N 8000, Being NI LCH, GJZHK 2500, WI 2200, Ling G N 3000, WIDLS, Qing Chi Ing J 1000, 2007, Shi OZHZ GG 500, BNP Ingli 500 shillings. Huing FIJNTI and 500. SHYU 2018091919531151241,000. KLI. ZY Su NX Ing 1000. ZHNGZHing Z I do 1000. SHYU 20180821123838242. SHYU 20180931128408081,000. SHYU 20170828114432369,500. Hing X Nshio Su 1000. Q Ing X Li Chu N. Bian Shu Guing Zhing. F. SHYU 20180925174234218. WI2YD Pile. Chapter 6. The decapitation of Bianji. When Jiandi heard the name of monk Bianji, she hesitated slightly before saying, "I am familiar with this monk." Bianji hailed from Wuzhou during the Tang dynasty, located in present-day Jinhua City, Zhejiang Province. It is said that he became a monk at the age of 15, possessing extraordinary talents, and studied under the renowned scholar Dao Yue at the Great Zongqi Temple, residing at the Huichang Temple in Jinshanfang, northwest of Chang'an. He was a favored disciple of Master Xuanzang, destined to inherit his teachings. He once assisted Xuanzang in translating scriptures and authored the records of the western regions of the Great Tang. However, he later engaged in an illicit relationship with the beloved daughter of Emperor Taizong, Princess Gaoyang. When discovered, the jade pillow exchange between them led to Emperor Taizong's wrath, resulting in Bianji's execution by decapitation, an incident that became known as the jade pillow case. These accounts are recorded in historical texts. Chen Zhi spoke softly with his eyes closed, inquiring, "Is this segment of history authentic? Did a figure named Bianji truly exist? What manner of person was he? Did he indeed engage in an illicit affair with Princess Gaoyang? What transpired until their clandestine liaison was uncovered?" In response to Chen Zhi's skepticism, Xian Niao fell silent for a moment before gently replying, "Forgive your servant, but my knowledge of the Buddhist realm is regrettably scant. We, the descendants of the ancient deities, have always regarded Buddhism with a respectful distance. However, within the memories of my ancestors, there exists an account from the era of Emperor Taizong of Tang, wherein a monk was executed. The scene was extraordinarily grand, with throngs of people filling the streets. My ancestors mingled among the crowd to witness the execution. They beheld the monk, marked by a branding scar upon his head, limping along, his robes tattered and appearing as though they had been worn for decades. His straw sandals worn down to an unrecognizable state. He was burdened with heavy shackles as he staggered to the execution platform, where the populace hurled insults at him, and the executioner urged him to place his head upon the chopping block. Just before he did so, he noticed ants crawling upon the blade and gently brushed them away, unwilling to condemn them to die alongside him. Ultimately, he was executed by dismemberment in public, left exposed for 7 days and nights. It was the height of summer, plagued by mosquitoes and vermin, yet no one came forth to collect his remains. The people referred to him as the monk Bianji. Is that so? Chen Zhi softly closed his eyes. Since your ancestors were close enough to see the ants upon his blade, did they discern Bianji's visage? What manner of countenance did he possess? Jiandi, upon being asked this question, momentarily faltered, then searched her mind for a considerable time before gently responding, "Forgive your servant. But for reasons unknown, I cannot recall the face of monk Bianji from my ancestors' memories. His visage is exceedingly vague, as though it were erased by some mystical incantation. However, I can perceive that he had narrow shoulders, appearing as a slender and graceful figure, with a round face, likely a gentle monk of no great strength, aligning with the legends. As for his age, he must have been between 25 and 30, But beyond that, I cannot ascertain. A monk whose face has been erased? Fascinating. Chen Zhi mused quietly with his eyes closed. These historical anecdotes and records often appear seamless, yet upon closer examination, they invariably reveal numerous gaps. When one dares to pry open these fissures, the astonishing truths hidden within become evident. My lord, Jian tentatively inquired, forgive my impertinence. But what promise do you seek to fulfill? Why delve into these matters of Buddhism, which ought not to concern us? It is essential to recognize that while Buddhism originated in India, it has long been established in our land, deeply rooted with countless enlightened monks. Buddhism espouses purity and the emptiness of all things, standing in stark contrast to our ancient divine realm. Since ancient times, the Buddhist sect has regarded us as heretics, never drawing close to us, yet they have also refrained from conflict. For beings like us, of divine descent, it is perhaps wise to maintain a certain distance. I understand, Chen Zhi replied solemnly, eyes closed. However, I find myself in debt to a person, a debt that originates from the Tianfa Temple. Beneath the temple's earth, there lies a concealed chamber, rumored to be where Xuanzang transcribed scriptures. Within this hidden sanctuary rests an unnamed corpse, which has lingered there for an extensive period, likely since the Tang dynasty. There exists no record or comparison, yet the abbot of Tianfa Temple has expressed a profound interest in this ancient body. I have promised him I would uncover the true identity of that corpse. Is that truly a challenge? Xian Niao gently massaged Chen Zhi's temples and murmured, does the master truly need to concern himself with such trivial matters? In this era of rapid advancements in biological science, it is entirely feasible to ascertain lineage with precision. Should one fail to find a match for the corpse, it would simply indicate that the individual has no descendants, merely a monk severed from worldly ties. During the flourishing of Buddhism in the Tang dynasty, countless nameless monks existed, most without origins or heirs. Why linger on their identities? If you are resolute in your quest, allow me to assist, sparing you the exertion. Chen Zhi, remaining contemplative for a moment, ultimately shook his head gently. No, I shall undertake this myself. In a few days, I will personally visit Tianfa Temple to discern what truly resides there. As he spoke, an unsettling image of Abbot Dan Xian unexpectedly flashed before his mind, evoking a sense of discomfort. He found that face rigid and disconcerting, yet he could not articulate why. Chen Zhi fell into deep contemplation once more, and suddenly opened his eyes, turning to Jian. Jian, I need you to investigate the current abbot of Tianfa Temple, Master Dan Xian. Discover his origins and past endeavors. I wish to know everything. Chapter 7. Return to the tomb of Tianfa Temple. When Chen Zhi called Fat Wei to announce his intention to travel to Xi'an, Fat Wei could scarcely believe what he was hearing. Are you out of your mind? What time do you think it is? You truly have a daring spirit. In 3 years, the world might very well come to an end, and we might lose our own lives. Why concern yourself with the origins of that decrepit corpse in Tianfa Temple? Frankly, I couldn't care less where that corpse hails from, as long as it's not related to my grandfather. Focus your thoughts on the present. Consider what we shall do in 3 years. Prepare to depart, Chen Zhi instructed firmly over the phone. Set aside your current tasks. This journey to Xi'an requires you to engage in your original expertise. Also, refrain from speaking of matters 3 years hence. Even if the world were to face annihilation tomorrow, we must repay this debt we owe. With that, Chen Zhi ended the call. Fat Wei is indeed such a person who would grumble for a long time, yet ultimately could never prevail against Chen Zhi. A few days later, he returned from afar. The three of them made some simple preparations and set off once more towards Xi'an. For reasons unknown, since the last divination yielded results, their spirits had unexpectedly lightened. Chen Zhi did not withhold the content of the divination. He recounted verbatim the words spoken by Xian Lin to Fat Wei and Ghostblade. During the preceding period, everyone had felt a heavy gloom, perhaps due to the tightening pressure of the 3-year deadline, which had weighed heavily upon their hearts. However, this latest divination surprisingly lifted the constraints that bound their minds. If everything is fated, then it becomes rather simple. Regardless of whether their endeavors succeed or fail, they would follow the wheel of destiny, doing their utmost while leaving the rest to fate. When they reappeared at the entrance of Tianfa Temple, the atmosphere surrounding the grand entrance no longer bore the tension of the past. Having communicated beforehand, the young monk guarding the gate was aware of their arrival and welcomed them courteously. However, Dan Xian was not currently in the temple, having urgent matters to attend to, and would return shortly. The young monk invited them to the tea room to rest and conveyed Dan Xian's message. Dan Xian informed Chen Zhi and the others that within Tianfa Temple, they need not be restrained and were free to explore any area, including those typically reserved for the abbot alone. Chen Zhi immediately grasped the implication of this statement. Dan Xian was referring to the secret chamber. Now, Chen Zhi no longer wished to adhere to the tedious formalities of humanity, nor did he desire to waste time waiting. After the young monk escorted them to the tea room, he subsequently created an invisible barrier, enveloping Fat Wei and Ghost Blade within it, and directly proceeded to the underground palace of Tianfa Temple. This marked their second visit to this place. The underground palace resembled a typical ancient Buddha tower structure, akin to an iron rod piercing the earth. It was of considerable antiquity, constructed on either side with black mountain stones, and a rough estimate of its structure suggests it was at least 7 stories high. Inside the palace, wooden staircases spiraled downwards, formed from ancient wood, arranged in a helix, layer upon layer, winding down to the depths of the palace. Ghost Blade and Fat Wei followed Chen Zhi, descending the spiraling wooden staircase. These timbers were already in a state of disrepair, some with gaping holes, rendering the journey perilous, yet for the 3 of them, this was no longer a concern. The creaking of the old wooden stairs echoed as they descended, and along the walls, various animal skins and felt were exposed. Chen Zhi had noted these on his previous visit. They were not the kinds of items one expected to see in a sacred Buddhist temple, resembling more the customs of ancient people from the western regions. Upon returning to this place, the heavy scent once again assailed his senses, and observing his surroundings, Chen Zhi felt anew that this location did not resemble a Buddhist temple's underground palace, but rather a refuge. Eventually, they arrived at the secret chamber, where mounds of scripture scrolls were piled high, some even crafted from precious palm leaves. In ancient times, the people of India had yet to master the art of papermaking. Instead, they inscribed their sacred texts upon elongated leaves, binding them into volumes. The meticulous process of preparing these palm leaves was exceedingly laborious and of immense value, resulting in their scarcity today. The authentic scriptures that Xuanzang brought back from India were inscribed on these very leaves. These ancient texts, arrayed in orderly rows, emanated a unique brilliance, a subtle glow that evoked the sense of the most sacred objects in existence. Chen Zhi had committed to memory the route Xuanzang had taken on his previous journey. They advanced a few paces further until they discovered a wooden secret door against the dark wall behind them, still adorned with a heavy iron chain and padlock. Chen Zhi approached, grasping the padlock and murmuring a few incantations. With a click, the lock yielded, and the chain fell away. He then pushed open the weathered wooden door, and the 3 of them stepped inside. The creaking door, aged and frail, sent dust swirling into the air. Beyond it lay a familiar sight, a cramped space illuminated by the faint flicker of candlelight, a dim chamber measuring less than 20 square meters. In the center of this dark room lay a circular mat, its original shape long obscured, now reduced to a disheveled mass. Upon the mat rested a low table, which bore a copper lamp devoid of oil, alongside writing implements and a withered corpse. This ancient cadaver, now shriveled beyond recognition, displayed skin and muscle transformed into a deep, dark hue, adhering seamlessly to the wooden table. From a distance, it resembled a colossal piece of black plasticine. The head of the corpse lay tilted on the table, its features rendered unrecognizable. Draped across the body was a crimson and gold robe, its vibrant scarlet still striking, with edges adorned in golden threads, an ornament not typically possessed by an ordinary monk. Atop the corpse's head rested a 5 Buddha crown, a symbol of the highest rank among Buddhist monks, typically worn by masters and abbots during rituals. This crown, exquisite and opulent, bore 5 emanations of the Buddha at its center, representing the perfection of wisdom, indicative of the monk's elevated status in life. Such a figure should have been recorded by the temple and afforded a proper resting place, not left discarded in this manner. Let's take a look, Chen Zhi exclaimed, holding the candlestick and nudging his companion, Pang Wei. Now, it's your turn to showcase your expertise. Examine the corpse and discern its origins. Understood, Pang Wei responded promptly. Foregoing further conversation, he retrieved a small pouch from his robes, which contained an assortment of tools wrapped in deer skin. Upon unfolding the layers, a gleaming array of needles was revealed, some as thick as awls, others finer than embroidery needles. Fat Wei first took out the thickest stick and prodded the head of the desiccated corpse. The age of this corpse was indeed considerable. The 5 Buddha crown had fused with the skull, and the bones were exceedingly fragile, appearing as though they would disintegrate at the slightest touch. Fat Wei cautiously examined it for a while, and then scrutinized the entirety of the body. Finally, he retrieved a slender needle and, locating the ear, deftly inserted it along the seam. After a brief interval, he extracted the silver needle, inspected its quality, and turned to Chen Zhi, declaring, "There is no doubt. This is undoubtedly a corpse from the Tang dynasty, and it likely dates back to the early Tang period, as all the attire aligns perfectly. Furthermore, this individual seems to have suffered no torment or starvation, nor did he encounter poison. He experienced no distress and passed away naturally. Of course, throughout this process, he was neither coerced nor tortured. As for the cause of death, it is likely that he succumbed to despair from being confined in this dark place, leading to a melancholic demise. I observed that the ear bore years of incense residue, and beneath the crown, there was no hair but more remnants of incense. It appears he was a true monk, possibly ordained from a young age. Though his garments are now tattered, they are of exquisite quality, especially the inner monk's robe, which is as delicate as a dragonfly's wing. Moreover, the string of prayer beads on his wrist is genuine old amber, a treasure worth a fortune in that era. I have encountered several relics from the Tang dynasty and seen many fine items, yet none of the monk's attire from those relics surpasses his. Additionally, I noticed that the collar of his kasaya bore a golden threaded insignia, indicative of a garment crafted in the imperial court during the Tang dynasty. Such items are not easily bestowed. They are reserved for those who have been presented to the emperor. It seems this monk had the privilege of entering the palace. This individual, in life, undoubtedly held an extraordinary status. Who knows, perhaps he was the very one who traveled with the Monkey King, riding a white horse. Do you suspect this could be the corpse of Xuanzang himself? Chen Zhi mused, his gaze lowered upon the desiccated figure before him. Historical records state that on the 9th day of the first month of the reign of Emperor Taizong, Xuanzang fell gravely ill, passing away on the night of February 5th. Over 100,000 mourners attended his funeral, interring his remains at Bailiuan. In 669 AD, the Tang court relocated his burial to the National Protection and Propagation Temple, with Emperor Suzong personally inscribing the stupa's title with the words propagation of teachings. Such monumental events are meticulously chronicled in history and rarely contain inaccuracies. Furthermore, Xuanzang was in his 60s at the time of his death, which is considered a natural end to life. This event was widely known, making concealment exceedingly difficult. Even if this account were untrue, given Xuanzang's stature, it is implausible that he would have been so carelessly abandoned to die in a cellar. Oh, you can't trust those who pen history. Fat Wei meticulously stored his silver needles, returning them to his bosom. Let me tell you, he began. I have personally witnessed renowned historical figures within ancient tombs, whose legacies are celebrated in chronicles. Yet, after their demise, what became of them? They were dismembered and unceremoniously discarded in graveyards, meeting various tragic ends. I must inform you, Orange, despite the rhetoric of righteousness and morality from those ancient individuals, they were, in truth, quite hypocritical. They would poison you while singing your praises, offering you sweet dates. Who knows? This master Xuanzang might have been betrayed by one of his own disciples, confined here until his death. Outside, an empty coffin awaits in the tomb. Such possibilities abound. Chen Zhi listened intently to Fat Wei, his gaze fixed on the corpse upon the table. Indeed, it was an illogical sight, a monk adorned in such opulent robes, meeting such a woeful end. The first abbot must have been aware of this situation, yet chose to ignore it, allowing it to unfold naturally, a most irrational course of action. This scenario could only be explained by one hypothesis. The first abbot knew the identity of this individual, but was compelled by some reason to keep it a secret, permitting the person to die in obscurity. Suddenly, a chilling laugh echoed from the darkness behind them, a sound so eerie it sent shivers down their spines. The three turned urgently to look, only to see a figure standing in the shadows, straight and still, as if it had been there for an eternity. Startled, they realized the voice was almost ghostly in its softness, undetected even by the ghostly blade. The figure, slender and elongated, twirled a string of prayer beads in the darkness, a distinct smile gracing its lips. Ba, the figure intoned, the benefactor has indeed returned. When you departed, I remarked that you are a person of your word. We would soon meet again. It was undoubtedly Master Dan Xian, who stepped forward, his gaze fixated on the desiccated body on the table. Ba, This Tianfa monastery has been in my possession for hundreds of generations. The corpse within this crypt has always been the greatest secret of Tianfa Monastery. Apart from the current abbot, no one knows the identity of this body. Yet, for a millennium, every abbot has gazed upon this hidden corpse, and despite their passing, none have uncovered its true identity, nor dared to disturb it. Today, I find myself plagued with curiosity. I can no longer bear to witness this secret die with me. While I still draw breath, I must uncover the identity of this ancient corpse. Chapter 9. Banter Danxian appeared as he did upon their first encounter. A youthful monk with a delicate visage, almond-shaped eyes reminiscent of a womaness, a fair complexion, and clad in immaculate robes, spotless from head to toe, were it not for the defiant spirit emanating from between his brows. Others would never conceive of him as the young man who had renounced the world due to his tempestuous temperament. Master Danxian, it has been a while. Chen Zhi remarked politely upon spotting him, then shifted his gaze to the master's pristine shoes. As Chen Zhi and his companions descended the wooden staircase, their feet were laden with dust and wood shavings, a stark contrast to the immaculate shoes of Danxian, which appeared as though they had floated down effortlessly from above. 3 days' absence has indeed led to a fresh perspective, esteemed benefactor. Danxian smiled as he approached Chen Zhi, scrutinizing his face as if he could glimpse the events that had transpired through Chen's eyes. Your status has grown ever more precious. Congratulations. It seems that the wondrous phenomena of this world now lie within your grasp. I am deeply moved that you still remember your promise. Oh, master. Let us dispense with the riddles, shall we? Fat Wei, who had always harbored a certain trepidation towards Master Danxian, spoke up. His unease stemmed from the fact that they were in a sacred Buddhist sanctuary, and Danquan's aura was markedly different from that of the previous abbot, appearing perpetually ominous. With his hands pressed together, Fat Wei offered a slight bow. Master, your entrance was rather intimidating, devoid of any sound. It seems walking without a breeze is indeed your unique skill. You are an enlightened monk, while we are but mere mortals. Let us speak plainly. You tasked us with investigating the identity of this mummified corpse, but how does one ascertain the identity of a body from over 1,000 years ago? Moreover, monks are supposed to be free of attachments, and there are no descendants to speak of. Besides, such an endeavor seems utterly unnecessary. Perhaps there is no legend behind this corpse. It could merely be that a young monk offended the abbot and was disposed of in this manner. With all due respect, I believe you may be overthinking this. There is no need to delve deeper. After finishing his remarks, Fat Wei coughed a couple of times, glancing at Chen Zhi and then back at Danxian. Of course, we have not forgotten the assistance you provided us. Since we owe you a favor, please present us with another task, something that requires a financial or physical investment, and let us not pursue this nameless ancient corpse any further, if you would be so kind. Oh, esteemed benefactor, do not jest with me, Danxian replied with a gentle smile, twirling his prayer beads as he regarded Fat Wei. Though I am a monk, I am not oblivious to the nuances of status. Ordinary matters. How could I dare to trouble the patriarch of the Jiang family? However, your keen perception is commendable. I overheard your remarks regarding the examination of the corpse. Why deny it now? Do you truly believe there are no ambiguities surrounding this body? Like you, I have long harbored doubts about its true origins, perhaps linked to the esteemed Master Xuanzang of old. Even if he was not directly involved, there must be some connection. Xuanzang's journey to the West was a monumental endeavor, unparalleled by any before or since. It is my singular wish in this life. I implore you, esteemed benefactors, to fulfill it. What is it that you truly desire? Chen Zhi inquired, lifting his gaze to meet Danquan's. You have gone to such lengths. It is inconceivable that you do not have your own intentions. Even if the identity of this ancient corpse is discovered, what relevance does it hold for you? I do not believe that mere curiosity can drive someone to obsess over events that transpired millennia ago. If you wish for me to assist you in uncovering the truth, might you reveal your true intentions? Danxian offered a calm smile, his fair visage becoming increasingly eerie within the shadows. Perhaps this is the burden of the monk. I strive to forget, yet find myself unable. Thus, my intrigue regarding this corpse remains. I suggest we speak privately, as this location is ill-suited for prolonged discourse. Let us retreat to my tea room, where I shall elucidate the entirety of the matter for you. Excellent. Let us proceed swiftly. This sentiment resonated deeply with Fat Wei. In this pitch-black stone chamber, the visage of Master Danxian appeared ghostly pale, evoking an unsettling sensation. For reasons unknown, he exuded an especially discomforting aura. Particularly within the darkness, his countenance perpetually feeling amiss, though one could not articulate why. Consequently, the group followed Master Dan Xian back to the surface. They retraced their steps along the wooden staircase, a path Chen Zhi had meticulously observed. Indeed, Dan Xian moved with remarkable lightness, making nary a sound upon the aged wooden rungs. Thus, they were led by Dan Xian to the ground floor, entering the tea room designated for the abbot. This was not their first visit. Since the passing of Master Pu Hang, the room had garnered a few decorative touches. Unlike Pu Hang, Dan Xian preferred not to have his tea room appear overly simplistic or bare. The walls bore a variety of richly Buddhist decorations, including rare prayer beads and statues worthy of national treasure status. Dan Xian gestured for the three of them to take their seats on the cushions before the low table. He did not rush to speak, but instead took his time pouring tea for them, his movements deliberate and unhurried, as though time itself belonged to him. Fat Wei, however, was increasingly agitated. The atmosphere of this Buddhist sanctuary left him profoundly uncomfortable. At last, once the tea had been poured, Fat Wei was poised to inquire. But at that moment, Chen Zhi received a message. It was an image sent directly via the internet, and upon viewing it on his phone, Chen Zhi's expression darkened suddenly. Frowning, he looked up at Dan Xian. Master Dan Xian, let us refrain from engaging in such meaningless charades. Chapter 10. A unique bloodline Master Dan Xian. Chen Zhi seated himself upon the chair, placing his phone on the table and turning it toward Dan Xian. I hope our communication can be simple and direct. Yet it appears you are not prepared to speak candidly with me. If you require my assistance, I urge you to be forthright. My time is limited, and I cannot afford to waste it investigating the veracity of every matter. Are you suggesting that I am being dishonest? Dan Xian inquired. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Dan Xian's eyes flickered lightly before lowering his long lashes to gaze at the images on his phone. It was a paternity test document, the results starkly inscribed in black and white. At that moment, Chen Zhi continued, your identity is not genuine, or rather, the identity you publicly proclaim is a fabrication. You claim your parents are deceased and that you hail from a prosperous family. Due to a tempestuous temperament in your youth, you sought refuge in monastic life. However, this is far from the truth. In today's society, it requires little time to unravel such simple lies. I have investigated, and your lineage does not match that of your purported parents. Furthermore, your birth records are falsified, and all records pertaining to your upbringing are mere fabrications. You were forcibly inserted into that family. The couple had no children. You are merely an impostor, a usurper. Is this not a rather straightforward means of survival? Have you not heard of it? Dan Xian smiled faintly, his hands clasped together, gently manipulating his prayer beads. Indeed, I am not the child of that couple. But this does not negate my status as a monk. For those of us who have renounced worldly ties, once we enter the Buddhist path, all external matters are but fleeting illusions. Why, then, do you presume I am lying? Moreover, my concealment of my origins is not without reason. I have no interest in your tale, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze cast downward as he lit a cigarette. Pang Wei immediately tugged at his arm, signaling that smoking was inappropriate in that place. Yet, Chen Zhi remained indifferent. I do not believe that someone with a false identity infiltrating the monastic community possesses any virtue. I have encountered the former abbot, Master Pu Hang. He is a truly respectable and enlightened monk. It appears you are not of his ilk. Nevertheless, I promise to assist you, and I shall keep my word. As for your ascension to the position of abbot, your past and your experiences hold no interest for me. Now, speak plainly. What is it that you wish for me to do? But do not utter falsehoods. I will not squander my energy discerning truth from lies. The monk's demeanor shifted, and he remarked, it seems that in your eyes, I have become a base individual, seeking personal gain at the expense of others' lives. Dan Xian, hands still clasped, eyes lowered, sat firmly on the mat, exuding an aura akin to a statue. I do not wish to discuss my origins with you. Rather, I seek your assistance regarding a matter intertwined with my lineage. Thus, I implore you to exercise patience and listen to my story. Amipa. Dan Xian remained seated, reciting the Buddha's name. As of this year, I have devoted 108 years to the Buddhist faith. What? Pang Wei, overhearing, was astounded, nearly wide-eyed in disbelief. He scrutinized Dan Xian's youthful visage, exclaiming, Master, you appear remarkably youthful. Is it that your boundless dharma has manifested upon your countenance? He. Do you believe this is a result of practice? However, I, a humble monk, perceive this as a sin, or perhaps a curse, or whatever one may choose to label it. As I manipulate the Buddhist beads with my downcast eyes, it becomes evident that our family has endured this fate since my birth, generation after generation, perpetually haunted by fear. My father passed away at the age of 171, while my grandfather lived to be 186. Our lifespans exceed those of ordinary individuals by more than double. Moreover, our lineage has always been a solitary male heir, devoid of women or younger siblings, and each generation bears an uncanny resemblance to the last, forever manifesting the same visage. In contemporary vernacular, one might refer to it as cloning. Xian Dan's complexion appeared pallid, as if articulating these words was an arduous task for him, each syllable escaping his lips with great difficulty. Indeed, like my father, I have never laid eyes on my mother. I surmised she must have passed away long ago. The manner of her demise remains unknown to me, and I do not wish to delve into it. Yet, I harbor a profound fear of my father, the man who mirrors my own appearance. The sensation is ineffable. I am acutely aware that he harbors a similar trepidation towards me, likely having once been as fearful of my grandfather as I am of him. During our time together, we spoke very little, living in solitary silence, enveloped in mutual desolation. It is quite natural for fathers and sons to resemble one another, Chen Zhi remarked, reclining in his chair with a calm demeanor. Biological continuity is inherent, albeit varying in degree. Yet, the human form alters in appearance due to genetic nuances. Certainly, your lifespan differs from that of the average person, but I believe you need not overly concern yourself with matters of lineage and species. I can assure you, there exists more than one intelligent race in this world. What I seek to understand is how all of this relates to Xuanzang's journey to the West, or even the scandal involving Bianji and Princess Gaoyang. And what connection does it have to the mummified corpse in the basement? For I suspect that the corpse may be linked to my own bloodline. Xian Dan's expression grew as cold as the snow atop Mount Changbai, and after a prolonged silence, he resumed speaking, enunciating each word with deliberate care. I believe I began dreaming at the age of 15, which coincided with my entrance into the Buddhist order. Prior to that, my father had renounced the world early on, stating that our family would ultimately choose this path, for it was the only way to escape the torment of nightmares. At the time, I did not comprehend the nature of these nightmares, nor did I grasp why my father was perpetually engulfed in worry. It was only later that I learned our family's method of propagation was not a mere continuation of bloodline, but rather a manifestation of sin. It was shortly after my 15th birthday when I began to perceive my own distinctiveness. I felt an incongruity with everything around me, perpetually devoid of joy, and utterly disinterested in all that surrounded me. What is most terrifying is that since that day, I have been plagued by the same dream each night. In this dream, I struggle onward, my heart heavy with sorrow. Clad in a tattered robe, I clutch a strand of prayer beads made from withered wood, my bare feet traversing the scorching sands of a desert. The heat of the gravel is unbearable, igniting my body as if set ablaze. While my throat is parched to the point of agony, yearning for a drop of clear water, yet none is within reach. Each time, I writhe in torment within this dreadful nightmare, awakening drenched in sweat, my body aflame with a fever exceeding 40 degrees. I drink frantically to regain my composure, as though I have narrowly escaped the clutches of the desert. In those moments, I would question my father about the cause of such nightmares, to which he would shake his head in uncertainty, confessing that he, too, was unaware, just as his father and grandfather had been. However, they had passed down a relic from our ancestors, a testament to the origins of our lineage. After sharing this, he reached into the folds of his robe and retrieved an object he had kept close to his heart, a long item meticulously wrapped in fine silk. When the silk was unfurled, it revealed a piece of delicate silk fabric, its texture fragile and worn. Chen Zhi recognized this as a remnant from the Tang dynasty, a period renowned for its unparalleled textile craftsmanship, especially in the royal garments that were deemed nothing short of divine creations. It was said that one of Yang Guifei's stockings could be layered 7 times, yet still reveal the small red birthmark on her heel. This particular piece of silk, however, had faded and, due to its age, was on the brink of disintegration. With utmost care, Dan Xian unwrapped the silk, unveiling a golden-hued jade disc. Rectangular in shape and no larger than a shell, crafted from golden mutton fat jade. Inscribed upon it in the style of the ancient Tang texts were characters that remained legible due to their preservation. It read, "To be examined. the daughter of Emperor Taizong, the esteemed martial emperor, Princess Gaoyang, illegitimate offspring, without inheritance, granted the status of commoner. Illegitimate offspring? Princess Gaoyang. Fat Wei's eyes widened in astonishment as he gazed at Dan Xian. Goodness, master, your lineage is quite formidable. All this time, you are a descendant of Princess Gaoyang. You flatter me. Good sir, Dan Xian replied with a smile, his fingers gently caressing the prayer beads. One might say I am a descendant of the illegitimate child of Princess Gaoyang. Is this truly your purpose? Chen Zhi inquired, raising his gaze to Dan Xian. Illegitimate offspring. Children born out of wedlock. According to royal records, your lineage has been recognized as such, devoid of any title or honor. Yet, historical accounts suggest that Princess Gaoyang had an affair with Master Bianji, who ultimately faced execution by dismemberment, unable to resist even in death. All of this indicates that Master Bianji was merely an ordinary human. From that moment onward, Princess Gaoyang was imprisoned, deprived of any contact with men. Thus, the illegitimate child must undoubtedly be the offspring of her former lover. Historical records indicate that Master Bianji never left the Central Plains during his lifetime. He merely bore the guise of an ordinary human. How could he possibly be the progenitor of your abnormal lineage? If this lover was not Master Bianji, then for whom was Master Bianji taking the blame? Most significantly, the esteemed and promising young monk who willingly accepted this burden must have been influenced by someone extraordinary, not an ordinary individual. Your true intention lies not in uncovering the identity of the corpse in the dark chamber, but rather in discerning the origins of your paternal lineage. Am I correct? Indeed. Dan Xian clasped her palms together and bowed deeply to Chen Zhi. A millennium has passed, and events from over 300 years ago have long been buried beneath the sands of time. Yet our family continues to endure in darkness. Our solitude and suffering are beyond your imagination. Uncertain of our paternal lineage, we have placed little significance on our surname, having changed it several times across generations. The act of occupying another's identity for self-preservation is not without precedent. We have carried an enduring sense of inferiority and shame within us, as if the stigma of being descendants of an illegitimate child from over 1,000 years ago still courses through our veins. I recognize how absurd this may seem, yet I find it impossible to escape. 20 years ago, my father passed away. I believe my own lifespan may extend for a few more decades. Death would be inconsequential in the grand scheme. However, there remains one unresolved matter that haunts me, the question of my ancestry. What is it that has rendered us so distinct across generations? Am I perhaps a descendant of some monstrous lineage? Such delusions have plagued me before. Furthermore, why do I frequently dream of traversing that harsh desert, of a figure walking barefoot, holding prayer beads? Could this be my true ancestor? For a century, I have scoured historical records from both the past and present, domestically and abroad. I learned that when Xuanzang journeyed westward, he traversed the vast deserts of the western regions, enduring countless trials and perils, encountering numerous mythical creatures along the way. I have always harbored a sense of speculation that something significant transpired in the desert during that journey, yet remained unrecorded. Ultimately, I devised every means to enter Tianfa Temple, becoming its abbot, and finally gained access to the dark chamber, where I beheld the lifeless body. Upon seeing the corpse, I realized that my long-held suspicions were indeed correct. Though lacking concrete evidence, I am convinced that the legendary journey of the West, as recounted throughout the land of Huaxia, conceals another truth. This truth is entwined with the mystery of my own heritage, hidden within the remains before me. The burning heaven peacock remarked, "Thank you for the generous reward, the 9 heavens imperial sword, 12,000. Today, I have chosen to take it easy. Yet the story must remain complete. The preview is part of the narrative." Chapter 11. Ancestral Quest. After listening to Dan Xian's words, Chen Zhi bowed his head and remained silent for a considerable time. Eventually, he extinguished his cigarette, carefully wrapped the butt in a tissue, and placed it in his pocket. "Master, I apologize for my earlier indiscretion. I have come to understand your circumstances, yet have you ever considered," Chen Zhi said, lifting his gaze to meet Dan Xian's pallid visage, "that the corpse may indeed be the remnants of Master Xuanzang? And regarding the matter of Bianji and Princess Gaoyang, I believe you grasp my meaning. Your lineage may very well stem from this." "I have contemplated this," Dan Xian replied, his eyes closed as he manipulated the prayer beads, "but without concrete evidence, such thoughts are mere futile imaginings. What I seek now are undeniable facts. for lineage cannot rely solely on speculation. Moreover, I have pondered this scenario. If my ancestry indeed traces back to Master Xuanzang, then he was no ordinary human. How could he have left behind a descendant with an aberrant lifespan like mine? In truth, Chen Zhi lifted his cup of tea and took a measured sip. I ought to share something with you. Throughout history, many renowned figures were not entirely human. This includes illustrious generals and commanders. I have encountered numerous instances of such phenomena. Although I have not delved deeply into the specifics of Xuanzang's westward journey, what I do know suggests that this monk was far from ordinary. He possessed either an extraordinary will or simply was not human at all. During the Tang dynasty, undertaking a pilgrimage on foot from the capital to India was an immensely arduous endeavor, particularly amidst the turmoil of war. The perils he faced were beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. Of course, this is not to imply that I doubt his sincerity in seeking the Buddha. On the contrary, I hold great reverence for this miraculous master. Regardless of his status, he will forever remain a saint of Buddhism. Yet you? Chen Zhi's eyes narrowed as he regarded Dan Xian, a peculiar glimmer flickering within them. I must ascertain your intentions. You are so fervently pursuing your lineage. Once you uncover its source, what do you intend to do? I once encountered a notion that Jesus Christ had a bloodline that descended from his prior marriage. This bloodline represents a true royal lineage of religion, and under its influence, the bishops would be significantly affected, leading to considerable upheaval within Western society. Consequently, this matter was ultimately suppressed. This is merely the realm of Western religion. Should such a situation arise within Buddhism, it would ignite a tempest of controversy. This truth would not be readily accepted by the masses, nor by the entire Buddhist community. I do not presume to speak lightly of Buddhist matters, but I believe that Master Xuanzang's arduous journey to retrieve the scriptures for the Tang dynasty is an awe-inspiring feat that commands the admiration of countless individuals. As for other matters, given that no one has probed them for over a millennium, let the past remain in the past. There is no necessity to unearth it again. Do you acknowledge this matter? The monk, Dan Xian, clasped his hands together and slightly bowed, saying, "You need not underestimate this humble monk. Though I may be dull-witted, I have surpassed a century in age. If you too had lived for over 100 years, you would understand that the worldly pursuits of fame, fortune, and power stir not a ripple in our hearts. I vow here to seek the truth of my lineage, and regardless of the outcome, I shall never wield this bloodline to incite discord or turmoil within the Buddhist realm. Should I break this oath, may I descend into the abyss of hell, where heaven and earth shall not shelter me." After speaking, Dan Xian softly recited a Buddhist chant. "Your words carry weight, master." Chen Zhi, filled with respect, joined his hands in reverence to Dan Xian. "If that is the case, allow me to take charge of this matter. I shall take this body with me, and should I require any esoteric materials from the Buddhist sect, I will reach out to you. Perhaps, at certain times, I may need to remain in this dim chamber for a while, and I hope for your cooperation." "Certainly, that poses no issue," Dan Xian replied, still with closed eyes and fingering his prayer beads. "Though I am a monk, I hold sway in matters of the Buddhist order and shall provide you with the necessary access. Henceforth, the doors of Tianfa Temple shall stand wide open for you, granting you the freedom to come and go as you please. I entrust everything to you." Upon concluding, Dan Xian once more clasped his hands and bowed to Chen Zhi. Yet, he did not open his eyes, remaining in a meditative silence, as if signaling the end of the audience. Dan Xian's sudden cold demeanor left Fat Wei feeling quite awkward, caught in a dilemma of whether to stay or leave. Chen Zhi, however, patted both him and Gui Dao on the shoulder, gesturing that it was time to depart. Upon exiting the tea room, the trio fell into a thoughtful silence. It was only after they reached the entrance that Fat Wei finally exclaimed, "That Master Dan Xian, good heavens, seeking assistance, and this is the attitude we receive?" He fell silent at the slightest disagreement, leaving us in the lurch without even a proper send-off. "Let us not cast blame on him," Chen Zhi replied, glancing back at the solemn gates of Tianfa Temple. "Did you not notice that from earlier, his words have become increasingly labored? Do you think he could utter those lines lightly? As he mentioned, the burden of this bloodline weighs heavily upon him. What he shared with us is likely a secret that his family has kept for a millennium. Let him have some time to find solace." The three then returned, not departing from Xi'an, but instead contacting Lao Jindo. That same day, he arranged for them a spacious residence, well-appointed and secluded, complete with its own courtyard. Shortly thereafter, Professor Liao dispatched a team of researchers, bringing with them a plethora of bottles, jars, and unidentifiable scientific instruments. Thus, they transformed the house into a temporary research laboratory. Soon, some staff members from the Tianfa Temple, under the secret directive of Dan Xian, brought in a large crate. The crate was permeated with a fragrant scent of preservation. Upon opening it, they beheld a desiccated corpse within. Due to the passage of time, the body had become so emaciated that its flesh and limbs were affixed to the table, necessitating the use of a substantial box to transport both the body and the table together. Subsequent chemical examinations yielded an unexpected result. Chapter 12. The findings of the initial examination. In principle, the human body, through metabolism, leaves traces in every location it inhabits, even over the years. It is impossible for these traces to vanish entirely. Particularly in a sealed space like a darkroom, such remnants are even more difficult to dissipate, remaining only as imperceptible minutiae. Through the tireless efforts of the research team, a preliminary conclusion was swiftly established. Firstly, concerning the age of the corpse, it was confirmed, as Fatway had asserted, that the body indeed belonged to the early Tang dynasty and was male. There were no signs of external injury prior to death, and the individual had not struggled, indicating a natural demise. Moreover, the examination revealed that before his death, the person's sinews had begun to harden, suggesting he had been seated in a meditative posture at the table for an extended period, likely in contemplation. In the final moments, he had completely slumped over the table, passing away slowly, devoid of hesitation or struggle, an embodiment of despair, akin to what is now termed death by depression. In addition to these findings, an unforeseen revelation emerged. After multiple rounds of meticulous chemical analysis and elemental comparison, the final result indicated that the individual who had left the most significant traces of life on this table did not belong to the corpse itself. This implies that prior to the death of this body in the darkroom, another person had resided within, vigilantly attending to the table, whether by candlelight reading or writing, forever shrouded from daylight, ultimately leaving behind myriad traces. However, these biological remnants were exceedingly ancient, with most of the connections having deteriorated. Regarding the individual who previously used the table, the only conclusion that could be drawn was that he was human or a being closely resembling humanity. Beyond that, no further information could be ascertained. Human technology had exhausted all possibilities, and Chen Zhi understood that the next steps would depend on non-scientific forces, sorcery. The essence of sorcery is not solely idealistic. It is, in fact, closely aligned with intricate science. The more complex the incantation, the greater the price one must pay, accompanied by numerous restrictions, not to be casually accessed like a treasure trove. Chen Zhi could not resurrect the corpse to inquire about events from over 1,000 years ago. However, he could employ a technique known as dialysis to extract certain remnants from the body, transforming them into liquid form. Utilizing sorcery, Chen Zhi processed this liquid in a special manner before instilling it into his eyes or ears. Through this method, one can achieve a profound connection with the deceased. Witnessing firsthand the scenes this body experienced over a millennium ago, observing the individuals and events it encountered, and hearing the sounds it perceived. This is not an effortless endeavor. The incantation is intricate and the process exceedingly meticulous. The act of allowing the enchanted liquid to drip into one's eyes induces excruciating pain, a torment so intense that it could lead to cerebral shock or render one speechless. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi persevered, repeatedly subjecting himself to this ordeal, bearing witness to those ancient fragments. However, to his dismay, after 2 days of relentless effort, he found no definitive revelations within the remains. The age of the corpse rendered the images hazy and the sounds largely indecipherable. Yet, amidst the obscurity, Chen Zhi glimpsed the grandeur of the Tianfa Temple in its heyday, bustling with fervent worshippers and a continuous flow of visitors. The vivid scenes of daily life during the Tang dynasty were nothing short of breathtaking. He observed individuals adorned in the quintessential attire of the era, resembling the figures depicted in murals. The women, heavily painted, sported extravagant headdresses, while the men exuded elegance, wielding folding fans. The overall atmosphere was resplendent, teeming with vibrant colors, as throngs of people moved about with devout expressions, reflecting the Tang people's profound reverence for Buddhism. What Chen Zhi perceived through this corpse predominantly comprised scenes of Buddhist activities, with the monk himself seated high above, surveying the multitude, likely a figure of considerable stature among the clergy. Beyond this, the visions were largely fragmented, depicting sporadic instances of chanting and the monk's ordinary daily life. This monk possessed a private chamber, where he frequently engaged in the extensive transcription of sutras and the translation of ancient texts, suggesting a position of significant importance. Yet, the specifics of his identity, including any connection to Xuanzang, remained elusive. In the monk's gaze, no evidence of illicit liaisons could be discerned. Even when encountering lavishly dressed noble women, they seemed to leave little impression upon him. Among the chorus of melodious voices and the dazzling array of opulent ladies, Chen Zhi noticed a young woman, perhaps around 20 years of age, whose laughter was sharp and somewhat frivolous. Individuals from the Tang dynasty were generally of shorter stature, and women often had fuller figures, bearing their chests and backs, their cheeks heavily painted with rouge, which, by contemporary standards, might not be deemed attractive. Yet, this woman stood out. She possessed an appealing countenance, adorned with a magnificent jeweled hairpin, her forehead marked with royal insignia, exuding an air of haughtiness, distinguishing herself among the noble women. Even the layers of makeup could not obscure her innate beauty. She carried herself with pride, her neck held high, surrounded by numerous attendants, suggesting she was likely a princess or a noble consort. She exchanged words with the monk, though the content remained unclear, nonetheless. The monk's demeanor indicated a certain distance between them. Despite exhausting all possible methods, the ultimate outcome remained a resounding zero. Concurrently, Chen Zhi diligently investigated the claims made by Dan Xian. Though the Tang dynasty is a distant era, numerous royal tombs from that period still exist across the nation. And uncovering members of the Tang royal family within those coffins is not a formidable task. The researchers employ cutting-edge techniques, meticulously unraveling the ancient threads of lineage, ultimately grouping their findings for comparison with Dan Xian. The results confirmed that Dan Xian had indeed spoken the truth. He possessed royal blood, albeit significantly diluted through generations. There is no doubt that he is a descendant of the Tang dynasty. Through relentless efforts, these experts accomplished yet another feat. They restored the lineage of the mummified corpse and conducted a comparison with Dan Xian. The final outcome revealed that there was no blood relation between Dan Xian and the corpse, with a match rate of 0. This effectively discredited all conjectures regarding the identity of the corpse. Chapter 13. The Art of Analysis. Upon confirming that the mummified corpse bore no genetic connection to Dan Xian, Chen Zhi promptly conveyed this result to him. Dan Xian appeared somewhat disheartened, yet his reaction was notably subdued. He refrained from voicing any thoughts of closure. Chen Zhi understood that the corpse was not Dan Xian's true objective. What he genuinely sought to uncover was the origin of his bloodline. Specifically, he yearned to discover the identity of the individual who fathered a child with Princess Gaoyang over a millennium ago during the reign of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty. During this period of exploration, the glimpses of ancient scenes observed on the corpse further ignited Chen Zhi's curiosity. The Tang dynasty was indeed a remarkable era, characterized by vast territories and abundant resources, with the wonders of the world converging in Chang'an, where a sense of confidence flourished among the populace. In truth, Chen Zhi had never doubted the identity of the mummified corpse. Adorned in such noble garments and confined within that secret chamber, its significance was self-evident. However, the results of the recent tests shattered all their previous assumptions. Clearly, a narrative had unfolded within the sacred Buddhist temple, Tianfa, a millennium ago. Yet this tale bore no connection to the corpse, which had merely played the role of an observer. In the subsequent days, Chen Zhi devoted all his time to unraveling the story of this observer. This individual was a remarkably meticulous monk, adhering to a strict regimen and exhibiting self-discipline, with all that he beheld and touched falling within the moral parameters of his monastic existence. He seemed largely indifferent to other matters. Chen Zhi instructed his team to specifically handle the eyes and fingers of the mummified corpse, transforming the material from these areas into a substantial liquid. He then meticulously dripped this liquid into his own eyes. Certainly, the anguish of this process is a burden that ordinary individuals find exceedingly difficult to bear. Yet, through successive painful attempts, the imagery he beheld became increasingly vivid, seemingly concealed within the depths of his memory. Among these visions, he once again encountered the elegantly adorned woman, who appeared to be conversing with him, imploring him for something. However, her demeanor lacked any affectionate overtures, rendering the nature of their relationship unmistakably evident. In subsequent fragments, It became apparent that this woman was none other than Princess Gaoyang. Beside her, an anxious handmaiden fervently called out to her in archaic language, mentioning the title of the 17th princess. The woman was youthful and vivacious, her countenance radiating an air of imperious pride, as if any man would inevitably succumb to her allure. Observers frequently noted her stationed outside the temple's main hall, straining on tiptoe to catch a glimpse within. Young women often wear their emotions upon their faces, and hers was replete with anticipation, admiration, and affection, as though she awaited the emergence of a certain individual from the temple, deriving satisfaction from a mere glance. From this tableau, Chen Zhi could ascertain that she was eagerly awaiting her beloved, a figure whose status was extraordinarily esteemed, enough to evoke a sense of reverence in a princess. Yet, such sentiments were entirely prescribed by societal norms, hence the maid's palpable anxiety. In a subsequent visual fragment, Chen Zhi gleaned a crucial piece of information. The observing monk had, at a later time, met with Princess Gaoyang in private. This encounter transpired under the cloak of night, in an atmosphere shrouded in darkness, where the observer was visibly agitated, his hands trembling incessantly. However, their meeting was not one of romantic nature. Rather, he presented Princess Gaoyang with a booklet and a strand of prayer beads. These beads, somewhat larger than ordinary, were crafted from common wood, worn and marred, seemingly having endured the passage of time. Upon receiving these tokens, Princess Gaoyang exhibited unmistakable delight, bowing to the observer in gratitude, uttering a phrase that appeared significant, though Chen Zhi could not discern it clearly at that moment. Before their parting, he noticed a faintly inscribed title on the booklet, a record of the western expedition of the Tang dynasty. Later, Princess Gaoyang met with the observer once more, this time to return the aforementioned booklet, instructing him to pass it on to another individual. During this encounter, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, she whispered anxiously to the observer, conveying numerous instructions. The observer, clearly flustered, hastily took his leave. Upon returning to the inner court, he opened the booklet, discovering it filled with annotations, indicating that the princess had perused it countless times, marking each page with her thoughts. On the final page of this booklet, several lines of delicate handwriting were inscribed, albeit somewhat indistinct, rendering them difficult to decipher. However, the small print appeared quite inappropriate, and the observer was visibly flustered, hastily closing the book and pacing anxiously around the room. Ultimately, he lit a candle and made his way towards the underground palace of the Tianfa Temple. This marked the first occasion for Chen Zhi to witness the underground palace from the Tang dynasty through imagery. Evidently, the underground palace had existed since that era. The spiral wooden staircase of that time was not as dilapidated as it is now, layers upon layers descending, gleaming with the unique luster of the wood lacquer from that age. As he descended, he noticed some furs laid in the crevices. The observer, holding the candle, cautiously navigated down the wooden steps, his body trembling involuntarily, a clear indication of his profound fear. Eventually, he arrived at the dim chamber at the very bottom of the underground palace, standing beside a round table. There sat a figure cloaked in a cassock, holding a brush, engrossed in transcription. Yet, the individual's face remained obscured, and he was persistently coughing, seemingly in frail health. The observer, in a state of great unease, presented the book records of the western journey of the Great Tang to the individual, directing his attention to the small print on the last page. The figure continued to cough, examining the handwriting left by Princess Gaoyang, yet displayed no reaction. The observer bowed deeply, book in hand, remaining motionless, exuding an air of profound humility. It was evident that he held this person in great esteem, regarding him as a venerable mentor. The figure remained silent, his coughing incessant, until he finally accepted the book, gesturing for the observer to leave. The observer appeared resigned, subsequently exiting the underground palace. However, in the final fleeting moment of his departure, illuminated by the faint candlelight, Chen Zhi caught a glimpse of the individual's wrist. It was a darkened wrist, seemingly battered by the elements, and the monk's robe was exceedingly tattered. He held the brush, as if composing a letter. Although the entirety of the text was obscured, one particular phrase became clear, respectfully addressed to Brother Wang, Chu Wentai. Upon seeing the name Chu Wentai, Chen Zhi felt that the matter had become profoundly clear. Chu Wentai was a monarch during the Tang dynasty, ruling a small nation called Gaochang. Gaochang was a Buddhist state established by the Uyghurs in the western regions, located in the southeastern part of present-day Turpan, Xinjiang. Despite its remote location, this small country was a coveted battleground in ancient times and served as a vital hub along the Silk Road. Positioned along the northern route of the Jiang Shang Mountains, it was a crucial passage for east-west communication. Historical records indicate that during that time, silk products from the Tang dynasty commanded high prices in the West, leading many to amass considerable wealth. Consequently, numerous merchants traversed the Silk Road. All merchants were required to pay substantial taxes to this small state in the western regions, rendering the Gaochang king exceedingly affluent, while simultaneously making him a target of interest for both the Turks and the Tang dynasty. At that time, Xuanzang received substantial support from this nation, which enabled him to navigate through various checkpoints of both large and small states, ultimately embarking on his transformative journey to India. It can be asserted that it was the patronage of Qiu Wentai that made Xuanzang's dream of traveling to the West a reality. Without the backing of this minor sovereign from the western regions, the subsequent flourishing of Buddhism would not have been possible. As events unfolded to this point, Chen Zhi refrained from hastily revealing information to Dan Xian. As Dan Xian had previously articulated, what he truly sought were the genuine facts, rather than baseless conjectures and assumptions. Subsequently, Chen Zhi instructed Pang Wei to procure a more authentic version of the records of the western regions of the Great Tang. Although this book is now widely available in the market, it has undergone numerous alterations through the vicissitudes of dynasties, leading to many versions that, due to political circumstances at the time, have been subject to various modifications and repairs, obscuring their original form. The volume that Pang Wei retrieved was a rare edition of the Tang dynasty, allegedly unearthed from the tomb of a foreign prince during the Song dynasty. It is the most primitive impression of the original text, entirely inscribed in cursive script, and its content is believed to be the most widely circulated records of the western regions of the Great Tang of that era. For Chen Zhi, the deciphering of ancient texts had long ceased to be a challenge. As he perused this book, he was immediately struck by its abundant content. Although he had often heard praises of its legendary status, this was his first opportunity to read it so meticulously. Now, he could not help but genuinely commend it as a remarkable and unparalleled work, a compendium of diverse records. The records of the western regions of the Great Tang comprises 12 volumes, authored at the behest of Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty by Xuanzang, who narrated the accounts while Bianji transcribed them. The text chronicles Xuanzang's observations and experiences from the 1st to the 19th year of the Jingguan era, detailing the conditions of 110 city-states he personally encountered and 28 others he learned about through hearsay. It encompasses descriptions of territories, climates, mountains, customs, languages, religions, monasteries, and an abundance of historical legends and mythological tales. It even meticulously records the industrial and agricultural developments and economic conditions of each region. The breadth of its content and the vastness of its subject matter command deep respect and can rightfully be considered one of the earliest encyclopedias of the Western regions. From these writings, it is evident that Xuanzang was indeed a monk devoted to the pursuit of Buddhist teachings, his fervor bordering on obsession. Historically, the true Xuanzang differed significantly from the portrayal of the Tang monk in television dramas, who is often depicted as merely riding a white horse. When he journeyed to the Western world in search of scriptures, there was no grand farewell ceremony from the court. Xuanzang, whose secular surname was Chun and given name Hui, hailed from the county of Gaoshi in Luozhou. Born into a family steeped in Confucian scholarship and ranking third among his siblings, he entered the Pure Land Temple in Luoyang at the age of 13 due to the turmoil of the transitional period between the Sui and Tang dynasties. Later, Xuanzang traveled to various locations, including Chengdu and Sichuan, where he began to emerge as a prodigious talent, earning the title of a remarkable figure in the field of Buddhist studies. Throughout his extensive study of Buddhist texts, he encountered a multitude of theories and became acutely aware of numerous inconsistencies and incomplete scriptures, leading him to question the accuracy of previously translated texts. Thus, he vowed to journey to the birthplace of Buddhism, India, in search of authentic scriptures for verification. In the first year of the Jingguan era, which corresponds to the year 627 AD, the 26-year-old Xuanzang resolved to embark on a westward expedition. He initially submitted an application to the Tang government for permission to leave the country, but it was denied. The court at that time did not support his quest, nevertheless. This did not deter his determination to acquire the sacred texts. After a period of preparation, he decided to clandestinely escape. In August of the second year of Zhongguan, a devastating famine broke out, allowing Xuanzang to blend in with the refugees as he fled Chang'an, thus commencing his arduous journey westward. However, it was not long before the court issued a warrant for his arrest on the grounds of illegal immigration, commanding the local authorities to apprehend him and prevent his passage. Despite the danger, over a month later, Xuanzang secretly arrived at Liangzhou, evading the Yumen Pass and crossing the river, setting foot into the vast, unending desert of the western regions. A monk without the requisite travel documents faced unimaginable peril amidst the boundless sands. Xuanzang's later accounts reveal the hardships he endured during this treacherous journey. With sandstorms swirling around him, the desolate expanse showed no sign of life, and the relentless sun bore down upon him, causing him to sweat profusely. In a tragic turn of events, he accidentally lost the water pouch that was his sole means of survival. At this moment, Xuanzang found himself utterly helpless, having gone 5 days and nights without food or water. In the darkness of the desert, he perceived flickering lights, akin to phantoms, before succumbing to unconsciousness. Miraculously, upon awakening, he discovered that he had emerged from the desert and subsequently entered the kingdom of Gaochang. With the assistance of the king of Gaochang, who mobilized the entire nation to aid him, Xuanzang ultimately achieved success in his westward journey, solidifying Buddhism's unassailable position in the Central Plains. However, this account stirred skepticism in Chen Zhi. It is well known that the human body has its limits. To survive 5 days and nights without sustenance is nearly impossible, and one could not walk out of the desert in a state of unconsciousness without aid. The subsequent descriptions of the kingdom of Xichang further corroborate the profound connection between Chu Wentai and Xuanzang. On a night over 1,300 years ago, having narrowly escaped the desert, Xuanzang, exhausted and deprived of sustenance for 5 days, arrived at the gates of Gaochang, where he knocked upon the door. That day, King Chu Wentai was not within the city. However, upon hearing of Xuanzang's arrival in Tiandi City, he immediately instructed his ministers to accompany Xuanzang back to Gaochang. Late at night, the gates of Gaochang swung open for him. The records of the western regions describes the excitement of Chu Wentai and his kingdom at Xuanzang's arrival, with a grand welcoming ceremony. Although Xuanzang had not intended to pass through Gaochang, he was compelled to alter his route due to their overwhelming hospitality and joined the Gaochang delegation to meet the king. Having a deep reverence for Buddhism, Xuanzang was met with unprecedented warmth in Gaochang, where conducting a sermon became an indispensable part of the festivities. Chu Wentai was an ardent believer, having spent 4 years traversing the vast expanse of the Tang dynasty, witnessing its splendid grandeur firsthand. He held Xuanzang's Buddhist scholarship in the highest esteem, proclaiming that he had never encountered a monk with knowledge surpassing that of Xuanzang, whom he revered deeply. Perhaps his admiration for Xuanzang led him to propose an utterly unacceptable request. "Master, please remain in Gaochang as our national teacher. Although Gaochang is a small kingdom, we have thousands of monks who require your guidance." The honor of being a national teacher was a coveted dream for all monks, rendering it nearly impossible to decline. However, Xuanzang undertook his perilous journey to the west for the sake of faith, and worldly riches held no allure for him. In the face of rejection, Chu Wentai did not relent, but rather intensified his pressure, ultimately resorting to threats. "Master, if the kingdom of Gaochang does not permit you to continue your journey westward, will you be able to proceed? I implore you to reconsider." Despite the Gaochang king's coercive tactics, Xuanzang remained steadfast, opting for a hunger strike in protest to secure his right to advance. After 3 days, Chu Wentai conceded, and both parties reached a compromise. Chu Wentai would become Xuanzang's brother and provide material support for his journey westward, but upon his return, Xuanzang was to stay in Gaochang for 3 years to preach and enlighten the people there. Xuanzang acquiesced. In the following month, Chu Wentai dedicated all resources of the kingdom to prepare for Xuanzang's journey. Thus, Xuanzang's quest for sacred texts was set upon a path devoid of obstacles and darkness, leading towards a resplendent future. After perusing these records, Chen Zhi found himself inadvertently contemplating the matter. He was generally reluctant to delve too deeply into the sacredness of Buddhism, which often instilled a sense of reverence that deterred questioning. Yet, as a normal human being, a doubt arose in his mind, compelling him to reassess Xuanzang from a more relatable perspective rather than through the lens of a saint. From the records, Xuanzang's stance appeared rather peculiar. From a typical emotional standpoint, one would find Chu Wentai's coercion to remain in Gaochang quite distasteful. However, The subsequent actions of Qin Yueyang should have allowed Xuanzang to entirely forget that unpleasant memory. Before arriving in Gaochang, Xuanzang subsisted on alms, enduring great hardships as he begged for scraps with his wooden bowl, facing the elements as he traveled. Yet upon reaching Gaochang, he transformed into a man of considerable means, no longer burdened by financial concerns, and at times even able to offer alms to others. The records of the western regions of the Great Tang notes that gifts of gold, silver, silk, and clothing were generously provided by the king of Gaochang, which Xuanzang distributed as offerings at great towers and monasteries before departing. This indicates that during his serene study of Buddhist doctrines in India, he was not only free from financial worries, but also possessed the economic strength to maintain reciprocal relations with the Buddhist community, which played a crucial role in his future success. What specific gifts did the king of Gaochang bestow upon Xuanzang? The record of the western regions in the Great Tang meticulously documents a list of provisions prepared by Qin Yueyang for Xuanzang. These include, for attendant monks, 30 sets of monastic robes, various garments such as outer and inner clothing, boots, and more. Additionally, there were 100 taels of gold, 30,000 coins, and 500 bolts of silk and brocade, intended to sustain the monk for his 20-year journey. Furthermore, 30 horses and 25 laborers were provided. The scale of these resources, given the strength of the Gaochang state at that time, is nothing short of astonishing. Chen Zhi perused various ancient documents of the western regions online, including texts unearthed from Turpan that date back to the era of the Chu family in Gaochang. Among these was a manuscript titled Gaochang Internal Revenue Report on Trade Tax, originating from the Astana tomb, detailing the trade goods, quantities, and corresponding tax revenues for a particular year. This account offers insight into the economic conditions of that period and allows for the estimation of the value of these resources at the time. Xuanzang received 100 taels of gold, equivalent to approximately 625 coins in silver. Though the amount may seem modest, as a precious metal, the gold he received significantly surpassed the total annual gold trade of Gaochang, representing a fortune that was crucial to the state's foundation. The 30,000 coins were an enormous sum, comparable to 240 years of Gaochang's tax revenue. The 500 bolts of silk and brocade, when valued at the existing rates in Gaochang, would amount to 20,000 coins. Moreover, to ensure Xuanzang's safe passage westward, Qin Yueyang composed royal decrees for the kings of 24 nations along the route, each accompanied by a bolt of fine silk as a gift, hoping that these monarchs would treat Xuanzang favorably. The fine silk, being more valuable than ordinary brocade, would have been worth at least 10,000 coins. In a bid to garner support from the Western Turkic Yao Khan, he also offered 500 bolts of silk and 2 carts of fruits. Such acts are truly remarkable, suggesting that Qin Yueyang may have entirely emptied the state treasury to assist Xuanzang, leaving nothing in reserve. It is essential to recognize that this was a time of turmoil, where wealth equated to survival. The nations of the western regions were fragmented and plagued by frequent conflicts. Bandits roamed the desolate expanses, and both the rising Tang dynasty and the Turkic tribes coveted even the modest Gaochang. Would the king of Gaochang, Qin Yueyang, genuinely deplete his treasury to finance a monk's pilgrimage, neglecting his own safety? Chapter 16. The Generosity of Qin Yueyang, Part 2. Qin Yueyang's assistance to Xuanzang evidently extended beyond material and human resources. His most significant contribution was the recognition of Xuanzang's identity and background. Xuanzang's journey traversed numerous nations, particularly the Turkic territories, known for their ferocity and predation, where countless merchants perished at the hands of the Turkic warriors. Moreover, the vast expanse of the Turkic realm was dominated by fire-worshipping adherents, rendering Buddhists as outsiders. Therefore, possessing a respected identity was paramount for Xuanzang's security during his passage through these lands. Previously, Xuanzang was merely an ordinary monk, tattered and alone, unrecognized by the Tang court, and regarded as a stowaway on a quest for sacred texts. Before his departure, the king of Gaochang, Qin Yueyang, forged a brotherly bond with Xuanzang, thereby bestowing upon him the honorary title of brother of the king of Gaochang. Xuanzang's auspicious journey westward commenced from Gaochang, granting him the support of a sovereign power. The records of the western regions of the Great Tang recounts that Qin Yueyang meticulously prepared precious gifts for the Khagan of the Western Turks, Yihu, and personally penned a letter. In this epistle, he described the monk as a humble disciple seeking wisdom from the land of the Brahmins. appealing to the Khagan to treat him with kindness akin to that afforded to a servant, and requesting safe passage for him through the western territories. This clearly illustrates the protection Xuanzang received from Gaochang. Yet, it raises a question that echoes the doubts of Chen Zhi. What compelled King Wentai to be so selflessly generous? What emotional or rational motivation drove him to bestow such valuable resources upon a stranger embarking on a perilous journey, whose safe return was uncertain? Chen Zhi's online research revealed that many scholars have pondered this very issue. Numerous historians suggest that Wentai's actions stemmed from an appreciation of Xuanzang's talent, hoping to retain him in Gaochang and thus establish a bridge with the Tang dynasty, which would be politically advantageous. However, this explanation appears rather tenuous. At that time, Xuanzang was not a prominent monk. Rather, he was a fugitive, wanted by authorities. Retaining such an individual could be detrimental to relations with the Tang dynasty. The notion of valuing Xuanzang's expertise in Buddhism seems equally implausible, as any astute ruler understands that religion serves to bolster their authority. A king would not jeopardize the welfare of his entire nation merely to support a wandering monk out of admiration for his intellect. Such reasoning borders on self-aggrandizement. Moreover, it is perplexing that upon Xuanzang's return, he failed to fulfill the promise he made to Wentai to preach in Gaochang for 3 years after acquiring the true scriptures. Instead, upon his return, he did not even enter Gaochang. The records of the western regions of the Great Tang merely notes that the Tang dynasty launched a major offensive against Gaochang, leaving Wentai's fate uncertain, prompting Xuanzang to alter his route. Herein lies an illogical aspect. According to the moral standards upheld throughout Chinese history, one must repay even the smallest act of kindness with profound gratitude. As a revered monk, Xuanzang should have been acutely aware of this principle. His indifferent attitude towards a benefactor who had given everything to assist him, especially one who was also his royal brother, seems exceedingly irrational and raises suspicions. Chen Zhi has meticulously read the records of the western regions of the Great Tang over 10 times, analyzing every detail with a psychological lens to delineate the character of the author. It must be noted that the book's content is remarkably authentic and rigorous, with the author providing a vivid and faithful depiction of every landscape and local custom encountered along the journey. From the perspective of a rational mind, the author of this book presents a rather convoluted emotional narrative. Xuanzang, deeply devoted to Buddhism, possesses the ability to master all his desires, embodying gentleness, compassion, and humility in his interactions. This is evident in his profound understanding and contemplations. Yet, at times, his actions appear bizarre and contrary to his inherent nature, exhibiting a striking volatility and irrationality, as if he were a different person altogether. To employ modern psychological terminology, one might liken him to an individual afflicted with dissociative identity disorder. What lies behind the facade of this eminent monk? Chen Zhi pondered silently after closing the tome for the last time, realizing there seems to be but one way to ascertain the truth of this matter. Subsequently, Chen Zhi swiftly dialed Dan Xian at Tianfa Temple, the hour being late into the night. Upon answering, he directly conveyed the startling revelation. Zhu Wentai, the brother of Master Xuanzang, is a verifiable historical figure, given the presence of such inscriptions in the imagery. The likelihood that Master Xuanzang is indeed Dan Xian's true ancestral lineage has become significantly plausible. After all, Xuanzang lived over 300 years ago, and the true nature of his character remains a mystery. Perhaps he was driven by affection or other motives that led to an inappropriate relationship with Princess Gaoyang. Once discovered, the Buddhist community, in a bid to protect the esteemed scholar's reputation and the sanctity of Buddhism, chose to have his disciple, Bianji, take the blame, leading to a vow of silence across the entire Buddhist realm. Consequently, Bianji was executed, allowing Xuanzang to survive unscathed, his honor intact. Thus, Dan Xian's lineage was cast into obscurity, abandoned by the royal family, and concealed from the world. Their extraordinary longevity and the frequent nightmares they experience at night could perhaps stem from the divine powers inherited within their bloodline. The records of the western regions recounts that after entering the desert, Xuanzang inadvertently lost his water pouch and endured 5 days and nights without sustenance. This alone substantiates the notion that Xuanzang was unlike ordinary humans. No typical person could survive such conditions. He might very well be a concealed demigod, possibly unaware of his true identity. All of this begins to make sense. Dan Xian listened silently to Chen Zhi's words, enveloped in a profound stillness. Despite the silence, Chen Zhi could distinctly sense the rapid heartbeat on the other end of the line. After what felt like an eternity, Dan Xian finally spoke. How can we ascertain this matter? Until certainty is achieved, I shall believe nothing. To attain absolute certainty, there is but one course of action. Chen Zhi calmly replied over the phone. We must locate Xuanzang's remains and confirm your blood relation. Chapter 17, Relics. The burial site of Xuanzang's remains has traversed a convoluted journey, marked by numerous individuals and events, leaving behind a tapestry of legendary tales. It is widely understood that the bodies of great monks, upon their passing, transform into miraculous relics. The relics of the Buddha exhibit a remarkable diversity. Some are as pure and white as jade, while others shimmer in a multitude of colors. Following the death of Shakyamuni, his remains were divided into thousands of pieces, and today, his relics can be found across the globe, treasured by Buddhist devotees who hold them in the highest regard. At the Tianfa Temple, there exists a relic of the finger bone of Shakyamuni, taking the form of a cylindrical object reminiscent of white jade. Similarly, the remains of Xuanzang were transformed into relics after cremation, leading to fervent competition among various temples for their veneration. The relentless pursuit of his relics, and even the unscrupulous actions taken by later generations to seize them, stem from his esteemed position within Buddhism. While such acts of theft are undeniably disgraceful, they have persisted for millennia. After Xuanzang's death, Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty honored his last wishes by cremating his remains and interring them on the banks of the Wangchuan River, at the foot of the White Deer Plain, located east of Chang'an. However, due to Xuanzang's elevated status in the hearts of the people, his remains were later relocated to the Great Compassion Temple, where a stupa was erected in his memory. Thus, the true resting place of Xuanzang lies within the confines of the Great Compassion Temple. In modern times, complications arose during the Japanese invasion of China, when Xuanzang's skull was discovered. Recognizing the significance of this relic from an esteemed monk, the Japanese did not hesitate to seize half of it. Despite their audacity, the Japanese treated Xuanzang's relics with utmost reverence, enshrining them at the Yakushiji Temple. After World War II, Taiwan fervently demanded the return of Xuanzang's skull, and after much negotiation and struggle, only half of it was eventually restored, now housed in a temple in Taiwan. In 1956, Indian Prime Minister Nehru visited China, requesting the return of Xuanzang's cranial relic for veneration in his homeland, as Buddhism originally emerged from India, following the transmission of Shakyamuni's fingerbone relic to the Central Plains. In the spirit of fostering amicable relations between the two nations, a portion of the relic was granted to India, where it remains preserved to this day. Consequently, Xuanzang's relics are now safeguarded in mainland China, Japan, India, and Taiwan. However, should one seek to scientifically ascertain the origins of these relics from a biological perspective, it would create a seismic upheaval within the Buddhist community, rendering acceptance of such findings virtually impossible. Thus, discrete confirmation remains the only viable option. Presently, travel to Japan or India for such purposes is unfeasible, given the complexities of international relations. Therefore, the sole path to verification leads to another sacred site of Buddhism, the Great Compassion Temple. The Great Compassion Temple, also known as the Great Tang National Protection Great Compassion Temple, is the foremost among the 8 great temples of the Tang dynasty, situated approximately 20 kilometers south of Xi'an on the Shaolin Plain. Unlike Tianfa Temple, which has long ceased to welcome external visitors, the Great Compassion Temple remains renowned, hosting significant internal meetings and celebrations within the Buddhist community each year. The state also holds this temple in high esteem due to the presence of a remarkable pagoda, the stupa of Xuanzang's relics, which serves as the final resting place of Master Xuanzang. In the first year of the Linda reign of Emperor Gaozong, Xuanzang passed away in the Yuhua Palace and was subsequently interred at the White Deer Plain in the eastern outskirts of Chang'an, in accordance with his last wishes. The Bailu Yuan is situated at a significant elevation, visible from the Han Yuan Hall of the Great Ming Palace in the Tang dynasty. Emperor Gaozong of Tang held Xuanzang in high esteem. Upon the monk's passing, the entire court mourned. It is said that he often gazed from Han Yuan Hall at the stupa, shedding tears, concerned for the sanctity of his remains. Empress Wu Zetian decreed that Xuanzang's relics be relocated to Shaolin Yuan, south of Chang'an, and commanded the construction of a grand temple, named the Great Compassion Temple, to be maintained by royal offerings in his memory. This temple sprawls over a vast expanse, its pavilions and towers embodying the majestic elegance of the Tang dynasty. However, prior to its establishment, the region was far from tranquil. Master Miaoqua noted in his record of the Great Compassion Temple on Zhongnan Mountain that before the temple was built, the area was a desolate wilderness. South of Chang'an, approximately 60 li away, the Zhongnan Mountain stretches like a colossal serpent from east to west, its peaks soaring and undulating, extending over 800 li. This mountain features 72 ravines, each with abundant waters, often inhabited by mythical dragons. Truly deserving of its reputation as the Snake Mountain and Crocodile Water. Lush forests flourish atop the rugged cliffs, verdant grass blankets the rocky terrain, and the sounds of chirping insects and the roars of tigers and leopards echo through the air, where wise men often sought refuge from the world. In essence, prior to the establishment of the Great Compassion Temple, the area was rife with wolves, tigers, leopards, and peculiar individuals, with swirling dragons in the waters, rendering it a realm shrouded in mystery. Once the temple was completed, Xuanzang's relics were enshrined within the stupa, radiating brilliant luminosity. It is said that the resplendence of the relics illuminated all within the mountains, exuding a sacred and ethereal beauty. The mountains fell into a profound silence, punctuated by the low murmurs of chanting, with some voices clearly not of human origin. From that moment on, the mountains were devoid of supernatural beasts, and the dragons vanished from the waters. Desolate woodlands revived, lush greenery flourished, and an era of tranquility ensued. These, of course, are beautiful legends, the veracity of which remains unprovable. Today, the Great Compassion Temple stands as a significant state-controlled monastery. On March 4, 1961, it was designated by the State Council as one of the first batch of national key cultural relics protection units. In 2003, it was included in the list of important cultural heritage sites worldwide. Since then, access to the temple has become exceedingly difficult. Confronted with this formidable challenge, Chen Zhi initially devised a few plans, which were, in truth, not particularly arduous for him. Those skilled in the art of concealment could easily accomplish this task. Nevertheless, Chen Zhi was reluctant to pursue such methods. He had always held a deep-seated reverence for places of Buddhism. Yi Qing had previously cautioned him against seeking his assistance with matters concerning Buddhism, as he neither wished to be involved nor possessed the capability to help. Thus, for this occasion, Chen Zhi did not consider asking for his aid. Lao Jindo contacted several intermediary friends, hoping to gain entry under the pretense of foreign enthusiasts conducting research on Buddhism. However, the response from the temple was quite firm. Any investigation required the abbot's permission. An entry into the temple was impossible without it. Ultimately, this matter would require Dan Xian to devise a strategy himself, using his position as the abbot of Tianfa Temple to negotiate with the Great Compassion Temple. Then, a convincing ruse was devised to gain entry into the temple. Once inside, the remaining tasks would be manageable. They could unwittingly access the stupa housing the relics of Master Xuanzang, thus achieving their ultimate goal. When Chen Zhi shared these details with Dan Xian, his response was unexpectedly forthright. He stated, "As practitioners of the Buddhist faith, we must never speak falsehoods. If we wish to enter, we must be truthful with them." Chapter 18. The Great Compassion Temple. Dan Xian's words astonished everyone present. In the words of Pang Wei, one wonders what this master is thinking. At such a moment, who would believe him if he speaks the truth? They would surely think him mad. Moreover, to propose such a request would surely incite public ire, and it seemed likely that Master Dan Xian would soon find himself deemed insane. However, Dan Xian displayed an unwavering resolve. That very afternoon, he reached out to the abbot of the Great Compassion Temple and arranged a private meeting, candidly revealing his intentions. Of course, regarding the issue of longevity, Dan Xian refrained from mentioning it, and the abbot did not inquire. It is said that upon hearing this revelation, the abbot was so taken aback that he coughed up blood, and after a prolonged moment of recovery, he finally regained his composure and began to chant fervently. Fortunately, there were no witnesses. Otherwise, one glance at the abbot's expression would have revealed that something grave had transpired. Once he had settled himself, the abbot remained silent for several hours, deep in contemplation. Yet, in the final moments, he acquiesced to Dan Xian's request. The abbot made a solemn promise to keep this matter strictly confidential. He vowed that what he had learned would never be disclosed to anyone, nor would he inform his successor, ensuring the tranquility of the Buddhist realm. However, The abbot stipulated several conditions. The layout of the Great Compassion Temple was intricate, and his authority permitted only their entry into the stupa courtyard. Once they entered, he would not intervene in their affairs. Moreover, to gain access to the stupa, they had to adhere to 4 principles. First, no damage was to be inflicted upon the relics. Not a single fragment could be removed from the temple. Second, no falsehoods were to be uttered in the presence of the sacred relics. Third, no defilement of any sacred vessel within the stupa was permitted, not even the air within. Fourth, they were granted merely 1 night. By dawn, they must depart, and thereafter, they would never be allowed entry again. This outcome was unforeseen by all. Dan Xian informed them that the time was set for that very night, urging everyone to prepare accordingly. Following this, the staff began to busy themselves. It was clear that Xuanzang's relics could not be removed from the temple, meaning this identification process could only take place within the confines of the Great Compassion Temple. The examination would require numerous instruments and equipment, as well as the involvement of skilled technicians, who not only needed to possess professional expertise, but also must exhibit exceptional mental fortitude. Each member of the research team visiting Xi'an was a highly competent scientific talent, well-versed in the foundational examinations required for this matching process. After a brief selection process, 3 researchers were confirmed to accompany him, one of whom was the team leader in his 40s, characterized by his prudent and seasoned demeanor, a prominent disciple of Professor Liao. Once everything was meticulously prepared, they were poised to embark at any moment. That evening, Chen Zhi, accompanied by Gui Dao, Fat Wei, and the 3 researchers, convened at Tianfa Temple to meet with Dan Xian. Dan Xian, a person of meticulous planning, kept this operation shrouded in secrecy, bringing only a close apprentice who was oblivious to the details. Dan Xian arranged for a spacious luxury van, akin to those used by celebrities, capable of accommodating numerous individuals and their scientific equipment, which was already parked at the entrance of Tianfa Temple. Upon noticing Chen Zhi and his group, Dan Xian rolled down the window and waved to them. Consequently, everyone boarded the van with Chen Zhi, which slowly began to move, taking them that night to the Great Compassion Temple. The location of the Great Compassion Temple starkly contrasted with that of Tianfa Temple. Nestled in a bustling area with numerous streets lined with Buddhist shops and a continuous flow of visitors. In contrast, the Great Compassion Temple lay on the outskirts, its gates firmly closed to outside offerings, resulting in an infrequent number of visitors. Their journey proved lengthy, departing around 6 o'clock and arriving close to 10 that evening. The mountain air was chilly, the moon obscured by dark clouds, and the night had fully descended. As they approached the entrance, a palpable solemnity and rigor enveloped the temple. It was evident that this was not a tourist-friendly site like Tianfa Temple. No colorful prayer flags adorned the surroundings. Although a sacred Buddhist site, it exuded an oppressive atmosphere. Behind the imposing dark gates, faint lights flickered, and standing guard were armed police officers, imparting an air of strict legality. Upon seeing the approaching vehicle, the officers approached with grim expressions, coldly inquiring about their identity. Dan Xian presented his credentials and revealed his face. The officer immediately recognized him, his demeanor softening as he gestured to the sentry ahead, permitting the vehicle to pass. Thus, they successfully gained entry to the Great Compassion Temple. Once inside, it became evident that this temple was indeed extraordinary. The vast expanse felt akin to entering a mountainous garden, complete with lush woods, pavilions, and hanging bridges. The Great Compassion Temple, funded and renovated by the royal family during the Tang Dynasty, was the largest temple of its time, encompassing a significant portion of the Jinshanfang area, with 13 courtyards and 897 rooms. Upon entering through the main gate, the path twisted and turned, each segment marked by a sentry manned by armed police officers. Ahead lay electronic scanning devices, showcasing advanced security technology. Frequent patrols were visible, creating a formidable barrier. Without the abbot's permission, entry was indeed a daunting challenge. However, with the tacit approval of the abbot of the Great Compassion Temple and the golden visage of Dan Xian, they smoothly passed through all the checkpoints along the way. Ultimately, they ventured into the innermost sanctum of the temple, where, after a turn, they found themselves beyond the reach of sentinels. Shortly thereafter, they beheld a vast courtyard, its entrance unmistakably ancient, crafted from robust metal, with a heavy iron chain securing the handle, indicating a prolonged period of abandonment. Outside the courtyard, they finally laid eyes upon the legendary stupa, the resting place of Master Xuanzang's remains, the reliquary stupa. According to historical records, this stupa was personally overseen by Master Xuanzang himself. Established during the third year of the Yonghui era under Emperor Gaozong of the Tang dynasty, it was intended to house the relics of Shakyamuni Buddha. Master Xuanzang had brought back scriptures and relics from India, seeking a special place for veneration, and subsequently petitioned the emperor for permission to construct it. The stupa rises to a height of 645 meters, comprising 7 tiers, with a square base measuring 25 meters on each side. Upon its completion, it was hailed as a marvel, the largest reliquary stupa of its kind. As they approached the courtyard's entrance, Chen Zhi immediately felt the weight of history. The once hallowed legend of the Buddha's radiance illuminating the land was not mere fabrication. Chapter 19. The Buddha's radiance illuminating the land. Chen Zhi had previously dismissed the tale of the relics emitting light and casting their glow over the entire Zhongnan mountain as absurd nonsense. It was widely known that relics were the remnants of cremated remains, incapable of emitting strong light, let alone illuminating the earth like a multitude of high-wattage bulbs from atop a stupa. This belief had arisen during Buddhism's nascent introduction to China, where the reverence for relics had led to their mystification and the propagation of misunderstandings. Yet, the sights before him completely overturned Chen Zhi's prior convictions, instilling within him a newfound sense of distance from Buddhism. The reliquary stupa stood magnificently broad, a quintessential square stupa from the Tang dynasty, piercing the darkness skyward. Atop the stupa rested a glazed pavilion, a common structural feature in stupas since the Tang era, known as the fubao, serving as a repository for sacred items. After the passing of enlightened monks, stupas were often constructed to house their remains, with the fubao containing their written scriptures, prayer beads, books, and sometimes even precious belongings. At this moment, the fubao atop the reliquary stupa was remarkably transparent, emanating a myriad of radiant hues, akin to a beacon of light. The luminescence appeared profoundly sacred, radiating warmth as it filtered through the glazed panels, expanding outward in concentric circles, its colors shifting and transforming, depicting figures of both humans and beasts, resembling patterns of reincarnation, resonating eerily with the legendary brilliance of the relics. This radiant light pierced the surrounding darkness, illuminating the mountainside, and as it enveloped Chen Zhi, he felt an involuntary shiver run through him. Every capillary in his body seemed to open wide, a sensation that was truly ineffable, akin to a baptism of the soul. In that moment, Chen Zhi was struck by an overwhelming sense of speechlessness. Such a spectacle could only be described as miraculous. Yet, why had he never heard of it before? This defied all logic. He recalled an incident from 2 decades ago, when a phenomenon of Buddhist light appeared at the Leshan giant Buddha. It lasted but a fleeting moment, yet many witnesses were left astounded, some even kneeling in reverence. Although it was later confirmed to be a celestial phenomenon, the tale endured for years, cherished by Buddhists who referred to it as a sacred site. Still recounted to this day. However, the grandeur before him was unprecedented, a spectacle of unparalleled magnificence. How could it have remained concealed for so long without anyone noticing? Was it due to great compassion or excessively strict management? Impossible. This temple had stood for over 1,000 years, having weathered numerous wars. Such a miraculous sight could not possibly have been completely obscured. Besides, there is no wall that does not allow a whisper to pass through. How could such a monumental miracle remain hidden in modern society for so long? Unless, what was he thinking? Just then, as Chen Zhi was lost in thought, Pang Wei suddenly called out to him, pointing to the large lock on the door ahead. That's it. What do you suggest we do now? Should we break down the door or climb over the wall? Let me tell you, don't even think about using your usual methods. This is a sacred Buddhist site. We shouldn't resort to anything underhanded. You may lack shame, but I still have my dignity. After whispering this, Pang Wei exchanged a knowing glance with Gui Dao, indicating the heavy chains. Gui Dao immediately understood, nodded, and approached the chains, lifting them with ease. They were indeed substantial, forged from wrought iron, weighing several hundred pounds in total, each as thick as a human arm, tightly wound around the door. Gui Dao grasped 2 chains and gently pulled them back. With a series of cracking sounds, they snapped apart as if they were mere hollow plastic ropes. This display startled the young monk who had accompanied them. The novice, who had remained silent throughout their journey, now stared at Gui Dao in disbelief, awestruck by the effortless way he broke the heavy chains, as if witnessing a monster. Trembling, he took his prayer beads and began to chant fervently. "You all stay here," Dan Xian instructed, gesturing towards the young monk and Peng Wei, implying they were not to follow. Upon hearing this, Peng Wei was overjoyed, immediately pressing his palms together in gratitude and bowing repeatedly, smiling at Dan Xian. "Ba, Master, you truly understand me. A rough person like me has not done much good in the past, and I fear offending the Buddha by entering. So, perhaps I shall spend the rest of my life doing good deeds, cleansing my heart and mind, and return then." With a smile, Dan Xian nodded, and then turned his gaze towards the ghost blade, his expression now displaying an unusual seriousness. "You should stay back. Perhaps you should rest outside," he suggested. The ghost blade paused momentarily, glanced at Chen Zhi, and upon receiving a nod of approval, respectfully clasped his hands together and said, "Understood." Dan Xian then turned back, solemnly adjusted his robe, donned the cassock he carried, placed the Buddhist crown upon his head, and held the abbot's staff with reverence as he stood before the grand entrance, bowing in Buddhist greeting. Chen Zhi observed closely. He could distinctly sense that despite Dan Xian's outward calm, he was indeed quite anxious. This tension resembled that of someone who has been searching for something elusive and, upon finally discovering it, hesitates to engage directly. There was a sense of admiration and awe, yet an inability to contain oneself. After preparing himself, Dan Xian nodded at Chen Zhi while gripping the staff. "Let us proceed. We shall meet him." With that, he strode forward, placing his hands on the door and pushing it open with considerable force. With a creak, the heavy metal doors swung open, revealing that they had not been opened in quite some time, dust and iron shavings cascading to the ground. However, contrary to their expectations of encountering the relic pagoda, they were met with an unexpected sight, a group of living entities. Chapter 20. The blind dead. The chains on the door suggested that this place had not been entered for a long while. Although situated above ground, it resembled an ancient tomb buried in earth, devoid of human presence for years. Yet, to their astonishment, as the doors were pushed open and dust billowed forth, the ghost blade swiftly stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Chen Zhi. He gestured for them to halt and peered inside, then turned back to whisper to Chen Zhi, "Be cautious. There are living beings within, and not just one." This revelation startled everyone, especially the young monk, who appeared utterly petrified. Prior to their arrival, the abbot of the Great Compassion Temple had made it abundantly clear that no one managed the relic pagoda. If there were indeed individuals present in this courtyard, they could not possibly be staff or monks from the temple. Who could it be? Upon hearing the ghost blade's warning, Fatway took a few steps forward, lifting his lantern to peer inside. He scooped up some earth from the ground and inhaled deeply. Before them lay a surface covered in hardened sand, the result of many years devoid of vegetation. In the dim light, they could discern scattered dark objects strewn across the ground, their purpose obscured by time. It was unclear what they were, but their dilapidated state suggested that a mere touch might reduce them to dust. "Damn it," Fatway murmured, examining the sand in his hand. "This should not be the case in such a serene place. What is this foul odor reminiscent of decay, as if a corpse has long since perished? Are you suggesting that there are the dead among us?" Chen Zhi murmured, stepping cautiously forward, switching on the flashlight in his hand to illuminate the path ahead. The courtyard indeed was remarkably spacious, leading to a stone-paved avenue, characteristic of Tang Dynasty courtyard architecture. Flanking the avenue were numerous meditation rooms, a layout commonly found in ancient temples, where a statue of Buddha was venerated at the front, while the side chambers housed the monks. These meditation rooms exhibited the style of the early Tang period, seemingly never having been restored. Windows and doors were absent, and some roofs had partially collapsed, presenting a scene of utter desolation. Yet behind the doorways of these meditation rooms lay dark openings, resembling monstrous maws, instilling a sense of trepidation. For reasons unknown, these rooms exuded an overwhelming feeling of oppression, a sensation distinct and intertwined with the solemn atmosphere of the temple, evoking a deeper terror within one's soul. Observing the shadowy scene ahead, the researchers instinctively recoiled, and both Fatway and Ghostblade were on high alert, yet they followed suit into the courtyard. However, Dan Xian seemed unfazed by the prevailing mood, clutching his staff and stepping forward resolutely. According to their earlier decision, Ghostblade and Fatway were to remain outside, yet, sensing the unease, Ghostblade could not restrain himself and trailed behind. As Ghostblade stepped onto the avenue, An eerie sound erupted from the meditation rooms, akin to the rasping of an ancient voice. Cough, cough. The sound was profoundly aged, as though it struggled to expel phlegm, creating an atmosphere of discomfort, sounding as if a specter were choking. In an instant, everyone froze, their gazes involuntarily drawn to the meditation rooms. It was then they noticed, from an indeterminate moment, shadowy figures standing at the darkened doorways. These figures appeared emaciated, seemingly unable to straighten their backs. Bathed in the soft moonlight, Chen Zhi discerned that each figure clutched a string of prayer beads. Amipa. Dan Xian clasped his hands together, bowing towards the figures. Introducing himself as the abbot of Tianfa Temple and disciple of Master Puhong, stating that he had received permission from the temple's abbot to enter this sacred ground. He requested the esteemed predecessors to pardon the intrusion upon their meditative retreat. Let us proceed. Dan Xian continued, not even glancing at the enigmatic figures, merely turning to Chen Zhi and urging him, let us remain resolute in our purpose and disregard the distractions. With that, he strode purposefully down the avenue, exuding an air of complete indifference. However, Chen Zhi found himself unable to ignore the strange figures. As they advanced into the courtyard, the shadows gradually emerged from the darkened meditation rooms. Under the silvery moonlight, the true visages of these figures were revealed, and the sight was utterly horrifying. They were akin to walking corpses, emaciated figures draped in a mere layer of thin skin. Yet, their eyes were shrouded, rendering them blind. Nevertheless, their countenances remained starkly fierce and menacing. Like other monks, they bore the marks of their vows upon their heads, clad in tattered robes and clutching prayer beads. An overpowering stench of decay emanated from their garments, reminiscent of bodies freshly exhumed from the grave. Ahem, ahem. Those figures, resembling soulless automatons, appeared to struggle to comprehend the words uttered by Dan Xian. In truth, they seemed to possess little awareness, merely instinctively wandering. Upon hearing the arrival of others, they began to gather slowly on the main thoroughfare. Accompanying their shuffling steps was the heavy sound of iron chains. It was at this moment that Chen Zhi noticed the cumbersome shackles binding their feet. Although rust had long since claimed the iron, the original form remained discernible, and the design of these shackles astonished Chen Zhi. They were reminiscent of the common instruments of torture employed by ancient authorities to restrain serious offenders. The design of such implements had remained largely unchanged throughout history, particularly with respect to shackles. Shackles were devices worn on hands or feet, designed to prevent escape. The restraints on the hands were termed handcuffs, while those on the feet were known as shackles. Ordinary criminals typically wore only handcuffs, with few donning leg irons. Only the most heinous offenders, those guilty of murder for gain, would be shackled at the feet. Such individuals seemed incongruous within the sacred and grand confines of the Great Compassion Temple. The presence of these shackled beings here provided clear evidence of two truths. First, they had likely resided here for an extended period, surpassing the limits of human life. Second, they were once irredeemable criminals, bearing the weight of grievous sins. Chapter 21. The Blind Dead, Part 2. Faced with these terrifying, zombie-like blind monks, the research personnel were utterly terrified, having spent their days ensconced in the laboratory, only emerging to remain within the safety of their tents. They had never encountered such a sight, had it not been for Professor Liao's senior apprentice commanding calm. It is likely that two of the researchers would have fled in panic. Yet, those masked monks were indeed fearsome. It seemed they had sensed the presence of the living. As they began to converge, drawing ever closer, their features becoming clearer with proximity. These blind monks, their fates unknown, bore skin that had long since deteriorated, their gait stiff and unnatural. Just wait here. I will escort the researchers inside. Rest assured, I shall be unharmed. Chen Zhi turned to Ghostblade, signaling for him and Fat Wei to remain behind, before striding directly towards one of the masked monks. This bold move sent shockwaves through the researchers, who could scarcely fathom Chen Zhi's reckless approach to those lifeless entities. The masked monks resembled malevolent spirits, invoking trepidation in those who dared approach them. For one could never foresee the fate that awaited. Perhaps they would be devoured. Yet, Chen Zhi appeared unfazed by their presence. He not only drew closer to these monks, but audaciously reached out to grasp their faces, illuminating them with a flashlight as though examining an object of curiosity. Under the beam of light, the countenances of the masked monks were rendered distinctly visible. Indeed, their visages were grotesque, a testament to muscles perpetually tensed in agony. their expressions frozen in a silent scream of hatred that had long been bottled up, for their mouths were crudely stitched shut, marred by torn wounds and scabs. The thick blindfolds obscuring their eyes were haphazardly tied, evidently bound by rough hands, yet they had never attempted to remove them. Chen Zhi scrutinized these monks, lifting one's arm to investigate further, only to discover that flesh had nearly vanished, leaving behind a mere shroud of desiccated skin stretched over bone. Upon closer examination, it became apparent that they were incapable of raising their arms, their joints shattered, rendering them unable to remove their blindfolds. Chen Zhi could not ascertain whether all these monks were still alive. Some may have already transformed into the grotesque entities described by Peng Wei, existing merely as vessels for other forms of life. The Buddhist realm, a sanctuary of compassion, how could it permit such abominations to exist? Chen Zhi pondered silently, casting his gaze downward to observe the array of shackles on the shuffling figures, which spanned various eras, indicating that some had languished here for an extensive period. Chen Zhi's earlier actions bolstered the courage of the researchers. Such is the nature of human thought, regardless of the horrors they encounter. As long as they perceive their companions as superior, they feel a sense of security and reliance. The researchers, having heard tales under Professor Liao's tutelage, were aware that Chen Zhi and his companions had traversed many perilous locales, rendering them formidable. Typically, no malevolent beings could inflict harm upon them. Thus, they ceased their panic, swiftly following the path as Master Dan Xian led them forward. This thoroughfare was a straight road, leading directly to the entrance of the stupa, and they hurried onward, soon finding themselves before the grand entrance. It was a commonplace arched stone door, adorned with ancient prayer flags and scriptures, the colors long faded, the fabric worn and soiled, the texts rendered indecipherable by the passage of time. However, the exterior of the arched stone door was tightly fortified with layers of brick, several tiers thick, encrusted with lime, suggesting it had stood for many years. "Do you require my assistance? I could expedite the process with my method," Chen Zhi inquired, leaning toward Dan Xian. Before their arrival, Chen Zhi had sworn to Dan Xian not to resort to sorcery unless absolutely necessary, and perhaps this moment had now arrived. Yet, Dan Xian remained resolute, fervently declining Chen Zhi's offer of aid. With unwavering devotion, he knelt before the stone door, employing the blunt tool bestowed upon him by Peng Wei to begin tapping at the crevices between the stones. The stone bricks appeared to have been hastily stacked. They were neither tightly fitted nor neatly aligned. Moreover, with the efficient tools at his disposal, Fat Wei quickly managed to create a gap. Chen Zhi had anticipated that Dan Xian would employ some ingenious method to displace the bricks, but to his surprise, he resorted to the most rudimentary approach. With bare hands, he painstakingly removed the bricks that obstructed the grand entrance, one by one. This seemingly absurd endeavor, which Chen Zhi found preposterous, surprisingly proved successful. The process took a full 2 hours, and upon completing the task, Chen Zhi noticed that Dan Xian's hands were covered in blisters, some of which had begun to bleed. Remarkably, the bricks had been dismantled within that time frame, revealing a grand door behind them. This door, adorned in a deep bronze hue with a vibrant red lacquer, featured golden floral motifs that had withstood the test of time, remaining vividly colored through countless seasons, showcasing the flourishing artistry of the Tang dynasty at its zenith. The door, flanked by 2 lion head knockers intricately carved with dragon motifs, bore testament to the fact that this Buddhist pagoda had been commissioned directly by the emperor, signifying its esteemed status. The door was not locked, yet it was firmly shut. Dan Xian pushed against it several times, but it seemed as though it had been nailed shut, refusing to budge. Eventually, a few researchers joined him, and together they exerted their combined strength against the door. With a thunderous sound, accompanied by a cloud of dust, the door finally swung open. Beyond it lay a pitch-black space, revealing a staircase that ascended upward, devoid of any handrails. Dan Xian took a bold step inside, while the researchers followed closely behind, illuminating the path with their lamps as they approached the staircase. This pagoda was a quintessential hollow structure, with the staircase spiraling upward along its edges. Although the pagoda soared high, the staircase was narrow, allowing only one person to pass at a time, making it quite perilous. They formed a line and ascended the slender staircase. Chen Zhi soon realized that despite its daunting appearance, the staircase felt surprisingly sturdy beneath their feet. The steps had been meticulously designed to inwardly distribute weight, rendering handrails unnecessary. He also discovered that the staircase was crafted from exquisite jade, each step elegantly carved into shapes resembling clouds, leading them ever upward. The interplay of jade's pale and deep hues created an ethereal atmosphere, as if they were entering a celestial realm, compelling admiration for the extraordinary craftsmanship of the era, a true marvel of human ingenuity. As they ascended through numerous levels of the pagoda, each floor housed an array of scriptures, statues, and various artifacts. Their journey upward was relatively smooth, albeit lengthy. Finally, Chen Zhi quietly inquired of Master Danxian, "What is the situation with those blindfolded monks outside?" Chapter 22. The Malevolent Monk. In reverence, from this day forth, Xuanzang shall be referred to as Xinzong. Those who hold Buddhist beads are undoubtedly practitioners of our faith, Danxian replied softly, continuing his ascent. But that cannot be right, can it? Chen Zhi remarked from behind. The expressions of those individuals do not suggest that they entered willingly. It seems that most were coerced. Furthermore, these individuals must have been heinous criminal offenders in their past lives. The Buddhist realm is traditionally serene. How could it possibly accept such individuals? But why should the Buddhist realm not embrace such souls? Danxian, wielding a staff, ascended step by step and replied solemnly, "Our Buddha embodies compassion. Regardless of one's past transgressions, as long as one sincerely seeks redemption and abandons the path of destruction, they may attain enlightenment instantly. Yet even so, some refuse to relinquish their weapons, persistently desiring to wreak havoc upon the world. Such individuals cannot merely be persuaded, they must be compelled. Are they to be forcibly removed from the earthly realm?" This statement left Chen Zhi quite astonished. "Master, please forgive my impertinence. My understanding of Buddhism is limited, but the teachings advocate for transcending worldly attachments and fostering an expansive heart. Since these individuals have already been taken in, why are they still shackled and blindfolded?" "They are blindfolded because they are, in essence, blind." Danxian spoke in a subdued tone, laden with gravity, seemingly devoid of any empathy for the soulless beings outside. When a person's conscience has been extinguished, nothing remains to touch their moral threshold, and there is no further hope for their reformation. Thus, there is no need for enlightenment. They must simply be confined here, placed in proximity to our Buddha, to gradually cleanse their hearts, as they have forsaken their humanity and are blinded by ignorance. They are essentially the walking blind. If their hearts are already blind, what use is there for their physical sight? It would be better to render them entirely dark. As Danxian continued to ascend, his voice grew increasingly somber. They are referred to as the evil-faced monks, a tradition that has persisted since the Tang dynasty, spanning over 1,300 years. Those apprehended were once the most notorious villains of their time. This courtyard has never been governed, allowing those wicked monks to self-perpetuate through generations, most of whom have long since turned to dust, and some have likely transformed into other entities. Perhaps this is their retribution. Additionally, during the Qing dynasty, those reckless individuals who attempted to seize the relics here, the Japanese pirates, were among them. The Japanese during the invasion of China? Upon hearing this, Chen Zhi experienced a sense of exhilaration. He recalled the slow-moving figures that resembled the walking dead, and he seemed to discern a couple dressed in antiquated Japanese military uniforms among them. Suddenly, he comprehended. For the first time, he realized that the Buddhist realm also possesses a clear and discerning nature, meting out severe punishment in the presence of certain transgressions. Danxian's voice resonated ahead, tranquil and seemingly familiar with the darkness that enveloped this place. This matter has always been a secret here, known only to a select few. Even the current abbot is unaware. Is it true that the abbot of Desai Temple does not know? Chen Zhi inquired from behind. How do you know? Haha. Danxian chuckled softly. Have you forgotten how young the current abbot is? When I first met his master, she was still an innocent child. They ascended together, the jade-like stone steps beneath them seeming to effortlessly elevate one to the heavens, light and unimpeded, without any sense of obstruction. In the end, they did not feel fatigued. Rather, they experienced a sensation akin to ascending to the clouds. At that moment, Chen Zhi distinctly sensed the warm radiance above becoming increasingly pronounced, filtering down like the gentle morning sun, capable of melting both body and spirit. After climbing further, he looked up and beheld only a narrow stretch of ladder ahead, leading to the glazed pavilion. From this vantage point, he could clearly see the shadows within the pavilion. Inside, there was an object emitting light, its brilliance piercing through the delicate glass walls, illuminating the night sky and rendering the surroundings blindingly bright. It was truly astonishing. Chen Zhi softly sighed in the back, wondering how it could be so dazzling. However, Dan Xian seemed somewhat puzzled by Chen Zhi's remark, turning to glance at him. Let the benefactor proceed. I feel a bit anxious. Please, lead the way. After saying this, Dan Xian did not advance any further, but stepped aside, allowing Chen Zhi and the technicians to go ahead. Chen Zhi noticed that Dan Xian was trembling slightly, especially beneath his knees, quite noticeably. He understood that Dan Xian had been extremely tense since he became aware of the possibility of their blood relation. Xianzong was a figure of immense renown, significant in both Buddhist scholarship and history. If this news were to reach the outside world, it would undoubtedly create a sensational uproar. Hollywood might even adapt this storyline into countless films. But now was the time to verify the authenticity of it all. All right, Chen Zhi replied gently, turning to wave at the technicians. Everyone, be mindful. The light ahead may be quite intense, so take care of your eyes. Move carefully, and do not damage the relic. The technicians, though seeming to grasp little of Chen Zhi's warnings, quickly gathered their equipment and followed him inside. Once they ascended into the glazed pavilion, Chen Zhi realized just how overpowering the light truly was. This illumination differed from artificial lighting. It was exceptionally soft, not at all harsh on the eyes. The doubts he had harbored were finally confirmed. This miracle was indeed real, and the light emanated from the relic. At the very center of the glazed pavilion stood a cabinet intricately carved from pure wood, adorned with exquisite engravings of dragons, phoenixes, and beasts, glimmering in splendid gold. Unmistakably crafted from high-quality golden silk namu. Above the cabinet was a nearly transparent glass case, within which lay a small Buddha made of pure gold. Radiating from the Buddha's belly was a brilliant light, at the center of which resided the legendary relic of Xianzong's cranial bone. Chapter 23. Dreams. Chen Zhi had once seen this relic of Master Xianzong's cranial bone online. To speak candidly, at that moment, Chen Zhi did not regard the relics as anything particularly sacred. The object depicted in the image was merely an unremarkable fragment of bone, its hue reminiscent of earth, fragile in structure, and adorned with numerous small beads resembling diminutive crystal spheres. That was the essence of the relic. The term relic is a transliteration from Sanskrit, representing the collective remains of an individual after death in Indian culture. In Buddhism, the remnants left by a monk upon their passing, such as hair, bones, and ashes, are all designated as relics. Some renowned enlightened monks, upon cremation, produce crystalline formations, some as transparent as diamonds and others displaying a spectrum of colors, referred to as relics or solid particles. The precise cause of relic formation remains a subject of debate, according to Buddhist texts. Relics are a natural manifestation of the monk's merits cultivated through precepts, meditation, and wisdom during their lifetime, a crystallization of their spiritual practice. In contemporary scientific discourse, most hypotheses suggest that the formation of relics is linked to chemical reactions occurring during the cremation of bones alongside other materials. This phenomenon among monastics is attributed to their habitual vegetarian diet. However, this viewpoint has been swiftly debunked, as numerous vegetarians exist worldwide outside the confines of Buddhism. Yet there is no evidence of them producing relics. Folklore posits that when a person departs, their essence becomes filled, leading to the emergence of solid relics, thus signifying the acknowledgement of the monk's virtuous character. Throughout history, revered monks have taken pride in their relics as a testament to their virtuous deeds, compassion, and wisdom during their lifetime. What Chen Zhi observed on the webpage were merely transparent crystals the size of glass spheres, most lacking transparency and luster. Yet at that moment, he beheld those transparently crystalline formations embedded within the bones, radiating an astonishing, resplendent glow that was unparalleled, even by luminous pearls. The light was not harsh. It was warm and vibrant, yet undeniably brilliant, captivating the gaze of all who beheld it. It was truly remarkable, Chen Zhi softly uttered, though the staff behind him seemed not to have heard clearly, responding with concern. Mr. Chen, are you all right? We are about to commence our work. It is quite dark here. Could you assist us with the flashlight? What did you say? Chen Zhi's mind suddenly buzzed, as if everything had become clear in an instant. You say it is dark here? Here, there is no light. Light? What light is there? Professor Liao's senior disciple looked at Chen Zhi with confusion, stating, This place is so dark one cannot even discern their fingers. Mr. Chen, what are you saying? Then you all. Chen Zhi composed his expression, attempting to maintain a normal tone as he inquired, Did you see the scene outside just now? The tower emits light, illuminating this vast mountain, just as the legends describe. What? The senior disciple appeared to think Chen Zhi had lost his sanity, and despite the dire circumstances, a trace of a smile crossed his face. Mr. Chen, please do not jest. This is not something one should say. The relic is merely a crystal. How could it possibly emit light on its own? Such notions are mere legends and should not be taken seriously. When we first entered this place, an eerie atmosphere enveloped everything, shrouded in darkness where even shadows were absent. Your comments only deepen my unease. Please refrain from further speculation. After the senior apprentice concluded his remarks, he commanded the two staff members to place the box on the ground and extract the laboratory equipment within. He then turned to Mr. Chen, saying, Mr. Chen, our time is limited, and collecting samples will require a considerable duration. We must act swiftly. Please refrain from discussing those peculiar matters and assist us with the flashlight. Without waiting for a response, the senior apprentice thrust the flashlight into Chen's hands and joined the three researchers before the glass box, ready to commence sampling. They had meticulously reviewed the photographs and external conditions related to the relic multiple times. They anticipated the presence of a glass cover and potential mechanisms, speculating that the glass might even be bulletproof. However, prior to their arrival, they had made thorough preparations, including a diamond isolation knife. Should the glass cover prove challenging to remove, they intended to create a circular aperture in it. To everyone's astonishment, the glass enclosure was devoid of intricate mechanisms, constructed merely of ordinary glass panels that lifted effortlessly with a gentle tug. Yet, in the instant the glass cover was removed, Chen felt a sudden darkness envelop him, rendering him unable to see anything. Initially, he believed he had fainted, only to realize that all surrounding light had vanished. The warmth and brilliance that had previously illuminated the space were now replaced by a chilling darkness, impenetrable to the eye. Outside, the mountains loomed, and the cold mountain breeze clashed against the glazed surface of the relic tower, producing a resonant clang. The miraculous scene he had just witnessed had vanished without a trace. The hidden skull relic lay there, tranquil and devoid of any luster, reminiscent of the remnants he had seen online. Everything Chen had observed felt like a fleeting dream. Master Danxian, Chen softly turned to check on Danquan's condition. Upon glimpsing the scene behind him, he involuntarily gasped in horror. There stood Danxian alone at the pitch-black doorway, his gaze fixed intently on the busy staff. Beside him, a figure composed of light hovered closely, observing him. The features of this luminous form were indistinct, yet its bald head and robe were discernible, as were the straw sandals on its feet. It was a monk. Chapter 24, Dreamscape, Part 2. The figure was entirely comprised of ethereal light, appearing ephemeral, as if it might dissipate at any moment. Nonetheless, its form exuded vitality, as if it were intently studying Danquan's face, seeking something within his countenance. Startled, Chen immediately felt the urge to call out a warning to Danxian. Yet it became evident that Danxian appeared oblivious to the shadowy figure, his expression remaining grave as he focused intently on the workers extracting the essence. In that moment, Danxian was ensnared in a state of heightened tension, oblivious to Chen Zhi's presence. Chen Zhi, hesitant to move, remained rooted in place, meticulously observing the figure composed of ethereal light, his gaze drawn to the faint strands of luminosity trailing behind it, seeking the source of the illumination. Before long, he discerned the true origin of the light, a delicate filament leading directly towards the relic of a skull. Danxian, Chen Zhi called softly, hoping to catch his attention. However, Danxian was too engrossed to notice Chen Zhi's summons. Yet, the luminous figure, upon hearing Chen Zhi's voice, abruptly turned its head, evoking an unsettling sensation. The figure fixed its gaze upon Chen Zhi, and in that instant, its features became strikingly clear. Indeed, it was an elderly monk with plump earlobes, a visage lined with wrinkles, drooping eyelids, and long eyebrows that hung low, resembling the benevolent figure of a monk from a painting, yet with an undeniable air of unwavering resolve etched upon his brow. This venerable monk seemed to have endured great hardships, his face marked by the elements and scars. He clutched a strand of prayer beads, and his robe was adorned with a large checkered pattern, intricately embellished with a swirling dragon motif, a style typical of Buddhist monks from the Tang dynasty, indicating his distinguished status under royal patronage. The figure of golden light, though intimidating amidst the darkness, bore a surprisingly gentle countenance. Chen Zhi felt an overwhelming warmth and sense of security upon glimpsing the old monk. evoking a profound trust within him. The figure did not approach, but regarded Chen Zhi from a distance. It seemed to recognize him, gesturing silently, as if communicating through sign language, with one arm gently waving and then pointing forward in an odd manner. After observing intently, Chen Zhi realized the figure was indicating a direction. It pointed westward while its other arm continued to flutter softly, as if conveying some urgent message. After performing this gesture several times, the figure turned back to cast another glance at Dan Xian. Its lips moved incessantly, seemingly articulating words, though no sound reached Chen Zhi's ears. He could sense the figure's profound urgency, an indescribable intensity, and when it looked at Dan Xian, it appeared to do so with a sorrowful heart. Just as Chen Zhi pondered whether to alert Dan Xian, a sudden jolt surged through his mind, akin to an explosion, plunging him into a state of disorientation. An overwhelming wave of heat enveloped him, and he felt himself thrust into another realm. All around him faded into oblivion. Dan Xian, the stupa, the relic, and the workers vanished, replaced by an expanse of dark desert. It was the depths of a desert in the dead of night, with only the solitary moon illuminating the surroundings, devoid of any other light. In this desolate expanse, devoid of architecture, life, or even a single blade of grass, there exists only the ominous roar of the howling wind and sand, intertwined with the despair of impending death. The surface of the sand remains scalding, yet an icy chill permeates the air. Chen Zhi lies upon the yellow dunes like a lost wanderer, immobilized, his bones aching excruciatingly, and the festering wounds on his body emitting a relentless stench. His throat is parched, as if on the verge of igniting, while his stomach convulses from gnawing hunger. Days have passed without sustenance or a drop of water, and he feels the shadow of death encroaching upon him. The sensation of dying is overwhelmingly shattering. He perceives his vitality waning, a feeling steeped in despair and terror, as life gradually slips away, leaving no room for miracles. At that moment, a vague silhouette suddenly materializes ahead. This shadow emanates a faint luminescence, reminiscent of phosphorescent fireflies, appearing somewhat like ghostly flames. Initially, the figure seems to shy away, evidently frightened and hesitant to approach. Gradually, however, it advances, enveloped in a mist. Within this fog, Chen Zhi perceives a fuzzy visage, one that resembles both an animal and a human, complete with a lengthy tail. Along with it comes an acrid scent, reminiscent of a wild beast, mingling with the dry, metallic odors of the desert, assaulting his senses. Just as Chen Zhi attempts to open his eyes to discern the shadow's true form, a horrifying, fearsome countenance emerges, revealing elongated fangs that lunge towards him. Startled, Chen Zhi awakens, finding himself once more atop the pagoda. The workers are still engaged in their tense tasks, while Dan Xian stands steadfastly ahead, seemingly oblivious to the unfolding events. The luminous figure he had just glimpsed has vanished without a trace. Dan Xian is utterly focused, beads of sweat glistening on his forehead as he intently observes the ongoing work, unaware of Chen Zhi's disquiet. Chen Zhi touches his forehead, feeling the cold sweat, yet he still bears the heat seeping from the sand. The preceding ordeal feels like a vivid dream, a jarring intrusion into his consciousness. Suddenly, a faint glimmer captures Chen Zhi's attention. He gazes forward and notices something shimmering at the spot where the figure had stood, a presence that had not been there moments before. Approaching, he bends down to examine the object, retrieving a perfectly round metal ring, substantial and reminiscent of a large copper coin. Its surface is intricately engraved, adorned with unfamiliar inscriptions and monstrous shapes, all of which Chen Zhi cannot decipher. As he turned it over, he noticed two ancient Tang characters intricately carved on the back in seal script, bestowed upon Prince Qi. At that moment, Dan Xian finally acknowledged Chen Zhi. He approached, took a look at what Chen Zhi was holding, and softly remarked, "How peculiar! How did I not notice this remarkable object before?" This is known as Ahuan Bei Ko, a refined gift exchanged among Buddhist practitioners during lectures and discussions to foster connections. Yet, the exquisite craftsmanship and the accompanying inscriptions suggest that it may very well be a relic of Master Xuanzang. How could such a significant artifact be carelessly discarded here? Chapter 25. The similarity of shadows, perhaps it was intentionally left for us? Chen Zhi held the resplendent gold Huan Bei Ko in his hands, examining it repeatedly while gently tracing the intricate patterns inscribed upon it, as if he were touching a hidden chapter of history. The designs on this piece were rather peculiar. Their simplicity hinted at a script evolved from Tang Dynasty characters, lacking in complexity of radicals and strokes, likely utilized in a localized context rather than widely disseminated. Master Dan Xian, Chen Zhi said softly, gazing at the gleaming Huan Bei Ko, have you ever considered that perhaps all our previous conjectures have been entirely misguided? What do you mean by that? Dan Xian shivered slightly, his brows knitting together as he turned his attention to Chen Zhi. Mr. Chen, suddenly interrupted Professor Liao's eldest disciple, breaking the conversation between Chen Zhi and Dan Xian. Mr. Chen, we are finished. We have successfully extracted the factors from the skeleton, and the color-changing slides are prepared. We can reach a conclusion within 48 hours once we return to the laboratory. We can leave now. The urgency in the disciple's voice was palpable. He clearly wished to vacate this ominous place without delay. Chen Zhi glanced back at them, only then realizing their pallid complexions. Indeed, the skull, over 1,000 years old, appeared rather ordinary and less illuminated. Under the stillness of the midnight hour, the crystalline-covered cranium emanated an unsettling aura of dread. Perched atop the mountain, they were buffeted by the howling winds that rattled against the glass panes, while the deep valleys below loomed like abyssal chasms, their depths gazing up at them with an ominous stillness. In such an atmosphere, everything around them bore a sinister quality. To claim one was unafraid after prolonged exposure to this locale would be disingenuous, particularly for the inexperienced staff who inherently lacked resilience. Their efforts to maintain composure were commendable yet strained. Let us depart. We can discuss matters once we return, Chen Zhi said, patting Dan Xian's shoulder before signaling to the staff that it was time to leave. Dan Xian offered no further words. Yet he appeared reluctant to part from the relic ahead, gazing longingly. Finally, he cautiously advanced a few steps, halting approximately 7 or 8 meters from the relic. With a solemn gesture, he pressed his palms together and bowed deeply. Amitabha, Chen Zhi observed with clarity as Dan Xian bowed, his hands clutching the prayer beads that trembled incessantly, his entire being quaking with excitement beneath the expansive folds of his monk's robe. They retraced their steps towards the stupa. The once smooth jade staircase now appeared perilous, perhaps designed to deter theft. Each step down the jade stairs was treacherously slippery, demanding their utmost caution. The absence of handrails along the edges posed a grave risk. One misstep could lead to dire consequences. After a challenging descent, they finally reached the entrance of the stupa, where the scene was nothing short of terrifying. At some point, a horde of blind monks had gathered, resembling a pack of frenzied beasts, blocking the entrance with a formidable presence. Though their mortality was indiscernible, it was evident that many had transformed into zombies, some even sprouting hair. The allure of living flesh and blood within the stupa had unmasked these creatures, revealing their grotesque visages, purplish skin, sharp teeth, and menacing claws, frantically clawing and gnashing at the air, as if eager to rend Chen Zhi and his companions into pieces. Yet, for reasons unknown, they dared not breach the threshold of the stupa, remaining just shy of a meter from the entrance, clutching their prayer beads as if they were the sole talisman of survival. These beings lingered outside, seemingly awaiting the emergence of Chen Zhi and his group. The researchers, unaccustomed to such a sight, were on the verge of panic. In stark contrast, Dan Xian remained remarkably composed, hands pressed together in prayer, eyes closed, gently manipulating the beads. Chen Zhi glanced towards the corner of the sky, where a soft luminescence was beginning to emerge. Let us wait a moment, he whispered to the staff, reassuring them. There is no need for concern. We shall soon exit safely. He then fell silent, his gaze fixed upon the gradually brightening clouds. It was already past 4 in the morning, and the rising sun was an inevitable occurrence. Soon, the clouds on the horizon began to glow, and a warm ray of sunlight broke through. As the light streamed in, the glazed tiles atop the stupa shimmered brilliantly. The blind monks reacted as if scorched by fire, shielding their heads with their arms, fleeing in haste towards the meditation rooms. In their frantic escape, they still clung desperately to their prayer beads. Before long, the area outside was cleared. Let us proceed, Chen Zhi urged those behind him, leading the way into the courtyard. The researchers, reassured, hurriedly followed, eager to escape the confines of this place. Upon entering the courtyard, they were taken aback to discover that there were indeed living souls within. Some individuals were tethered inside the meditation rooms, clad in tattered garments, gasping for breath, their eyes covered with cloth and shackles binding their feet. Outside, there were several food bowls, filled with an unsightly accumulation of bird droppings and mud, creating a most unsanitary scene. As the nascent sunlight illuminated the courtyard, it became evident that the surroundings were indeed deplorable. The yard was littered with excrement and dilapidated vessels, with a pervasive stench emanating from decaying matter, rendering it an uninhabitable place for any human. Just as Chen Zhi and the others were about to approach the gate, Dan Xian halted and softly spoke from behind. "Please, do not mind me. I shall remain to cleanse this courtyard before I depart." Chapter 26. The Similar Backdrop, Part 2. Dan Xian's actions left everyone somewhat bewildered. At such a moment, the question of whether time permitted such a task seemed trivial. In a place so wretched, anyone wishing to linger even a moment longer would surely be deemed unhinged. Yet, Dan Xian insisted on tidying the area, a display of selfless courage that was incomprehensible to the average person. "Master." Chen Zhi glanced at the adjacent shabby meditation rooms before approaching Dan Xian, speaking in hushed tones. "I recall you once mentioned that those confined here are irredeemable individuals, forced into monastic life, and even at the final moment, they would not repent for their actions. Such souls, I doubt even the Buddha would show compassion towards. You need not concern yourself with them. Let us leave swiftly." "You are mistaken," Dan Xian replied gently, folding his prayer beads and placing them within his robe. "The Buddha never forsakes anyone, even if they have forsaken themselves. I do not hold anyone accountable. For all beings bear sin, none can claim purity. Regardless of how wicked one may be in life, all ends with death. The interconnectedness of the universe dictates that when one sins, all sentient beings share in that sin. When one is devoid of compassion, so too are all." After speaking, Dan Xian walked to the side of the courtyard and picked up a large broom, its age indiscernible, thickly coated with dust and bird droppings, sending clouds of dirt into the air upon contact. Dan Xian seemed indifferent to the broom's filth, rolling up his sleeves and beginning to sweep away the mess. Do all beings truly carry sin? Chen Zhi stood there, contemplating Dan Xian's familiar words. For reasons unknown, he was suddenly reminded of what Xian Niao had once told him, the figure gently wiping away ants from a blade before it met its fateful strike. That monk who was executed for his illicit affair with Princess Gaoyang. Had he ever entertained such thoughts? At that moment, Chen Zhi felt that figure crystallize in clarity. Strikingly real. The other attendants had all retreated from the courtyard, leaving only Chen Zhi behind. Chen Zhi refrained from disturbing Dan Xian, instead observing him silently as he meticulously tidied the entire courtyard. Finally, he opened a nearby food box, scraped away the thick layer of bird droppings, and filled it with clean water before taking his leave. The journey back was remarkably smooth, with all checkpoints welcoming them. The abbot of the Great Compassion Temple indeed honored his promise. Upon completing their task, Chen Zhi and his companions departed the temple seamlessly. However, they were acutely aware that returning in the future was utterly impossible. The sacred relic tower would be the last they would ever behold. Upon returning to the base, the staff immediately plunged into a flurry of data analysis and matching. Despite the advanced state of biotechnology, the samples retrieved were ancient, presenting considerable challenges for analysis. Furthermore, given Xian Zhang's esteemed status in the Buddhist community, the matter was of great significance, necessitating utmost precision without a hint of error. Thus, the testing process could not be expedited. Professor Liao's chief disciple ultimately provided an estimate of 38 hours for the results to be available. Dan Xian had accompanied Chen Zhi, having not returned to Tianfa Temple in several days, instead waiting outside. He neither ate nor drank, closing his eyes in meditation and reciting scriptures, entering a state of deep concentration, solely awaiting the final outcome. After more than 30 hours, through the collaborative efforts of several testing personnel, the final results were finally revealed. The conclusion was, indeed, far from their initial assumptions. According to the most authoritative biological testing methods, the chain on the skull unequivocally belonged to an ordinary human. Moreover, there was no blood relation to Dan Xian. The matching result was 0. This meant that even with the passage of time and the gradual dilution of hereditary factors through generations, Dan Xian had no connection whatsoever to Xianzong. Dan Xian was not a descendant of Xianzong. Xianzong was truly an ordinary human. Upon the revelation of this result, Chen Zhi felt an intensified sense of perplexity that had long been taught in his mind, while Dan Xian instantly fell into silence. He ceased to speak, as if a long-held belief had been overturned, leaving all his emotions and spirit in a state of hibernation. For a prolonged period, he remained silent, akin to entering a trance, until eventually his breath grew faint. His demeanor instilled a sense of dread in Pang Wei, who incessantly babbled, cautioning that they must ensure nothing happened to this esteemed monk, otherwise they would find themselves irreparably tarnished. However, on the third evening, Dan Xian suddenly opened his eyes. Upon seeing Chen Zhi, his first reaction was a thirst for water. After consuming 2 large cups, he finally addressed Chen Zhi, clan leader Chen. I must find him, the one who bestowed upon me this bloodline, the one who granted me my fate. I must know who he is. Otherwise, I shall not rest in peace. Clan leader Chen, you must assist me. Indeed, Chen Zhi replied, his gaze fixed solemnly upon Dan Xian as he nodded earnestly. Rest assured, I shall honor my promise. In the subsequent time, another result was transmitted via fax, revealing the identification of the exchanged button discovered within the pagoda. After thorough examination by professional historians, it was confirmed that this button indeed belonged to the early Tang dynasty, crafted entirely from pure gold. It was a custom piece for the royal family. The inscription on the back was undeniably in Tang script. However, the characters adorning the front were unique to a small kingdom in the western regions, which had created its own script. This kingdom was Gaochang during the early Tang period. Following a collective study and analysis by experts, the overall meaning of these Gaochang characters was established. Translated, it reads, aiding you with the strength of the nation. I pledge my sincerity, a pact sealed with a clap. Those who violate it shall face divine retribution. Chapter 27. The cost of sponsorship. Such words seemed rather excessive. Upon receiving the facts of the Gaochang text, Chen Zhi picked up the exchanged button and examined it meticulously. The phrase a pact sealed with a clap. Those who violate it shall face divine retribution raised questions about the gravity of the promise inscribed upon it. It appeared to contain an infinite obsession, akin to a contract intended to prevent breach. This matter indeed did not align with the notion of camaraderie, if, as history describes, the Gaochang king Zhu Wentai had truly admired Xuanzang's talents and mobilized national efforts to support his westward journey, then such an emotion would not necessitate contractual proof, nor would it require the issuance of such a malevolent oath. This statement was, in essence, a curse, indicating that failure to honor one's promise would lead to irrevocable consequences. Such conduct hardly resembled an act of heartfelt sponsorship. Have you considered that the act of sponsorship at that time may not have stemmed from emotion, but rather from a transactional exchange? Chen Zhi then raised his head and addressed Pang Wei and Dan Xian, stating, over 300 years ago, King Zhu Wentai of Gaochang mobilized the resources of the nation to support Xuanzang's journey westward, perhaps because Xuanzang had promised him a special request. It was then that Xuanzang's fate was transformed, leading to his successful journey. A promise indeed existed. Dan Xian, twirling his prayer beads, remarked. Anyone who has read the great Tang records on the western regions knows that after Zhu Wentai and Xuanzang became sworn brothers, the kingdom of Gaochang provided substantial financial support for Xuanzang's travels, but required him to preach in Gaochang for 3 years upon his return, aiding the king in educating the populace. However, upon Xuanzang's return, he found Gaochang embroiled in turmoil, rendering this promise unfulfilled. Such an exchange condition seems improbable. Chen Zhi gently shook his head, expressing, I personally believe that Xuanzang did not speak the complete truth in the great Tang records on the western regions. There are 2 reasons for this. Firstly, as the king of Gaochang during a time of crisis, Zhu Wentai would hardly have the leisure to concern himself with religious matters such as preaching amidst the threats to his realm and his very life. We are all aware that the foundation of religion is established upon the stability of state power. At that time, the situation in Gaochang was exceedingly precarious. Both the newly risen Tang dynasty and the formidable Turkic rulers from the steppes sought to engulf Gaochang, placing Zhu Wentai's life in imminent peril. Thus, the requests posed by Zhu Wentai should have pertained not to matters of faith, but rather to political affairs. Furthermore, had Xuanzang returned to find Gaochang embroiled in civil strife, especially considering the immense kindness Zhu Wentai had shown him, it would have been only natural for him to offer assistance. How could one merely sigh and depart? Such behavior would be utterly illogical. Enough of our baseless conjectures. Pang Wei suddenly interrupted Chen Zhi, exclaiming, Good grief! Who can know the events of over 1,000 years ago? Even I, a man of little education, understand that a monk does not speak falsehoods. How could Master Xuanzang possibly lie? Moreover, perhaps King Zhu Wentai possessed profound enlightenment, indifferent to the fleeting riches of this world, and solely concerned with achieving a higher realm. Why should we fret over such trivialities? In my view, let us cease our idle speculation and focus on completing the tasks at hand. Upon concluding his remarks, Peng Wei exchanged a glance with Chen Zhi, then turned to Dan Xian, signaling to refrain from discussing such sensitive topics to spare Dan Xian any discomfort. Ba, good sir. Fret not, Dan Xian responded, pressing his palms together in a gesture of respect. What regard do you hold for someone like me? A monk must not speak untruths, nor should he be arrogant or self-important. All beings harbor desires and matters they prefer to keep unspoken, monks included. Even Itagarba Bodhisattva descends into hell to cleanse sins. Who in this world is flawless and innocent? I believe that Master Xuanzang from a millennium ago was no exception. However, your earlier statement, good Sir Chen, holds merit. This matter indeed possesses an air of mystery. Master, you are magnanimous, Chen Zhi said politely, nodding to Dan Xian. Yet, we have reached a point where there is truly no avenue for investigation. Genetic testing is a rigorous science, and the facts before us are indisputable. Of course, I have considered that after over 300 years of change, the bloodline may have been diluted. Nevertheless, as the researchers previously indicated, if there indeed exists a blood relation, it would manifest as at least 40, and even if diluted, it would still be discernible. Therefore, the body found beneath the Tianfa temple and the Master Xuanzang from over 300 years ago bear no relation to you whatsoever. Now, only one possibility remains, that the historical legends hold truth, and it was indeed Bianji who shared a romantic connection with Princess Gaoyang. Our previous speculations were mere misdirections. Listening to Chen Zhi, Dan Xian's complexion paled as he fell into a moment of silence, seemingly still unwilling to accept this outcome. I remain obstinate, still harboring doubts. I recall you mentioning having seen the imagery of the Tang dynasty from over 300 years ago, depicting Princess Gaoyang and a person in the tomb sharing a bond. That individual was penning the records of the western regions of the Great Tang. Could it not have been Xuanzang himself? Those images, however, are insufficient as evidence. Chen Zhi shook his head and remarked that those were merely illusory sentiments. Perhaps the individual in the basement was not Xuanzang himself, or he may have merely been provoked by Princess Gaoyang without any genuine relationship occurring. It is essential to note that at that time, Princess Gaoyang was youthful and flamboyant, while Xuanzang had already surpassed 50 years, having achieved great renown as an enlightened monk. Given his cultivation and composure, the occurrence of such an event was indeed highly improbable. As for Bianji, his likelihood seemed somewhat greater. Regarding your hereditary traits, it is conceivable that the venerable Bianji was once a demigod, endowed with longevity. Following the incident, he was executed in the public square. His lack of resistance could have stemmed from guilt or other undisclosed reasons. In any case, there exists no other plausible explanation. Is it truly so? Dan Xian's face still bore a hint of disbelief, yet he ultimately ceased to struggle, resigning to the notion. Perhaps from the very beginning, I had overthought the matter. Alas, after expressing this, Dan Xian silently chanted a Buddhist invocation, raising his gaze once more to Chen Zhi. Master Chen, I have but one final request. Might you fulfill it? Speak freely, Chen Zhi gently replied. As long as it is within my capacity, I shall certainly do my utmost. With a sense of humility, Dan Xian continued to manipulate his prayer beads, confessing, though I am a monk, I have always been enamored with worldly emotions. Carrying the regret of never having experienced familial love, unaware of what a mother truly is. Since my biological mother is beyond my reach, I yearn to behold the visage of my maternal lineage, the illustrious Princess Gaoyang. You once mentioned employing a special incantation to glimpse the sights witnessed through the eyes of that ancient corpse. Could you allow me the chance to see for myself? I wish to witness the grandeur of the Tang dynasty when Buddhism first graced the Central Plains, and to understand the essence of the princess who shaped my destiny. Chapter 28. Scenes from 1300 years ago. Dan Xian's request was indeed formidable. Chen Zhi had previously utilized a divinatory technique to peer into the eyes of the ancient corpse in the subterranean chambers of Tianfa Temple, witnessing all that it beheld during the Tang dynasty. However, this divination was inherently a subjective spell, visible solely to the practitioner, incapable of being projected into another's vision. Yet, upon further contemplation, this endeavor was not entirely unfeasible. If approached with the mindset of modern projection technology, the task could prove significantly simpler. In the ensuing time, Chen Zhi once again employed the divination technique, focusing on the observer's form, and then utilized a freezing method to solidify the captured imagery. Subsequently, through a medium, he manifested it within a vivid curse diagram. In principle, this equated to contemporary imaging projection technology. However, the execution of this spell was considerably more intricate, involving a series of minor incantations, including illusion crafting, dispelling spells, and spiritual summoning techniques, among others. Fortunately, during this period, Chen Zhi had thoroughly memorized the minor spells from the Jiang family's library, allowing for a straightforward application following some experimentation. After enduring numerous failures and relentless efforts, the miraculous scene ultimately came to fruition. They sought a secluded chamber, where Chen Zhi invoked an incantation, conjuring the vivid imagery of the glorious Tang dynasty in the air before them. As the resplendent scenes of the past unfolded, both Peng Wei and Dan Xian were overwhelmed with excitement. Even the ghost blade behind them observed intently. The grandeur of the Tang dynasty was unparalleled, far exceeding the accounts documented in history and the imaginings of the present by hundreds of times. Everywhere, vibrant flowers bloomed in a riot of colors, as if they were eternally in bloom. The women of that era embodied a remarkable freedom, adorned in low-cut garments that revealed their alabaster bosoms. Their bodies were draped in brilliant silks and heavily adorned with cosmetics, a kaleidoscope of colors that spoke of opulence beyond words, infused with fervor and hope. All of this was perceived through the eyes of a long-deceased observer, who must have held a significant position, a monk of considerable influence. He often stood at the temple's entrance alongside young acolytes, watching the streams of devotees and the flourishing scenes of the Tang dynasty. This observer was a man of great discipline, maintaining a strict regimen, with his gaze and touch confined within the moral codes of monastic life, never straying a fraction beyond them. In the fragmented and chaotic imagery, they glimpsed a richly adorned woman, frequently engaging the observer in conversation, seemingly pleading for something. From the titles used by her attendants, it became evident that she held a position of great esteem. She was none other than Princess Gaoyang, the cherished jewel of Emperor Taizong of Tang. Her attire was extravagantly luxurious, adorned with jewels that jingled as she walked. Her cheeks were heavily painted, a vivid crimson, and her lips were shaped like cherries, a style that defies modern aesthetic comprehension. Yet, the princess was undeniably beautiful, youthful, and spirited, exuding an air of imperious pride, as if all in the world should bow before her. However, one thing was abundantly clear. There existed no romantic entanglement between her and the observer. Their encounter took place in the depths of night, with the observer in a state of agitation. Trembling hands presenting a handwritten volume of records of the western regions of the Tang dynasty to Princess Gaoyang, accompanied by a strand of prayer beads. These prayer beads were clearly designed for a man, larger than the ordinary, crafted from common wood, and marked with a myriad of wear, suggesting a history rich with experience. Upon receiving this token, Princess Gaoyang displayed evident delight, bowing slightly to the observer in gratitude. She then uttered a phrase that seemed inconsequential to the observer, as it was erased from his memory, rendering it inaudible in the imagery. "It is here," Chen Zhi exclaimed, pointing at the beads in the vision. "This is the token from the lover of Princess Gaoyang, delivered to her by this observer." It is evident that her lover was undoubtedly a figure from the Buddhist realm and of a status surpassing that of the observer. If all our previous conjectures were mere flights of fancy, then the owner of this string of prayer beads is likely to be Bianji. Alas, the final words of Princess Gaoyang remain unheard. Had we caught them, we could have ascertained the truth of the matter. I believe this to be the case as well. Fat Wei, intrigued, nodded in agreement. However, matters of this nature between men and women cannot be left to mere speculation. Perhaps Princess Gaoyang was simply enamored, or perhaps she had other suitors before. Is there no way to discern the meaning behind those final words? I sense they hold significance. No, Chen Zhi shook his head. This incantation cannot be conjured from thin air. It requires a tangible medium to manifest. If any object from that time were available, even a single hair fallen to the ground, it could unveil the scene of that era. Yet, more than 1,300 years have passed, and nothing from that time can be found. Oh, Dan Xian, who had been somewhat dazed since witnessing the vision, was even more so after hearing Chen Zhi's words. He gazed at the prayer beads in the image and softly remarked, "If the benefactor could see the events of more than 1,000 years ago through this token, Perhaps this humble monk could assist. What do you mean? Chen Zhi turned in disbelief to Dan Xian. What I mean is, Dan Xian hesitated as he spoke. He looked at the Tang dynasty woman in the vision, then at the prayer beads in his hand. Turning back to Chen Zhi, he asserted, benefactor. I initially thought this to be a trivial matter and thus did not mention it. The token you see in the vision still exists. It has been passed down through generations along with the jade butterfly that proves my identity. It is said to be a cherished possession of Princess Gaoyang, held close to her until her last moments, and has been preserved by her descendants as a memento. It has traversed through the ages and now rests in my possession. Chapter 29. The prayer beads. Dan Xian's revelation left everyone astonished. They had not anticipated that a clue thought to have vanished from history could be so readily discovered. That string of prayer beads, as a token of sentiment, ultimately found its way into the hands of Princess Gaoyang's descendants. This is, of course, quite understandable. Dan Xian took his leave for a time, allowing a young monk to accompany him back to Tiang Fa Temple. After a brief interlude, Dan Xian returned to Chen Zhi's side. This time, he brought with him a box wrapped in yellow silk. The box appeared square, roughly the size of a lunchbox. The fabric binding it showed signs of age, indicating it had remained undisturbed for over 20 years. Dan Xian had not slept well during this time, and his complexion remained pale. He waved off the young monk and, alongside Chen Zhi and the others, returned to the secluded room once more. This is it. Dan Xian placed the yellow-wrapped box in the center of the table. When my father passed this to me, he too was uncertain of its origins. It is said that this object has been passed down from ancient ancestors, cherished as a beloved possession of Princess Gaoyang, and kept alongside the royal jade disc. As for its authenticity, no one has taken the effort to authenticate it, nor does anyone seem to care. I have always regarded it as a relic of my father, and after his passing, I refrained from opening it, never expecting it would prove to be of such significance. After finishing his statement, Dan Xian unwrapped the yellow satin covering, revealing a wooden box within. The box is a simple, unadorned square wooden case, lacking any lock. Upon lifting the lid, a string of prayer beads came into view. Indeed, it was the same string of wooden beads I had seen in the image, albeit now more worn and aged. The beads were coated in a thick layer of patina, gleaming with a luster reminiscent of black agate. Patina, a term commonly used in the antiques industry, refers to the oxidation layer that forms on the surface of artifacts over time, contributing to their sheen. As for prayer beads, after years of handling, they develop a unique luster referred to as pan beads by connoisseurs. The patina on these beads is unmistakable. Those knowledgeable in the field can discern the age of the patina at a glance, which cannot be replicated by later generations. It is evident that the previous owner of these beads cherished them immensely, repeatedly polishing them with their hands, eventually melding their own oils and skin flakes into the surface, resulting in such a thick patina. Fat Wei, an expert in the field, gazed longingly at the beads, eager to touch them, yet hesitated, ultimately turning to Chen Zhi and gesturing for him to take them. Upon receiving Dan Xian's permission, Chen Zhi gingerly lifted the string of beads, weighing them in his hands. They were remarkably substantial, with large beads indicative of a typical ancient handcrafted artifact. The distinction between ancient and modern items is glaring in those times. Mass production did not exist, and all items were meticulously crafted by hand. Given the limitations of handcrafting workshops, items were divided into royal and official categories, while those from the common folk were generally coarser, often made by the hands of everyday people. This particular string of prayer beads appeared to be crafted from red branch wood sourced from border regions. The wood is characterized by large gaps and lacks the qualities of more precious materials, offering little beyond durability. Furthermore, the craftsmanship was rather rudimentary, with some beads not perfectly spherical and others missing entirely. Chen Zhi produced a magnifying glass to examine the details of the beads. He noticed several fine lines within the bead's inner hole, along with faint markings, indicating that the string had been restrung multiple times. The surface of the wood was marred with deep cracks, scarred, and evidently weathered by exposure to both sun and frost. One could surmise that its original owner had traversed great distances, enduring countless hardships with these beads in hand. With this, matters would be greatly facilitated. Chen Zhi raised his gaze to Dan Xian but acknowledged that patience was still required, as this would necessitate a process. Initially, I instructed the technicians to carefully scrape off some remnants from the bead, in hopes of uncovering traces of human fat or skin tissue from days gone by. Should we succeed, I would employ the aforementioned method to reveal the visage of the bead's owner during their lifetime to you all. This bead undoubtedly was a gift from the lover of Princess Yueyang, and it should bear the remnants of their affection. At that juncture, we would be able to ascertain the identity of this individual, and everything would become clear. Is that truly so? Upon receiving this sudden revelation, Dan Xian found himself grappling with disbelief. So, in a few days, I shall receive an answer, correct? Indeed, Chen Zhi replied with a gentle nod. However, I personally believe, just as we previously deduced, that the outcome will remain unchanged. We have already eliminated all other possibilities, and regardless of how difficult the truth may be to accept, it remains a fact. What we are engaged in now is merely the final confirmation of this reality. I hope you can come to terms with it. Very well. Dan Xian closed his eyes, manipulating the bead as he spoke. Regardless, it is preferable to have a conclusion, as long as it is a genuine result. In the ensuing days, Dan Xian refrained from returning to Tianfa Temple and remained there, awaiting the completion of the process by the staff. This examination was indeed extraordinarily intricate. As Professor Liao's chief disciple remarked, they were virtually extracting living cells from an ancient corpse. The bead, over 13 centuries old, posed a daunting challenge in the quest for residues, necessitating the use of advanced biotechnological methods. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi was not faring well. For reasons unknown, ever since encountering that string of beads, he had been plagued by relentless nightmares. The visions were nebulous, obscured in darkness. Yet he could distinctly feel the oppressive heat surrounding him, with scorching gravel beneath his feet, akin to being roasted upon a fire. His throat was parched, devoid of any water to quench his thirst. Before him, a shadowy figure would materialize, possessing an odd semblance of humanity, yet not quite human. It flitted before Chen Zhi with remarkable speed, and upon brushing against his cheek, he felt the coarse fur of the shadow's face, reminiscent of a furry creature. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed in his ears, repetitively conveying a message filled with anguish. Hurry! Return quickly! Chapter 30. The Bead, Part 2. In a show of respect, Xuanzang is altered to Xuanzang. Days later, the biological extraction was finally completed. However, the technicians informed Chen Zhi that the results were not as optimistic as hoped. This bead was indeed gifted to Princess Yueyang by another, but the analysis revealed that it had been worn by her for an extended period, undergoing years of polishing, resulting in it being suffused with her physiological substances. Consequently, due to the constant friction, the original owner's biological traces had been entirely eradicated. In essence, the individual Chen Zhi and his companions had initially hoped to encounter is now beyond reach. As of now, only the physiological information of Princess Yueyang can be extracted. Nonetheless, this revelation remains a positive development. Should they harness the eyes of Princess Yueyang, it would facilitate the identification of her former lover. Consequently, the true lineage of Dan Xian could be ascertained. Following his customary method, Chen Zhi liquefied the residual biological matter and then instilled it into his eyes. Amidst waves of excruciating pain, he was inundated with a cacophony of chaotic images, quickly followed by an overwhelming, debilitating headache. It became evident that the woman known as Princess Yueyang had, in her later years, descended into a state bordering on madness. The thoughts of the deranged leap erratically, and their memories are often disjointed. They retain only the pivotal recollections that have profoundly impacted them, with most images being abstract in nature. The jarring words and faces, accompanied by piercing sounds, created an atmosphere of utter disarray, nearly shattering Chen Zhi's neural faculties. Eventually, he managed to select the clearest images from this tumult and preserve them through cryogenics. Subsequently, like before, he projected them onto the infernal curse diagram, inviting everyone to seek clues within those ancient visuals. As these images were reflected onto the aerial screen, a wave of dizziness swept over the onlookers. For the scenes were utterly chaotic. It became apparent that the latter years of Princess Yueyang's existence were fraught with suffering. After her scandalous liaison with a Buddhist monk was exposed, she endured the scorn of the masses. Additionally, it seemed she became embroiled in a rebellion, culminating in the emperor condemning her to a painful death by poison, whereupon her final moments were marked by intense agony, accompanied by vivid recollections of her youth. Her memories surfaced in fragments, devoid of temporal coherence. In the images of her life post-imprisonment, she was perpetually seen manipulating a string of prayer beads, which appeared to be her greatest source of spiritual solace. Delving further, numerous recollections from her youth emerged, depicting what seemed to be the happiest moments of her life. This woman, referred to as Princess Yueyang, was undeniably proud and notoriously promiscuous. From her adolescent years, she exhibited a penchant for romance, behaving rather frivolously, mingling with many handsome young men, seemingly indifferent to her spouse. However, after a certain period, her emotional landscape underwent a noticeable transformation. Her previous superficiality gave way to profound stability, evolving into an unwavering devotion, marked by intense affection for her lover, to whom she displayed an almost fanatical loyalty. The visage of this lover remained elusive, revealing only that he was indeed a monk, characterized by a bald head and the garb of a religious ascetic. Strangely, Princess Yueyang appeared to possess little memory of his features. It was his essence that captivated her. Her boundless admiration and reverence for him eclipsed any regard for other males. She frequently burned the midnight oil, meticulously perusing the handwritten manuscript of the great Tang records of the western regions, diligently annotating every passage she found perplexing. He would even caress the characters, venerating the author of the book as if worshipping a deity. Later, Chen Zhi and his companions observed clandestine meetings, all occurring under the cloak of night, where a lover was lured into the private venue of Princess Yueyang. In these rendezvous, it was evident that Princess Yueyang was quite assertive, yet her paramour did not refuse her advances. Subsequently, the memory that left an indelible mark on Princess Yueyang was that harrowing punishment of being cut in half. This memory was vividly clear, suggesting that Princess Yueyang was profoundly affected by the event. On that fateful day, her lover was confined within a wooden cage and dragged to the bustling marketplace. The surrounding populace erupted in fury, hurling vegetables and eggs at the monk's head, their vitriol directed at him. Amidst the chaos, though the monk's visage was obscured, one truth remained certain: this monk was indeed Bianji. The crowd jeered, "Licentious monk Bianji, a defiler of the Buddhist faith." By now, Dan Xian's confusion should have been entirely resolved. At that time, Bianji held a prestigious position, accompanying Xuanzang to various venues, and many citizens in Chang'an would undoubtedly have recognized him. Thus, they could not have mistaken his identity. To this point, the revelations aligned perfectly with Chen Zhi's expectations. Dan Xian's lineage was traced back to Bianji. Following this revelation, Dan Xian appeared exceptionally weary, suddenly relaxing his body, recalling that he had not slept for several days, and he desired to retreat to a nearby room for rest. Fat Wei promptly assisted him in exiting, leaving only Gui Dao and Chen Zhi in the room. Gui Dao had lost interest in the unfolding images, sharpening his blade in the corner. Chen Zhi attempted to disperse the air around him with a wave of his hand. At that moment, the imagery on the fierce curse chart suddenly flickered violently. For reasons unknown, a hidden fragment of memory belonging to Princess Yueyang was unexpectedly unlocked. This memory depicted the scene at Tianfa Temple in the dead of night, where an observer was presenting Buddhist prayer beads to Princess Yueyang. Every detail mirrored the observer's recollection perfectly. However, at that moment, the last words spoken by Princess Yueyang became distinctly audible. She first greeted the observer with courtesy, then accepted the prayer beads and gently uttered, "Master Bianji, thank you for your efforts. Please convey to him that I shall cherish this string of beads forever." What? Upon hearing this statement from 300 years ago, Chen Zhi's mind felt as if it had been struck by lightning. Was that observer Bianji? Was this corpse, which perished in the subterranean chambers of Tianfa Temple, the true Bianji? But why had he concealed himself in the temple's catacombs? Why did he bear such a vile reputation, remaining underground until his death without revealing himself? And who was the individual who met a gruesome end in the marketplace over 300 years ago? Who was the one truly entangled in a romantic affair with Princess Yueyang? Chapter 31. The turning point. The final scene depicted in the cursed chart utterly overturned all previous deductions and conclusions, rendering the logical framework established in the past untenable. Master Bianji, your efforts are greatly appreciated. The last words of Princess Yueyang were strikingly clear. She expressed gratitude to the onlooker for delivering tokens between her and her beloved. If this onlooker were indeed Bianji, then her beloved could not possibly be him. So, who was the true owner of the Buddhist beads? Chen Zhi meticulously organized all the data, constructing a mental image of this individual based on the available information. Judging by the present circumstances, this person was undoubtedly affiliated with the Buddhist sect, a fact that was indisputable from his appearance. Furthermore, This beloved possessed several characteristics unattainable by an ordinary monk. First, he had undoubtedly participated in the composition of the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, and was remarkably familiar with this journey to the west. Second, his status within the Tianfa Temple was exceedingly high, allowing him to command a high-ranking monk like Bianji to perform tasks for him. And he enjoyed unrestricted access to the temple's subterranean chambers, even residing there. Third, he must possess a certain level of cultivation that could incite someone like Princess Gaoyang to become infatuated, even dedicating her heart and soul to him, never to forget him throughout her life. Fourth, he had already shown his face on the day of the execution. Regardless of his appearance, he could present himself as Bianji to the common people, leading them to believe he was the very person himself, a feat beyond human capability. When considering these four characteristics, it became evident that, aside from Xuanzang himself, such a person could not possibly exist, almost as if he were a figment of imagination. Thus, the situation fell once more into a stalemate, and in the face of this sudden twist, Dan Xian's emotions were greatly affected. He no longer held the same unwavering obsession as before. He seemed weary and returned to Tianfa Temple to rest. Before departing, he advised Chen Zhi to let fate take its course and not to force matters. However, Chen Zhi did not rush to leave Xi'an. He found himself increasingly captivated by this unfolding mystery. He also recalled Xuanzang's prophecy, recognizing this matter as a path leading him along the path of Jiang Shang, a road he was destined to traverse. The research team took a temporary respite, while Chen Zhi's group remained in Xi'an. From that moment onward, Chen Zhi's sleep began to change, plunging him into an endless realm of nightmares. These nightmares were strikingly vivid, reminiscent of what Dan Xian had once described, wherein he found himself in an endless desert. He walked upon the scorching sands, surveying his surroundings, yet saw no signs of civilization, only an expanse of black nothingness. Thirst gripped him, and his spirit teetered on the brink of collapse, as the ground beneath his feet felt as searing as red-hot iron, scorching his skin. With each step forward, the exhaustion of his body and the despair of his mind drew him closer to the edge of oblivion, yearning for a swift end to his suffering. Eventually, overwhelming agony would rouse Chen Zhi from his dreams. Upon awakening, he found his throat parched, and no amount of water could quench his thirst. His skin burned and reddened, as though it had been seared by scalding yellow sand. At times, his bones ached so severely that he could scarcely rise from his bed. Chen Zhi conveyed his dreams to Dan Xian, who revealed that these were the very dreams he had been enduring since childhood, almost identical in nature. To his astonishment, the tormenting nightmare that had plagued him for so long had inexplicably transferred to Chen Zhi. Feeling immense guilt, Dan Xian suggested they put an end to this matter, promising not to delve further into its origins. He urged Chen Zhi to leave, hoping that with the passage of time, this affair would fade into obscurity, and the dream would come to an end. Yet Chen Zhi remained, finally grasping the significance of Xian Lin's prior words. This was no longer solely Dan Xian's burden, but rather a concealed clue. He sensed that the recurring nature of these dreams must hold a deeper significance. Thus began his meticulous contemplation of the dreams, paying close attention to their intricate details, soon uncovering intriguing revelations. Unlike Dan Xian, Chen Zhi had endured countless experiences, possessing an extraordinary resilience. Searing heat, insatiable thirst, and brushes with death were familiar adversaries. The pain of the flesh had become a mere commonplace occurrence. He had grown accustomed to contemplating in such harsh environments, meticulously observing every detail and synthesizing his analyses. Eventually, he prepared himself each night to enter that nightmare, diligently seeking any threads of evidence within. Before long, he discerned that the nightmare indeed contained clues. The desert was shrouded in darkness, with an icy atmosphere above, yet the sand beneath his feet radiated with intense heat, temperatures incongruent with a typical desert. According to Chen Zhi's recollections, only a few deserts in the world exhibited such phenomena, one of which was the very place Xuanzang traversed in records of the western regions of the Great Tang. Throughout the desert, he found himself ascending a steep slope. The sensation was akin to climbing a mountain, yet he felt no distinct strain in his legs, nor did he experience the fatigue of exertion. Rather, his entire being was ablaze, acutely aware of the sand's warmth, as if lying upon it. Most importantly, even amidst the darkness and despair, he could distinctly sense the presence of a companion beside him. A figure consistently walked ahead, guiding the way. This individual exuded calmness, possessing a familiarity with the path and a strength beyond that of ordinary folk. Though shrouded in darkness, his footsteps left indistinct imprints in the sand. Ultimately, Chen Zhi came to a realization. In the nightmare, he was not merely wandering the desert in a daze. Rather, he was being dragged through the sands by the person ahead. Qian Song had lied. Upon awakening from the dream for the final time, Chen Zhi reached this conclusion. In the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, it was stated that he entered the kingdom of Gaochang alone. However, the truth was that he had a companion. Today, the Burning Heaven Peacock announced there would be only one update, for reasons unknown. Chapter 32. Another pilgrim to the west, Chen Zhi, then instructed Fat Wei to bring Dan Xian and 2 others, insisting that urgent matters awaited him and that he should set aside any other concerns for the time being. After a while, Dan Xian indeed arrived, alone, without even bringing his disciple. Once he entered, Chen Zhi, Gui Dao, Pang Wei, and Dan Xian gathered once more in the closed room. This time, Chen Zhi directly articulated his thoughts. We must journey to the ancient Silk Road tomorrow. I have already arranged everything with Uncle Jean. Master Dan Xian, please prepare to accompany us. Upon hearing Chen Zhi's words, Dan Xian was taken aback, momentarily rendered speechless. At that moment, Pang Wei could no longer contain himself. I say, Chen Zhi, do you truly wish to go to Xinjiang? Do you think it's as simple as running downstairs to buy groceries? I've tolerated your peculiar behavior for days. Are you possessed or something? This matter should have concluded here. There is nothing more to investigate. It's merely the trivial affairs of men and women from over 1,000 years ago. Do you really need to obsess over it like this? No, Chen Zhi replied earnestly. Locking eyes with Pang Wei, I must find the person related to Princess Gaoyang. Oh my goodness, Pang Wei exclaimed, shaking his head in disbelief. You have truly lost your senses. Why must you seek out this lover? Is it for ideological education? Besides, do you really need to venture to the vast desert for this? What should we be focusing on right now? Are you not aware of our current situation? Do you think we have the luxury to pursue this? My reasons for going to the ancient Silk Road are clear. There must be clues there, Chen Zhi elaborated, laying bare his thoughts. I have been poring over the records of the western regions during the Tang dynasty repeatedly these past few days. The text recounts how Xuanzang once became trapped in the high desert beyond Gaochang, having unfortunately lost his water pouch. He endured 5 days and nights without food or water, falling into a state of unconsciousness. In his delirium, he claimed to have seen phantoms and apparitions, flickering lights surrounding him. However, these accounts were later dismissed as mere hallucinations brought on by thirst and hunger. Miraculously, he survived that desolate ordeal for 5 or 6 days, escaping and arriving safely at the gates of Gaochang, where he met the king. Is that correct? Yes, Dan Xian nodded, twisting his prayer beads. I have memorized the records of the western regions thoroughly. Indeed, this passage exists. He lied, Chen Zhi asserted with certainty. We know that a normal human being who has not ingested food or water for 5 days and nights is on the brink of death, with all bodily functions and circulation ceasing. Without prompt rescue, death is the only certainty. There was no possibility for him to survive the desert, let alone take even a single step. Unless, of course, someone rescued him. As Chen Zhi reached this conclusion, he glanced around at Pang Wei and Dan Xian. Moreover, from a physiological standpoint, even if he escaped the desert alive, after such a harrowing experience, he would likely fall into a deep coma, requiring extended medical care to recover. Thus, during his time in the kingdom of Gaochang, he was likely in a state of unconsciousness. Therefore, the account in the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, which describes him being ceremoniously welcomed at the gates of Gaochang by its king, is utterly implausible. When Chen Zhi reached this point, he gestured for everyone to examine a printed document. I have researched this. The desolate desert of ancient Gaochang is indeed the prototype of the legendary Flame Mountain. This desert, due to geographical factors, remains perpetually scorching and barren, devoid of any vegetation. An utterly desolate expanse. In the early Tang dynasty, it was a realm frequently traversed by demons and spirits, giving rise to numerous terrifying legends. This implies that prior to reaching this location, all recorded accounts were truthful. However, upon arrival, he uttered a falsehood. Xuanzang was a devout Buddhist, a man of integrity. What could possibly compel such an individual to speak untruths? I propose a hypothesis. Perhaps he was rescued in this desert by someone whose existence cannot be chronicled in historical texts. This person may have escorted him to Gaochang, securing the king's patronage, and thereafter diligently protected him as he embarked on his westward journey. Regarding Gaochang, as Chen Zhi continued, he once again lifted the gleaming golden buckle. I have long harbored a suspicion that the generosity of the Gaochang king was not driven by personal sentiment, but rather by a form of exchange, a transaction aimed at safeguarding his realm and his own life. Therefore, there was likely no genuine emotional bond between Xuanzang and the Gaochang king, as he was probably in a state of unconsciousness for a considerable duration during his time there. The true bond with the Gaochang king, along with any promises made, likely belonged to the individual who initially saved Xuanzang, another traveler on the westward path. Upon reaching this conclusion, all present were taken aback. They exchanged silent glances, and eventually, Pang Wei could no longer contain himself. Isn't this all a bit too far-fetched? I realize this might not be the most opportune moment to say so, but do you know who I am reminded of? At this point, Pang Wei couldn't help but laugh. Forgive my lack of education and my unfamiliarity with the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, but when you mention Xuanzang having a companion, I can't help but think of the Monkey King wielding the golden staff. Please don't tell me that it was the Monkey King who truly fathered the child of Princess Gaoyang. Haha. At this moment, Pang Wei suddenly glanced at Dan Xian, whose face had turned ashen, realizing he had misspoken and promptly fell silent. Yet, Chen Zhi affirmed this statement with a nod, saying, "We all know that the historical account of Xuanzang's westward journey is well known across the vast land of Huaxia. However, the true understanding of this tale does not stem from the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, nor from the authentic journey of Xuanzang. Instead, it is derived from a legendary novel passed down from the Ming Dynasty, Journey to the West. Journey to the West is recognized as the first long-form fantasy novel in ancient China, gaining widespread popularity since the Ming Dynasty, and remains known to all even to this day. Thus far, all textbooks for primary and secondary school students attribute the authorship of Journey to the West to Wu Qingyan. However, this is merely a conjecture. The extant Ming Dynasty editions of the novel, particularly the 100-chapter version, bear no authorial signature. The true author of Journey to the West remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 33, Another Pilgrim to the West, Part 2. Chen Zhi subsequently produced a stack of documents, which included a printed version of the Ming edition of Journey to the West. He pointed to several passages highlighted with red lines, stating that this novel astonishingly corresponds with every detail from the journey of Xuanzang. In contrast to the rather dry, documentary style of Great Tang records on the western regions, the narrative of the novel is far more engaging, with richly drawn characters, making it more palatable to the common folk. The content of the novel adheres closely to the historical event of Tang Sang's quest for scriptures, but through the author's artistic embellishment. It recounts the adventures of Sun Wukong after his emergence, as he encounters Tang Song, Zhu Beiji, and Sha Song, accompanying Tang Sanzang on his pilgrimage to the west, vanquishing demons and overcoming 81 trials, ultimately reaching the Western paradise to meet the Buddha. Interestingly, the protagonist of this narrative is not Xuanzang, but rather the character Sun Wukong. As Chen Zhi spoke, he rested his hands on the table, his tone exceedingly grave. I am deeply intrigued by this character. I must investigate the origins of this figure to uncover the true source of this image. My goodness, have you lost your mind? Fat Wei exclaimed, clearly exasperated. Orange, I told you you're obsessed, yet you refuse to believe. Sun Wukong was concocted by that old fellow Wu Qingyan, a monkey that sprang from a rock. Pure fiction. Where do you propose to investigate? And do you genuinely believe in monkeys emerging from rocks? The narrative of Journey to the West is utterly ridiculous. The Jade Emperor and the Queen Mother appear, not to mention the 3 confrontations with the White-Bone Spirit and the Kingdom of Women. If we were to take every assertion in the novel as truth and pursue their origins, we would exhaust ourselves without finding any answers. Yet, Journey to the West may not merely be a novel, nor can we definitively say it was written by Wu Qingyan. Chen Zhi retorted to Fat Wei. As I mentioned, all current textbooks credit Wu Qingyan as the author of Journey to the West, but in reality, this is merely a common assertion. This matter remains inconclusive within academic circles. From what I understand, Wu Qingyan lived during the Ming Dynasty and was unsuccessful in his official career, yet he was a person of integrity and rigor. It is said that he resigned due to corruption in the court and returned to his hometown in his later years, allowing him to formally create Journey to the West. However, the rare editions of Journey to the West from the Ming Dynasty that have been gathered show various formats, none of which bear any authorial attribution. some of which predate his resignation by a considerable margin. Lu Tsunren once questioned the veracity of this matter. He perused religious histories and investigated various versions of Journey to the West, ultimately concluding that the true author must have been from the early Song dynasty, a time when Wu Qingyan had yet to be born. Is that truly the case? Upon hearing these words, Pang Wei's eyes widened in astonishment. Goodness! This utterly overturns everything my elementary school teacher taught me. It seems that throughout my life, I have been reading nothing but false works. Are you implying that this journey to the West is indeed what you mean? Chen Zhi, with a hint of profundity, turned to Dan Xian. What we perceive as Journey to the West has been revised by Wu Qingyan. He is not the original author. The true creator of this work may have existed during the Tang or Song dynasties. At that time, the incident involving the beheading of Bianji had only recently transpired, and the events were still traceable. He likely possessed a profound understanding of Xuanzang's journey and documented it, reshaping the significant figures within through artistic representation. In other words, the version he penned, this Journey to the West, is the authentic record of the Great Tang's western regions. Upon listening to Chen Zhi's words, Dan Xian's eyes appeared dazed, seemingly struggling to accept this revelation. Meanwhile, Pang Wei listened with great intrigue, becoming increasingly interested. So what should we do now? Even if there truly was a companion accompanying Tang Sung during his pilgrimage, how can we possibly unearth clues from over a millennium ago? Surely you do not expect me to excavate a monkey's grave at the Water Curtain Cave. Where would one even find such a tomb? Chen Zhi mused, gazing at the weathered ancient prayer beads in his hand. If I am not mistaken, this other traveler to the west is the one who was beheaded in the bustling marketplace for his affair with Princess Gaoyang 300 years ago. He perished in the city of Chang'an, leaving behind no identity or name. Xuanzang dared not plead for him, nor even acknowledge his existence, thus allowing him to assume the name of his disciple, Bianji. The true Bianji bore the stigma and died alone in the underground chambers of Tianfa Temple, too afraid to emerge, all for the sake of preserving the dignity of Buddhism. All of this attests to one truth. This individual's identity is exceptionally unique. He would not be accepted by the populace of that era, nor by the court, and indeed, he would be shunned by all of human society. He must not be human. Not human? A demigod? Pang Wei's expression turned grave as he turned to Dan Xian, recalling his past words. Suddenly, everything began to fall into place. Right? Chen Zhi nodded gently. To put it eloquently, he is a demigod. To put it less charitably, he is a monstrosity. The Tang dynasty had just emerged from turmoil and confusion, and the court's promotion of Buddhism was a means to consolidate their political power. Buddhism marginalized the aberrant. A non-human entity being a principal figure in the westward journey contradicted everything Xuanzang and the entire Buddhist community stood for. They could not acknowledge his existence. Otherwise, the nascent Buddhism would face ruin. Thus, this nameless traveler to the west bore another's identity and met his silent demise beneath the sword. Such an individual, cast aside by the Buddhist realm and entirely forsaken by human society, who would dare to construct a tomb for him? What should we do then? Pang Wei exclaimed, wide-eyed. Where am I to search now? As we retrace the path to the west, Chen Zhi tightly clutches the tattered string of old Buddhist prayer beads. To uncover his essence, we must seek his original prototype. Numerous historians have concluded through psychoanalysis that, in the earliest legends of Journey to the West, characters such as Zhu Beiji and Sha Sung were non-existent. Initially, the monk Tang only had one disciple, a monkey-like figure named Sun Wukong, who accompanied him through treacherous terrains. Many historians later posited that the figure of Sun Wukong was indeed based on a real person, a human disciple that Tang Xing encountered during his journey, or perhaps an all-powerful monkey deity from Hindu mythology. However, these interpretations seem rather tenuous. Rather than indulging in fanciful speculations, we should strip away the layers of later representations and seek the most primitive legends. This leads us to the ancient Eastern Thousand Buddha caves, where we find the world's earliest mural depicting Xuanzang's journey for scriptures. Chapter 34. The Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves. Chen Zhi's assertion holds merit. The earliest mural of Xuanzang's journey indeed resides on the rock walls of the Dongqian Buddha Caves. These caves are part of the Dunhuang Cave Complex, located 35 kilometers south of Chaozi Township in today's Gansu Province. While many may be unfamiliar with the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, the fame of the Mogeo Caves is undeniable. The Mogeo Caves comprise 735 caves, nearly 500 of which are adorned with vast murals, covering an area exceeding 45,000 square meters, with a painting history spanning over a millennium, earning it the title of the world's largest gallery. The enigmatic murals within the Dunhuang caves have sparked boundless imagination among many domestic scholars, some even mythologizing the creators. Yet, the identities of these muralists remain an eternal enigma. For over a century, academia has debated the authorship of the Dunhuang murals, deemed a global treasure. Prior to the Song dynasty, artists typically did not sign their works, and references to the artists in the murals are exceedingly rare, leaving the true conclusion perpetually unresolved. In recent years, researchers have hoped to uncover the age-old mystery of the mural creators in the northern district of the Mogao Caves. They theorize that the 243 caves in this area contain numerous relics of daily life, possibly serving as the residence of Dunhuang painters. However, new discoveries have emerged, revealing that the artifacts found within these caves exhibit remarkable regularity and include many Buddhist implements, indicating that they were indeed places of residence and practice for monks. What manner of resolute monks practiced in such remote and harsh caves, and what circumstances compelled them to remain there? These unanswered questions imbue the secluded caves with an aura of mystique, further obscuring the origins of the mural authors. Last year, the Dunhuang Academy unveiled 6 existing murals of Xuanzang's journey for scriptures, which are remarkably well-preserved and vibrant, symbolically depicting Xuanzang's arduous 17-year journey. These have been confirmed as the earliest known illustrations of Xuanzang's quest in China, predating the composition of Journey to the West by a considerable margin. Certainly, akin to the murals of the Dunhuang Caves, the original artist behind these 6 murals depicting the journey for scriptures remains an enigma. Once the route was determined, everyone busied themselves with preparations. Dan Xian exhibited no hesitation this time, promptly readying himself for departure. Through their recent interactions, he had developed a profound trust in Chen Zhi, a trust that imbued him with confidence about the forthcoming journey. No longer lost, he believed that this time, they would surely find answers. The Tianfa Temple is currently the largest Buddhist monastery in the country. If Dan Xian were to be absent for an extended period, numerous matters would require his attention. Thus, he returned that afternoon to address the intricate details and arrangements, designating someone to temporarily assume his position. Chen Zhi, meanwhile, made a call to Lao Jindo, informing him about the upcoming journey and instructing him to find someone to meet them in Gansu, as well as to organize accommodations, meals, and guiding services. The research team had become somewhat redundant. Chen Zhi instructed them to return, but requested that Professor Liao's senior disciple remain, allowing him to choose 2 capable individuals to accompany their party. After a bustling afternoon of preparations, everything was set for their journey the next day, and the group retired early that night. For the first time, Chen Zhi did not suffer from nightmares. Yet, he found himself once again in that pitch-black desert, though this time the heat had dissipated. Surrounding him were stones of various sizes, emanating a coolness. The place felt unfamiliar yet refreshing, with a large millstone-shaped rock at its center, stained with blood as if a violent act had recently occurred. Suddenly, a piercing shriek echoed through the darkness, and numerous pairs of eyes appeared, each a different hue, resembling neither animals nor humans, their menacing gazes sending chills down one's spine. The flight was scheduled for 2 p.m., and the next morning, Dan Xian appeared at their doorstep punctually at 10 a.m. For the sake of convenience, he had opted for casual attire instead of his monk's robe and kasaya, donning a hat and concealing his prayer beads within his sleeves, while carrying a travel bag that masked his identity as a monk. With his fair complexion, he appeared quite handsome in his casual wear, exuding an ethereal aura. Fat Wei incessantly praised him as a celestial being descended from the heavens. After a brief car ride, they swiftly boarded their flight to Gansu. The airplane was crowded and somewhat noisy. However, Chen Zhi and his companions were accustomed to long journeys and soon closed their eyes for rest, blending in with the ordinary tourists. In contrast, the senior disciple and 2 researchers displayed evident nervousness. The senior disciple, surnamed Yang, hailed from the south and was said to have come from a modest background, having risen from a rural upbringing to become a PhD. He was often nicknamed Yang Wumao, after the inexpensive steamed buns he frequently ate in the cafeteria, costing just 50 cents. After engaging in hushed conversations with the 2 researchers for some time, Yang Wumao persistently tugged at Fat Wei's arm, exclaiming, "Oh, Brother Fat, there is something that still concerns me. What is it? Just speak your mind. With his eyes half closed, Pang Wei casually remarked. At that moment, Yang Wumao stammered. That place we visited last time, the tower, truly frightened us. We are not like you. We are merely laboratory folks, timid and unable to endure such bizarre occurrences. We have heard about your endeavors and understand you are involved in significant matters. However, Professor Liao advised me that dangerous tasks were not for us. Yet here we are, taken to Gansu to see the Buddha caves. Surely, there can't be anything terrifying there? I have a heart condition. Rest assured, Pang Wei replied nonchalantly. Do you think the East Thousand Buddha caves are just any ordinary sight? It is a renowned scenic area, and ordinary people must pay to visit. We are here for leisure, to show our appreciation for your hard work these past days. Hence, Brother Chen has specially arranged this public-funded trip for you. I assure you, we are staying in 5-star hotels, indulging in the finest food and entertainment. So, enjoy yourselves and refrain from excessive chatter. Oh, that is wonderful. Thank you, thank you. Yang Wumao, a rather naive individual, was easily appeased by Pang Wei's words. He adjusted his thick glasses and began discussing the beauty of Dunhuang with several researchers nearby. Little did they know, a surprise awaited them. Chapter 35. Traces of the Past. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi was engrossed in his phone, reviewing a compilation of all materials concerning the character Sun Wukong from the Thousand Buddha Caves, gathered from various sources. Throughout history, particularly with the rapid advancements in modern archaeology, many have developed an interest in the figure of Sun Wukong. In 2011, local villagers even claimed to have discovered Sun Wukong's grave, which was later confirmed to be merely a case of sharing the same name. From ancient texts to contemporary research, Sun Wukong has consistently been a central figure in Journey to the West, playing a crucial role in the journey. Tang Xuanzong, a devout Buddhist, undertook the quest for sacred scriptures, with Sun Wukong serving as his formidable protector, vanquishing demons and escorting the monk. In contrast to the scholarly Tang Xuanzong, Sun Wukong embodies the archetype of a warrior. In the realm of Chinese academia, extensive studies and speculations have emerged regarding the origins of Sun Wukong. Some posit that he was a disciple of Tang Xuanzong upon entering the western regions, a monkey named Sherpan Tuo, who abandoned the monk in the desert for fear of being implicated in Xuanzong's troubles. Another theory suggests a later enlightened monk, Shi Kong, who was a devout believer and accompanied Xuanzong on his journey, thus giving rise to this legend. However, these theories remain incomplete, especially the notion of Shi Kong, which has been proven to have emerged more than 40 years after Xuanzong, rendering it utterly fictitious. Furthermore, there exists definitive historical evidence indicating that Xuanzong indeed mingled among the disaster-stricken populace and departed from Chang'an alone. Thus, it can be surmised that Xuanzong encountered his second fellow traveler during his westward journey. This companion may have hailed from the western regions, yet unlike Sherpan Tuo, he did not abandon Xuanzong. Instead, he accompanied him all the way to India and returned with him to Chang'an. The profound bond forged between these two individuals is beyond the imagination of ordinary people. The depiction of Xuanzong's journey for scriptures in the murals of the Dunhuang caves is rooted in historical significance. According to analyses from the Dunhuang Research Institute, these murals emerged during the mid to late Tang Dynasty, a period preceding the creation of the novel Journey to the West. However, the manuscripts unearthed from the Dunhuang caves contain numerous accounts of Xuanzong's pilgrimage. These include narratives of Xuanzong receiving adventurous assistance from local officials and the populace while passing through Guazhou, as well as the warm welcome he received upon his return. This suggests that when Xuanzong returned from his quest for scriptures, he was accompanied by a companion, an event witnessed by many locals. The people of the western regions at that time did not utilize the Chinese language and were not adept at written records, thus they orally transmitted these stories, celebrating them through generations. Later artists, inspired by these transmitted tales, employed their artistic imagination to depict this narrative on walls, rendering the murals of that era particularly compelling. Indeed, a series of murals from the Dunhuang caves can also be found on mobile devices, including the mural depicting the journey in the northern section of the west wall of Cave 2 in the Yueyang Caves. In this mural, the monk clad in a robe stands reverently at the bank of a turbulent river, hands clasped in prayer to Guanyin, exuding profound piety. Behind him, Sun Wukong, with fur cascading down his shoulders and a golden headband adorning his brow, holds the white horse with one hand while gazing intently at Guanyin with the other, displaying an air of irreverence, his untamed nature vividly captured on the wall. However, upon closer inspection, much of the mural's detail remains obscured. These artworks are not the most original versions. They have undergone repairs during the late Qing dynasty and the postmodern period, concealing many traces of the past. Therefore, Chen Zhi must visit the site to view the original artifact to uncover the historical truths obscured behind the mural. The journey ahead is long, requiring an overnight flight to reach the destination. The airport is bustling with travelers, some exuding an odor reminiscent of unwashed wool, as if they have not bathed for centuries, resulting in a restless slumber aboard the aircraft. Particularly for Chen Zhi, amidst the haze of sleep, he dreams once more of the dark desert. Yet this time, in that desert, he sees the enormous millstone-shaped rock, stained with blood and riddled with marks from blades and axes. Upon awakening, the flight attendant's melodious voice resonates through the cabin. Dear passengers, we have arrived at Dunhuang International Airport. Dunhuang is a beautiful city, home to the world-renowned Mogao Caves. Wishing you all a pleasant journey. Farewell. As the gentle farewell of the flight attendant lingers, they disembark the plane, emerging into the light of dawn, revealing that it is already past 5 in the morning. Meanwhile, the representative arranged by Lao Jindo stands in the parking lot, holding a large sign to greet them. Dunhuang, a city under the jurisdiction of Jiuquan in Gansu Province, is situated at the westernmost end of the Hushi Corridor. It serves as a pivotal city along the Silk Road, renowned worldwide for the Dunhuang Caves and its exquisite murals, earning it the title of a historical and cultural gem. However, contemporary scholars largely concur that the etymology of Dunhuang is not derived from the Chinese language but originates from a rare ancient tongue, suggesting that this city has existed since antiquity. It is generally believed that the term Dunhuang was first recorded as Dunhong in the Shanhai Jing, an early reference that represents a phonetic transcription from the languages of local ethnic minorities. Legend has it that from ancient times, this region was the most prosperous center of the western regions, inhabited by a diverse array of ethnic groups, where many extraordinary individuals would emerge. The Book of Han recounts that during the reign of Emperor Jing of Han, individuals with various eye colors were noted to have lived here. Some were described as being covered in thick hair, possessing long tails reminiscent of monkeys, while others resembled ferocious falcons, exhibiting fierce and warlike natures, leading lives vastly different from the Han people of the Central Plains. They never mingled with the Han, nor did they engage in intermarriage, often resorting to the abduction of women from the Central Plains for unspeakable purposes, even resorting to cannibalism. It was not until the Silk Road was opened that these peculiarities began to fade. By the Tang dynasty, as the Han ethnicity flourished, many regions in the western areas underwent Sinicization or were trampled by the Turks, resulting in the assimilation of a multitude of ethnicities into the Han culture. On this journey, they were accompanied by a young man from a minority group, his hair a cascade of curls, seemingly in his 20s. Lao Jindo mentioned that this guide had been recommended by an acquaintance, familiar enough with the area to be considered a veteran in the guiding profession. And with ample compensation promised, no issues were anticipated. Chapter 36. The Sogdian people as a renowned tourist destination. Dunhuang sees a significant influx of travelers, including many foreign visitors with blonde hair and blue eyes. The local population is predominantly Han, largely composed of migrants from the interior after the Qing dynasty. Historical records indicate that the Sogdian people once inhabited this region. However, following the devastation at the end of the Tang dynasty and considerable ethnic migration, Dunhuang is now primarily inhabited by Han people, alongside a mix of various ethnic groups. The Mongols, Tibetans, Uyghurs, Miao, Manchus, Tu, Kazakhs, Dongxiang, Uyghur, and 27 other ethnic minorities make up only 22 of the total population, with no traces of the Sogdian people remaining. Nevertheless, the rarity of their heritage has led many individuals with distinct Western region characteristics to claim descent from the Sogdians. One such young man of Uyghur descent spoke fluent Mandarin, his eyes sparkling with vitality, hair and irises gleaming with a light brown hue, proudly declaring himself a descendant of the Sogdian lineage. "Dear bosses," he exclaimed, "I just received your order yesterday and came here immediately. You certainly have a keen eye. I am a native of this land, a genuine descendant of the Sogdian people. Since ancient times, we Sogdians have been the rightful masters of Dunhuang. When it comes to the breathtaking scenery of Dunhuang, who could possibly rival my understanding? Upon encountering such a character, Pang Wei could not help but engage in conversation. You claim to be a Sogdian? That cannot be true. I have heard that when the Mongols annihilated the western Xia, the Sogdians vanished without a trace. Even if a few survived, they assimilated with us Han people within the borders, and now, Sogdians have long ceased to exist. How can that be? Retorted the earnest little Uyghur tour guide, who began to recount with fervor the glorious past of the Sogdians in Dunhuang. We Sogdians once basked in great splendor. We had our own script and civilization in Dunhuang. Furthermore, there is a renowned figure known to all Han people, An Lushan, the instigator of the Inshur rebellion. You Han people refer to An Lushan as a barbarian, but in truth, he was a Sogdian. The characters Lushan mean brightness in the Sogdian language, and Lushan is simply a transliteration of our tongue. What you perceive in Dunhuang today, believing it to consist solely of murals, is a misconception. In the past, Dunhuang was the most vibrant center of exchange in the world, akin to the modern metropolis of Paris. At that time, the common language spoken here was Sogdian, much like English today, facilitating trade for merchants traversing the Silk Road. Here, one could discover treasures from all corners of the globe, with palatial structures adorning the landscape, and the most exquisite women congregating, now concealed beneath the sands. Even the name Dunhuang is of foreign origin. Dun signifies vastness, while Huang denotes prosperity, together conveying the essence of a grand and flourishing city. The Dunhuang of yesteryear was a spectacle beyond the imagination of contemporary minds. Even the thousands of murals that grace Dunhuang today were inspired by the affection of celestial beings who descended to paint these masterpieces, a fact well known among us Sogdians. Oh my goodness, you truly possess a gift for embellishment. Pang Wei suddenly felt overshadowed in verbal prowess by this young lad. I suspect even deities would not be as grand as you proclaim. You are but a counterfeit, masquerading as a Sogdian. What he says may indeed hold truth. Chen Zhi interjected softly. Although the Sogdians have endured tumultuous conflicts and suffered significant population decline, this resilient ethnicity has persevered, with many descendants still among us. To my knowledge, many surnames such as In, Kong, He, and Me are their progeny. This proprietor truly understands. The little tour guide beamed as if he had received a compliment. I am surnamed Me, and my name is Mikuchi, so feel free to call me Little Me. Since you all have just disembarked from your flight, I assume you haven't dined yet. Allow me to take you to savor the most famous lamb stew here. It is the locals' favorite spot, authentic and true to its roots. In short, follow my lead. I am not like those unscrupulous guides. For the next few days, I guarantee you will be well fed, well hydrated, and thoroughly entertained. Please introduce me to more regular customers in the future. After Xiaomi uttered these words, she gestured toward the parking lot ahead and guided them to her van. Outside the airport, a plethora of transportation options abounded. Although the van was intended for passenger pickup, it was quite clean. Yang Wumao and several researchers, who had been confined to the laboratory for an extended period, felt a surge of joy upon hearing this, eagerly piling into the tour vehicle. Xiaomi assumed the role of their driver, steering them toward the city center. During the journey, Xiaomi informed them that Lao Jindo had given her specific instructions. This time, they would not be sightseeing elsewhere, but would head directly to the Dunhuang East Thousand Buddha Caves. Her task was merely to accompany them. Shortly thereafter, they would first indulge in breakfast at the renowned Xiajia Hiji, and then proceed directly to Guazhou. This Xiajia establishment was reputed to be the most famous local eatery. Though modest in appearance, it was permeated by delightful aromas. Xiaomi ordered the signature dish, lamb hiji, which resembled a lamb noodle soup. The flavor was rich, and as one tore the accompanying bread into pieces and added it to the bowl, the broth revealed its freshness, leaving a lingering fragrance and a smooth, delectable taste, an iconic delicacy of Dunhuang. After breakfast, a warm sensation enveloped everyone. Xiaomi beckoned them to board the vehicle, commencing their journey to Guazhou. As they passed the Guazhou train station, Xiaomi made a point to stop the van, allowing everyone a glimpse of the scenic beauty there. Upon arriving in this city, all felt as if they had stepped into a world over a millennium ago. The architecture was steeped in the distinctive style of Dunhuang, featuring slanted walls reminiscent of the ancient city towers and murals from the Dunhuang caves, evoking a sense of having traversed time, imbued with the essence of the Sui and Tang dynasties. Chapter 37. The scenery of the western regions. The journey was filled with laughter and jovial banter. Dan Xian, a reserved individual by nature, kept his gaze lowered, quietly manipulating his prayer beads within his sleeve. In contrast, Yang Wumao and the other researchers were in high spirits, genuinely believing they were on vacation. Yang Wumao was a quintessential bookworm, originally fascinated by archaeology and well-versed in history, yet his academic pursuits confined him to laboratory work with little opportunity for exploration. Previously, under Professor Liao's strict supervision, he had been largely restricted within the research institute, rarely venturing outside. This outing felt like liberation, as he chirped excitedly, pointing out the border scenery along the way and recounting tales of the ancient western regions and the Silk Road to his colleagues. Even reciting verses of classical poetry that resonated with the surroundings, showcasing his literary flair. The guide, also named Xiaomi, was quite loquacious, engaging in lively debates with Pang Wei throughout the journey, continuously asserting her lineage as a descendant of the Sogdian people, a claim Pang Wei consistently refuted. Upon entering Guazhou, the sky suddenly darkened, the day was overcast, and it seemed likely that a heavy rain would fall by evening. Xiaomi's original plan was to refrain from any excursions today, taking them directly to their hotel to explore the surrounding exotic ambience and savor some local specialties, with plans to visit the Thousand Buddha caves the following day. Regarding the issue of visitor traffic, Xiaomi assured that there is no cause for concern, as the Thousand Buddha caves are rarely crowded, regardless of the time of visit. Although Guazhou is part of the renowned Dunhuang scenic area, it remains relatively unfrequented. Historically known as Anxi, Guazhou has long served as a vital transportation hub for east-west travel, being a significant commercial town along the ancient Silk Road. The Thousand Buddha caves here boast artistic Buddhist murals, yet their fame pales in comparison to the world-renowned Mogao caves, receiving far less publicity and recognition. Known only to a select few with an appreciation for the history of the western regions. Only those with a keen understanding of this history come to visit, primarily to witness this ancient border stronghold and the original journey to the West Mural. Chen Zhi and his companions had a more straightforward purpose for their visit, focusing on the journey to the West Mural. Thus, they bypassed the hotel, opting to head directly to the Eastern Thousand Buddha caves while the day was still young. It is uncommon to encounter travelers who do not pause for meals or rest, and although Xiaomi found this peculiar, she respected their wishes, as they were the ones financing the trip. Consequently, the vehicle made its way directly to the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves tourist area, situated on the outskirts of Guazhou. The Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves can be reached by following the ancient Suyang Road, where one may encounter numerous historical sites marked by the poetry of talented scholars. On the journey to Suyang ancient city, the renowned red willow groves came into view, forming a vibrant expanse akin to a crimson forest. Nearby, a herd of sheep grazed peacefully, showing no fear of Chen Zhi's vehicle, embodying a picturesque scene from a distant land. After nearly an hour of travel from the county seat, the famous scenic area of Chengzi was finally sighted. This site, originally known as Chonglu Ancient City, stretches approximately 250 meters from north to south and 477 meters from east to west, covering an area of 261 square meters. Fragments of gray and red pottery, decorative bricks, and remnants of ancient structures can be found scattered throughout the city. The walls of the city, which remain impressively intact, are built from tamped earth, reflecting a time of prosperity. To the north, there lies a small temple foundation, known locally as Wangchuan River, where experts have traced the city's history back nearly a millennium, situated near the historic Yumen Pass of the Tang Dynasty. As the saying goes, why should the Chong flute lament the willows when the spring breeze does not reach the Yumen Pass? The breathtaking desert landscape along the journey is truly awe-inspiring, evoking visions of ancient battlegrounds buried beneath the sands and the rich tapestry of foreign cultures. Yang Wumao and his companions clamored to disembark for photographs, and Xiaomi, equally enthused, urged to stop. However, Chen Zhi declined, as their purpose was not leisurely exploration. This decision left Xiaomi perplexed and Yang Wumao and others grumbling in frustration, yet the vehicle continued onward amidst their discontent. After nearly 2 more hours of travel, they finally arrived at Suyang Ancient City. The vehicle reached its terminus, and disembarkation was required, as the park regulations stipulate that visitors must take the park's electric shuttle to enter the scenic area. Lokingyang City, originally known as Kuyu City, is situated approximately 75 kilometers southeast of Guazhou on a desolate expanse. The main city is rectangular, measuring 470 meters in length from north to south and 430 meters in width from east to west. In addition to the main city, there are 4 encircling watchtowers, and several parapets have been constructed around the city walls to fortify the fortifications. Though this city has long been abandoned, its ramparts remain, standing approximately 9 meters high and 5 meters wide, crafted entirely from rammed earth, making them remarkably robust. Experts assert that even today, breaching these walls would prove exceedingly difficult. A wall oriented north to south divides the entire city into eastern and western sections, with the eastern city being smaller, approximately 170,000 square meters, reportedly serving as the residence for the military commander and their family. The western city, larger at around 165,000 square meters, is said to have housed the stationed soldiers. The interior is littered with sand dunes, piles of charcoal, rubble, and remnants of broken walls, adorned with red willows and xerophytic plants. Within the western city lies a well approximately 15 meters deep, with water reaching about 1 meter in depth. Legend has it that this well was excavated by the Tang dynasty general Shui Renggei during his westward expedition when he was besieged in the city. About a kilometer to the east of Qingyueyang City, there exists a cluster of earthen pagodas, referred to by locals as Tatar Temple. Historical records indicate that Tatar Temple served as a site for religious ceremonies conducted by officials and common folk of Guizhou during the Tang, 5 dynasties, and Song and Yuan eras. The entire pagoda complex stands solemnly and magnificently. During the Sui and Tang dynasties, the region was rife with conflict, and the western territories were chaotic, witnessing innumerable battles. Not far from the shrine, there lies a depression of over 10 acres, filled with mounds. This was the ancient burial ground for fallen soldiers. The souls of those heroic figures, over a millennium ago, rest beneath the yellow earth, along with the splendor of their era. Chapter 38. The Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves. According to the records of the western regions of the Great Tang, the eminent monk Xuanzang passed through Guizhou on his pilgrimage to India in search of scriptures. Moved by the sincerity and warmth of the local populace and the prosperity of the frontier, he lingered in this place for an extended period. At that time, Xuanzang was merely a fugitive wanted by the court, yet the local people treated him with great respect and provided him with ample supplies. Deeply touched, Xuanzang lectured on the teachings of Buddhism for over half a month, forging profound bonds with the locals. As Buddhism had not yet flourished, there were no substantial Buddhist establishments. The site of his teachings was Ta-Er Temple. During his lectures, he famously declared, "Until I reach India, I shall not return eastward even a single step," thus expressing his unwavering resolve for his westward journey. It is said that the locals recorded this phrase and inscribed it on a stone tablet, attesting to the camaraderie between Xuanzang and the people of Guizhou. However, this tablet eventually vanished amidst the ravages of war, and many have forgotten this friendship from over 1,000 years ago. Yet, this legend was later confirmed to be true. The revised new records of Suzhou documents the existence of a broken tablet within the temple's foundations, with inscriptions that have not entirely eroded. This text substantiates the connection between Xuanzang and the people of Guizhou, as well as the genuine existence of that stone tablet. Following the tumult of the late Tang dynasty and the ensuing conflicts, the ancient city of the Western Territories has endured the relentless passage of time and, after succumbing to desertification, has lost its former grandeur. Gazing upon the present state of Ta-Er Temple, one cannot help but feel a sense of desolation. Who could have imagined that this place was once a flourishing ancient city on the frontier where the Tang monk delivered his teachings? Indeed, the ancient tower stands tall amidst the vast, barren landscape. Departing from Soyang City towards the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, one must rely solely on their own 2 legs. As dusk approaches, traversing this desolate expanse of desert is no trivial matter. Had it not been for Xiaomi's familiarity with the route, progress would have been exceedingly arduous. Fortunately, the journey was not extensive, and after nearly half an hour of jostling, they finally arrived in the valley, the intended destination, the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves. Much to Xiaomi's assertion, the scenic area of the Thousand Buddha Caves indeed appears rather humble. Nestled within a desert region, it is somewhat remote, and the exterior has not undergone significant renovations. There is merely an entrance gate, devoid of a ticket booth. Tickets must be procured outside Soyang City prior to entry. With only one type available, 380 yuan for access to 3 special caves and 1 ordinary cave. Having rushed along the way, they had scarcely consumed anything, leaving them parched and their stomachs growling. However, this desolate locale offered no vendors, not even one selling refreshments or bread. Consequently, Yang Wumao and his companions lamented their plight, resorting to nibbling on the biscuits they had brought along to stave off hunger. Upon entering, they discovered that there was no actual administrator present, only an elderly couple overseeing the caves. The elderly man, with his failing eyesight and irritable demeanor, issued a curt reminder that they must depart before 7 o'clock, or the doors would be locked. Then he walked away, leaving them free to explore the caverns. This suited Chen Zhi perfectly. He and Pang Wei switched on their flashlights and began to venture forward. Xiaomi, displaying a strong sense of responsibility, diligently provided explanations from behind. The Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, also known as Jiang Temple, are precisely located along the ancient riverbanks of Changshanzi. The caves are not extensive, with only 23 remaining, adorned with murals and sculptures. Specifically in Cave 8, East Cliff Cave 3, and West Cliff Cave 5, predominantly featuring single-chamber caves. Due to the passage of time, many relics have suffered damage. Yet remnants of Buddhist and Bodhisattva statues endure, mostly restored during the Qing dynasty. Notably, the statue of a Western Siam monk in Cave 4, dressed in secular attire, remains remarkably well preserved. As for the Qing dynasty caves numbered 1, 8, and 9, some may indeed date back to the Republic era, rather than being authentic ancient relics. As Xiaomi reflected on this, she expressed her sentiments, noting that many are familiar with the grandeur of the Mogao caves and recognize their murals as world treasures. Little do they realize, the murals within the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves are even more ancient, representing a true treasury of the ancient Western Xia culture. Like a unique emerald among a collection of jewels, these caves remain overlooked. Chen Zhi scrutinized the murals closely. Indeed, they bore the weight of antiquity. Each piece a stunning masterpiece, showcasing the artist's exceptional skill, characterized by the distinctive style of ancient Western Xia, with some works possessing even greater allure than those found in the Mogao caves. Yet, such subtleties could not escape Chen Zhi's discerning gaze. This artistry surpassed the painting skills of the average human. Indeed, the security conditions here starkly contrast with those of the Mogao caves. Perhaps due to financial constraints, the protective measures are severely lacking. Certain areas of the caves have already collapsed, while others suffer from severe weathering, posing a constant risk of further collapse when it rains. Along the way, Xiaomi quietly informed them that the poor internal conditions of the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves stem from the fact that they fall under the jurisdiction of the Gua Prefecture Cultural Relics Bureau rather than the Dunhuang Research Institute. The remoteness of the area means that they receive little attention. Furthermore, the region is relatively small, and its artistic value pales in comparison to that of the Mogao Caves. It is said that one cannot see the stars next to the sun. Consequently, no one is inclined to contribute funds for its maintenance, leading to its current dilapidated state. The site faces the possibility of extinction in the future, which would be a tremendous loss. As they spoke, they followed Xiaomi into the second cave, which was dark and damp, devoid of tourists, allowing for a clearer view of many features. This second cave is the best preserved and artistically most valuable one in the area. Located on the lower west cliff and carved during the Western Xia period, it is the largest and most richly adorned cave among the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves. Upon entering, they discovered that the ceiling of the front corridor was adorned with vibrant images of a single phoenix, twin dragons, and lotus flowers. The southern wall depicted drapery, with a row of male donors below. The style and essence were distinctly different from Han culture. Faintly visible at the back were some characters, though they were now indecipherable. Xiaomi informed them that adjacent to the first male donor on this stone wall were 2 lines of 6 characters in Western Xia script, while the northern wall displayed drapery with a row of 6 female donors beneath it, now blurred due to years of neglect. No one knows what those Western Xia inscriptions convey, which is truly unfortunate. The ceiling at the front of the cave chamber featured a mandala, seated Buddha, and scenes of preaching, though nearly half of these exquisite artworks have been destroyed, which is quite regrettable. They continued deeper into the cave, where they observed 3 lotus seats on the west wall of the Buddha platform, each hosting a seated Buddha, golden in flesh and clad in red robes. The statues were well preserved, though they appeared to have been altered during the Qing dynasty. Xiaomi stepped forward and pointed out a painting on the northern and southern walls at the rear of the cave chamber, emphasizing, "Dear gentlemen, take a look at this. This is the renowned esoteric mandala, Even the Guanyin here is wearing stockings. This piqued Pang Wei's interest immediately, and he leaned in for a closer inspection. Indeed, there was a striking image of Guanyin, elegantly shaped, adorned in a midriff-bearing outfit and a super short skirt, with traces of thigh-high stockings, resembling ancient Indian attire. This depiction of Guanyin is truly unparalleled across the nation. "Oh my goodness," Pang Wei exclaimed, his eyes wide as he scrutinized the artwork. "I must say, the ancients had it better. Just look at this painting. It possesses such artistic value. Impressive, isn't it?" Xiaomi responded with pride. "This is the treasure of the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, hailed as China's most exquisite Buddha. Such a sight cannot be found elsewhere." Many Indians once traveled specifically to see this Guanyin, calling it a masterpiece of Sino-Indian exchange. As they ventured further into the cave chamber, they were about to truly delve into the main theme. There exists a stone mural, which serves as the ultimate destination of their journey, the journey to the West Mural. Chapter 39, The Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves, Part 2. Continuing straight from this rear entrance, one arrives at the renowned mural depicting Xuanzang's pilgrimage. Located on the northern wall of the second cave, this segment of the mural is evidently a prized exhibit, showcasing its utmost significance. Above the mural, the rocky surface is equipped with illuminating lights, and on either side, several surveillance cameras stand as the epitome of advanced technology. Before us, this series of murals is laid bare under the bright lights. Although there are 6 murals in total, only the first 3 are distinctly visible, the first being merely an outline, while the majority of the subsequent images remain indistinct. At this moment, Xiaomi took the opportunity to enlighten everyone. The murals in the Thousand Buddha Caves are indeed treasures. In the past, few were aware of these 6 murals' existence. The Mogao Caves have long been celebrated, drawing tourists to Dunhuang, while the Eastern Thousand Buddha Caves remained largely unknown. It was not until 2 years ago that a massive landslide unexpectedly revealed a gaping hole in the stone wall, unveiling the 6 murals hidden within. When these paintings were created, they were vibrantly colorful, and upon expert evaluation, they were found to be of the most ancient origin. The Dunhuang Research Institute subsequently declared these 6 murals to be the earliest known depictions of Xuanzang's pilgrimage in China, painted within a cave from the ancient Western Xia period. Concealed behind stone walls, yet the artists could not foresee their fate. Initially, when these murals came to light, they did not receive much publicity. Hence their existence remains unknown to many. For you esteemed guests to witness this, it is evident that you possess discerning minds. Xiao Min continued her enthusiastic exposition, while Chen Zhi and the others employed a spotlight to closely examine the murals. They observed that the murals were unprotected, allowing for direct contact. The first mural was an outline, while the second and third displayed vibrant hues of blue-green and orange-yellow, largely maintaining a consistent thematic representation rather than independent scenes. The content of the murals closely resembles photographs found online, depicting Xuanzang clad in a cassock, the Monkey King's son Wukong with a human body leading a white horse, and Guanyin pointing the way ahead. Each scene symbolically illustrates the arduous journey of Xuanzang's 17-year pilgrimage. Chen Zhi had read online that the depiction of Xuanzang's pilgrimage in the Dunhuang cave murals is rooted in historical significance. According to analyses by the Dunhuang Research Institute, numerous documents unearthed from the Dunhuang Library contain accounts of Xuanzang's journey, with ample records pertaining to him, indicating a profound connection between Xuanzang and the local populace. The records of the western regions during the Great Tang Dynasty clearly recounts how Xuanzang received adventurous assistance from local officials and the public while passing through Guazhou. Additionally, local legends diverge from the records of the western regions, suggesting that Xuanzang received guidance from Guanyin here, who revealed the path for his westward journey and enlightened son Wukong to become his disciple. From that moment on, this remarkable apprentice protected him throughout his travels, vanquishing demons and serving as a guardian. The third mural on the northern side of the west wall of Cave 2 vividly depicts this narrative. The monk Xuanzang, draped in a cassock, stands at the tumultuous riverbank with his hands clasped in prayer before Guanyin. Behind him, son Wukong, with his hair cascading over his shoulders and adorned with a golden circlet, holds onto a white horse with one hand while gazing intently at Guanyin with the other, exhibiting a demeanor of irreverence that starkly contrasts with Xuanzang's piety. Upon closer examination, Chen Zhi is struck by the murky hues of these murals, layered and intertwined, revealing signs of color amalgamation due to the ravages of time. It is evident that when blue is applied over yellow, regardless of how vivid the yellow may be, where over time inevitably produces green, a phenomenon known as color fusion. Similarly, when red is layered atop yellow, orange emerges. The current state of this painting reflects such overlaying intricacies. Subsequently, Chen Zhi instructed Pang Wei to concoct an excuse to lead Xiaomi and two researchers to the adjacent cave while he remained behind, deploying his magnifying glasses to scrutinize the murals under the light. The next three murals distinctly diverged in content from the earlier ones, their colors still muddied and layered, rendering them quite indistinct. One could discern that the figure of Master Xuanzang stands in profile, with long eyebrows and gently closed eyes, exuding solemnity as he clasps his hands together, garbed in a long robe and cassock, with a halo above his head. Behind him stands another figure clad in a light blue short shirt and brown trousers, with blue-green leg wraps, flat shoes, and a cloak draped around his neck. Carrying a long staff upon his left shoulder, his head turned to one side. Behind him, a brown horse can be faintly perceived, though the mural's decay leaves its back seemingly empty. Although the themes of these three murals align with the previous ones, the depictions of the characters and the artistic style notably diverge, suggesting a deliberate effort to create them. Chen Zhi meticulously pieced together several points of intrigue concerning these murals. Firstly, there are evident signs of cleaning on the mural. The area where the figures reside displays a lighter hue, while the surrounding region exhibits a deep brown, reminiscent of smoke. The image of Water Moon Guanyin also reveals traces of wiping, indicating that someone had deliberately cleaned the surface, though the reasons remain obscure. Secondly, beneath the flaking sections of the mural, the underlying artwork is visibly exposed, with greenish stone lines echoing the water wave patterns depicted in the earlier murals, suggesting a similarity in technique. Thirdly, and most crucially, the skeletal structure of Guanyin appears somewhat disproportionate. These paintings have been altered. Chen Zhi murmured as he leaned closely against the murals. Is that so? Pang Wei promptly pressed his face against the wall, scrutinizing it thoroughly, his expression turning grave. Indeed. It is. Absolutely. We have encountered such situations before. This is a painting within a painting. The ancients were meticulous, and sometimes, when they revered a deity and commissioned a mural of their likeness, unforeseen issues would arise, necessitating the concealment of these artworks to obscure the content beneath. Additional layers were hastily applied, resulting in a chaotic mishmash of colors and styles that failed to harmonize. The surface merely serves as a facade. The original lies beneath. Damn it. Why do I find these paintings so awkward? It turns out they are forgeries. There must be something concealed within. Chen Zhi gazed intently at the images, declaring, the original creators of these words are hidden within the artwork, concealing truths from the human realm. Chapter 40. The truth that is hard to conceal. Chen Zhi put away his magnifying glass, brushed off the dust from his clothes, and continued, I noticed this upon entering. These murals date back to the mid and late Tang dynasty, showcasing exceptional craftsmanship. The precision of the strokes is extraordinary. It is not that the people of that era lacked such artistic skill, but even if they possessed it, their physical forms could not endure the exertion required in a cave for such artistry. Moreover, I detected a peculiar scent emanating from these murals. After speaking, Chen Zhi cast a meaningful glance at Pang Wei and Gui Dao. A demigod? Gui Dao inquired, immediately on alert. Not quite, Chen Zhi replied softly. If anything, it resembles a being that lies between humanity and beast. I had previously researched that all murals in Dunhuang, including those at Mogao Caves, share such characteristics. The artistry is remarkably sophisticated, yet the intensity of the strokes is overwhelming, and the expressions and postures appear rather bizarre, none of which are typical of human artwork. Furthermore, why would these murals be painted in such remote caves? The surroundings are dark and damp, not conducive to preserving the artwork, and there are no Buddhist treasures to worship, making such an endeavor unnecessary. Unless it was a customary practice that made them feel painting in caves was entirely normal. Even if their daily lives revolved around such caverns, an inclination absent in humans. To my knowledge, among beasts, especially the larger and more ferocious ones, there has always been a tendency to inhabit secluded caves. Living in caves and engaging in their preferred activities is indeed their nature. Are you suggesting? Yang Wumao and the others widened their eyes in disbelief. Mr. Chen, the true creators of the world-renowned Dunhuang murals are beasts? This is simply unbelievable. If the news media were to discover this, the entire world would be astounded. This is inconceivable. Only humans possess the capacity for painting, for we have wisdom. How could these primitive creatures possibly create art? We may refer to them as beasts, but they could also be considered another form of life, Chen Zhi remarked, observing young Wumao's pale face, and chuckled softly. As a scientist, you should comprehend that this world is not solely inhabited by humans. It is merely that humanity has seized dominion over this planet. In a certain sense, humanity itself embodies a form of beastliness. Yet, we possess our own language and civilization, which allows us to articulate our cultural essence. This, however, does not imply that other creatures lack intelligence. I have perused a plethora of literature wherein many scholars have sought the true authors of the Dunhuang murals, yet their trails remain elusive. Nevertheless, within a small cave near the Mogao Caves, traces of monastic life have been discovered, indicating that monks inhabited the area during the period of these mural creations, living and meditating in the caves. Beyond this, no further evidence has surfaced. Are you suggesting that these monks? A perplexed expression suddenly crossed Pang Wei's face. Orange, could you elucidate your thoughts? Why does it seem I've stumbled upon a rather terrifying notion? The monks dwelling in the caves, could it be they? That is indeed my conjecture. Yet, is it truly so frightful? Chen Zhi replied with a gentle smile. We are all aware that the Tang dynasty marked the zenith of China's feudal civilization. Any significant event would surely be documented. Even the compilation of dictionaries was recorded. How could such grand murals as those at Dunhuang and the Eastern Thousand Buddha caves possibly remain unchronicled throughout history? One plausible explanation is that this monumental endeavor does not belong to the annals of human history at all. Let us consider an alternative perspective. The completion of a project as vast as the Mogao Caves would necessitate the gathering of a considerable workforce, accompanied by a cause and an organizer. If indeed it were a human endeavor, such a grand undertaking would undoubtedly attract the attention of the court, either through imperial decree or local lords overseeing the work. It is inconceivable that it could have been carried out in silence, with no records to document its passage through time. Thus, I propose that this masterpiece of artistic civilization does not originate from humanity, for the creators themselves may not be human. What then of the evidence of those monks? Yang Wumao inquired softly. Were they captured and imprisoned, or perhaps used as sustenance for beasts? Let us not cast such a dire light upon these creatures. Chen Zhi chuckled lightly. Have you ever contemplated that the Dharma knows no boundaries? Who is to say that a monk must necessarily be human? Regardless of whether one is human, beast, or spirit, anyone who can relinquish their violent ways may attain enlightenment. History recounts tales of mountain beasts who, upon hearing the sutras, have taken refuge in the Buddhist faith, much like the famed legend of Lady Bai, wherein both the green snake and white snake attained spiritual enlightenment after listening to the scriptures. Perhaps these beasts, akin to the legends, were enlightened by the Dharma through some fortuitous encounter, transforming them into monks. They, following their innate tendencies, practiced in the caves, reciting scriptures and meditating, subsequently adorning the cave walls with their heartfelt expressions. Viewed in this light, such a perspective feels entirely natural. Indeed, Pang Wei nodded thoughtfully. Yet I must say, it seems futile for us to dwell on the past. What benefit is there in ruminating on events long gone? We must now contemplate our next course of action. This statement is evidently altered, as if someone has affixed a superficial layer to it. Shall we strip away this veneer from the artwork? Such an act would surely constitute a violation of cultural heritage. I recall a news incident from a year ago, involving an imbecile who scrawled, "I was here" upon a mural, only to be subjected to public outrage. I have no desire to be branded as a vandal of historical relics. You may wish to proceed, but I shall not permit it. Chen Zhi replied to Fat Wei with a smile, then turned to Yang Wumao. Dr. Yang, it is your moment to shine. During our examination of the ancient corpse, I discerned your expertise in handling delicate materials. I instructed you to bring all your equipment for this very purpose. The subsequent tasks shall rest upon your capable hands. What? Yang Wumao practically leaped from the ground, soaring nearly 3 feet into the air. What do you take me for? Are you asking me to destroy cultural artifacts? That is illegal, and I refuse to partake. Truly, I am a distinguished intellectual, a person of integrity. I was just recognized last year for my achievements and am considered a progressive member of society. I am among the nation's top 100 young scientists. Rest assured, this sum will be deposited into your account. Chen Zhi swiftly typed a series of Arabic numerals on his phone, flashing it before Yang Wumao. Yang's expression immediately steadied as he gazed at the lengthy string of zeros, solemnly nodding in agreement. When shall we commence? The tools are readily available. I require illumination and a tranquil environment. No assistance needed. Tonight, Chen Zhi responded with a calm smile, glancing upwards at the cameras above. Fear not, by nightfall, you shall be invisible to these devices. Chapter 41. The Truth That Defies Concealment. Part 2. The conversations among Chen Zhi and his colleagues were, in fact, highly confidential, and ideally should not have reached the ears of outsiders like Yang Wumao. However, from the outset, Professor Liao had informed Chen Zhi that Yang Wumao hailed from humble beginnings, possessing a clean slate, a straightforward and earnest mind, and a deep respect for Professor Liao, rendering him trustworthy. During their discourse, Xiaomi and the other two researchers remained in a separate cavern, oblivious to the discussions transpiring here. Xiaomi had been explaining the history of Dunhuang to the other researchers since earlier, returning parched and puzzled upon witnessing Yang Wumao's ashen countenance. It seems you gentlemen have a particular fascination with the Xuanzang's journey to the west. Ultimately, it is a legend of your Han lineage. Haha. Well, having observed for quite some time, it is getting late. The museum will soon close. We should make haste, for the Gobi Desert is no trifling matter. Traversing the sands at night can be perilous. Let us return now. I shall treat you to the most authentic lamb hot pot. Suddenly, Chen Zhi interjected to Xiaomi. We shall not depart. We are deeply intrigued by this place and intend to spend the night here. Accompany our two researchers back to town. Ensure they are provided with comfortable accommodations and treat them well, sparing no effort in their hospitality. What? Xiaomi exclaimed in astonishment, his brown eyes nearly bulging out at Chen Zhi's words. Boss, are you not speaking in jest? In this desolate desert wasteland, where would you find a place to stay? Let me tell you, there are no inns here, and that old couple at the gate is rather eccentric. They would never allow you to stay here. If anything were to happen, I could not bear the responsibility. Rest assured. Chen Zhi waved his hand dismissively, indicating there was no need for further discussion. I have traveled extensively and know what I am doing. Furthermore, this is our own affair, and you need not concern yourself with the responsibility. You should leave now. I will meet you outside tomorrow morning. Xiaomi wished to voice more, but upon seeing the look in Chen Zhi's eyes, he swallowed the latter part of his sentence. Naturally, Xiaomi could not comprehend the situation, but as a mere guide, his role was to perform his duties for compensation, and there was no need for him to overexert himself. After a few hurried instructions, he led the two researchers back to town. Meanwhile, Chen Zhi, Fat Wei, Ghostblade, and Yang Wumao remained behind. As time passed, Yang Wumao stood before the mural, meticulously examining the points of color, contemplating which chemical substances could be employed to replicate the superimposed hues without damaging the underlying base color. The ultimate aim was to reveal the mural's true visage. Before long, a harsh voice echoed over the loudspeaker, reminiscent of a dying donkey's bray. It was the old gatekeeper. Hey, the closing time has arrived. Everyone must leave. The tone was exceedingly rude and impatient. After a few moments, the old woman seemed anxious, grabbing the microphone to shout into the air once more. Hurry up. We are about to lock the doors. If you get trapped inside, we will not be held accountable for your demise. Hurry. Her shrill voice pierced the air, akin to a duck whose tail had been stepped on, making one feel exceedingly uncomfortable. The number of visitors in the 1,000 Buddha caves was already scant, primarily consisting of scholars armed with cameras. Upon hearing such abrasive shouts, they all hastened towards the exit. Chen Zhi followed suit, observing from a distance as the old couple stood at the door counting the departing guests. The entrance was rather rudimentary, constructed of wood and iron sheets. The elderly couple, looking more unappealing than the other, bore deeply etched wrinkles akin to the grooves in wood. Their grim expressions and brusque demeanor suggested they would gladly shove anyone out. Chen Zhi cast a glance at them from afar, surveying the two elderly figures before extending his arm to halt Fat Wei and the others. Let us not venture out tonight. Instead, we shall remain here. It will be difficult to return if we leave now. How can we do that? Yang Wumao immediately expressed his dissent, proclaiming that the temperature inside the cave would plummet at night, leaving one vulnerable to the bitter cold. You need not worry about that. Fat Wei forcefully tugged at Yang Wumao's sleeve, urging him to remain silent. The four of them swiftly retreated several steps, concealing themselves behind a group of tourists, and then, shrouded in darkness, they slipped back into the cave. Before long, the visitors had completely vacated the cavern. What was once a dark and damp grotto now felt even more chilling and desolate. The stone-carved Buddha statues that surrounded them appeared to morph in the shadows, their icy visages taking on bizarre forms, as if their eyes were fixated upon him. At that moment, a sharp crack echoed through the cave as the few remaining lights began to extinguish, one by one. Within seconds, the entire cavern was engulfed in pitch darkness, rendering it impossible to see one's own hand in front of them. In the depths of the desert cave, such profound obscurity was utterly disconcerting. An endless abyss of unknown terror fueling wild imaginations about everything lurking within the dark. For Chen Zhi and his companions, the fear of darkness had long since dissipated. They stood there, silently blending into the shadows as if they had grown accustomed to the gloom. However, Yang Wumao was not so composed. The moment the lights went out, his legs began to tremble uncontrollably, ultimately gripping Fat Wei's arm with a vice-like hold. Fat Wei, feeling repulsed, attempted to shake him off, muttering, "I say, Dr. Yang, aren't you supposed to be an outstanding youth? Why do you resemble a frightened girl now? Can you please refrain from pressing your face against my shoulder? I, Fat Wei, am a straight man. If you keep this up, you might just bend me." "Shoo!" Chen Zhi admonished with a serious gesture for silence. "Do not make a sound. Their ears are quite sharp." After standing in the cave for some time, believing the danger had passed, they were poised to make their move when suddenly, the heavy door was flung open with a resounding bang. The old woman's shrill voice pierced the darkness. "Damn it. 3 have been left behind." Following her words was a cacophony of grinding teeth. Chapter 42. Beasts. At this moment, the cavern was entirely devoid of travelers. An eerie blackness enveloped the surroundings, casting the Buddha statues and murals into an unsettling and chilling light. Yet, for some unknown reason, the elderly couple had returned. Their demeanor was menacing, and the sound of their footsteps echoed clearly in the pitch-black cave. Thud, thud, thud. There was an inexplicable strangeness to their steps, as if they were struggling to walk properly, striking the ground with their heels. Then, the old man's voice broke the silence of the cave, rasping as though his vocal cords had been damaged, creating an unsettling and grating sound. "Are you certain 3 are missing? What a nuisance." "Indeed," the old woman replied in a hoarse voice. "There are definitely 3 missing. I counted them upon entry. The last group had 3 who did not exit. Damn it. These scurrying rats. Hurry up and find them. This is truly infuriating." The old woman concluded with a venomous grinding of her teeth. The sensation was utterly chilling, akin to a ferocious beast baring its teeth before its prey. This sinister and terrifying scene nearly sent Yang Wumao into a state of panic. As he trembled uncontrollably, on the verge of screaming, Pang Wei swiftly covered his mouth and pressed down on his throat. At that moment, 2 old men unexpectedly leaped into the stone cave with a sudden whoosh. Their eyes glimmered like emeralds in the darkness, and their voices resembled the growls of wild beasts. "Where are you? Come out, come out. We shall freeze you to death in this cave overnight." With a series of roars, the sensing lights within the cave flickered to life. The features of the 2 old men were revealed under the illumination. They still resembled humans, yet their faces contorted into grotesque visages, with deep-set wrinkles and eyes that glowed a wolfish green. Leaning forward, their pallid hair clung to their faces, reminiscent of beasts with human forms. Yang Wumao could endure no longer. He let out a horrified scream in Pang Wei's grip and collapsed to the ground, rendered unconscious. Despite Pang Wei's efforts to muffle his cries, the thud of his body hitting the ground was unmistakable. However, the 2 old men seemed oblivious, scanning the area with vigilance under the bright lights, casting strange glances at the 6 scrolls of scripture before turning to leave. Moments later, a resounding bang echoed as the heavy door was slammed shut, plunging the cave back into darkness and silence. At this juncture, Chen Zhi waved his hand, dispelling the protective barrier that had shielded them from the outside. This potent protective spell had enveloped them since earlier, rendering everything within it completely invisible. From the outside, nothing could be seen or heard, not even a whisper of breath. Thus, the 2 old men had searched for an extended period without perceiving anything amiss. Meanwhile, Yang Wumao lay paralyzed by fear, his teeth clenched and face ashen. Pang Wei propped him up, attempting to revive him with water and shaking him vigorously by the acupoint. "Dr. Yang, Wumao, please awaken. The big bad wolf has gone. Do not remain in a faint." Yet, no matter how fervently Pang Wei called or shook him, Yang Wumao remained in a state of unconsciousness, leaving Pang Wei feeling utterly helpless. He raised his head to look at Chen Zhi and remarked with a smile, "This guy is utterly worthless. He fainted at the slightest scare. What shall we do now?" Chen Zhi squatted down to observe young Wumao, shaking his head. "There's no choice. We must employ a spell to rouse him. Time is of the essence. He cannot remain in this stupor." After saying this, Chen Zhi retrieved a vial from his treasure pouch, uncapped it, and held it beneath young Wumao's nose, instructing Pang Wei, "Be sure to cover his mouth. Do not let him scream again. This procedure may be a bit troublesome. He might struggle." "Hey, no need for such trouble," Pang Wei chuckled. "I know precisely how to handle him." After Fat Wei spoke, he leaned close to young Wumao's ear and whispered, "Dr. Yang, have you fainted? Will you forfeit this money? If so, I shall seek out those two individuals and divide the funds with them." Young Wumao had kept his eyes tightly shut, deeply unconscious. Unexpectedly, as soon as Fat Wei finished speaking, he suddenly opened his eyes with a start, awakening immediately. "I want it. I want it. Do not seek others. I can earn this money myself." With that, young Wumao sprang to his feet, miraculously revived. Fat Wei, observing young Wumao's transformation, grinned widely. "My goodness, Dr. Yang. Is your neurological condition linked to your economic ambitions? I have encountered many who are greedy for wealth, yet your refreshing and unique desire is truly a first for me. How is it? Did you witness those two individuals? This is your inaugural encounter with a living monster, is it not?" Upon hearing Fat Wei's words, young Wumao regained his composure and recalled the earlier scene, his face paling in fright, his eyebrows shooting upwards. What on earth were those creatures? Those elderly individuals were not right. They are not human. Could they possibly be the beasts you speak of? It is utterly terrifying. Their appearance is truly horrifying. If they were to discover us, would they consume us? You would do well not to refer to them as beasts." Chen Zhi replied with a faint smile. "If you must label them, call them orcs. They are a form of sentient beings, primitive and savage in thought, possessing a lifespan greater than that of humans. There are numerous varieties, and they have inhabited this land for quite some time. As far as I know, their temperaments are rather unpleasant, particularly when it comes to others encroaching upon their territory. Hence, we must act swiftly and quietly, so as not to rouse them." "Very well," young Wumao promptly agreed, pulling out his small handkerchief and fervently wiping the sweat from his brow. Suddenly, as if recalling something, his face turned a ghastly shade. "Wait a moment, Mr. Chen. Those two elders mentioned that 3 individuals remain in the cave. Yet, there are clearly 4 of us. Where could one have gone? Could it be that one among us is a ghost?"